used to work as a 911 dispatcher. Just saying that sentence still puts a little tightness in my heart. People always talk about first responders, don't they? The cops, the paramedics, fire crews. And don't get me wrong, they deserve all the credit in the world, but what a lot of people don't realize is that before those boots hit the ground, there's somebody behind a desk wearing a headset, trying to figure out what the hell is going on from a panicked voice on the other end of a line. And that was me. It was a job that I respected, and for a while, I even liked it. I felt useful, like a tether between chaos and order. But every single shift was a panic attack waiting to happen. You sit there with the headset glued to your skull, pen in hand, staring at the CAD screen, waiting for that little beep that told you somebody's worst moment had just begun. At that point, I'd taken everything: bar fights, heart attacks, overdoses, high-speed chases, even one guy who found his wife hanging in the garage. That one gutted me, but I held it together. I had to, and I was good at it. But I wouldn't be writing this if I didn't have one to share with you. And this is the call that broke me. It was a rainy Tuesday afternoon. Traffic accidents were flooding in, no pun intended, and the lines were busy but manageable. I was halfway through a protein bar when the call happened. The beep came in sharp and loud, and I answered just like I always did. 911, what's your emergency? The voice on the other end of the line was a man's. Calm at first, but there was something within it. Something I couldn't quite place yet. But that's what still echoes in my head when it's real quiet. He told me his name was Leonard. He said it softly, like he wasn't trying to say it out loud anymore. His voice had that old man shake to it, tired and a little breathless, like every word cost him something.
I think I'm in trouble,
he said. Okay, tell me what's going on, Leonard.
I went off the road. I was on Riverbend Parkway, just past Millstone Bridge. I hydroplaned. I think I'm in the river.
The word river snapped me straight. You're in the car still, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I can't get the door open.
Are you in water right now? There was a pause.
Yes, it's coming up through the floor.
I started dispatching immediately, sent it priority 1 to both police and fire rescue. Then I put my comm voice on, the one we're trained to use, like we weren't just regular people getting swallowed whole by somebody else's emergency. Okay, Leonard, listen to me. I got help coming, all right? Just stay calm, and I need you to tell me exactly where you are. He rattled off a few landmarks again. I knew the area pretty well, and that part of the river ran fast and cold this time of year. A steep embankment from the road down to the riverbank, no guardrails. If he slid off, he would go straight into it. Can you see out your windows?
It's foggy,
he replied.
The water's halfway up my legs now. I can't open the door.
Okay, don't panic, Leonard. Is there anything in the car that you can use to break a window? A tire iron, a flashlight? He fumbled with something, and I could hear it. Metal clinking. His breathing was starting to get ragged.
I have a cane.
Try using it on the window. Aim for the corner. That's the weakest part. You've got to break the glass, Leonard. A soft whack followed, then another. No shattering noises, though. I muted my mic and shouted for a supervisor. Get eyes on Millstone now! He's sinking! I came back. Leonard, keep trying. Help is on the way. I need you to stay with me, okay? I heard him grunt, and another whack.
It's not working. Water's at my chest. It's cold. Oh, it's so cold.
His voice cracked then, and then panic was blooming.
I can't breathe.
You can, Leonard. Please keep calm and just listen to me. Focus on my voice. He sobbed once, sharp and shameful, like he was embarrassed. Then, in the softest whisper,
I don't want to die.
My screen updated. A unit was now 2 minutes out. Another was stuck rerouting due to road closures. Rescue was 4 out.
I've lived 84 years,
he said.
I got grandkids, twins. born last spring. I was gonna see them next weekend.
You still will, Leonard. Just keep working on that window. Do you have a seatbelt cutter, some kind of tool?
No.
What about the horn? Hit the horn. Somebody might hear you. I heard him slam his palm down and muffled honks rang out over the line. He did it again and again and again, until I yelled at him to stop, to save his strength.
It's freezing,
he whispered.
My teeth are chattering. I'm so cold. I can't move my legs.
Please, Leonard, do not give up. You're not alone. I'm here with you. There was a long silence, and then he said,
They're not gonna make it to me, are they?
I wanted to lie. I needed to lie, but I couldn't speak. I just stared at the screen, at the little dots moving in the digital map. I couldn't open my mouth.
It's okay,
he said. I shook my head even though he couldn't see me. No, it's not. The sounds changed after that. There was this rushing sound like wind, or maybe it was water moving over something. I heard him gasp and it echoed through the phone. I pictured it now, water up to his neck, his head pressing up against the roof of the car.
I'm scared,
he said. And that did it. I started crying right there. Quiet so nobody else would notice, but it was too much. Too real. I'd heard people die before, but never like this. Never so slowly. Never begging. The call timer ticked up. 7 minutes. You still with me, Leonard?
I'm still here.
He said, barely even audible now.
I think it's in my mouth.
The background noise changed once more. A bubbling sound came then choking. I sat bolt upright. Leonard? Leonard! Gurgling was the only thing I got back in response. Leonard, please, say something. A weak cough and another sob. Then, nothing. I checked the call time again, 8 minutes. The unit was close, so damn close. I radioed again and told them to hurry, that he was underwater and that we're losing him. Static and then a garbled reply. En route, river's over, it's really hard to get down. I dropped my head to the desk. Leonard's line was still open, no voice, just water. The sound of it sloshing and whispering, filling every crevice of that little cabin. Then, a dull thud, followed by silence. I didn't even realize I was shaking until the floor supervisor pulled me off the line and replaced me with somebody else. I couldn't speak, I couldn't move. I just sat there with my headset in my lap, staring at the screen, wishing that I'd said something differently, wishing I'd screamed louder and begged harder. Leonard died with his head tilted back, his mouth full of cold black water, and I was the last person that he ever talked to. I pulled him out 20 minutes later. By then, the car had completely vanished below the surface. A fire rescue diver found it snagged against a fallen tree downstream, about 30 yards from where he said he went in at. The windows were still intact. His seatbelt was still on. He never stood a chance. I didn't finish that shift that day. I don't even remember leaving the building. I just remember sitting in the break room with my hands wrapped around this lukewarm coffee that I hadn't poured, staring at the beige wall like maybe I could crawl inside and just disappear. They told me I did everything I could. The supervisor even patted my shoulder and said, "You handled that well." I almost laughed at him. Handled it well? I listened to a man drown. That's really all I did. I just sat there and listened. I stayed on for 2 more weeks, tried to act normal, to take more calls and pretend like I still was the same person who walked in and put that headset on every single day. But I wasn't, not anymore. After Leonard, I couldn't stop hearing him in every voice that came through. Panicked parents, stranded drivers, kids calling in accidents. They all blurred into one slow motion nightmare where I was always 5 minutes too late. I finally turned in my paperwork and just walked out. No 2-week notice, no goodbye cake or farewell lunch, Just a quiet exit through the side door, like somebody quitting a fast food job that they hated. Now I work in a library. It's quiet. I shelve books and scan barcodes and make small talk with old ladies who don't really know how to use the printer. I still jump when the phone rings. I still wake up gasping sometimes, thinking that I'm trapped in a flooding car that I've never been in. People really don't think about what happens to the person on the other end of that line. They assume that we just hang up and move on, but sometimes we don't. Sometimes the call doesn't end when the beep stops. Sometimes it stays with you. Leonard's voice has stayed. His sobbing has stayed. That final gurgle has stayed. I wish I could forget it. I wish I could go back in time and scream at him to break that goddamn window with the gear shifter or rip the seat out, smash it against the glass, anything. But I didn't do that. I told him to keep trying with that cane. I told him help was coming. I lied to him. Leonard. I hope somebody else remembers him besides me, because I will never forget. When I was in my 20s, I lived in this absolute shitbox of an apartment complex on the edge of town. Brick buildings from the 70s with sagging balconies and rusted out stairwells that creaked like haunted swing sets when you walked on them. Rent was cheap though, and I guess that's really the only reason I was there. But cheap rent pulls the worst kind of people, the kind that gives slumlords job security and cops an excuse to keep their cruisers parked in the lot every other night. I'm not being dramatic when I say it was a zoo. On any given day, you could see drug deals, hear screaming matches, or walk past a whole ass family fighting on the grass like it was WrestleMania. I literally saw a dude get knocked out with a toaster once. I'm not joking, an actual toaster. There were gunshots sometimes, usually warning shots or bad aim. Cops showed up and everybody scattered, business as usual. It didn't really rattle me until after a while. But the worst part about that complex, I think it was honestly the dogs. No fences, no leashes, no animal control to speak of. Just big, pissed off mutts wandering around like they own the place themselves. Pit bulls, Rottweilers, or some weird ass breeds that you only see in a dog attack story on the news. They'd be starved, scarred, and totally unpredictable. I never walked to the dumpster without carrying something heavy. Crowbars, hammers, whatever I could grab from my toolbox. I knew better than to think that I was safe out there. Throughout my time, I just learned the patterns, when to go out and when to stay in. Keep your eyes peeled, don't look the dogs in the eye, and definitely don't run. Most of the time they would just stare at you, but sometimes they would give chase. A guy in the complex got his legs ripped up so bad that he needed skin grafts. That story made the rounds and then vanished. No charges, no press, just another Tuesday inside the shitbox apartments. You had to build up mental armor in a place like that. I personally worked nights at this warehouse and just kept to myself. When I'd get home, I'd lock my door, crack a beer, and turn the volume up just enough to drown out all the sirens. Video games, junk food, then sleep. That was the rotation. Oh yeah, brother. The night that it happened was nothing special. I posted up on my couch with the greasy pepperoni pizza and a controller in my hand, headset on, cussing out a 12-year-old who kept spawn killing me. I remember thinking that pizza was extra good that night for some reason. Burnt cheese on the edges, just how I liked it. And that's when I heard the screaming. And this time it wasn't the usual kind, not a fight or a drunk argument. This time it was different, sharp and high-pitched, real, true panic. It didn't stop either, it got louder and closer. I tried to ignore it, but something inside me told me this isn't one I could just tune out. I set my controller down, stood up, and walked over to the window. Down in the courtyard, under the busted street lamp that always flickered like a dying bug zapper, I saw a woman on the ground. She was crawling, or at least trying to, but her legs weren't cooperating. Blood was smeared behind her like she'd been dragged. At first I thought she'd been hit by a car or stabbed or something, and that's when I noticed the dog. It was a fucking big bastard too. Some kind of pit bull mix with the blockhead, chest like a tank. Black fur, patchy in places, ribs poking through like cracked pipework. The thing looked totally feral, wild, was circling her, ears flat and lips curled back, teeth dripping red. It lunged again, fast as hell, and clamped down onto her calf. She screamed like she was being set on fire. Jesus Christ, I muttered. I fumbled the window open. Hey! Hey! I shouted down. Get the fuck away from her! The dog didn't even flinch. The woman twisted back, her eyes catching mine. Help me, she sobbed. Please, I can't get up, my legs, he tore up my legs. There was a guy with her, I didn't notice him at first. He must have come out when the screaming started. Short dude, mid-30s maybe, built like a sack of potatoes inside a hoodie. He was kicking at the dog, trying to distract it, pulling at the woman's arms, trying to drag her towards this parked car nearby. The dog growled deep and went after him next. I watched it clamp down onto his arm like it was a chew toy and just ripped. I heard the flesh tear from all the way up at my apartment. I heard the guy scream and collapse, clutching the trail of meat where his bicep used to be. I dropped to the floor and scrambled for my phone, fingers shaking. I dialed 911 and nearly dropped it before I even got the speaker on.
911, what's your emergency?
There's a dog attack. It's happening right now. Oak Hollow Apartments, Building C. This lady's getting mauled. A guy too. Send somebody now.
Are they bleeding?
The dispatcher asked, way too calmly. Yeah, it's fucking bad. There's blood everywhere. The dog won't stop. Please hurry.
Units are en route. Stay on the line.
I dropped my phone onto the windowsill, still open, and watched helplessly as the guy tried to crawl towards his car. He made it to the back door and yanked it open. The woman was half conscious by then, barely moving, just leaking blood into the dirt. He grabbed her under the arms and dragged her those last few feet and got her in the back seat. The dog came back. It didn't hesitate. It jumped straight into the open door and vanished inside the car. What followed next was pure chaos. Shrieking, screaming, fist flailing. The door swung back and forth as the guy tried to pull the dog off her. It latched onto his chest. I saw his hoodie ripped down the middle. Blood sprayed on the inside of the windshield like somebody popped this paint balloon. I looked around my place for anything. I wasn't about to just run down there and get turned into ground beef too, but I also couldn't just sit here. And then I saw a frying pan. It was sitting on my stove, still greasy from the eggs that I made that morning. Cast iron, heavy as hell. I snatched it up like Sam Gamgee, ran to the back window, and leaned out over the edge. The dog was half out of the car now, perched on the woman's chest. She wasn't moving. The guy was trying to pull her away again, but it was like watching somebody wrestle a chainsaw. I didn't think, I just hurled the pan. It hit the dog square in the back of the skull. Clang. The sound echoed off the buildings like a church bell. The animal froze and staggered sideways and then shook its head like it was trying to reboot. Then, miraculously, it backed off, limped a few feet away, blinking and dazed. Move! I shouted to them. Get her out of there now! The guy didn't waste a second. He dragged the woman out of the car and slammed the door shut and started hauling her towards the far end of the lot. It was slow, way too slow, but that dog thankfully was still out of it. But then it growled, turned, and locked eyes with them once more. Then it bolted. It ran like it had never been hit, full tilt, closed the distance in a blink, and launched itself straight into that guy's back. It took them both down in a pile. The woman screamed again, louder this time, raw and ragged. The guy thrashed under the weight of the animal as it tore into his shoulder now. The car horn started blaring, some kind of accidental hit as they struggled on the pavement. And that's when I heard sirens. Blue and red lights lit up the complex like a carnival ride. A cruiser skidded into the lot, tires screaming. 2 officers jumped out, one with a baton, the other with nothing but a flashlight. They didn't even hesitate, they ran straight into the chaos. The first officer dove in and yanked the dog off the man by the collar, threw his whole weight behind it, trying to pin it down. The second officer stood between the animal and the woman and started swinging his baton, cracking the dog over the ribs over and over. It did not go down easy. It fought like it had demons in its blood, biting at everything, trying to break loose, legs kicking, mouth snapping. They got it pinned eventually, and one officer got a knee on its spine. The other managed to loop this leash or rope or something around its snout. And then it just stopped, just like that. Went limp, mouth open, tongue lolling out, bleeding from the mouth and ears. Still breathing, but barely. That man and woman, they weren't moving much. Covered in blood, barely conscious. Still just twitching on the pavement like electrocuted dolls. More cruisers showed up, than an ambulance, and then animal control, which was about 6 hours too late and 0% useful at this point. One of the cops who pinned the dog down was sitting on the curb, hands covered in blood, just staring at them. The other was crouched behind the couple, trying to keep them awake, talking slow and calmly like he was narrating bedtime stories. That woman had multiple deep wounds to both legs, arms, and her neck. The guy's arm was completely destroyed, bones showing, just dangling. His face was chewed up too, nose half torn off, lips just hanging there. It looked like somebody had taken a belt sander to him, but they were alive, barely. Paramedics worked fast, and I saw them cut the woman's pants open and clamp gauze over what looked like a torn artery. The guy was still in shock, talking nonsense, eyes darting around like he was still trying to figure out what was going on. Meanwhile, that dog lay in the back of the cruiser, sedated and muzzled, leaking blood onto the seat. I watched an officer open the front door, lean inside, and radio something that I couldn't hear. 10 minutes later, they drove it off the lot. I found out later it was euthanized that night. No one claimed it, no microchip, no collar, just this rogue dog from hell that slipped through the cracks long enough to ruin 2 people's lives. The ambulances pulled away, and I finally sat back down. My pizza was still on the table, cold and uneaten. Controller still in my lap. I didn't sleep very well that night. I didn't turn my game back on. I just stared out the window, watching the blood get hosed off the pavement by a maintenance guy in flip-flops. A week later, I found out that couple had thankfully survived. The guy needed dozens of surgeries, lost partial use of one hand, and the woman was in rehab for a while. She had a long scar that went from her hip to her ankle, but they both lived, and I guess that's something, right? No charges were filed against anybody because nobody knew who owned the dog. It had just kind of been there, like part of the background noise. A living, breathing hazard nobody wanted to deal with until it finally exploded. I ended up moving out 6 months later, saved up just enough to get the studio across town, where the worst thing I had to deal with was the occasional tweaker in the parking lot. And I never looked back. Occasionally, I still think about the look in that dog's eyes before I hit it with that pan. It wasn't rabid, it wasn't insane, it was just angry, starving, abandoned. Like the world had kicked it in the ribs one too many times and finally decided to bite back. Being honest, I can't bring myself to feel bad for it either. Not after what I saw. That thing was a fucking monster. I worked as a 911 dispatcher for around 15 years. Long enough to hear just about everything a person can say when their world is falling apart. Long enough to grow numb to the usual horrors. Car crashes, domestic assaults, overdoses, shootings. You name it, you just stop seeing faces and you start seeing minutes, response times, distances. A game of seconds and logistics. It's not heartless, it's survival. If you let in too much, it will eat you alive. Still, even after all that time, there was one call that stuck with me like black mold. A call so gut-wrenching that friends used to ask me to retell it at parties, almost like it was some kind of sick campfire tale. "Hey man, tell them about that stroke guy," they'd say, nudging me with a beer in their hand, faces lit up like they were about to hear a good ghost story. They didn't get it, none of them did, and I used to go along with it for a while. Tell the story, hit those emotional beats, maybe make it funny in parts to keep it lighthearted, but over the years, it stopped being something I could laugh about at all. It got a lot heavier, rotten almost. Retelling it started to feel like dragging a body out of a lake every time I opened up my mouth, so I stopped retelling it. I haven't spoken a word about it in years. Not to my wife, not to my therapist. Hell, I won't even let myself think about it for too long, because when I do, I hear that screaming again. I smell the fried chicken that was still sitting on the family's table. I see the kitchen in my head like I lived there myself. And I remember what that kind of grief sounds like when it hits a wall and ricochets off of everybody inside the room. I'm sharing it with you now, and I promise you, this will be the last time I ever talk about it. It was late evening. I remember the sun had already gone down because the call room was lit up with that weird yellow light on the ceiling panels. I was on my third cup of coffee, and it was cold. We'd all surprisingly had a quiet shift that night, mostly just welfare checks and I think a jackknife truck out on 41. None of us were expecting anything major, just riding out the tail end of my rotation. But that's when the call came in. The panic in her voice was what hit me first. "He's on the floor, my husband. He won't move." I got her to slow down and ask those usual questions: address, name, age. Is he breathing? Does he respond when you shake him? She was talking over herself, her voice climbing in pitch with every single breath. In the background, I could hear a bunch of other voices, kids, grandkids maybe, all shouting and crying. You'd think they were watching a house burn down, not a man having a medical emergency. It took a while, but I finally pieced together the basics of what was going on. They'd been eating dinner, fried chicken, green beans, mashed potatoes. The man, her husband, had suddenly gone stiff and slumped over sideways, half in his chair, half on the linoleum. She thought it was a seizure, but I was almost certain that it was a stroke. They were calling from this tiny rural town with one volunteer ambulance that had to cover maybe 25 square miles of dirt roads and farmland all to itself. I knew before I even logged the call that help was not going to get there fast enough. I told her an ambulance was on the way, but it was coming from the next county over. "They're driving as fast as they can, ma'am," I said, "but it could take at least 45 minutes, maybe more." There was a pause, just static and somebody sniffling in the background, and then she said, "He's not gonna make it that long." I didn't know what to say in response because, well, I agreed. She handed the phone off to somebody else, a younger voice, a woman. "You have to help us," she said. "What do we do to help him?" I pulled up the stroke protocols and started reading them off like some kind of script. Lay him flat, keep the head slightly elevated, do not give him water, do not try to feed him anything, talk to him, keep him conscious. It was all textbook, but none of it was going to make a fucking difference. From there, the call devolved into pure chaos. More people came on, and I couldn't tell if this was a big family gathering or if they all actually lived there, but they were crowding around the old man, like they could pull him back to life just by hovering. One guy in the background just kept yelling, "Dad! Hey, Dad! Dad, can you hear me?" over and over, and when he didn't get a response, he just started shouting at me.
Where the hell are they? Why is this taking so long? He's dying, man.
I tried to keep the conversation calm and on track, but it was quickly falling apart. Crying, pacing, slamming drawers. It wasn't just one voice, it was 6 or 7 people unraveling at the seams, and I was the unlucky bastard holding the thread. "He's twitching," somebody said. Is that a seizure? He's foaming up." "Stay calm," I said. "That could just be part of the stroke. Just make sure he's breathing and there's nothing in his mouth. Keep his airway clear." "He's not moving." "Is he breathing?" I don't know." "Check his chest, put your hand near his nose." Then, Mom's crying again. She says he's already gone. I sat there rolling in my chair, headset glued to my head, chewing on the inside of my cheek bloody. The whole situation was unraveling so fast. I asked who was with the man now, who had eyes on him, and nobody answered me. Instead, somebody else grabbed the phone. Deep voice this time, younger, much angrier.
"You're just gonna sit there and do fucking nothing, huh?"
He snapped at me. "Sir, I've already dispatched EMS and contacted the county fire for backup."
"That's it? That's all you can do?"
"I can guide you through CPR if he's not breathing." The man on the other line didn't respond though. I could hear a woman crying in the background hysterically. yelling, "No, no, no, no," almost like she was trying to deny reality with some kind of repetition. "Sir," I said, "please listen to me. I know this is a horrible moment, but I need you to focus. If you can keep him stable."
You don't give a fucking shit, do you?
He cut in.
You don't even care. You're just waiting for him to die so you can check a box and then move on to the next call. Am I right?
"No, sir, that's not true."
Yeah, well, why the fuck is somebody not here then?
And then I heard it, a crash, a door slamming, something heavy falling over. "What was that?" I asked, and I got no response. "Sir, are you still there?" I could hear somebody yelling in the background, not words, just noise, raw throat-ripping panic. A woman screamed a name over and over, "Eddie, Eddie, please don't." "Get the gun out of his hand," another voice shouted. "Jesus Christ, Eddie." And then came a sound you can't mistake it once you've heard it. A single thunderous pop, close range, no echo, just bang, like a firework going off in a closet. I thought it was chaos before, but now it was pure chaos. Screaming, wailing, sobbing. One voice shouted, "Oh fuck, he did it. Oh my God, he did it." Over and over. I could hear somebody gagging and somebody else stumbling into furniture. A baby crying in the distance. It was like that whole house had cracked open and spilled grief across every single floorboard. I just sat there for a few moments. I didn't speak for a few moments. I couldn't. My hands were shaking so badly that I couldn't even click that update button in the call log. "Is anybody hurt?" I finally asked. Then a woman came on the line, sobbing so hard her words were barely even formed.
Eddie shot himself in the kitchen, in front of his mama, in front of everybody.
"Is anybody else injured?"
No, just him. He saw his daddy dying and he lost it.
I updated the log, chained it from medical emergency to gunshot wound self-inflicted. Requested a second ambulance and routed the nearest sheriff's unit. I flagged it priority 1. Not that it mattered. There's nothing left to save now. Back on the line, the family was still screaming and I could hear somebody dry heaving. A woman praying under her breath. And the original caller, his wife, I assume, was just repeating "why" over and over again, like it was the only word that she could form. That call lasted a full 23 minutes. I didn't hang up until the first responders arrived, and I listened to them try to keep the father alive, rolling him onto a stretcher while another team covered the son's body with a sheet. The dispatcher on the radio gave me a quick update. The son was deceased on scene. The father had a weak pulse, but they didn't think they could make it to the hospital. I stayed on after my shift ended that night. I didn't clock out, I just sat there at my desk, staring at the wall, headset still hanging around my neck like a noose. Nobody really said anything to me, but they knew. You don't come back from a call like that the same way that you come in. They confirmed it the next morning. The father had passed en route to the hospital. The son was gone on arrival. 2 dead, 1 right after the other. Reports say it was cardiac arrest followed by suicide. A medical tragedy turned domestic. The paperwork would be typed up, boxed, and buried inside the county's back-end server like it never even happened. But me, I heard it, every second of it. You start out in this job thinking, I'm going to help people, that maybe you'll actually save a few lives, that your voice will mean something when the moment counts, but a lot of the time, all you are is just a witness, a goddamn passenger strapped into the worst moment of somebody else's life, unable to steer, unable to brake. You're just along for the fucking ride, man. I replayed that call over and over in my head for months afterwards. Not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't stop. I kept wondering if I said the wrong thing, if I sounded too cold, if I hesitated too long. I knew rationally there was nothing I could have done differently, but rational doesn't do shit for your guilt at 2 a.m. when those screams come back to you. Eddie's voice is the one that stuck with me the most. Not even the anger or the accusation. It was what came before the shot. That broken second when the whole house begged him not to do it. When you could still hear him thinking about it, weighing it and deciding it in the moment. The silence just before the trigger pull was absolutely the loneliest sound I'd ever heard. After that call, I started pulling back slowly, taking less overtime, ducking out of the room more when it got too loud. I didn't tell the story at parties anymore. I couldn't stomach the reaction, the gasps, and the holy shit, man. Like it was some kind of ghost story that I invented on the spot. I think people want to believe in the worst just enough to feel alive, but not so much that they see exactly how real it can get. Eventually, I left dispatch altogether. Took a quieter job inside an office. No screaming, no sirens, just forms and emails and printing paper. People will ask if I miss it, and I don't, not even a little bit. I still think about that family sometimes. The smell of fried chicken still wafting in the air on the table, while 2 generations of men collapsed on the kitchen floor below it, about the mother screaming for both of them at once. I also think about how many more calls like that there are, ones that will never make the news. They don't become any kind of headline. They just live in somebody's head forever because they were the only ones who heard it. But if you're listening right now, if you've heard it now, if you're hearing my voice and picturing that kitchen and that gun and that family, please don't forget them. When you're in the criminal justice program at my college, they make you do ride-alongs. It's not even optional. They want you out there seeing the mess firsthand, watching how officers handle real situations in real time. No documentaries, no staged courtroom walkthroughs, just you, a clipboard, and the closest thing to chaos that still answers to a badge. Me personally, I didn't really mind it. I wasn't trying to be a cop or anything. I was leaning more towards forensics, but I respected the job. Plus, Officer Chris Pazarak was pretty solid. I rode with him my first time out, and he wasn't one of those hardened, cynical jerks who hated those college kids asking questions. He was patient with me, he was smart, he explained everything, and he did it without treating me like a child, so we got along really well. The second ride-along, however, was with somebody else, and it was forgettable. Some traffic stops, another call about a domestic dispute that turned out to be just a neighbor arguing over trash cans. Nothing too wild, but the third, that last ride-along, it changed absolutely everything. I was assigned to Chris again, which I was happy about. We shook hands, caught up a little bit, and then pulled out of the station just after lunch. The plan was to do what we did the first time, tool around the district, talk through scenarios, maybe catch a couple of minor calls if they came in. It was calm for a while, quiet enough that I thought that we might just cruise for the next few hours and then end up calling it a day. I'd say maybe an hour in, that radio crackled with urgency. A structure fire, possible suspect still in the area. It didn't sound like arson at first, it was more like a mental health check that had gone wrong. Chris looked at me and hand hovered over the lights. Ah, shit, I probably shouldn't take you to something like this, he said. But we're the closest unit. He didn't make the call, I did. Let's go, I said. He nodded, flicked on the siren, then we tore off down the street. At that point, I really had no idea what I was getting into. No clue that I'd be watching somebody disappear into smoke, or that I'd see something so bizarre that I still have trouble explaining it to this day. All I knew was that we were racing toward a house that was already half consumed by a fire, and somebody was still inside. We were maybe 6 blocks out when the first smoke plume came into my view. Thick, dark, and angry. None of that soft gray chimney stuff. This was heavy, rolling black smoke. Chris radioed in that we were en route and picked up speed. My stomach seemed to tighten at every block. I'd seen structure fires on TV, sure, maybe even watched some footage in one of our courses, but nothing really prepares you for the real thing. The smell, the heat, the way the air feels like it's thick with static, almost like it's charged. When we rounded the corner on a Maple Street, I saw the house. 2 stories, light blue siding, front porch caving in. Flames tearing out from the windows on the first floor, like the place was trying to scream. Fire was licking up the side, climbing towards the roof, almost like it had claws. Chris slammed it into park and yanked the door open. "Stay in the car," he barked at me. "Lock the doors, do not move unless I tell you. If you see anything, radio it in." I was still nodding to him when he popped open the trunk, threw on a chest rig, and grabbed a fire extinguisher. Then sprinted straight into that inferno. No hesitation, just gone. I was frozen there for a second. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely work the radio just in case I even needed it. The whole street was lit up with orange and red, windows glowing, smoke billowing. I cracked my window just an inch, and the heat punched through like a blast furnace. And then a voice, a woman, screaming from above. I looked up and saw her. She was in the second floor window, waving a shirt, coughing between panic yells. Her face was red and slick with sweat. Behind her, smoke poured into the room like rising floodwater. She was trapped. Below her, flames had already swallowed the porch. I watched that house like it was a living thing, groaning and buckling, just waiting to collapse. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement. A figure was walking up the sidewalk from the opposite end of the street, slow and steady, like he wasn't in any kind of a rush. I assumed at first he was just another bystander, but then I saw what he was carrying. Branches. An armload of them, dry ones too, twigs and yard debris bundled together like kindling. He walked straight towards the fire, shirtless, face streaked with soot or maybe just grime. His hair was wild and his pants were torn at the knees. He didn't speak, he didn't look at me. He just stepped up to the edge of the burning porch, lifted that bundle of branches, and tossed them in. The flames then surged like they'd been waiting to be fed. I immediately grabbed the radio. "Unit 3 to dispatch, we got a possible arsonist on scene. Male, Caucasian, mid-30s, no shirt, long hair. He just added fuel to the fire and fled westbound on foot, down the alley between Maple and 8th. Before he left, he did one more thing. He made the sign of a cross over his chest, forehead and belly, shoulder to shoulder, then disappeared into the alley like he was never there. I didn't chase him, I stayed right there in that damn car like Chris had told me. But I never stopped watching the alley. My eyes would flick back and forth from the fire to the alley, then back and forth again. Then the front door burst open. Chris came staggering out, soot covering his face, his left arm holding a squirming blackened German shepherd by the collar. Behind him, coughing and stumbling, came that woman from the window. Her face was bright red. Her clothes were soaked from a fire hose, or maybe it was just her own sweat. Chris got her to the sidewalk, sat her down, then ran back to the dog and tied it to a hydrant. That poor animal was in panic mode, pacing tight circles, tongue hanging long and pink out the side of its mouth. Its paws were burned. I could see the skin raw and peeling. By the time the first engine arrived, the house looked like a bonfire at a demolition derby. Firefighters leaped out with hoses already running, aiming for the upper windows where the flames were now chewing through the roof. Chris waved them toward the back, then collapsed onto the curb, panting. His chest rig half melted from the heat. I jumped out to meet him. I had to. I needed to know that he was okay. "You went in there alone?" I asked him. "She was screaming," he said, "sucking in air like it was currency. And then the dog, I had to try to do something." "Hey, I saw the guy," I told him. "He had no shirt and he had branches. He literally fed the fire. I'm pretty sure he was the one that lit it. He made the sign of the cross and then took off down the alley." Chris looked up at me, eyes narrowed. "You saw him do that?" "Yeah, I radioed it in." He stood up like somebody flipped a switch. "And let's catch that fucker." More cruisers had arrived by then, and Chris flagged 2 down and pointed to the alley, told them to sweep the dumpsters in the back lots. As they took off, he turned back to me. "That was good work. Not everybody stays calm in the moment like this." I didn't say anything. I wasn't calm. I was shaking so hard that my knees were knocking, but I nodded back to him. Because this isn't the kind of moment where you brag. That poor woman was still in shock, but loosened enough to walk. One of the paramedics had wrapped her up in a blanket, and she kept glancing at the dog, like she couldn't believe it made it out alive. Her hands were shaking worse than mine. When Chris crouched down next to her, she looked at him like he'd walked out of a dream. "Thank you so much," she said barely above a whisper. "You saved me." After asking her a few more questions, some basic stuff, who else was in the home, was there anybody still inside, and more importantly, who started the fire, she closed her eyes. "It was my son," she said. "He's sick. He's been using again, and it messes with his head. He believes the house is evil and that it talks to him. He waited for me to get in the shower and then lit a pile of rags on the back porch. When I came out, the whole living room was already lit up." Chris asked for a name and a description. She gave both without any hesitation. Same guy I saw. Shirtless, long hair. Looked like he'd been living rough for quite a while now, and definitely unwell. I told Chris again which alley the guy actually took, and within 15 minutes, one of the officers called out on the radio that they had eyes on somebody matching that description behind a laundromat, hiding in a dumpster. Backup closed in fast, and I didn't personally see the takedown, but I heard the cuffs and the yelling from across the lot. They got him. Alive. That was the part that stuck with me later. The fire didn't actually kill anyone. The crazy didn't win. Nobody bled out. No one put a bullet in their brain, and for once, everybody made it out alive. He got arrested, obviously. Arson, animal cruelty. Probably a psych hold too, but he wasn't shot, he wasn't beaten, and he was taken alive and given a shot to get better, hopefully. I know that sounds small, but it meant something to me. In a world where more often than not every single story ends in tragedy, for once this one didn't, at least not quite. On that ride back, Chris looked over at me and said, "Not exactly what you expected, huh?" "No, it wasn't," I responded, "but I am glad I saw it." He nodded and then went quiet again. I wasn't lying, I was glad, because that day reminded me that bravery doesn't always look like a badge and a gun. Sometimes it looks like running into a burning house with no backup. Sometimes it even looks like staying in a car, paying attention. Sometimes it even looks like you're trying to save somebody, even when the whole damn world's going up in flames. A little background about myself. I've worked my adult life in the Pacific Northwest woods. Over 15 years in total, with about 7 years of that being for the Park Service at Olympic National Park. Many experiences over the years could warrant the title of creepy, but this one in particular has definitely always stuck with me. While working for the Park Service, one of my jobs was that of a restoration carpenter. We would travel to old backcountry historical cabins, emergency shelters, homesteads, and chalets. We would be tasked with repairing and restoring them to their original historically accurate state. This was a wonderful as well as a demanding job. I'd spend 8 days at a time living off the beaten path, usually very deep in the backcountry. Sometimes we'd be flown in supplies, and sometimes we'd use llamas or mules to pack up our gear. All the while sleeping in thinly walled single tents, cooking over a fire or a whisper light stove. All the while using the same tools and techniques as the original homesteaders had at their disposal in the late 1800s. One late fall, I was assigned to work near the Lake Ozette at an old homestead. It was right off the trail, near the constructed boardwalk. For those who aren't super familiar with the area, it's 8 miles long and 3 miles wide. It sits as the largest unaltered natural lake inside Washington. Lake Ozette has a long and rich history of Native American culture. The Ozette Loop Trail, which the homestead was directly adjacent to, is approximately 9.4 miles long through and through. The man-made boardwalk takes you under giant cedar groves, meanders you through huge patches of chest-high salal before delivering you to Alstrom's Prairie, which is about 2.5 miles from the trailhead. Alstrom's Prairie, a giant soggy meadow, was once farmed by 2 Swedish immigrants. They constructed a small cabin and some outbuildings inside that 150-acre bog. With cattle, sheep, vegetable gardens, and the help of a little Swedish ingenuity, they managed to etch out lives for themselves for over 50 years. Over time, the forest, as it always does, decided to take back what was once its own. Its now decades-long abandoned farm was hardly even recognizable. Our job was to beat back the encroaching forest and put new windows inside the maid cabin, pipe in a new stove, apply some fresh paint, and fix up portions of the semi-dilapidated barn. The ultimate goal being to allow guided tours to take place sometime in the near future. So, for about 3 weeks, we stayed at the Ozette bunkhouse while working at Alstrom's. This was a good duty for us. We weren't sleeping under the rain and our beds were warm. The hike was short and the terrain wasn't too difficult. We even had a TV. The bunkhouse itself was located near the highway and the ranger station. We would hike the 5-mile loop every single day, bringing with us boards, tools, paint, and everything else that we needed. Of course, on our backs. These were full 10+ hour days, usually starting our morning hike around 0700, then beginning our evening return hike back to the bunkhouse around 1700. At one point during the fall, there were 4 of us total working on this project, but at the time of the event, there was only 2 of us remaining. Most of the hard work had already been finished. We needed to hike a few last boards into the prairie to complete this portion of the woodshed before we called the job actually done. I volunteered to be the pack mule for that day, my only job being carrying as many boards as I could muster up in each trip to that prairie before returning back to the ranger station. It was late in the season for hikers at this point. The weather had turned and we'd be lucky to see 2, maybe 3 people a day inside that loop. After my 4th or 5th trip, I was pretty wiped. It was getting late in the evening now, maybe around 1600. My coworker had already called it a day. I thought maybe I can get 1 more trip in before it got too dark. My rationale being the more trips I did today, the less I would have to do tomorrow. We passed on the trail. I told him my intentions and continued on. I delivered the last of the boards for the day, took a look around the prairie as the sun started to tuck behind the trees. Then I started my hour hike back to the ranger station. The lighting on the boardwalk was quite low at this point, the cedars blocking most of that ambient light left by the setting sun, making visibility quite diminished. I'm not really a nervous hiker, and I really fail to spook easily. I've been solo hiking for weeks on end in the backcountry. I've been stalked by cougars. Yeah, baby. Confronted by Kodiak bears in Alaska. Even ran into a few demented hillbillies over the years. As I left that prairie that evening, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and goosebumps erupted on my forearms. This uneasy feeling swept over me. Suddenly, I wanted to walk faster, jog, and then sprint. I didn't. I just instead convinced myself I've been reading far too many fantasy novels before bedtime. I walked another 5 minutes or so before I started to hear something faint. Something that sounded like music. Impossible, I told myself. I'm the only one out here and at least 2 miles from civilization, and that quote-unquote civilization in reality being likely the only other soul out there, being my coworker. Sure enough, I did hear it. Music. More specifically, a piano. It started out so faint that I had to stop moving and actually try to hear it, the steps on the wooden boardwalk being far too loud. Every time I paused to hear it, it would become unmistakable. It continued to grow and get louder. I stood there, sun now fully hidden behind the horizon, in total silence other than this piano. I became aware there were no other noises of life around me. No birds, no insects, no wind, no rustling of leaves or underbrush. Absolutely nothing other than the keys of that piano. As if everything was being weighted down by a fog of emptiness of some kind. I will admit, I have encountered this dead time before in the woods. Certain places will have it, but this was different somehow. Unique almost to the place itself, and unique to this moment in time. I tried to focus on the keys, but I couldn't really recognize the composition. Unsurprising, as I mostly listened to Metallica and Korn at the time. It was playing with a purpose. It was controlled, in tune, thoughtful. It was a song, and somehow it felt like it was meant just for me. I started walking again, almost on cue with the music once again as it got louder. As my pace increased, so did the tempo of the keys, still in tune, never faltering. It reached a climax. Yeah, baby. The perfect combination of my haste, my dread, and my heartbeat with the tempo of the music. Then as quickly as it started, it stopped, whooshing away in a fraction of a moment. It didn't trail off, it didn't fade into extinction, it was just gone. Suddenly everything that was absent was swept away as if by a gust of wind. The stillness was gone, the gloom, the stagnation and weight of everything was just lifted. My next step on that boardwalk was once again in reality. The evening was just as absent of light as it was before, but it felt like somehow, once again, injected back into the forest, and the woods seemed to go back to normal again. I didn't hear the piano again that night, nor have I since. I told my coworker every single detail when I reached the bunkhouse. He showed no signs of disbelief, but we didn't talk about it again until years later when something else similar happened to another Park Service employee. I told my grandfather about what happened, as he was a retired park ranger who worked nearby. With the least bit of hesitation, he asked, "Did you hear the bagpipes along with it, or just the piano this time?" It seems, as I've learned and experienced since, there's a lot more to that place, a lot more to the Olympics in general, than anybody really knows or is willing to admit. When I was around 10 years old, my family lived inside this cozy neighborhood in a small town, with a mere population of no more than 4,000 people. We had a pretty nice backyard, a nice front lawn, but the houses, if I had a complaint, were only 15 feet from one another. I no longer live there. I'm an adult now, in my mid-20s, but my parents, however, still live in that same house. I'd say it was a normal evening except for my little brother wasn't home with me this time. He ended up being at my grandma's house, spending the night. And thank God, because he didn't have to experience this event for himself. That night I went to bed at a fairly good time and fell fast asleep. I woke up around 1:30 in the morning. My dad was picking me up from my bed, then brought me to his room and told me to stay there and closed the door behind him. He seemed pretty calm, and I was still kind of half asleep, so I didn't think much of it. Being little, you just trust your parents. If they say sleep in their room, well, it's time to sleep in their room. But there was something odd about the situation though, and I knew it. Neither my mom or my dad were in the room, and the clock on their bedside table read 1:43 a.m. They were never awake this early. That's when I heard a loud bang, almost like a firework. It came again in a series of blasts. Then it ended. I remember how loud it really was, loud enough to make my ears ring. At that time, I was completely unaware what gunshots sound like. There were a few more bangs, and then my dad rushed back into the room and scooped me up in his arms. He ran down the hallway, out the front door, where there was red and blue lights flooding my vision. We were rushed behind a police car that was parked in front of our house, and a man wearing all black armor and bold letters that said SWAT were plastered all over it. As my parents ran to this car, an officer told us to crouch behind the vehicle. Honestly, at this point, I was still completely clueless as to the situation around me, but things were slowly starting to click into place. Inside my next door neighbor's yard, there were several more armed officers pointing guns at a figure that I couldn't quite make out. Those firework bangs that I heard would continue as I realized that this was an active shootout in my neighbor's property, nearly 20 feet from where I was moments ago inside my parents' bedroom. We were then ordered to run down the street, ducking behind cop cars along the way. We did this until we exited the neighborhood and were picked up by a family friend. Other neighbors were being taken out of their homes as well, running down the blocked road to get to the end of the street. They swooped us up after some waiting and then took us back to their place, and I got put back to bed. I'm pretty sure my parents ended up staying awake all night with their friends, talking about the incident and what happened, waiting for the police to call them. Later on, we found out the man who had started that shootout was intoxicated and attempted to rob this antique shop. When he failed to do so, he drove to his house and the police pursued him. When they attempted to close in on him, he pulled out a gun and thus the shootout began. There wasn't really any kind of happy ending as this man jumped his backyard fence and then ended up in a different neighbor's house. The police shot blindly through the fence and the man was pronounced dead on sight. This man was my next door neighbor. We didn't know him super well as he primarily spent his time inside his house, but this experience definitely changed my perspective on people for the remainder of my life. I'm very grateful that my brother was not home that night. He was only 6 at the time and saw our house covered up in police tape on the morning news. I think I slept in my parents' room for a solid 2 months after this whole incident, and for obvious reasons, they didn't object. Imagine the American frontier sprawled out before you, hundreds of miles of open country unrolling in every direction. Some regions look rugged, too harsh to navigate. Others are clear-cut and ready to be conquered. This was the daily mindset of an American frontiersman. Whether they were headed for some faraway place or shopping for an acreage to homestead and call their own. Life wasn't easy for anybody that strayed from civilization. But those that did danced with eternity. They might cut out a piece of America for themselves and leave an imprint on history forever. And then there were the others, those that existed freely, those that could live their wildest dreams and evade the law every step of the way. And if the law caught up, well, they could just disappear, couldn't they? The American West was an unforgiving place. For those who traveled beyond the comforts of the established settlements, there were no laws, no neighbors, and often no return. By the early 1870s, Kansas had become a gateway to the frontier, a last stop before the vast, untamed wilderness swallowed travelers whole. Bandits, outlaws, and disease claimed many lives, but few could have imagined that one of the deadliest threats lurked not in the shadows of the wilderness, but inside a small, unassuming homestead on the open plains. The Bender family arrived in Labette County, Kansas, sometime around 1871. They were part of a wave of spiritualists and homesteaders taking their own claim in the Osage Trail, a heavily traveled route for pioneers venturing west. The family built a modest one-room cabin on a 160-acre plot of land, which doubled as an inn and a general store. To weary travelers, it was a welcome sight, a final taste of civilization before the long, treacherous journey ahead of them. But for many, stepping inside the Bender home would be the last choice they would ever make. The homestead sat eerily isolated on the Kansas prairie, just a few miles outside of a small town called Cherryvale. The land stretched endlessly in all directions. Its only features the occasional gnarled tree or abandoned wagon wheel, swallowed up by the tall grass. Even the closest neighbor stood miles away. A crude wooden fence surrounded the property, marking the edges of what was supposed to be safety. A small vegetable garden grew near the entrance, tended to by the family, who always seemed to be waiting for the next traveler. Inside the cabin, a tattered canvas curtain divided the space. One side served as a dining and greeting area for guests. The other concealed the family's sleeping quarters. But behind that curtain and in the darkness, something far more sinister lay hidden. The family consisted of 4 members, at least on the surface. John Bender Sr., a grizzled, hulking man in his 60s, spoke little English and had a temper that made even the most hardened frontiersman uneasy. His tangled gray beard and sun-leathered skin made him appear more beast than man, and he communicated mostly through guttural grunts and broken German. His wife, known only as Ma Bender, was equally unpleasant, stocky and sullen, and rumored to practice dark folk magic. She was often heard muttering curses under her breath, and the locals whispered that her soups and stews held far more than just the usual prairie herbs. Everybody that saw the woman described her as an old Polish witch. Their supposed son, John Bender Jr., was an awkward man in his 20s, tall and wiry with piercing eyes that rarely blinked. He had this unsettling habit of laughing at inappropriate moments, a high-pitched jittery sound that would send people immediately on edge. Though he was meant to be this charming face of the family, his erratic behavior left many cautious around him. But the most infamous of them all was Kate Bender, young and striking and very intelligent. She presented herself as a self-proclaimed healer and medium. With a mane of dark hair and sharp knowing eyes, she was the face of the Bender enterprise, using her charm and beauty to lure in those unsuspecting victims. Together, they played the role of a typical frontier family. The father and son worked the land, the mother cooked and managed the store, and Kate offered spiritual readings and remedies to the travelers. It was an act so convincing that for almost 2 years, no one suspected the truth, that none of them were actually related. The Bender family was this elaborate deception, a gang of imposters brought together by something far darker than blood, a shared taste for murder, or at least so the story goes. Neighbors said they observed Kate and John Jr. acting as a husband and wife would. No one truly knows if they were simply pretending to be a family or if they were actually related and or married to each other anyway. Beneath their false identities, they were opportunists, preying on those who passed through their doors. The Bender Inn was not a sanctuary for weary travelers. It was a slaughterhouse, and those who entered rarely would exit. The Benders would operate under the cover of hospitality, but their true business was far more sinister. Their inn sat in the perfect location, a lonely outpost on the Osage Trail, one of the last stops before travelers disappeared into the vast uncharted West. Many who passed were also alone, carrying everything they owned: cash, horses, supplies, all the necessities of survival. The Benders knew that nobody would miss them. The method of murder was as efficient as it was brutal. A lone traveler would arrive at the Bender Inn, lured in by the promise of a hot meal and a warm place to rest. Kate, the family's face of charm and deception, would then engage them in conversation, offering spiritual guidance or a reading of their fortune. She would direct them to sit at the head of the long wooden table, which was always placed against the canvas curtain that divided the room. What the guests didn't know, what they couldn't have known, was that behind the curtain, one of the Bender men was already waiting for them. Just at the right moment, while the traveler was distracted, one of the Benders would strike. A hammer, swung with deadly force, crashed into the back of the victim's skull. The sound of the impact was muffled by the prairie winds outside. And before that victim could even register the pain, another blow would follow, ensuring utter silence. If by some miracle the guests survived the initial strike, Ma Bender would be waiting with the knife, her thick hands pulling the head back, slitting their throat ear to ear. Blood spilled onto the floorboards, seeping between the cracks of the cabin's wooden planks, disappearing into the dirt below. With practiced efficiency, the body was then stripped of valuables and disposed of. A hidden trapdoor beneath the dining table led to a shallow pit, where all the bodies were temporarily stored until the family could properly dispose of them. Under the cover of night, the corpses were then dragged outside and buried in the orchard, their bodies now left to rot between the very trees that bore fruit for the next unsuspecting travelers. It was a very rotten, twisted circle of life the Benders had created for themselves out there. The Benders didn't just kill for money. They didn't just kill out of necessity. They killed because they wanted to. No one knows for sure how many people the Benders actually murdered. Official records suggested at least a dozen, but the true number may have been much higher. The only thing consistent about their victims was that they were vulnerable, mostly men traveling alone, often carrying money or supplies.
Some were settlers heading west to start new lives. Others were simply just passing through, their last moments spent in the glow of an oil lamp, listening to Kate Bender's soothing voice before that hammer would fall. And the Benders were not just cold-blooded, they were careless in their cruelty as well. Travelers who managed to escape their grasp told stories of near misses. One man, a cattle rancher, stopped for a meal and noticed an odd smell, like rotting meat, wafting up from beneath the floorboards. He excused himself, uneasy. Another guest recalled the way Ma Bender watched him eat, gripping her knife far too tightly and muttering something under her breath. The most chilling account was that of a young couple who sought shelter during a storm. They woke up in the middle of the night to sounds of whispers behind the curtain, a blade glinting in the dim firelight. The husband, sensing danger, grabbed his revolver and fired a warning shot into the darkness. The Benders did not try to stop them as they fled off into the rain. Kate, for all her beauty and charm, was perhaps the most dangerous one of them all. She used her intelligence to manipulate and deceive, playing the role of a spiritualist who would lead men directly to their death. Some believe she took pleasure in the killings, while others claim she was just the mastermind behind the entire operation. If John Sr. and John Jr. were the muscle, then Ma was the enforcer, and Kate the architect. She allegedly gave sermons that were very spiritual and emotional. She even sometimes called for holy murder, whatever that might have meant. For years and years, the Benders continued their slaughter, unchecked, until they made a mistake. In the spring of 1873, a well-known doctor named William York vanished after leaving the Bender Inn. Unlike their previous victims, York was not an anonymous traveler. He had a family, connections, and people who would indeed come looking for him. His brother, Colonel Ed York, a Civil War veteran, led a search party to the Bender homestead, demanding answers. The family played their parts well, with Kate assuring the colonel that she had not seen any sign of his brother after he left the inn. They even pitched the idea that a rogue native warrior had most likely killed him. Doubts began to fester. Other travelers had indeed gone missing along the Osage Trail, and rumors were spreading quickly. Some who had passed through the Bender Inn recalled some strange occurrences, threats, uneasy glances, and a feeling of being watched. And of course, a half a dozen corpses had been found in the creek, heads smashed in with their throats cut. The locals knew something strange was going on, and it all began to make sense. The Benders were always selling new wares, new items, but there was no way to acquire these items out here on the edge of the world. They had been nourishing their garden with the corpses of travelers, selling their goods and valuables, and then luring new victims in with both. All the locals were getting restless. More men began riding out to the Bender homestead, whispering amongst themselves, watching for any sign of deception. Then came the discovery: York's horse, wandering riderless near the trail, saddle still attached, reins dragging in the dirt. The search intensified, and Colonel York returned, this time with an armed posse. The Benders, sensing their time was running out, came with one final act of deception. Kate, ever the actress, promised to hold a seance to summon William York's spirit. If she could stall him just a little longer, if she could weave one of her spells of distraction, maybe they could still escape. But these men weren't fooled. And so, one night, under the cover of darkness, they vanished. No one knows exactly when, as no one had been keeping an eye on the property. When a group of concerned locals arrived at the Bender homestead just a few days later, they found the cabin abandoned. The livestock had been left to starve, the garden was overgrown, the furniture was overturned in a rush to escape. But it's what they found beneath the orchard that horrified them the most. The first body that they uncovered was indeed William York's. His skull was caved in, his throat was slashed. Then, as they continued to dig, they found more. A mass graveyard of nameless victims, each one struck from behind and butchered like cattle. One of the most chilling discoveries was a young girl, no older than 8. Unlike the others, she hadn't been struck on the head or her throat cut. She had just been buried alive. This is likely some strange attempt at magic underneath the sick guidance of Kate. The townspeople stood in silence as the full horror of what had happened took shape. What had once been a simpler frontier home was now something else entirely, a monument to death. The horror that was unearthed at the Bender homestead sent shockwaves across Kansas and even beyond. What had once been whispered about in hushed tones was now undeniable. A family of monsters had been living amongst them, murdering travelers for sport and profit. But there was one lingering question that would go on to haunt the people of Labette County for decades to come. Where had the Benders gone? Colonel Ed York, the man whose search for his missing brother had exposed the Benders' crimes, was among those who pursued them. Alongside some other lawmen and bounty hunters, he scoured the countryside, following faint trails of wagon wheels and scattered reports of sightings. Some claimed the Benders had split up, disguising themselves among settlers and heading west. Others would swear they had fled south into Indian Territory, lost amongst the endless prairies and forest. Rewards were posted, posses were assembled, but the Benders had vanished completely and perfectly. Theories swirled like prairie dust in the years that followed. One popular rumor held that vigilantes had caught up with the family, dragging them from their hiding place and hanging them from the nearest tree, justice delivered in the only language the frontier understood. Another rumor claimed that Ma and Kate had assumed new identities, blending in perfectly with society, their past sins buried beneath layers of deceit. John Jr. was said to be hiding in Texas or maybe Mexico, living in constant fear that one day a bounty hunter would recognize his face. As for John Sr., some believe he died of exposure inside the wilderness, a fitting end for a man who had butchered so many people. But none of these theories or stories could ever be proven. The Benders were ghosts, and their final fate was unknown. What is certain that their crimes left scars that never truly healed. The Osage Trail, once a lifeline for weary travelers, became a place of unease. People rode past that abandoned homestead without stopping, unwilling to set foot where so much blood had been spilt. That orchard that was once heavy with fruit stood as a grotesque memorial, its roots feeding the remains of the dead. Colonel York never stopped searching for answers, though his brother's body had been found. Though the truth had been laid bare, he wanted justice, not just for William, but for every nameless soul who had met their end at the hands of the Bender family. He followed every lead, questioned every drifter, but the killers had slipped through history's fingers like smoke. In the end, the Benders family story did not conclude with the gallows or a bullet. No one stood trial and no confessions were made, no last words spoken aloud. All that remains is the legend of the Bloody Benders, a family of murderers who emerged from the wilderness, fed on the flesh of the innocent, and then vanished into the darkness from which they came. And if you ask them, they had permission from both God and the American government, the entities that had given them claim over those 160 blood-soaked acres inside Kansas.
These events occurred 2 summers ago in the Grand Teton area. My boyfriend at the time, now husband, let's just call him H, was a pretty avid outdoorsman and also served in the military. I was an ecology major and just wanted to spend a little more time outdoors, so he decided to take me on my first backpacking trip, just the 2 of us. For those who really aren't familiar, the Grand Tetons are well known for their wildlife, specifically grizzly bears. My only experience with bears up to that point was watching a little black bear cross the road from the safety of my own vehicle. So seeing grizzly country signs everywhere around every corner wasn't really doing much to calm my nerves in the moment. My boyfriend looked like Indiana Jones, machete hanging from his belt, large knives attached to each side of his pack, bear spray strapped to his waist. You get the picture. In the beginning of our 25-mile journey, it was pretty much all uphill. When in bear country, You're supposed to make noises as to not startle the wildlife by accidentally sneaking up on it. As you can imagine, going up this steep hill while carrying a 40-pound pack makes it pretty difficult to make conversation. I'd say we were an hour in, almost at the top of the ascent. I noticed that the woods had gone silent, save for the rushing stream that was to our left on the trail. Silent woods are never really a good sign. This usually indicates a predator is nearby. At this point, I was in front of my boyfriend, and we were about to crest that hill. For the past 20 minutes, we had not said one word to each other, having been far too tired to even speak. Then we noticed that silence at the same time, and gave one another these knowing glances. I came up over the hill and immediately froze. Sitting not but 10 feet in front of me in the middle of the trail was a giant grizzly bear. My husband wasn't aware yet. He was behind me, so I did the first thing that I can think of. While still in this frozen stance, I managed to take my arm and start flinging it wildly behind me, trying to get H's attention. I was too terrified to even speak. The bear went from sitting to all fours, not looking away from us, not once. H quickly swung me around so that I was behind him, and he started yelling. Being in the military, he knew how to yell pretty well, but this grizzly wasn't fazed. It started to walk slowly toward us. At this point, I was on the verge of passing out from the sheer terror. I'd say it was about 5 feet in front of us when we heard this loud crack coming from the woods to our right. That bear heard it too. Then he bolted towards the stream. A second crack boomed out again, this time much closer than the one before. H softly said, "It's probably just some falling branches or something." But I think we both knew that wasn't the case. At this point, we were walking quickly back up in that trail in an attempt to create some distance from that grizzly and those strange noises. That's when I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, and at that same moment, H stopped moving in front of me. He turned around to look at me, and I turned to look behind me. To this day, I'm not entirely sure what we saw. Back where we were just standing was a large black-brown mass, and it looked to be at least 3 times bigger than that already large grizzly bear that we had just seen moments before. Its back was facing us, and then it stood up on its back legs. It looked extremely similar to a bear, but just something about the shape was just off. At this point, it was probably stupid to run away, but it's exactly what we did. We were aware of heavy footsteps behind us along the way, but neither one of us even looked back. Eventually, those footsteps faded, and at this point, I was a mess. H was doing his best to console me, but what more could you do? "Honey, I'm sorry, this is extremely unusual. The bears usually stay away from humans. We're gonna be okay, it's fine. It won't happen again." It was just enough to convince me to continue with this backpacking journey. Not an hour later though, we reached this clearing where we decided to take a rest and eat a little bit of a snack. I'd say maybe a minute after sitting down, we noticed bushes moving in a line towards the clearing, toward us. Out of the brush comes this adolescent grizzly, who looked just as spooked to see us as we did looking at him. But he ended up coming straight for us. And H, being that crazy nut that he is, decided to charge back at the bear while screaming, "Bear spray at the ready." Thankfully, that did the trick and the bear ran off. All I could think to myself was just my luck, but this wasn't even close to what happened on that second night. So before we even began our backpacking journey, we had to let the ranger station know which trails and route that we planned to take. With this information, they usually would send a ranger on horseback at some point during the backpacking journey to check on you to make sure that everything's okay. Honestly, there weren't many approved trails for us to choose from, and it was just our luck that they were the most difficult. Apparently, over the 3 days that we were on those trails, we had been the sole hikers. We never saw a single person once when we were on that route. I guess at some point we missed the ranger who came to check on us. We'd been following hoof prints that entire second day and didn't see any from the day before. I ended up having some foot problems, so we spent valuable daylight trying to adjust my boots and laces and socks, trying to compensate for the pain. Once we were on the trail again, we had maybe an hour or two of daylight left, and in those woods, it gets dark pretty fast. I was exhausted. It's dark out, and H was the only one with a working headlamp. Mine wouldn't even turn on for some reason. We needed to find somewhere to set up camp as we still needed to eat. It's freezing out now. The wind was blowing, and it was creating this howling sound as it rushed through the trees, which made it difficult to hear H or discern any other sounds coming from around us. After another hour of hiking through the dark, we found this clearing. Well, I guess it was more like a bowl. It looked to be 200 meters in diameter, with the sides being maybe 10 meters down from the trail to the bottom of the clearing. This place was strange, and we both felt it immediately, though H didn't tell me how freaked out he was until we left. There was no moonlight, so all we had was the illumination from his headlamp, our small camp stove, and the flashlight that I fished out from my pack. Half of the trees around us were dead and fallen, just inside the bowl. Vegetation everywhere was very dense. To help alleviate my anxiousness, he started playing Ninja Sex Party out of his portable speaker. I'll admit this didn't really help much. It just echoed off the trees, creating this dissonance of sounds. He also thought it would ward off any predators nearby, so. But this is when I found out that our anxiousness wasn't just paranoia. The silence was now back. There hadn't been a single bird chirp since we arrived at that clearing. It also might have had something to do with the obnoxious music, but because of our previous experience, we decided to just turn the music off and head inside the tent. As soon as we were situated in our sleeping bags, we heard these deep cracks and thuds echoing from behind the tree line. More falling trees, I guess. There had been a lot of wildfires and very little rain this season. Then we heard this huge thud. We both froze. The sound wasn't an echo, and it came from inside the clearing. Definitely not a fallen tree. Another thud. This time it was right outside the tent. I think we both stopped breathing. H's hand found mine, and we clung to one another, paralyzed. Something then dragged across the outside of our tent, making an indent as it went along. It was thin, almost like a finger. The hell is it? I whispered, shaking. I don't know. It shouldn't be a person. We're the only ones on this side of the mountain. I was trying my hardest to stifle these sobs, trying to listen to whatever it was outside. I could hear steps, but couldn't decipher what it was. The steps stopped, and then the whole side of the tent slowly pushed inward. At this point, whatever was outside knew that we were inside. So I shined my flashlight on the side of the tent, and what I saw made my blood run cold. It was the shape of a human face pressing into the tent wall. I could make out the nose and an open mouth. Each time they breathed, it made the tent around their mouth billow in and out. H screamed out, "Fuck," pulled the Glock from his sleeping bag, cocked it, and that sound shattered the silence. The face immediately pulled back, and we heard fast footsteps heading towards the edge of the clearing. We didn't leave that tent until the sun was shining the next morning, and the first thing we noticed outside was the smell of urine. We came outside the tent and looked around. Whoever it was had pissed in our coals that we'd left in the fire, leaving this disgusting stench of evaporated pee. Footprints were surrounding the tent, circling it multiple times. Muddy handprints were decorated on the outside of our tent as well. Well, we think it was mud anyway. My takeaway: wildlife is definitely not the most dangerous thing when you're in the backcountry. I've always been a guy who needs to get outside, to break away from the concrete and the noise and just let the woods remind me what quiet really feels like. I'm not really the type who does it for Instagram or tell people that I escape to nature on the weekends. I need it like I need sleep. That's probably why I was all ears when my buddy Tyler told me about a creek on the backside of a ridge, around 2 hours from where I live. According to him, no one went back there anymore. That old trail was basically erased when a service road was built a few years back, and people just forgot about it, which to me sounded like a gift from God. So Tyler's the kind of guy who's always brimming with half-baked plans and back pocket shortcuts, so I had him lay it all out for me. He promised if I followed his directions exactly, I'd end up at the kind of fishing hole people would daydream about. Deep pools, overhanging willows, shaded banks. No tourists, no hikers, no boot prints in the mud. It would be me, the water, and that kind of quiet you only get in a place where the world's overlooked. So I spent Friday night packing up my gear, fishing rod, small tackle box, a couple of sandwiches, of water, and a 45 that I carry when I'm inside remote areas, and the rest of the standard odds and ends you would need. I'm not a prepper or anything, but I've done enough solo hikes to know you don't really mess around with this kind of stuff. You gotta plan for a good time, but prepare for a bad one. Saturday morning came. The sky was a kind of clear blue that practically begs you to hit the road. The drive out there was pretty uneventful though, just me rolling through backcountry highways, an old barn sliding past me, the occasional deer crossing sign of course, and just that gnawing excitement that comes before a new adventure. I hit that last turnoff that Tyler had mentioned to me, a gravel pullout near the edge of a tree line. Sure enough, there was this old slope leading down. No signs, no markers, just a faint depression of a trail that had been there long before that road had. I parked and did a quick check on my gear and started down it. The sun was filtering through the pines in long fingers, that kind of dance on your skin and make you forget for a second that you're heading inside a place that doesn't really care if you come back from. There was also this certain thrill to it. Sure, being out there where people don't go anymore, where cell phone signal dies and the only sounds you hear are the wind and the birds. But that's the point, isn't it? No one to bother me, no one to bother with me either. The trail actually looked better than I expected it to. It was narrow, sure, but packed dirt and a few old switchbacks, and a constant downhill grade that lets you know you're leaving the familiar behind you. I moved at a steady pace, heart light, eyes sharp. Somewhere below, that creek waited for me like a secret. I'd been on the trail for maybe 45 minutes when I hit the first switchback. The descent was steady, but nothing too punishing. No need for trekking poles or careful footwork. Pines flanked on both sides, their needles softening the ground, the air nice and cool and clean. Birds chattered overhead, and for a while, I let myself sink back into that rhythm, one boot fall after another, red tube gently knocking against my pack. Now, around 2 miles in, things changed. The trail curved left, hugging the side of the ridge when I came to a fork that I hadn't been warned about. Tyler's directions were usually pretty thorough, obsessive even. He'd mentioned no fork, no deviation, just follow that trail all the way down. But here it was, 2 narrow paths splitting at a patch of brush. One angled to the left, toward a strand of sycamores. The other veered to the right, steeper, rougher, cutting deeper into the canyon. I stood there for a moment, chewing on the inside of my cheek, scanning the treetops as if the right answer might be hanging there in front of me. The left trail looked like it just wrapped around the ridge, maybe skirted the canyon, but the right hand dropped hard, where the water should inevitably be, right? So I took the right. And at first, it did feel like the right call. The trail narrowed but stayed visible, flanked by a rock outcropping and a cluster of oaks. But half a mile in, it began choking down. Shrubs and young saplings pressed in on me, branches clawing at my sleeves. I had to duck under deadfall twice, and the ground was getting wetter, mud slick under my boots. I pushed on still though, figuring it had to open up. And this is where I noticed the silence around me. At first it was very subtle, just the fading of a bird song, the way my boots sounded sharp against the ground, but soon it was like the woods had swallowed their own voice. I paused, hands on my hips, catching my breath. Something about that stillness just made the hairs on my neck rise up. I turned back to look up the trail, and there I saw a figure, just barely peeking from behind a tree, maybe 50 yards up. It was a blink, a flicker of movement, there and gone. Dark hair, pale skin, maybe a woman? I froze, my heart began to hammer. Logic now kicked in, telling me, okay, it's just another hiker, or maybe a local who knows the area better than you do. But that trail was a complete mess. Nobody in their right mind would come down this way unless they were as stubborn or dumb as I was. So I called out to them. Hey, are you all right back there? Of course, I got nothing in response, no reply, no sound of any footsteps. So I waited, counting in my head. 1, 2, 3. But the woods in front of me remained dead quiet. My skin began to crawl at the thoughts. I shifted my pack and gave those woods another hard look and then turned back down trail. The trees began to thicken, crowding the path until the trail just straight up vanished. Ahead, it was nothing but undergrowth and scattered boulders. Across this narrow ravine, I almost missed it. Sat what looked like some kind of makeshift camp. A tarp hung low between two trees, a pile of firewood stacked under an oak, an old Coleman cooler tilted on its side. Someone was or had been living out here. My stomach turned at the thought. Maybe I hadn't imagined that figure after all. Then, that's when I did hear footsteps, soft, almost thoughtfully, moving through the brush to my left. I froze, ears straining, feeling my throat go dry. Suddenly, I slid my phone from my pocket, not to call anybody, there wasn't any bars out here, but to use the screen like a mirror. I angled it over my shoulder, and there between the trees, maybe 30 feet back, was indeed a woman. Thin, tangled hair, clothes dark and baggy. She wasn't walking toward me, at least not directly, but weaving through the trees, keeping pace, eyes flicking between the ground and where I stood. I didn't want to wait anymore. I turned and started back uphill, keeping my pace steady, pretending not to notice her. I didn't sprint, not yet, just moved fast enough to show that I was leaving the area. My hands were itching for that 45 on my hip, but drawing it now felt like this kind of escalation that I wasn't quite ready for. The trail then narrowed, pinched by this fallen tree, and I jumped it, gasping and tasting copper on my tongue. My mind spat half-formed plans out, loser at the fork, call out if I saw anybody, fire a warning shot if I had to. The sounds behind me grew sharper, more desperate. Sticks snapping, breathless hitches, the slap of soles against dirt. Enough. I yanked that 45 from the holster and fired 2 shots into the air. The echo cracked through the trees like a whip, and for a heartbeat the woods froze as well. And then through the hush, the unmistakable sound of retreat, footsteps pounding back the way they come. I spun around and caught a quick glimpse of her, the woman, hair flying, arms pumping, bolting back down the trail like something feral, something that had been burned by the sound of that gun. I holstered the pistol, wiped sweat from my brow, and kept climbing. No stopping now. No stopping until I saw my truck. The climb out of that canyon felt twice as long on the way back. My legs were burning, lungs straining, every muscle wired tightly, waiting for the slap of feet to return behind me. But the woods had gone still again, almost too still, like they were watching, holding their own breath. I kept my head down and pushed up the trail, counting every bend and switchback, feeling sweat bead down my spine. I told myself over and over, do not look back, do not give her that satisfaction, do not show her that you're scared. But every now and again, I couldn't help it. I'd glance over my shoulder, eyes darting through the trees. Nothing, just shadows, just the wind teasing the undergrowth. When I hit that fork again, I barely slowed. I could see now how I'd been led wrong. The overgrown path that I had taken was just subtle enough to pull somebody in without really thinking. Tyler's directions had been clear, no forks, no turns, which meant the path shouldn't have existed, and my gut twisted at that thought. The last mile was a complete blur. The sky was starting to dim and the sun was dipping behind the ridge. The woods were slipping into that blue-gray half-light that makes everything look wrong. Every sound around me was amplified. The snap of twigs, the hush of the wind, my own ragged breathing. I kept my hand near that gun, listening for anything and everything. By the time I saw the edge of the trees in the shape of my truck parked in that gravel turnout, it almost felt like a hallucination. I half stumbled up that last stretch, boots slipping and heart hammering like it wanted out of my chest. I threw my gear in the back seat without any kind of ceremony, climbed into the cab and locked the doors. I sat there for a moment, hands on the wheel, forehead resting against the rim, letting the tremors roll throughout me. My mouth was dry, tongue sticking to the roof, and when I finally started the engine, a sound nearly made me flinch. That drive home was dead quiet for 2 hours. No music, no podcast, just the hum of the tires and the relentless replay of what I'd seen. The woman's pale face between trees, the ragged clothes, the way she sprinted when those shots rang out. When I got home, I didn't even unpack. I walked inside, sat on the couch, and rang Tyler. He picked up on the second ring, voice easy and relaxed.
Yo, how was it? Catch anything good?
I swallowed. My throat was raw. Hey, quick question. Are you really sure about that trail? You said no forks, right?
Yeah, man, dead straight. It's been a couple of years since I was down there, though, but it's a simple run.
He paused.
Why, did you get turned around or something?
There was a fork, though. About 2 miles in, took me off the main trail and down toward a ravine. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Tyler, are you sure you're remembering right? There was a pause on the line, just enough to raise every hair on my arm. Then his voice came back a little quieter.
Dude, no, there's no fork. There's never been one.
I closed my eyes and my skin felt cold all over, like the sweat I'd worked up on the climb had now frozen in place. I told him I'd fill him in later, hung up and just sat there in the dark, listening to my house settle, every creak and pop sounding a little too sharp for my own comfort. My mind would not let it go. The fork, the woman, the camp tucked away like an old scar in the landscape. Sleep didn't come easy that night. And I'm sure you can guess, I never went back to that canyon, not once, not even to check if the fork was actually still there. Tyler tried to talk me into another trip months later, but I turned him down straight up. Whatever's down there, or whoever's down there, can keep it. I hadn't been back to my hometown in, 30 years now? Maybe even more than that. I was just a kid when we left, first or second grade, I think. And after that, it was like we cut ties. My parents moved us a few states over and life just kept on rolling. I didn't think much about that little place once we were gone. But last month on a work trip, I found myself driving within 20 miles of it, and something was tugging at me. I don't know if it was curiosity or some kind of itch to connect the dots, but I thought, why the hell not? Let's check it out. I wrapped up on my meetings early, punched the old town into my phone, and pointed that rental car right toward it. I figured I'd drive through, snap a couple of pictures, maybe grab some lunch, have a decent story to tell. It's funny how memory works. As I rolled into the outskirts, things flicked in and out of recognition. The welcome sign, faded and leaning, but familiar. The wide main street with its mix of brick storefronts and newer, uglier buildings. That school zone sign near what had to have been my old elementary school, Crestwood Elementary, still clinging to the front in chipped metal letters. I think I actually remembered one of my teacher's names, Mrs. Barry, though for the life of me I couldn't recall her face. That town definitely wasn't much bigger than I remembered it to be. Maybe 10,000 people now, but it still had that mix of small town charm and slow decay. As I drifted through those streets, I passed new subdivisions shoved up against the old sagging houses with peeling paint and yards that looked like they'd given up many, many years ago. The new and old rubbed shoulders here, and not always gracefully. I found the office building where I think my dad worked for a little bit, but the sign was gone. But the brickwork looked familiar and right. The corner store where my mom used to pick up groceries was now some kind of vape shop, which felt weirdly appropriate for the times. I cruised through a few neighborhoods, making loose loops, trying to piece together where our old house had been. It was trickier than I expected. I'd been so sure that I remembered it when I saw it, but street after street blurred right together. Ranch homes, picket fences, trees that had grown thick over the years. Then, just as I was about to call it, a house quickly snagged my eye. I slowed my car down. Big oak tree in the yard, a narrow drainage culvert running along the front, those thin vertical windows. Yeah, this is it. It had to be. I circled the block once, then twice, watching it from different angles until I fully convinced myself. Feeling a little dumb, I pulled over, parked at the curb, and stepped out. I fished my phone from my pocket and aimed it at the house. Took a few quick pictures. It felt harmless, a bit of nostalgia, nothing more. Then, behind one of those narrow windows, somebody moved. A face, a shape, watching me. I felt the flush of embarrassment hit my neck as soon as I saw the figure in the window. Some part of me knew how this probably looked. Middle-aged guy in a rental car loitering at the curb, snapping pictures of somebody's house like a total creep. I raised my hand in this awkward little wave, hoping to smooth it over, but the figure did not wave back. They just watched me. For a second, I thought maybe I should slip back into the car and just drive off. But there was something stubborn within me that just pushed back. I'm here, damn it. This is the house I grew up in, or at least I thought it was. I wanted to explain myself, maybe hear something about the old place, or maybe even get a look inside. So I drew in a quick breath, squared my shoulders, and walked up the path. That front door opened before I even reached it. The person who stepped out onto the porch was hard to pin down. Medium height, soft around the middle, shapeless old clothes, a faded hoodie and sweatpants, both stained, and thinning hair pulled back in some kind of oily knot. Their face was pale and doughy, featureless in that way that almost made my brain skip. Was it a male or female? I couldn't really say yet. Their eyes were small and watery, and they flicked over me with this expression that I couldn't quite read. "Hey there," I started again, raising a hand. "I apologize if I startled you. I grew up here years ago. I just happened to be in town and thought I'd swing by just to, see it once more." The figure on the porch tilted their head slightly and then gave me this small, stiff nod. Their mouth worked for a second like they were figuring out how to use it. "You want to see inside?" The voice was high and thin, but not quite feminine. It set my nerves jangling, but I smiled, trying to cover the tension crawling up my spine. Sure," I said lightly, stepping back onto the porch. "If that's okay with you." They stepped back and held the door wide, and I crossed that threshold. The smell was what hit me first. It was like a gut punch. Rot, cat piss, sour old trash. The air was thick with it, the kind of smell that sinks into your clothes and your skin. My nostrils flared, and I fought the instinct to cover my face. The living room was a minefield of garbage, old pizza boxes, soda cans, clothes draped over every surface. The carpet was stained with black in places, the walls were yellowed with grime. But what froze me was the figure curled up on the couch, under a filthy comforter, unmoving, just the shape of a person, bundled up tight, head tucked in, like they'd been swallowed whole by the house itself. "Wow," I said, forcing a smile. "This place sure has changed." The front door clicked. I turned in time to see the lock twist and the figure on the porch, now between me and the way out. And then they opened their mouth and screamed. Not a yell, not words, just this raw animalistic sound, bursting out of them like they were tearing up their own throat. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, hey," I shouted, hands up, backing away. "I didn't mean anything, stop." They kept screaming, stepping towards me, arms jerking in these short, frantic spasms. I stumbled back into the living room, nearly tripping over a stack of newspapers. Okay. Hey, I'm leaving." I spun toward the kitchen, heart battering in my ribs, shoes slipping on greasy linoleum. I hit the back door and yanked at it, nearly sobbing when it stuck. I slammed one of my shoulders into the frame and the door burst open. And then I was face to face with a chained pit bull, teeth bared, froth flecking at its black lips, a chain rattling against the fence as it strained towards me. Fuck. I reeled back and ducked to the side, scrambling between the house and the shed, thorns tearing at my arms as I fought my way back to the front yard. My brain was nothing but static, breath burning in my chest, feet slipping on dirt and dead leaves. As I rounded the corner, I saw them, the figure back from the porch, tearing across the grass toward me, mouth still open in that nightmarish scream, hands clawing at the air. "Get the fuck away from me!" I barked, shoving hard as they lunged at me. They then staggered sideways, feet tangling in the grass. I didn't wait to see them hit the ground. I slammed into the car door and wrenched it open, dove inside and jammed the lock down with shaking fingers. When the engine roared to life, I whipped the car around in a spray of gravel, tires shrieking as I shot back down that road. In the rear view, I caught a last glimpse of the yard. The figure collapsed in a heap on the lawn, and a neighbor, this older man in work clothes, hurrying across the street toward them, hand raised in this calming gesture. I was breathing super hard. My chest was aching and my hands were shaking so badly I barely kept my car straight on the road. What the fuck was that? What just happened? I hit the cross streets at the end of the block, heart still jackhammering in my chest. I didn't even realize I'd been muttering under my breath that whole time until I heard myself. Fragments of cursing, half-formed prayers, a constant stream of noise to drown out that panic. I finally forced myself to slow the car and just take it all in where I was. That's when it clicked. The corner of the old stone church on one side, the gas station on the other, it was familiar. I eased to a stop, hands trembling on the wheel, and looked left. And there, tucked on the opposite side of the lane, was the house. My house. Neat little lawn, fresh paint on the porch, curtains pulled back in the front window. There was a garden in the side yard, rows of flowers, and a woman gray-haired stooping, wearing a floppy sun hat, tending to those plants with this quiet focus. I sat there staring across the street as the realization sank into my bones like cold water. I'd taken a wrong turn back there, circled a block far too wide, and drifted down the wrong street, landed at somebody else's door. Somebody whose life had clearly gone off the rails in a way that I couldn't have imagined. I watched the woman for a few seconds longer, and she moved slowly, deliberately, trimming back the hedge, tucking a stray lock of hair underneath her hat. She never looked up, and I didn't get out. Whatever urge I felt earlier to connect with my past, to revisit the rooms where I'd once played with toys and eaten cereal on Saturday mornings, it was long gone now, burnt out. All I wanted was to get back on the highway and away from these streets and away from that rot and confusion and narrow escape. I turned the wheel and pulled away from the intersection, heading back towards the main drag. Somewhere I figured there had to be a diner or a sandwich shop that I could stop at, drink something cold, catch my breath before the long drive home. But even as I drove, that image of the first house would not leave me. The smell, the screaming shapeless figure, and that face behind that bundle on the couch, hidden under the reeking blanket. Now, I never saw it, and I'm grateful for that, but the shape of it has stayed with me, pressed into the back of my mind. And I told myself it was just a wrong turn. Every summer when Kate and I would go to visit my dad in the city, it felt like stepping into another life. We lived with my mom the rest of the year, inside a small town where nothing really would ever happen, but the minute we hit Dad's place, everything seemed to speed up. There were a lot more cars, more lights, and a lot more noise. And that summer, when I was 14 and Kate was 11, all I could think about was the mall. It was the early 2000s when the mall was really everything. The food court, the music stores, the rack of jeans and hoodies, places you would go to hang out and be seen. My dad didn't get it, but he humored us. As soon as we arrived that weekend, I was already making plans with Kate and Kelly, this neighbor girl that I'd known for a couple of summers. Kelly was 15, a little bit cooler than us and a little sharper, but we were set, just the three of us unleashed upon that mall. When Saturday came, Dad agreed to drop us off. 2 hours, he said, then meet him at the same entrance. Easy enough. We were jittery with excitement, clutching our allowance, ready to chase down the stores that I've been dreaming about all year long. The second we spilled out of my dad's car, we were off like a shot. The mall doors whooshed open and swallowed us into this blur of music, perfume, and a constant shuffle of other people.
Kelly took the lead at first, guiding us through the first wave of stores. Claire's, Wet Seal, Hot Topic, while Kate clung to my side, wide-eyed and grinning. We blew through our money fast, grabbing lip gloss, cheap jewelry, and a couple of graphic tees. We hit the food court for soda, laughing so hard that we choked on the drinks itself. For those first 90 minutes, everything was perfect. And that's when it hit me. I remembered the store. Last summer, I stumbled upon this tucked-away place that had the best jeans. Not just cheaper, but better. And for some reason, I immediately became obsessed with finding it again. I convinced Kate and Kelly to follow me, weaving us deeper into the mall's belly, past stores I no longer recognized, past the scent of pretzels and fries, into quieter wings where the music dimmed and the crowds thinned out as well. I swear it's just past this next corner, I kept saying. But every corner led to another dull stretch of storefronts, another maze of turns. Kelly began to fidget, glancing at her phone. Kate was a lot quieter now, looking up at me with that younger sibling worry as I tried to pretend that I didn't see it. "I think we should head back," Kelly said finally. "Just 2 more minutes," I promised, feeling the heat rise up in my cheeks. I was so sure, just dead sure that it was just ahead of us. We turned one last corner and walked straight into a dead end. It was blindingly white, except for the 2 gray employee-only doors. The soft hum of overhead lights buzzed in the silence, and I stared at it, my mouth now dry and chest tight with a sudden snap of realization that we were deep in the mall and completely turned around. Then behind us came this soft laugh. We whipped around. 2 guys were standing there, older, maybe 17 or 18. Both wore black hoodies, jeans hanging low, their faces thin and sharp under greasy hair. One had a smear of acne across his chin. The other twirled a keychain around his finger, the clink of metal sharp in the stillness. "Hey," Acne Guy said, grinning widely. "Are you girls lost?" "No," Kelly said quickly. "We're fine." "Oh yeah?" Keychain Guy said, stepping closer. "You guys look pretty turned around to me." My stomach bottomed out. Kelly then slid in front of us, chin raised. "Back off!" She whipped out her phone, and before I could blink, Acne Guy lunged. He snatched it from her hand and snapped it clean in half, the crack of plastic echoing off the walls. Kate made a small noise like a sob caught in her throat. "Don't," I breathed. The other guy pulled something out from his pocket, a knife, small and silver, glinting in the light. He smiled without showing any of his teeth. "All right, let's play a game, girls," he said softly. "Drop your bags and drop your clothes." Kate whimpered, Kelly's fist clench. I could feel the edges of my vision start to go blurry. My heart was thudding in my throat so loud it drowned out everything else. And then a voice cut through it all. "Hey!" We all froze. An older man was striding toward us, walkie-talkie in hand, can of pepper spray in the other. Security. He wore that uniform like armor, dark jacket, stiff cap, and his face was hard and cold. "The hell's going on here?" He barked at us. The boy spun. Hoodie Guy yanked his up, covering his face, and Acne Guy ducked his head, and without another word, they bolted, sneakers slapping the tiled floor as they disappeared round the corner. The security guard stopped in front of us, breathing hard, eyes darting after them, then down at us. "Are you girls okay?" I nodded, shaking all over, and Kelly was shaking too, fists still clenched. Kate was in tears, sagging against my side. "Come on, girls," this guard said, voice gentler now. "Let's get you somewhere safe." The walk to the office felt endless. My legs were rubber, my chest was tight, every step buzzing with leftover fear. Kate was clinging to my arm, still sniffling, and Kelly just stayed quiet. Her jaw was set and eyes hard. The security guard didn't really say much, just led us through side hallways, occasionally speaking into his radio. Inside that office, the lights were harsh. The walls were bare except for a map of the mall and a rack of keys. Another guard handed us some tissues, and somebody called my dad. I sat there shaking, trying to replay it all in my mind. The grin, the snap of the phone, the flash of the knife. It felt like a bad dream. My dad showed up 20 minutes later, breathless and face pale.
He crushed Kate and me into a hug so tight I thought I was going to pass out, then pulled Kelly in too, muttering thanks to the security guards. We told him our story and everything once we got in the car, our voices tumbling over one another, and when we finished, his face was this strange mix of fury and guilt. "I shouldn't have left you girls alone," he muttered, gripping the steering wheel hard. "That's not happening again." We left them all behind without looking back, and I don't know if the police even found those boys, at least as far as we know. And the mall never called us to follow anything up. But after that summer, things did in fact change. My dad didn't drop us off anywhere anymore. I stopped wanting to wander so far from people that I trusted. And Kate, for months after, refused to go anywhere without me. It was just a wrong turn. That's what I kept telling myself over and over. But sometimes one wrong turn is all it takes to learn how fast everything can go dark. We were planning that caving trip for weeks, I think months if you count the idle talk before we actually set a hard date. It wasn't our first time down there, at least not for me, and definitely not for Lee. The place was a known hangout, an old limestone cave system on the edge of town. Something every college kid in the area eventually would explore. It wasn't exactly a secret, and it gave this strange reputation. Equal parts no big deal, and absolute nightmare, depending on who you asked. There were 5 of us that morning: me, Lee, Matt, Chris, and Weston. We pulled into the trailhead in 2 cars, hauling bags of gear, helmets, water, and a mix of excitement and nerves that you get when you're about to do something a little stupid. I remember standing at the cave mouth, gear cinched tight, sun already blotted out by the ridge overhead, feeling that cool breath of the cave blow across my face. Nobody said it out loud, but we all felt it. The shift from open sky to the black hole of a rock. I'm a pretty cautious guy by nature, maybe even obsessively, but I kept that tucked under my grin as we dropped into the dark. Inside, it was as expected. Narrow switchbacks, damp walls, the wet scrape of boots on stone. Lee and I led the way, pointing out familiar markers, the route that we all knew that we should loop back to the surface in a tight 2-mile circuit. I wasn't worried, at least not yet. But in caves, things really don't stay familiar for too long. That's the first rule you forget when you think you know what you're doing. We slipped deeper, headlamps throwing pale beams across slick stone and narrow gaps. The air turned cool and wet, carrying the mineral smell of damp rock and old earth. Lee kept up his usual running commentary, pointing out landmarks, cracks in the wall that resembled faces, and of course, odd graffiti left behind by past visitors. Chris and Matt cracked jokes behind us, their voices bouncing weirdly off the walls, sometimes sounding closer than they actually were. Weston stayed mostly quiet, breathing through his mouth, his footsteps light as if trying not to disturb the dark itself. I continued to take mental notes as we moved. Sharp left at the narrow chute, down the belly crawl, right at the open chamber with the old fire marks. The loop was imprinted in my head, I was sure of it. We reached that 3-way split maybe an hour in, the place where the tunnel fractured, leading left, center, and then right into the earth. "Center's the main loop," Lee said confidently, shining his headlamp straight ahead. "It curves back around to the chute." I frowned, shaking my head. "No, it's left. I remember the left turn." Lee scoffed at me. "Man, you're thinking of the old map. They rerouted some of this after the collapse a few years back. Just trust me." For a minute, the group hesitated, eyes flicking between me and Lee. Eventually, Lee's authority won out altogether. We shifted gear, squeezed packs tighter, and filed into that center tunnel. It did not take long for things to quickly change. That center path narrowed really fast, walls closing in until we were moving single file, shoulders brushing against the stone. In some of those spots, we had to edge sideways over these narrow ledges. A black drop yawning beneath us, a place where one slip meant a fall nobody would walk away from. Matt made these nervous jokes, Chris swore under his breath, and Weston was still completely silent. I brought up the rear, watching the light flicker on the walls ahead, trying not to think about how the air felt thinner in here, the kind of thin that makes you pull each breath a little deeper. And that's when those noises started. At first it was really small, the faint clatter of pebbles behind me, a soft shuffle like shoes over stone. I turned fast, shining my headlamp down the tunnel that we'd come through, but there was nothing there, just the same narrow path, completely empty. Okay, maybe it was just some loose rock, the echo of our own movement, maybe a bat shifting in a crevice. But the sound came again, a faint scruff this time, something soft brushing against the wall. "Guys," I called forward, keeping my voice as steady as I could. "You hear that?" Nobody answered, and I kept moving. We crossed a section where the path tilted steeply upward, requiring hands and knees to scramble over this slick stone. By the time we leveled out, the air was now heavier and the tunnel was tighter. Sense of direction had begun to slip from underneath us. Lee finally stopped, panting, sweat cutting streaks through the dirt in his face. "All right," he muttered, turning to me. "I think maybe we should have turned left." I didn't gloat, I didn't smile, I just stared at him, heart pounding, mouth dry. "I think we should keep going," I said quietly. Lee blinked. What? Why?" I adjusted my helmet and glanced back down the path. "Because I don't think we're alone in here, guys." The words came out cold, matter of fact, like reading a lab report, but I felt a tremor in my chest. Chris snorted in response. "Dude, do not screw with us right now." Weston spoke up, his voice was low and tight. "I heard something too, breathing in a voice." Now that silenced everybody. We checked our batteries, gulped down some water, and tried to crack a few more nervous jokes, but nobody laughed. Then, a scream, thin and high, echoing down the tunnel, rising up from the deep like something peeling itself out of the stone. We froze. Lee hissed, "Back, back now." We stumbled into motion, shifting backwards at first, then turning and half jogging, headlamps bouncing wildly over the stone. We reached the split, and I panicked. My mind snagged on the wrong map, muscle memory pulling me left. Not the real left, but the middle tunnel we'd just come from. We were halfway down before Lee's shout stopped us. "No, not that way!" he roared, grabbing my pack and yanking me hard. "Left! Far left!" That sound then came again. Scraping, rattling, breath on stones, something was moving. Fast. We bolted into the left tunnel, feet pounding, hands slapping against the wall for balance. The air sharpened, cold enough to burn your lungs, but the path up ahead curved. And up meant hope. Up meant light. My headlamp caught the first glint of it around 40 minutes later. Faint, washed out sunlight bleeding through the last stretch of stone. We all tore up that final incline, legs trembling, boots slipping, and burst off into the daylight like drowning men breaking the surface. We didn't even stop after we broke. Not until we were halfway down the hill, gulping air, clawing at helmets on our heads. We reached the cars without another word, tossed our gear in, and drove. I don't think anybody spoke until we were 20 miles from the cave. Back in town, we parked at a diner, mostly because it was open and had lights that felt a little brighter, normal. We sat in a corner booth, muddy, scratched up, and hands still trembling when we reached for water glasses. Nobody really had an appetite, though. I don't get it," Lee muttered, finally rubbing his eyes. "I know that center tunnel loop back. It's on every map, every forum, every trip report." I watched him from across the table, watched the way his hands trembled and how his face was pale under all that dirt. "Well, it didn't today," I said quietly. Weston hunched over his drink, shoulders tight, jaw clenched. Matt stared into the middle of the distance. Chris kept flicking his phone on and off, checking for a signal. We sat there for a long time, picking apart the what-ifs, the maybes, the rational explanations, Maybe it was just an animal, a mountain lion probably. We pushed into its space, maybe even trapped it deeper inside. That would explain the noises, the breath, even the scream. But I'm not sure if anybody believed that. That night back at our dorms, I tried to sleep, but the dark had changed me. The dark wasn't absent anymore, it was present. For days after, I dug through every online forum, every local archive, even called a couple of caving clubs. Nothing. No legends, no ghost stories, no disappearances or any kind of sightings. Just a cave system that ate up careless college kids, spat them back out rattled and bruised and waiting for the next ones. Lee sent me a link the next week, some wildlife article about mountain lions in the area, complete with grainy trail cam shots and warning about cubs. He signed off with, "Must have been that, right?" I couldn't find an answer for him, because here's the thing. I know what a mountain lion sounds like. Sure, they can scream like a woman, but what about everything else? What I heard in that cave, those sharp breaths, the scratching, the voice whispering just out of reach, none of that belonged to claws or fangs. I think it belonged to something older, something deeper, something still waiting down there in the dark, listening for the next wrong turn. All the while, I can't help but wonder, when we ran, when we scrambled back into the light, when Lee grabbed my pack and yanked me onto the right path, what would have actually happened if I kept leading us the wrong way? I've lived in Ohio for my entire life, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. People laugh when I say that, like it's some godforsaken tundra of dead malls and cornfields. But there's something about this place, something gritty and strange, the kind of place where the stories never really die. You grow up here, you hear things, little bits and pieces at first, urban legends, campfire tales, warnings from the older kids. Then you get older, you start digging for yourself. And it's like pulling on a thread that never truly ends. For me, the weird stuff would start early. I was 8 when I first heard about the grassmen, these Bigfoot-like creatures people swore they'd seen crouching in the grasslands, peeking over fence posts, watching from the edges of soybean fields. They weren't really just stories, at least not to the folks who lived in the rural pockets where the sightings actually took place. Guys like my Uncle Denny had entire theories about them. "They're ancient," he would say. He'd whisper after a few butt heavies. "Older than we are, older than the woods themselves." That kind of talk messes with the kid, you know? It sticks with you. But I liked it. It gave the place some kind of character. Ohio's got this polite church on Sunday face it shows the world, but underneath it, there's rotten mystery and all kinds of old bones buried in the dirt. I fell in love with that duality. I started reading everything I could. Local ghost stories, missing person cases, weird folklore. I wasn't just a fan of the spooky stuff. I lived for it. By high school, I was full-blown obsessed with it all. I started messing with this old camcorder that I bought off Facebook Marketplace, recording little monologues in creepy places, storm drains, abandoned playgrounds, half-collapsed barns. I called it Rust Belt Shadows. It was going to be a whole channel. I had plans to make it big. Hundreds of followers, maybe even a podcast if I played my cards right. That's what led me to Gore Orphanage. I'd heard whispers about it for years. Even the name had that burn-your-tongue feel to it. Like something straight out of a slasher flick. A real place in Vermilion, tucked away in the woods, supposedly cursed beyond repair. Fires, death, screaming children, all the ingredients of a good urban legend. So, naturally, I had to go see it for myself. I made the drive up to Vermilion on a warm Sunday in October, one of those days where the air feels like it's pretending to be summer, but the light has already shifted into that softer, amber kind of mood. It took a few hours, even with the back roads. My GPS kept losing signal near the end, and I had to stop and ask some old guy smoking on his front porch for directions. He didn't even look up when I mentioned the orphanage. just pointed with that hand holding a cigarette and muttered, "It ain't worth it, son." That should have been the first red flag. The second would have been the path in. You can't just straight up drive up to the place. It's tucked behind a barricade where the road ends, and you have to hoof it through a trail cut into the woods. It's half paved and half dirt. The place where you would feel watched, even in the daylight. My camera was already rolling. I narrated as I walked, cracking a few dumb jokes to keep the mood light, but I wasn't really laughing. After maybe 20 minutes of walking, the trees opened up into a wide clearing, and there it was, or at least what was left of it. Nothing but the stone foundation, cracked and choked with weeds, and a few rotting boards lying in the dirt, like broken ribs. You could tell the building had stood here once, big too. The walls were long gone, but the air around it felt heavy, like something was still occupying the space. I circled the ruins with my camera, trying to find a good angle. I could already picture the thumbnail, "Exploring Gore Orphanage, haunted as hell." And then I noticed him. Across the clearing, maybe 40 yards away, there was a man standing in the trees. And I'd say man, but he didn't look right. Dude was really thin, dressed in black from head to toe, just standing there, not moving. No face that I could see. I tried zooming in, but by the time I had the lens focused, he was gone, vanished. My stomach dropped. Could that have been another urbexer? Had to be, I told myself. Or maybe just a local messing around with me. But I had that distinct feeling that I was not supposed to be here. I continued to film because what else could I do? I wasn't going to drive all this way, walk 20 minutes into the woods just to punk out because some jackass wanted to play Blair Witch with me. I made my way through the rest of the foundation, narrating a little softer now, constantly watching the woods between every line. It got darker a lot quicker than I expected it to. The shadows were stretching long, like arms dragging across the ground. I spotted him again near one of the thicker groves, just standing there, but this time he was closer. I didn't say anything, just slowly turned the camera in his direction and zoomed in. Then I watched him duck behind a tree. So I moved a little closer, and I'm honestly not sure why. Something about him just felt wrong, and I guess not in a creepy way, but broken in the brain kind of wrong, if that makes sense. Like he wasn't out here for fun, like he lived out here, like he'd always been here. That's when noises started happening. Not loud, just kind of like rustling, low murmurs, like whispers behind your ear that you can't quite make out. I called out to him. "Hey man, I'm just filming, I'm not here to mess anything up." I got no response. I figured he was in fact screwing with me, so I just turned back to the clearing to wrap things up and leave. I started towards the trail, keeping the camera running just in case this dude popped up again on me. That's when I heard footsteps. Not walking, but running, behind me. I turned fast as my heart was thudding and I saw him, or it, barreling towards me from the edge of the trees. Same black figure, moving far too fast. Arms pumping like pistons, head low, body twitching like it was barely holding itself together. I bolted. The path out wasn't straight either, and I was running blind, camera swinging wildly in my hand. I could hear him behind me the whole time, feet slapping the dirt, branches snapping, and he was gaining on me. I knew it. There's no way I was going to make it to the car in time. I barely made it 10 feet before I felt something. No, I guess it was multiple somethings slam into my back. It felt like a dozen hands shoving me at once, not pushing, but lifting and then throwing. I hit the ground so hard my vision widened out. My camera flew from my hand and landed somewhere behind me, skittering off into the leaves. I gasped out loud, choking for breath. The wind was knocked clean out of me. I still didn't look back. I couldn't. I got to my feet and limp and half staggered, half ran towards my car. My left ankle was throbbing, like fire with every step. I heard more than just one set of footsteps behind me now. I heard the whispers again, but this time they were louder. Angry and sad, and it didn't sound like it was in English. At least, not anything I could understand. The trail broke open at last, and I saw my car parked crooked inside the weeds. I I slammed into the door and yanked it open and dove inside. I locked everything immediately, fumbling with my keys into the ignition, and stared out through the windshield. There were figures in the trees, not one, not two, at least half a dozen, maybe more, all black, all motionless, just standing there at the edge of the woods, watching me. None of them were moving. I couldn't see faces, just shapes, like shadows peeled up off the forest floor, like grief made solid in front of me. I took off out of there without even grabbing my camera. I didn't care. I'd seen enough. I didn't end up telling anybody for a couple of days. I didn't even post the footage that I had. It felt wrong. Like it belonged to somebody else, kind of wrong. I drove straight home, ankle swelling, chest bruised from the fall, and sat in my car for a long time replaying it all in my head. The figures, the voices, the push. I know I didn't dream it. I know I didn't fall on my own. Something was indeed out there, and it didn't want to be seen. Eventually, I started digging. At first, I just wanted to prove to myself that it was local kids messing with me, maybe squatters hanging out, or some old pervert with a scare the teens kind of fetish. But the deeper I went, the stranger things really got. It turns out there was no quote-unquote Gore orphanage. Not really. The name itself came from a mix-up. Gore was the surname of the family that had once owned land in the area, and the word got tangled up in old legends and that constant retelling. The actual structure people point to when they say Gore Orphanage was the Swift Mansion, built in the mid-1800s. A man named Joseph Swift ran it, and it changed hands several times before falling into ruin. Later, another building nearby became the Light of Hope Orphanage, closer to what the stories actually talk about. That place had a real history, real pain. Records show that multiple children died while under the orphanage's care. Disease, neglect, malnutrition. One fire supposedly took out a whole wing. Some accounts say a caretaker locked the doors while it burned. Others say the kids were already dead before the fire even started. All of it's a little muddy. Hearsay stacked on top of hearsay. But the emotional weight of it sticks around like it smells in your clothes. People talk about hearing children screaming in the woods, about handprints being left on their car after visiting the site itself. One guy even swore a girl followed him home and stood at the edge of his bed every night for a week, soaking wet and silent. Now, I don't know how much of that I believe. I only know what happened to me. Whatever those figures were, people, spirits, shadows, they obviously didn't want me there. They didn't want to be filmed or seen or remembered. And yet that legend spreads. Teenagers still dare one another to go. Paranormal investigators set up those static cams and beg the spirits to speak to them. And I guess I kind of did the same. I asked to see something strange and the orphanage gave it to me. That was the last Urbex video that I ever filmed. That channel idea died right there in those woods. But occasionally, late at night when I can't fall asleep, I'll open up Google Earth and find that clearing again. I zoom in and stare at it like it's a bruise. And I wonder if the camera that I dropped is still out there, half buried in the leaves, recording shadows and whispers until the battery finally gave up. I lived for the mall. Back then in the early 2000s and into 2010s, it was literally everything. A whole world packed under one roof. You could walk for hours and never run out of places to poke around at. Snacks to eat, people to stare at. My friends and I would go every weekend without fail, sometimes even after school if we could talk our parents into it. We didn't always buy things and we didn't really have to. That wasn't the point. The mall was ours. Loud, overlit, kind of gross sometimes, but it was still ours. We knew the layout by heart, the best benches, the bathrooms with the least foot traffic, which shop managers didn't care if you loitered. I even had a favorite soda fountain in the food court, if you can believe that. The mall was freedom. It was a teenage dream with neon carpet and a broken air hockey table that ate your quarters. I personally didn't grow up with much, so for me, those weekends in the malls were pure gold. The scent of cheap perfume in the air, the way the sun hit the skylights, and the constant thump of music bleeding out of the stores. Those were the good years. It felt safe, familiar, like nothing bad could happen if you stayed within the fluorescent glow. But something did happen, something awful and stupid and very real. It was another weekend, like any other, when I learned that danger doesn't always look like danger. It doesn't always wear a ski mask and shout from some kind of dark alley. Sometimes it smiles at you. Sometimes it has perfect teeth and holds a door open for you. Sometimes it walks right up to your lunch table and asks if you want to see something cool. There were 4 of us that day, me, Jess, Raven, and Asha. We weren't the most popular girls in school, but we weren't invisible either. Just your average crew of public school nobodies trying to kill time before graduation. We were 17, full of opinions and full of ourselves. And of course, full of bad decisions. We did what we always did. Hit a few stores, tried on some sunglasses that weren't going to buy, and then talked shit about everybody that we passed. I remember we stopped at Hot Topic and made fun of the shirts, and hit Spencer's and got weirded out by the stuff in the back. Nothing out of the ordinary, I guess. Eventually, we headed back to the food court. That was always the meetup spot, the nucleus of the mall. Jess wanted some Annie Ann's, Raven was all about Sbarro, and Asha and I went for Chinese. It was our kind of thing, piling up on too much orange chicken and pretending that we'd finish it all. We met back at the table near the merry-go-round. You know the one. The weird corner table that nobody ever used, way too far from the vending machines, and I think that's why we liked it. It was quieter. We sat there, we ate, and we gossiped. The carousel was out of order that day. All the lights were off and no music. It made the place feel kind of hollow. And that's when he showed up. He looked around our age, maybe a year older. Tan skin, black hair, clean hoodie, and nice shoes. He had this effortless smile. The kind of smile that makes you want to smile back without even thinking about it. And he said his name was Ivan. He said he just moved here from out of state. Couldn't remember where exactly, but his accent was hard to place. Slightly European, maybe? His voice was soft, like he didn't want to interrupt us, but also didn't plan on leaving. "You mind if I sit?" he asked us. We looked at each other and just shrugged. Asha said, "Sure." So he did, and he just kind of blended in. Started asking questions, who we were, what we liked, how long we lived there. It didn't feel like flirting at first, more like curiosity. We weren't dumb, and none of us were falling for it, but I'll admit, he was hot and charming, and we greatly outnumbered him, so we rolled with it. He told us he had this sweet car, an Audi, brand new, barely broken in. "I parked it on the second level," he said. "Top corner. Just kind of wanted it away from everybody else, you know?" We nodded, laughed, and played along with him. You want to see it?" I remember that moment so clearly now. Asha and Raven giggled and nudged each other. Jess leaned forward and said, "Sure, I guess, why not?" But I seemed like the only one who was hesitating. Something in his tone, and I guess it wasn't the words, it was just how comfortable he was. Way too comfortable, like we were already in his back pocket. "We should go," Asha said, already standing. Jess looked at me. "You coming?" "We can't even drive it," I muttered. "What's the point?" "He said it's dope," Raven said. "Take a picture for your MySpace or something, whatever." Everybody laughed, and I guess that sealed it. We followed him out of the food court, across the main floor, and into the back corridor where the elevators and stairwells were. It got quiet fast. Those long dead zones in the mall where the sound would disappear. The ones that smelled like cleaner and spilled soda. Ivan took the stairs. "Elevators give me anxiety," he said, laughing over his shoulder, flashing that perfect grin again. We followed him up one level. The garage was dim, a mix of daylight filtering through the concrete gaps and old yellow halogens that barely were doing their job. It was kind of cold too, even though it was a warm day. "Over here," Ivan said, leading us to the furthest corner of the level. Sure enough, there was an Audi, silver, shiny, and low to the ground. It looked like a magazine car, and I could see the girl's eyes immediately light up. Raven already had her phone out for pictures.
I stepped closer and froze. Dust. A thick coat of it clinging to the glass, the hood, the rims. This car had not moved in a while. You could see where somebody had wiped a streak on the windshield, probably Ivan himself, a lazy attempt to make it seem clean. I thought it was new, I said, narrowing my eyes. It is, he said far too quickly. Jess was near the back taking selfies. Asha leaned up against the passenger door. Keys? I asked him. What? You said it was yours. Fire it up. He hesitated. It's loud. Security comes sometimes. Start it, I said again. He laughed. Don't worry, it's mine. Why don't you just get in? And then I saw a van. It rolled down from the third level, quiet, black, and nondescript. No logos, no stickers. It didn't drift like it was looking for a space. It was aiming straight for us. Guys, I whispered, we need to go. What? Jess asked, confused. Run. Ivan moved fast, faster than I thought he could. He stepped in front of us at the stairwell, arms spread out. Where are you going? He said, grinning wider now, far too wide. His voice had lost all that softness. I just wanted to show you girls something. Move, I said. You don't have to be scared. The van's engine revved and its back door slid open with a tri-mechanical sh. Two men jumped out, both in black hoodies, black ski masks. One was holding a bag, the other something that looked like zip ties. Jess screamed, and I shoved Ivan with everything I had and bolted for the stairs. We scattered. Raven tripped and slammed into a pillar but kept going. Asha grabbed Jess's hand and dragged her towards the stairwell. Nobody stopped to look back. We hit those stairs so hard that I thought I was going to break my legs. Jess was crying, Raven was bleeding from her elbow, and Asha just kept yelling, go, 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 like a mantra. My legs barely felt real. I don't even remember touching half the steps. We practically fell down every single one. Behind us, I heard footsteps now, fast and heavy, and then the scream of tires. By the time we exploded onto the ground level and into the mall corridor, the van was tearing out of the exit ramp, blasting through the gate and clipping that concrete barrier on the way out. We stumbled into the main hall, grabbed the first adult that we could see, a security guard near the food court, and screamed for help. I called 911 with shaking hands and told them everything in a rush of breathless terror. The cops showed up fast, too fast for anything like this to be fake. They searched the garage, took our statements, and tried to reassure us. But there really wasn't much they could say. That van was gone, Ivan was gone, and the Audi, stolen plates, didn't belong to anybody local. We showed them where everything happened. They found a pair of gloves in a drain and a piece of black cord, but no fingerprints. No footage, of course, because none of the cameras worked on that level. Either they were broken or disabled. That night my mom held me and I cried until I couldn't breathe. I didn't go to the mall until next weekend or the one after that, and eventually I just stopped going altogether. It really ruined that place for me. We never found out who Ivan really was. Police said it fit the pattern of attempted trafficking. You girls did the right thing, one of the detectives told us. Most don't get this lucky. And that word is kind of still stuck with me. That word, lucky. Lucky that I noticed the dust. Lucky that I didn't trust that smile. And lucky that we ran. Asha moved to another state eventually. Jess refused to talk about it. And Raven still gets nervous inside parking garages. I didn't grow up in Connecticut, but I spent a good chunk of my 20s there. Lived in Danbury, worked odd jobs, tried to save money, didn't do anything in particular that was exciting. It was the kind of place you could really disappear in. Trees and hills and more history than anybody talks about. People think of Connecticut and imagine prep schools and yacht clubs, but drive 10 minutes in the wrong direction and you're surrounded by thick woods.
Crooked old barns, graveyards with headstones that lean like broken teeth. There's a lot of weird stuff hiding in those trees too. Local legends that never made it out of New England. It isn't specifically the Midwest, but it's close enough that some of their legends spill over the state lines. Some of the old-timers used to talk about Glowacus, supposedly a mountain lion crossed with a bear that screams like a banshee. There's also the Leatherman, who used to walk in a giant circle through the state wearing nothing but a patchwork suit of animal hides. Then there's the Melonheads, and I swear to you, until it happened to me, I thought it was the dumbest story I've ever heard. There's a few versions out there. One says there was a mental hospital somewhere in the woods, and in the 50s it burnt down. 30 patients got loose and then vanished into those hills. Another version goes back further, colonial days. Some family accused of witchcraft, exiled to the forest and forgotten. Either way, the ending's kind of the same. Inbreeding, malnutrition, generations of isolation. Kids born with hydrocephalus, big, swollen heads and twisted limbs. They're said to live deep in the woods, hunting at night, feeding on anything they can catch. Deer, stray dogs, people if they're lucky enough. I heard the stories. Everybody who's lived in Connecticut long enough definitely has. But I didn't believe any of it. Not really. I mean, what sane person would? Then came that drive. It was a Friday night and I just finished up a delivery in New Haven and was cutting across the back roads to get to my parents' place near Kent. I was running late, 2 hours behind schedule, pitch black outside and nobody else on the road. I took a winding 2-lane highway that cut through the dense forest for miles at a time. No other lights, no houses, just woods and more woods. Like the whole state had decided to just vanish that night. I didn't know what road I was on exactly, I just kind of figured I'd pop out near Litchfield eventually. I had music going, coffee in the cup holder, windows down to keep me awake. And that's when I saw something moving in the trees. It wasn't a deer and it wasn't a shadow. It was something walking upright. And that's when things got really weird. At first I assumed it's my eyes playing tricks on me. A long day on a dark road, flickering shadows from the high beams, but whatever it was, it moved again, just beyond the shoulder, slow and deliberately. I caught the shape of it for half a second. Thin arms, head far too big for the body, and it was close. Much closer than I wanted it to be. I eased off the gas and tapped the brakes, trying to see through the trees. And then it darted out in front of me, right in front of the car. I slammed on the brakes and swerved, tires squealing against cracked asphalt. The thing ran across the road on 2 legs, hunched and fast, vanishing into the opposite tree line like it had done this 1,000 times before. I sat there, heart pounding, blinkers clicking in the silence. What the hell was that? I didn't want to say it was a deer because it wasn't a deer, but it wasn't a person either, unless that person had a pumpkin for a skull and moved like a jackrabbit on meth. I should have kept driving, should have just muttered nope and peeled right out of there, but I didn't. Curiosity got the better of me, or maybe it was the adrenaline. Either way, I reached into the glove box, pulled out a flashlight and the canister of pepper spray that I kept in my college days. I slipped out of the car and left it running, just in case I needed a bolt. The woods were quiet, no bugs, no wind, no animals rustling in the brush. Just the steady hum of my engine behind me and the crunch of gravel underneath my shoes. I walked 20, maybe 30 yards towards the spot where I saw it disappear. Nothing but trees and rocks, and that weird moss that grows like hair on the stones. I scanned the area with my flashlight. Everything looked pretty normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching me, and not just one something, multiple. I started to turn back when I heard a noise. A whoop. Not a human sound, higher pitched, guttural, like a scream that had been buried alive. It came from deep in the woods, and then another answered. This one was closer. I froze. The flashlight trembled in my hand. I wanted to run, but my legs weren't answering me. I saw it again, and this time it was moving toward me, walking slow and steady along the edge of the road, just inside the trees. That same frail body, bare feet, skin like wax, and the head, swollen and stretched, veiny and blotchy, like a rotten melon. Its eyes were small and glassy, but I could feel them on me, locked in. I backed away fast. My heel caught the chunk of asphalt and I stumbled. And that's when the woods exploded. Shapes moved in the dark, fast and erratic, low to the ground at first, but then standing up. I counted 5, 6, maybe more. All of them thin, lurching, with heads too big and limbs too long. They made these soft chittering noises, almost like laughter, but it was all wrong. Like something trying to mimic laughter. I turned to run back to the car and slammed right into something standing behind me. It knocked me off balance. I fell hard and scrambled backwards. My flashlight rolled away and then died in the grass. I looked up. The thing hovered over me, silhouetted against the headlights. Its head was huge, easily twice the size of mine. Eyes like marbles, patches of wispy hair clung to its scalp like seaweed. It wore this filthy button-up shirt, several sizes too big, hanging down like a hospital gown. Its arms were bony. The skin was the color of paper left out too long in the sun. It raised one hand and touched my shoulder. Just a brush of its finger, but the smell that came off of it was sweet rot, wet dirt, something worse underneath, and it made bile rise up in my throat immediately. I screamed. I sprayed the pepper spray right in its face, a solid blast. It recoiled immediately, clawing at its eyes, shrieking like a wounded animal. I didn't wait. I sprayed everything in a wide arc and ran blindly towards the car, still hosing down the night behind me. I could hear them, footsteps slapping the road, howls of pain and fury. Some of them ran into the pepper cloud and started coughing and retching, clawing at their own faces. I heard one of them fall and crack its head against something hard. I made it to the driver's seat and dove in, slamming the door and locking it in the same motion. The moment I hit the gas, something slammed into the front side of the car. I swerved and peeled out, tearing down the road with tires squealing, engine groaning in protest, but I didn't stop, not once. I didn't care about the speed limits or potholes or deer, I just drove. In the mirror, I saw shadows running after me for a few hundred feet before they finally gave up and melted back into the trees. I didn't stop until I hit the next town over, Woodbury, I think. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely even steer. I pulled into the first gas station that I saw, one of those old ones with flickering pumps and a single person working that night shift inside. I parked crooked, left the engine running, and stumbled into the store. The guy behind the counter looked up from a magazine and froze when he saw me. I must have looked like hell, sweaty, pale, eyes wide. He didn't say a word as I walked straight up and asked, "What the hell lives in these woods west of here?" He didn't blink, just slowly lowered the magazine and said, "You stopped the car, didn't you?" I nodded, still breathing heavily. He sighed and rubbed his jaw. "Nobody stops there through after dark. Locals know better. Melonhead country. You keep moving. That's the rule." What are they?" I asked, barely even getting the words out. He gave me this half shrug like it didn't even matter. "Used to be people, a long time ago. They aren't bad. Too much time alone out there though. Too much inbreeding, hunger, and darkness. Some say they're mutants, others say they're cursed. Doesn't really make a difference though. They'll take what they can get." I stood there shaking, not sure if I wanted to throw up or cry. I told him everything, what I saw, what I did, and he just listened. When I finished, he nodded towards the pumps. "Gas up. Don't stop again. Not even if something's in the road." I filled up my tank, my hands trembling, eyes locked on the trees at the edge of the lot. I called my parents next and told them that I was coming in hot. My dad's voice got real serious when I told him what happened. "Don't stop the car, son," he said. "Whatever happens, just keep it moving." And that's what I did. I made it home without another incident. Slept maybe an hour that night. The next day, I looked everything up, found old forum posts, folklore blogs, blurry photos, wild theories. But the stories lined up. Always at night, always the back roads, always somebody stopping when they shouldn't have. So, I'm sure you can guess, but I don't drive through those woods anymore, especially at night. I wasn't really into trespassing or ghost stories or any of that crap. I like video games, football, and sleeping in on Saturdays. But when your friends all start talking about hitting the old water park outside town, you either tag along or get roasted for the rest of your life. It was junior year, and apparently, this was some kind of twisted rite of passage. Every class before us had done it, and now it was our turn. The place was called Aqua Splash, though the name had long since been ripped off the sign. It'd been closed since we were kids. Some kind of lawsuit, maybe a drowning, nobody really knew for sure. It just sat past a bunch of train tracks and farmland, surrounded by rusting fences and overgrown trees. The local rumor mill had turned it into a haunted house of horrors. Everything from devil worship to radioactive slime. None of us believed any of it, but it did make for good hallway gossip. That night it was me, Derek, Cal, and Omar. We weren't really the kind of kids who broke windows or smoked inside locker rooms, but there was a buzz in the air, like doing something even a little illegal made us more real somehow. We all packed flashlights, wore dark hoodies, and met up at Derek's place just after 10. The plan was simple: get in, poke around, maybe take a few pictures to prove that we did it, and be back home by midnight. I wasn't really expecting anything scary. Hell, I figured the scariest thing we'd see would be a raccoon or a used condom. But the thing is, we weren't the only ones in there. And whatever that girl was, she wasn't just some squatter or a freak. She was waiting. We parked off an access road that led into the woods. The main drive was gated and chained, with a big, sun-faded sign that said no trespassing in big, bold red letters. The place had been abandoned for over a decade, and it showed. Vines were strangling the old fencing, trees had crept in where the parking lots used to be, and the air smelled like wet leaves and old rubber. Derek pulled out a pair of bolt cutters from his backpack. We didn't really even need them. Somebody had already cut the chain link, and the fence flopped open like a lazy mouth. "After you, gentlemen," Cal said, giving this a half bow. We ducked inside one by one, flashlights flicking through the trees. It was quiet. No animals, no bugs, not even the wind. Just the sound of our shoes crunching on broken asphalt and scattered leaves. Inside the park was a ghost itself. The wave pool was cracked and dry, filled with trash and graffiti. Broken down snack shacks leaned like trunks against each other. Slides twisted above us like frozen intestines. It really should have been fun sneaking around like that, exploring, but it wasn't. There was this weird pressure in the air, like the place was holding its breath. We kept pushing on though, half joking the whole time and half nervous as well. The best part, at least according to the local legend, was the Tunnels of Doom, a triple slide set up with full enclosures that wound through the far side of the park. Some of it used to be the fastest ride in Ohio, others said it was cursed. Whatever, we figured it'd be the coolest part to explore though. The slides were mostly still intact, though the paint was chipped and moldy in places. We found a few faded towels, sun-bleached and stiff, stuffed under a broken bench nearby. Omar picked one up and laughed. "Guess this is our ride," he said. We each grabbed a towel and climbed into the rusted steps of the side platform. The tunnel yawned open in front of us, narrow, dark, and sloping down into a curve. Cal went first, dragging the towel under him and pushing off with a loud "whee!" like a little kid. His flashlight beam flicked wildly around the tube until it vanished around the bend. Derek then went next, then Omar. I found myself hesitating for a second, just long enough to notice how dead silent everything had gone again. Then I shoved off. The ride wasn't as fast as I expected. The towel definitely helped a little, but it was still mostly slow, screechy plastic against jeans. I heard the guys ahead of me laughing and yelling, their voices echoing off the slide walls. The tunnel curved, dipped, and then leveled out. It felt like it went on forever. Then everything stopped. I bumped into Derek's shoes first, then Omar's elbow hit my knee. We stuck?" I asked. "Flat part," Cal's voice echoed back. "Slide kind of levels out here." We were all just laying there in the dark, flashlights scanning the ribbed plastic above us, trading stupid jokes about mold and tetanus. Then we heard a noise, a scuff. It was far off at first, and then it got closer. I thought it was maybe Cal shifting, but then I heard it a little clearer. It was like a like a crawling sound. We all froze. You guys hear that? Derek whispered. Probably a raccoon, Omar said, but not sounding too convinced. Shut up, Cal hissed. We twisted our lights around, aiming back toward the top of the slide. Nothing. For a second. And then she came into view. A girl, maybe our age, maybe younger, crawling head first down the tube. She moved like an animal, elbows and knees grinding against the plastic. Her head was jerking side to side. She had pigtails, stringy and matted, and her face was pale and smeared with something dark. Her oversized t-shirt hung loosely off her body like a dress. She was smiling, no, grinning, with her tongue half out and drool spilling down her chin. What the fuck? Omar muttered before all hell broke loose inside that slide. She shrieked, high-pitched, wet, and then she lunged. We all scrambled. I flipped around on the towel, shoving Derek with my feet. Go, go, go! We took off like bullets, sliding face first, bumping into one another, slamming elbows and knees into the tunnel walls. That girl howled behind us, that awful sound bouncing around the plastic like it was alive itself. And at one point, I swear I felt fingers graze against my neck. We hit the bottom of the slide in a heap, tumbling out into a shallow splash pool full of leaves and broken glass. Cal landed on his face, Derek on top of him. Omar sprang to his feet, flashlight already swinging in every direction. Is she still up there? He gasped. Where the fuck did we go? Derek yelled. There! I pointed at a collapsed snack bar maybe 30 feet away. We all took off, limping and sliding over moss-covered concrete. Inside that little shack, we crouched low behind the counter, our lights dimmed to slits. My heart felt like it was trying to chew through my ribs. What the hell was that? Cal said. Dude, she looked sick, Omar said. Did you see her eyes? She was foaming at the mouth, I muttered, like a rabid dog. We sat there, not breathing, not moving, just watching the entrance to that slide. And then she finally came out. We heard her first, hands slapping wetly on the concrete, followed by her body dragging out of the plastic tube like meat from a grinder. She stood up slowly, her head jerking left and right like she wasn't sure where to look. She didn't speak. She sniffed at the air and started wandering the wrong way. We didn't wait. The moment her back was turned, we bolted. No flashlight, no whispering, just pure survival mode. Every stick, every beer can, every broken piece of fence we hit made more noise than we could cover, and we knew it. And I knew she could hear us, knew that she probably was already turning back around. By the time we hit that fence again, we didn't even look behind us. We slipped through, tore into the woods, and just kept running until we saw the car. We piled in without another word. Derek turned the key 3 times before the engine caught, and then it finally roared to life. We peeled out of there like the tires were on fire. No one was talking or saying anything, at least until we were halfway back into town, breathless, shaking, and covered in mud and sweat. All right, was that real? Cal finally asked, staring straight ahead. Omar was still gripping the headrest of the passenger seat. I don't know, man. I don't know what that was. She was real, I said, quieter than I meant to. She touched me. I felt her. We dropped Derek off first. His mom came out in a robe to bitch about the driveway lights, but he didn't even look at her, just walked inside without a word. Same with Omar, same with Cal. When I got home, I locked my bedroom door and pulled the blinds. I sat on my bed until sunrise, replaying it all over and over in my head. Her face, the way she moved, that ragged shirt clinging to her bones like skin itself. I've never seen anything like it, at least not in real life. The next day, I was still trying to make sense of it all. I texted the group, but nobody was talking. Radio silence. I figured they were all still pretty freaked out, or maybe they wanted to pretend it hadn't happened. I kind of wanted that too. Instead, I ended up asking around, not about ghosts or monsters. Well, smarter than that, but about people, weird people, anybody living in or near the park. Maybe someone had squatted there for years, maybe some kind of runaway, a feral kid, drugs, mental illness, anything. But nothing. I didn't get anything. One of my older cousins who'd been to Aquasplash a few times back in high school said he never saw anybody like that. Creepy ass place though, he admitted, but it was always empty. You hear stuff sometimes, but that's just the pipes or rats. It's not people. I went online, on forums, urbex subreddits, ghost sites. There were plenty of rumors about the park, about kids disappearing, screams at night, shadows moving through the slides, but nothing solid, nothing about a girl, no pictures, no video, not a trace. She didn't exist. Except she did though. We all saw her, heard her, ran from her. And I think the thing that messes with me the most is the way she came out of that tunnel like she knew that we were there. Like she'd been waiting all night in the dark for somebody to ride that slide again. Not for fun, not for nostalgia, but for company. I still have nightmares about it sometimes. I'll be back in that tunnel, lying flat on my stomach, flashlight flickering, towel bunched underneath me. Everything's silent. And then I hear it again, that scrape, that sick little twisted laugh. I turn and she's there, right behind me, grin so wide it splits her face in half. Sometimes I'll wake up before she reaches me, and sometimes I don't. None of us ever went back to Aquasplash, not even to grab our towels or check out the rest of the park. And we didn't really talk about it much after that either. When we saw each other at the gas station or at somebody's bonfire, we'd just nod, maybe say hey, but never bring it up. I think we were all still trying to convince ourselves that it was some kind of trick or a bad dream or a prank that clearly got out of hand. But I know better. There's a girl in the tunnels of that park, and God help the next group of kids dumb enough to go sliding down that pipe. I'm not the kind of person who chases chaos. I like schedules, clean bathrooms, defined plans. But my husband Barry's a little looser with things. He'd pack a bag the morning of a flight, if I let him. But he's always been respectful of my needs for order. That's what made this whole trip feel like such a slap. We weren't flying cross-country or off-grid camping. Literally just a 3-hour drive out of the city, a little town built around a couple of lakes and creeks. The kind of place you forget existed until you scroll past some kind of aerial drone shot on social media and think to yourself, yeah, I could use a long weekend. So we did it the right way. Barry picked the destination. I booked the place. One of those Airbnbs that looked a little too perfect. Bright white interior, Edison bulb lighting, and a fire pit in the backyard. It said it was walking distance to the river. Sounds good. I cross-checked the references, verified the host profile, and made sure the lockbox code had come through properly. The booking confirmation said it had been recently cleaned and was fully reset for our arrival. That was the last phrase they used, reset, like we were loading into some digital hotel room and didn't remember the last guest. The drive-in was easy, mostly 2-lane roads and flat farmland broken up by little clusters of trees. There were actual cows out there. We stopped at this diner around 15 minutes from the house and had soup and grilled cheese, like we were retirees, just to buy ourselves time until the official check-in window had arrived. When we finally pulled up into the neighborhood, it was a lot quieter than I expected it to be. No kids on bikes, nobody out mowing their lawn or washing their car, and the house itself sat at the far end of the cul-de-sac, boxed in by tall hedges and a rickety wooden fence in the backyard. The first thing that I noticed was the car, not the one we drove in with, but the other one parked at the curb. Sleek, silver, clearly newer than anything else on that street. The hood was dusted over though, and pine needles were stuck to the windshield
like nobody had even bothered to move it in days. I remember saying, "Do you think somebody's still here?" Barry just shrugged and got out to stretch. I didn't like that. I don't shrug things off like that either. I'd triple check a locked door before bed if I heard a single creak from the HVAC. I pulled up the app and clicked through the reservation. Everything looked right. Dates, address, check-in instructions. I even had a backup email from the host with a note about the key being inside the lockbox. Still, I called customer service just to be sure, and after a brief hold, the woman on the line told me everything had been confirmed. The host had supposedly cleared the place out earlier in the week, and sometimes people just leave their cars behind if they get picked up. Barry was already halfway to the porch by the time I hung up my phone. The lockbox clicked open without any kind of fight. Inside was a single brass key, old school, a little tarnished around the ridges. Barry held it up like he just won a prize and then slipped it into the knob. The front door creaked inward, revealing a tastefully decorated living room, neutral tones, abstract wall art, and one of those fake fireplaces with glowing logs. It looked like it was designed to look clean, without any kind of personality, and at first glance it did look exactly like the pictures I saw before. Still, I stepped in slowly. The air wasn't stale exactly, but it wasn't fresh either, like somebody had opened up all the windows earlier in that day and then shut them again just before we arrived. Barry walked in, called out a friendly hello, like we were visiting old friends or something. Of course, there was no answer, just the gentle hum of a ceiling fan and the faint click of a wall clock. We brought in our bags and cooler, moving room from room. Kitchen, dining area, guest room, and bathroom. It all looked fine. I kept waiting for something to jump out though. Clothes on the floor, dishes in the sink, a door that wouldn't open. But it was quiet. But there was just something about it, something gnawing at me. The staging felt far too perfect, like it had been reconstructed, not just cleaned. But I tried to shake the thought. Barry lugged the cooler into the kitchen while I wandered down the hallway. He called for me a minute later, voice sharp. "Babe, you gotta see this." I came back and found him standing with the fridge door wide open. Inside it wasn't empty, not even close. It was packed full. Milk, deli meat, a full vegetable crisper, beer, a wrapped cheesecake on the top shelf, and everything was fresh. I leaned in and checked the labels. Nothing was expired. Somebody had stocked this fridge within the last few days. "This isn't ours, is it?" Barry said, though of course I knew it wasn't. "Did you order groceries?" "No," I said. "And this isn't left over from the guests. There's no way this stuff would still be good." I pulled out my phone and wrote to the backup Airbnb contact that I'd been given, the real-time guest liaison or whatever they called themselves. I told them about the fridge. 15 minutes later, I got a reply and said, "Oh no, thanks for letting us know. It was an honest mistake. Owner must have left it by accident. Home is definitely vacant though. You're all clear to settle in. Enjoy your stay." No apology, just that vague, breezy dismissal. Barry then cracked open a soda from the fridge because of course he would, and then went to get the bags from the car. I stayed behind and wandered to the bathroom. It was clean, like everything else. Queen bed made tight, suitcase stand folded in the corner, lamp on the nightstand. The adjoining bathroom was lit by one high frosted window and smelled faintly of lemon cleaner. That's when I noticed the medicine bottles on the back of the toilet, 6 orange prescription containers lined up in a row. I stepped in and picked one up. Hydrocodone, 10 milligrams, but the name was smudged. The date was only a week old though. The others were similar, painkillers, anti-nausea, sleeping aids. Next to them sat a manila envelope thick with paperwork. I slid the top open and saw forms from a regional cancer center, billing information, treatment plans, chemo schedules, home care notes, radiation prep. I flipped through, my gut turning tighter and tighter. These weren't old papers, they were active, ongoing. "Barry," I called out. And that's when I heard him scream. It was short and panicked, not drawn out. a gut-level sound that ripped me away from the sink and then down the hall. I followed the sound to the master bedroom where Barry stood frozen just inside the doorway. I pushed past him and stopped cold. There was a body on the carpet. Male, adult, face down. The skin was gray-green and sloughing in places. The stench hit me like a wet rag. Not quite rot, but the early oily phase of decomposition. Metallic, sour, unmistakable. His fingers were curled like claws, arms stretched downward towards the door, as if he was trying to drag himself out. His clothes were damp with old sweat and waste. The back of his shirt was soaked through and stained with a deep maroon where he apparently had leaked out while lying there. One leg was twisted unnaturally beneath him, like it had just given out halfway through the crawl. Barry backed out of the room gagging, and I just stood there, staring, because the rest of it was falling into place in my head. The full fridge, the medicine, the car out front. The Airbnb confirmation that the host had cleared out the week prior. He didn't leave, I said aloud, now numb. He was always still here. Barry didn't answer me. He was halfway in the hallway now, bent over and dry heaving. I stepped in carefully and skirted around the mess on the floor, checked the dresser. It was still full of clothes, men's underwear, socks, folded t-shirts. The nightstand had a charger plugged in. His wallet was open next to a glass of water. I didn't touch it, but I could see his license through the little plastic flap. Same last name as the booking. This was the host, the guy who'd supposedly cleaned the house before we got there. Only he never finished. He died doing it. I turned and followed Barry back down the hall. He was already on the phone with the Airbnb again, pacing in the living room, trying to stay calm but quickly unraveling with every single breath. Yeah, we just found a body. No, a body. It's in the house you said was clean and empty. No, this isn't like the fridge. This is a man's corpse literally rotting in the back bedroom. I stood in the middle of the kitchen and just stared at the counter, willing my thoughts to line up. The fridge, the prescriptions, the car, the fact that somebody approved our stay without ever even physically checking the property. The fact that we've been dismissed twice by customer service people who clearly didn't verify a fucking thing. There was no malice or conspiracy, just negligence. The kind that gets people hurt. The police showed up maybe 30 minutes later. 2 cruisers, no lights or sirens. The first officer to enter took one breath inside the master bedroom, then doubled back with a hand over his nose. They asked us to step outside, so we stood by our car in the gravel drive, while a paramedic team suited up to examine the body. I think Barry smoked 3 cigarettes in a row and didn't speak the whole time. I just stood there holding my phone, staring at the unread messages piling up from the Airbnb rep, who suddenly had gone very quiet once the words police and dead body were mentioned to them. An older detective arrived not long after, lean and very deliberate, gray mustache and mirrored sunglasses. He spoke to me first. "Do you know the deceased, ma'am?" he asked me. "No," I said. "We were renting the place. He was supposed to be gone. The company told us the house had already been cleaned and the owner had vacated the property." He raised his eyebrow. "You ever been here before?" "No." "You touch anything?" I hesitated. "I moved some papers in the bedroom. They look like treatment forms for cancer." He made some kind of note, and I watched his team bring out the body in a zipped black bag, the outline barely resembling the man that we found face down on that carpet. The smell didn't disappear. It seemed to hang over the driveway like smoke itself, a smell that would soak into our clothes, into our luggage, and into our memories. They questioned Barry next, and his answers seemed to be shorter than mine, or clipped. They asked us to give a formal statement at the station, but they could also tell that we were shaken up, so they offered to let us go after taking photos of our IDs and then verifying our reservation. We left, and the detective said something strange before we did. We had no reports of this man missing, no wellness checks, nobody called. As far as anybody's concerned, he was still alive until you opened up that front door. I nodded but didn't say what I was thinking. He probably had nobody left to check on him. We drove to the nearest Super 8, about 15 minutes outside of town. The lobby smelled like disinfectant and vending machine coffee. Barry didn't say anything until we were lying in the stiff queen bed with the TV on mute and our shoes still on. "What if we hadn't gone into that room?" he asked. "What if we just spent the weekend there, slept next door while he was rotting down the hall?" I didn't answer because I already knew. The next morning, I got an email from the Airbnb apologizing for the inconvenience and assured me that the matter had been escalated to the safety response team. Our entire trip had been refunded. They even offered us a free future stay. I deleted that email without saying anything in response, and then quickly deleted the app. I flew out for a tech conference, but if I'm being honest, the real plan was to stretch it into a little coastal vacation. Conference stuff was 3 days long, but I took 6 off total, with the back half of the trip wide open. No meetings, no emails, just sun and some space. It was February in New York, and I was sick of stepping over black slush and dodging subway coughs. I needed a reset. The Airbnb was a modern bungalow just outside of LA, Venice adjacent, they called it. Little house tucked between bigger ones, right near the beach. Photos showed some hardwood floors, a full kitchen, sleek appliances, 1 queen bed, and a desk by a picture window. I figured it was the perfect base. I'd hit the panels and breakout sessions, maybe network a little, then disappear into the boardwalk crowd and get a few drinks, talk to some women, hubba hubba, maybe take 1 or 2 back if the vibe was right. Drow. When I landed at LAX, everything ran smoothly. The Uber picked me up at the curbside. Nice driver, knew the shortcuts. The check-in instructions were detailed and easy. Lockbox by the side gate, code included in the app, key inside. I got in around 2 in the afternoon. The place looked just like the photos, clean, bright, and smelled like fresh paint and citrus. I unpacked right away because I always do that. Call it compulsive, but I like knowing where my stuff is. I had a roller bag and a backpack, both of which I emptied into drawers and closets within the next 10 minutes. My laptop and camera went on the desk. My wallet, keys, and conference badge landed on the kitchen counter. I noticed there was no other personal clutter, no toothbrushes, no coats hanging near the door, no signs that anybody lived here. But that's the way I like it. I mean, I'm renting the place, not borrowing somebody's house. Those next few days were pretty normal. I hit the conference early, came back late, slept like the dead. I took a few photos of the beach at sunset, even got a few compliments on my camera gear. But on the 3rd day, once the conference was almost over and my schedule loosened up, I started noticing these little things. Doors ajar that I already closed, stuff out of place. I quickly told myself that I was imagining it, but I wasn't. Something was not right in that house. I started with the bathroom door. I remember closing it after my shower, habitual, because I didn't want the steam to escape. I had some shirts hanging in there. But when I came back later that night to brush my teeth before bed, it was now standing wide open. Not halfway, not nudged open. Open, fully. I chalked it up to some kind of draft. The place did have a lot of windows, and I'd had the front one cracked earlier, so that had to be it. But then it was the bedroom closet, and I never used those things. It was too easy to forget things in a rush. Still, one morning after a walk on the beach, I came back and noticed that bifold door pushed in slightly, like somebody had just slipped in to grab a jacket. I didn't even want it open at first. I just stared at it for a while, then slowly pulled the doors apart. Nothing inside, just my luggage, zipped up and right where I left it. But all of this had started to get in my head. That night, I found the peanut butter jar sitting out on the counter, lid open, spoon right next to it. I hadn't eaten any. I hadn't even touched the thing since I unloaded my groceries. And that's when I got the feeling. The one that you get when you know, not think, know somebody's been in your stuff. The next day, I took photos of everything before I left. Wide shots of every room, time-stamped as well. I even arranged a few things in deliberate ways. A folded dish towel on the oven handle. My charger coiled up just so on the nightstand. I went out for lunch and checked the photos when I got back. Sure enough, the towel was now different, sloppier. The charger was uncoiled and rewrapped in this totally different loop. The peanut butter jar was now in the pantry, not the fridge. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, and the silence was wrong. The kind of silence that waits to be broken. Not peaceful, but expectant. Like I wasn't supposed to be there, or maybe like I wasn't alone. That night I took a lot more drastic measures. I set my phone on the entry table and aimed it straight at the front door. I propped it against a stack of coasters, set it to record video, and made sure the battery was at 100%. Then I opened the app and ordered an Uber. I had no intention of going anywhere. I just needed to make it look like I had. When the driver pulled up, I walked out, locked the door, and climbed in. I asked him to take me around the block and then drop me back on Pacific Avenue. He didn't ask me any questions, and I tipped him extra and then waited until he turned the corner before looping back to the house on foot. My heart was racing. I cut through an alley and crouched behind a neighbor's hedge until I had a clear view of the street. There was a car in the driveway that had not been there before. Dark blue SUV, nondescript, no plates on the front. I took a photo of it just in case. I approached the house slowly. The front door was cracked open. I stood outside for a few seconds just listening. Then, I pushed it open and stepped inside. The first thing I heard was movement, soft, unhurried footsteps in the back of the house, then a cupboard opening. I stayed low and moved fast, following the sounds to the kitchen. A man stood there, rummaging through the fridge, middle-aged, wearing a plain white hoodie and jeans. His hair was thinning, face puffy, like he hadn't slept in a while. When he turned and saw me, he froze like I just hit him with a spotlight. Whoa, he said, hands half raised. You scared me, man. Who the fuck are you? I asked, not yelling, just flatly. I'm the owner, he said quickly. It's my house. No, it's not, I said. Not right now. I have a reservation through Sunday. Right, he said, nodding. I know, I left some stuff here. I figured while you were out, I didn't mean to scare you. Bullshit, I responded. You've been here the whole time. He stepped toward the door casual. Look, man, I didn't touch anything, all right? I was just grabbing a few things. Don't move, I said to him. My phone's been recording the door since I left. I saw your car. You've been coming and going. He hesitated, and I watched his face change. The mask slipped for a second. Not panic, but calculation. He realized that I wasn't buying his story. He also realized that I wasn't just going to let him leave. I pulled out my phone and hit the call button. Calling the cops. Hey, come on, he said, trying to sound calm. That's not necessary. I'm not dangerous, I swear. This is my place, man. I just thought I could come by while nobody was home. I didn't think you'd be back so soon. You went through my shit. He looked away. I'm missing $500 from my luggage, and I know it was in there. His hands tightened at his side. And if I go check right now, I said, am I gonna find my laptop in your bag? I didn't get an answer, just that faint buzz of tension in the air, like we were two wires pressed together, waiting to spark. He then dropped his head and muttered, Look, you don't need to call them. I'll give it back. I already called. He swore and spun around like he might bolt, but the front door was behind me now, and I'm not moving. A few minutes later, the cops showed up and I showed them the video of the phone, and the guy just stood there looking deflated. They went through his bag and found my laptop wrapped up in a sweatshirt, plus the small wad of cash. Some of the bills had my initials on the corner. I marked them on a whim when I packed. I travel a lot, and I have a lot of people try to steal from me before, so it's just something I do. The cops didn't cuff him, but they escorted him out and warned him not to return. They let me file a full statement. I watched his car disappear down the block, and it wasn't until it was completely out of sight that my hands finally started to shake. The cops told me he wasn't technically trespassing because he was the legal owner, and he hadn't used force to enter. It would take a formal complaint from Airbnb for charges to stick. But the officer nodded toward the recording on my phone and said, "That'll definitely help. They're going to want to see that." I told them that I'd send it to whoever needed it. That night, because of everything, I didn't sleep much. I pushed the chair under the doorknob like some old cartoon, kept the lights on in every room, and stacked my suitcase in front of the front bedroom window, just in case I heard glass breaking. I waited for the sound of tires on gravel, the glint of that blue SUV pulling back into view, but it never came. I called the Airbnb first thing in the morning, walked them through everything that took place. To their credit, they didn't fight on anything. The woman I spoke to sounded young but serious enough. She asked for the video, the photos of the car, and the copy of the police report, which I emailed over that afternoon. By the end of that day, I had a full refund. They also added credit to my account and sent a follow-up message saying the host had been permanently suspended. Apparently, this wasn't the first time they'd gotten complaints about him. "We were already reviewing his activity," she told me. "I'm really sorry it took something like this to push it over the line." So am I. I stayed that last night of the trip in a boutique hotel closer to downtown. It wasn't fancy, cramped room, barely enough space to turn around in the shower, but the key card worked and nobody crept through my kitchen while I was gone, so that's good, right? I kept thinking about how easily I could have missed it though. If I stayed out a little longer that day or turned the camera a few degrees to the left, I might have come back to a wiped laptop, empty cash stash, and a gaslit conversation with some apologetic stranger claiming, "Oh wow, you must have just misplaced it." I don't know what would have happened if I caught him at the wrong moment either, if I hadn't kept my voice steady, if he decided that I was just another mark. I still use Airbnb. I'm not stupid. I know most of the hosts aren't like that. The company made it right and they didn't even dodge the damage. But now I photograph everything, I mark all my bills, and I never ever leave without locking every entry point and double checking it on my way out. This was back when Airbnb was still raw, before cleaning fees into hidden cameras, when most listings were just extra rooms inside somebody's house. I was backpacking across Europe, trying to see as much of it as I could before reality would reel me back in. Hostels were cheap, sure, but I'd already had my fill of snoring strangers and bedbug rumors, so I started booking spare bedrooms on Airbnb. Locals offering up their flats, usually a guest room or a fold-out couch. It felt more grounded, like you were borrowing space from somebody who'd pour you a glass of wine and show you the good bakery, not just a front desk clerk handing over a key. I was in France when this happened, some small town in the northern half. Honestly, I don't even remember the name. I wasn't being choosy. I'd take a train as far as my budget would stretch, find a town with character, stay a night or two, and then move on. This one had cobblestone streets, crooked little alleys, and not a single word of English on any street signs. That's how I knew it was going to be good. The listing was for chambre privée dans maison familiale, a private room in a family home. A couple who owned the place had emailed me once or twice in broken English. Their photos looked warm and inviting. The woman, Elise, was in most of them. Middle-aged, blonde, red lipstick, even when she was in the kitchen. The man, Jacques, looked quieter, softer, and had glasses and a thinning hairline. They confirmed everything with a thumbs up emoji and said they'd be home by 4. I spent most of that day walking the town, the cathedral, local shops, this weird flea market where I bought rusted corkscrews for absolutely no reason. I checked in around 5. Their place was tucked behind a bakery, down this narrow alley. 2 stories, shutters on the windows, ivy climbing the wall. Jacques opened up the door and welcomed me like I was his nephew. Elise kissed both cheeks and then handed me a glass of wine before I'd even set my bag down. The place smelled like butter and lavender. It felt authentic, cozy, real. At the time, I thought I'd stumbled upon one of those golden experiences travelers always brag about. But I was wrong. The room was simple: wooden floors, a twin bed, a little desk with a lamp, and a window that opened up toward the alley. No locks on the doors, which kind of struck me as odd, but I figured this was one of those trust-based countries. A handwritten note on the nightstand said, "Buena vie. Please join us for aperitif at 6, with a little smiley face next to it. I washed up, changed my shirt, and came out right at 6. The living room smelled even stronger now. Cheese, fresh baguettes, maybe some kind of cured meat as well. Jacques was pouring wine into huge glasses, and Elise was lighting candles on the table, like she was prepping for a date of her own. "You like rosé?" she asked. Her English was heavily accented, but clear enough. "We only open this for special guests." Jacques smiled at that, but didn't say much. We sat around the table and started drinking. I remember thinking how much better this was than some sticky hostel lounge. They laid out this giant spread: brie, roquefort, salami, prosciutto, little slices of apples and strawberries. Elise continued to refill my glass constantly, clinking hers against mine and laughing the whole time. Jacques seemed to drink slower but still kept pace, his eyes bouncing between the two of us. The conversation was normal at first: where'd I been, where I was headed, how long I planned to travel. But as the wine kept coming, Elise got looser. She started asking much more personal questions. Do I have a girlfriend? Was I lonely traveling all by myself? Did American women really look like the girls on Friends? At first I found it funny. I laughed it off, but somewhere around the third or fourth glass, the tone had now shifted. She leaned a lot closer when she spoke. Her hand brushed mine more than once. Her blouse was loose, and it started to slide off on one shoulder. Rau. She poured her next glass sloppily, dribbling pink wine down her wrist, and then licked it up like it was nothing. Jacques was watching all of this, silent, his smile thinning out. "I think I'm gonna turn in soon," I said, half standing. "Oh, don't go yet," Elise pouted. "It's only getting interesting." "I'm pretty tired." She scowled at me for just a moment, then smiled again, but it didn't reach her eyes. I stood fully, took a step back from the table, and that's when it all fell apart. "What is it?" she snapped. "Do you not like French women?" No, I just... "Is it because I'm old?" She barked at me. Standing up so fast, her chair screeched behind her. "You think you're too good for me, huh, American boy?" "Elise," Jacques said gently. "Shut up," she yelled, rounding the table. I backed up with my hands raised, trying to calm the situation down, but she came at me fast, wild-eyed and snarling, and whacked me across the head with her high heel. I stumbled back and caught the wall. The point of the heel caught me just behind the ear, not enough to bleed, but sharp enough to make me reel back. "Elise!" Jacques shouted, grabbing her shoulder. But she kept trying to claw at me, screaming in a mix of French and English. Something about Americans, about how we think we're better than everybody, about how I was just a boy playing at being a man. Jacques pulled her back, trying to hold her arms down, but she thrashed and nearly knocked over the table. "Go!" Jacques yelled at me. "Just pack up and just go. You need to go." I didn't argue. I went straight to the room, half drunk, heart hammering, and started shoving everything I owned into my bag. I wasn't even thinking about where I'd go, I just couldn't stay here. Outside the door, I could hear her sobbing, then shouting, then something crashing, glass, maybe a plate. I zipped up my bag and opened up the door. Jacques stood in the hall, red-faced and sweating. He didn't say anything, just moved aside to let me pass. Elise was in the kitchen, wine-soaked and slumped in a chair, and she hissed when she saw me. "You're trash," she spat at me. "Trash tourist. I hope the police find you." I just kept walking. I stepped outside the front door and something wet hit my back. I turned and she'd thrown her wine glass at me. It bounced off the door frame and shattered in the alley. Jacques pulled her back again, muttering something like, "Enough, enough." I kept going though, and the door slammed behind me. Now I was alone, drunk, and completely without a place to sleep. It was nearly midnight. The town was dead quiet except for the occasional hum of a scooter or the rattling of a passing train. I had no plan, no backup, just the weight of my pack and a buzzing paranoia that made me check over my shoulder. That police thing had stuck in my head though. She said it like she wanted them to come after me. Had she already made up some kind of story? Was I going to be wandering around some foreign town only to get nabbed by the police for assaulting her or something? I ducked into a side street and stayed there for a few minutes, crouched low just watching. Nothing happened, no sirens, no shouting, but still, I felt like I was being hunted. I made my way into the city center, the plaza, the clock tower, and stone benches. There was one place that still had lights on, a hostel tucked between a pastry shop and what looked like some kind of used bookstore. The desk clerk barely even looked up when I came in, and I asked if they had any beds. He pointed at a clipboard. I signed it, paid in cash, and got a key for the top bunk in room 6. There were 4 people already asleep in there, and I didn't bother changing my clothes, just climbed up and laid there in the dark. Every creak in the building sounding like a footstep coming right for me. I didn't sleep much. I left just after sunrise, before the other travelers could even stir. My pack wasn't fully zipped and my shoes were still damp from the night air, but I didn't care. I wanted out of that town. I didn't even stop for coffee, just made a beeline for the train station with my hood up and my eyes down, half expecting to see a police car pull up beside me at any second. But thankfully, nothing happened. No sirens, no glares, nobody called my name, nobody stopped me at the station. I bought a one-way ticket to the next major stop in the direction of Belgium and didn't look back. When I boarded, the cabin was nearly empty. I sat by the window and watched the town vanish into the trees. I guess part of me wanted to believe that maybe I overreacted, that Elise had just had far too much to drink and Jacques was in over his head with a woman who clearly had a switchblade for a temper. But the other part of me, the one that had been sober enough to feel how fast things went sideways, knew a lot better. That kind of rage just doesn't come out of nowhere. That kind of threat doesn't dissolve just because you walk out the door. I don't know if she ever called the cops or if Jacques talked her down after I left. I don't know if I dodged something worse by 30 seconds or if I'd just been a convenient lightning rod for a woman used to burning everything around her. What I do know is this though, I never booked another Airbnb for the rest of that trip. Not in Spain, not in Germany, not even when I got to the Netherlands, where everything seemed to be like a postcard. I stuck to hostels, loud, gross, impersonal hostels. I'd take the bunk above a snoring Australian over a shared wine glass with strangers any day. People talk about those authentic experiences when they travel. They say you should get out of your comfort zone, lean into the culture, say yes more than you say no. But that night taught me something else. I think sometimes comfort zones exist for a good reason. It was one of those weekends that lined up just right, rare as a blue moon. Both of us, me and Riley, had a Friday night through Monday off, no work, no errands, nothing pulling us in 10 different directions. We weren't planning on anything big, but when I saw the block of days open and a decent Airbnb pop up just a few hours away, we booked it without thinking too hard. That was still very early on in the stretch of our relationship, when impulse stuff felt like magic. Everything was new, every plan was exciting. You just wanted to be next to each other, no matter where that was. The place was just over the state line, a little town near a river with a long name that I couldn't pronounce and didn't even try to. A bunch of antique stores, local breweries, a lake that was more like a big pond, and hiking trails that we had no intention of using. I picked that Airbnb because it looked like something out of a furniture catalog. Clean, bright, and modern. The photos showed a wide open floor plan, a clawfoot tub in the bathroom, one of those long wooden dining tables you never actually use. It had this cozy look to it, and Riley's eyes lit up when I showed it to her. All she said was, "Let's go." We hit the road Friday morning, coffee in hand and bags tossed into the trunk. It took us 3.5 hours to get there. The check-in instructions were easy enough. Keypad lock, 4-digit code, and then the door swung open without a hitch. The second we stepped inside, Riley said, "Babe, this place is gorgeous." And she wasn't wrong. It smelled like pine cleaner and candle wax, like somebody had just vacuumed and lit a fresh wick. Everything was spotless. The windows let in this big, soft light that made the whole place glow. It literally felt brand new, even though it probably wasn't. We dumped our stuff in the bedroom and did that classic couple walkthrough, oohing and awing over dumb things like throw pillows and little jars of oatmeal the host had left on the counter. It had that energy of a fresh start, like nobody had ever stayed there before, and we were the first ones to christen it. It felt like ours for the weekend. There's nothing off, nothing weird, no weird smells, no creaking in the floors, no creepy dolls in the closet. Just a nice house in a sleepy town, a getaway, a full reset for us. I had no reason to think that the most disgusting night of my life was only a few hours away. We dropped our stuff off and then hit the town, walked hand in hand down that main strip, popping into shops with handmade signs and dusty old displays. Riley tried on rings at some little boutique that smelled like incense and cat hair. I bought a stupid wooden spoon that I didn't need just to support the guy who carved it. We hit a tap room around 3 and shared a flight of local beers, laughing at the one that tasted like battery acid. Just being together, that was the whole point, right? Dinner was unreal. We found the steakhouse tucked in the corner of a strip center that looked like it hadn't been renovated since 1997. You'd never expect it to be this good, but inside, white linen, polished silverware, and one of those menus that has a few things on it, but you know they're all killer. Escargot, garlic bread, wedge salad, soup, steak, and lobster, creme brulee to split it off. Riley toasted her wine glass against mine and said, "This might be the best date of my life." I felt the same way, stuffed and smitten. We Ubered back tipsy and giddy, and were already pawing at each other in the driveway. The wine continued to flow once we got inside, and we made our way to the bedroom like we were the only two people in the world. It was perfect. That kind of intimacy when you're totally locked in. No nerves, no distance, just skin on skin and warm laughter under the sheets. I fell asleep with her hand in mine, her breath slow against my shoulder, and I remember thinking to myself, yeah, I could do this forever. I think it was around 3 or 4 in the morning when I woke up needing to piss. I tried to slip out of bed without waking her. The house was dead quiet. I padded barefoot down the hall, still half asleep, and right away, I felt something wrong. The floor was weird. Not wet, not sticky, but soft. Like the carpet had a layer underneath it that had shifted slightly under each step. I stopped, flexing against the pile, and sniffed. Something reeked, like sweet rot, like meat left in the sun. I squinted into the dark. No sound, just the house breathing around me. I reached the bathroom and turned the light on. I did my business and tried to shake off that queasy feeling rising up in my gut. When I turned to wash my hands, I caught sight of the hallway and the mirror behind me. The floor was moving. At first it looked like static, just a rippling effect in the low light, but when I stepped out and knelt down for a closer look, my stomach lurched. Maggots, thousands of them, writhing in this thick, slow-moving trail that led from the base of the garage door, across the hall and then toward the kitchen. They were clumped like wet rice, squirming in and over each other, making the carpet buckle and writhe under the weight. I gagged, stumbled back. My bare foot had been stuck to it. I wiped them off the tile, trying not to throw up in the process, and then I ran back to the bedroom. "Riley, babe, you gotta wake up now." She groaned and rolled over. "What time is it?" "I don't know, just wake up, seriously." Her
Her eyes blinked open and I pulled her up by the shoulders. Something's wrong. There's maggots in the house. And that woke her up. We both stood in the hallway wearing nothing but underwear in horror. She clapped a hand over her mouth. What the fuck? They're coming from under the garage door, I said. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it reeks. Something is dead in there. Jesus Christ, she whispered. We ran back to the bedroom, yanked on jeans and shoes, and threw shirts over our heads without bothering to match. Riley grabbed her phone and turned on the flashlight. I armed myself with a broom by the fridge. I gotta see what it is, I said to her. Are you serious? I know it doesn't make sense, but I need to know. She didn't argue with me. We turned on every light as we passed, following the trail. The smell got worse with every step, a thick putrid stench that clung to the back of your throat. I used the broom handle to nudge the garage door open. It groaned as it lifted a few inches, enough for more maggots to spill through like water from a dam. I reached inside and flipped the light on. Riley gasped and I dropped the broom. In the middle of the garage, piled up in a corner like garbage, were 3 dead animals. 2 raccoons, bloated and rotting, their fur sloughing off in patches. One of them had a paw frozen mid-reach, stiff and mummified. Next to them was a dog, medium-sized, golden coat, flies buzzing around its blackened eyes. The mouth was open in this silent, permanent scream. The floor around them was soaked with decomposition fluid, the source of the stench, the breeding ground for all those maggots. I think they got in and then couldn't get out, I said, covering my nose. Why wouldn't anybody clean this up? Riley responded. Why would the host leave like this? I don't know. Why didn't we smell this before? And that question stopped me right in my tracks. She was right. How did the stench not show up earlier? If those animals had been in there for more than a day or two, that smell would have been pouring through the vents. I looked again. The bodies weren't lying naturally. They were in this rough semicircle. One of the raccoons had a piece of red twine tied around its neck. There was this weird scorch mark on the concrete too, black ash in a spiral. I didn't say anything as I looked. Riley pulled me back toward the door. We need to call someone. I already tried, I said. No response from the company. It's the middle of the night. She was shaking. We can't stay here. I nodded, but we had no idea where else to go. We sealed off the garage the best we could. I shoveled towards the door frame and pushed a chair up against it like that would matter, and stuffed the vents in the laundry room with pillowcases. Then we stepped outside, barefoot in the driveway, and opened the garage from the outside. The overhead door groaned up slowly. Then came with it a new wave of stink, thick and rotten. Maggots then spilled onto the concrete like soap suds from a busted washer. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. It just felt like it was better to let the filth go out and not further inside the house. We grabbed all our stuff, every last item, and loaded the car. I stripped the sheets off the bed in case anything had crawled into them. Riley pulled her hoodie on tight and muttered that she still felt like they were on her skin, even though we never stepped foot inside the garage. I think we were in the shower for over an hour, hot as we could take it. Steam filled the little bathroom, fogged the mirror, and scolded the ghosts off us. I scrubbed like I was trying to remove a layer of my skin. Riley didn't talk much. She just stared at the wall and cried softly, water running down her cheeks like it didn't belong there. At around 6 a.m., I finally got a call back, but not from Airbnb. It was the owner.
Hey,
He said, tired and groggy.
I got a message about something going on in the house.
I explained everything to him, the maggots, the animals, the stench. There was this long pause on the other end, and then he said,
That don't make any sense. I don't know how anything would have gotten in there. I was just in the garage last weekend. It was perfectly clean.
We didn't argue because there wasn't a point. When he arrived later that morning, Riley refused to go back inside. I followed him into the garage more out of morbid curiosity than anything else. He froze when he saw the bodies, then he noticed the twine, the ash in that semicircle. At first, he didn't say anything. Then he muttered, almost to himself more than anybody, Why does this look kind of like a ritual? I don't know what I really told myself after this. I said maybe he was wrong, told myself that we were just in the wrong place at the wrong time kind of thing. But we boogied the fuck out of there after that and wanted nothing to do with the owner's wild theories that came afterwards. In our minds, some animals got stuck in the garage, couldn't get out, died and decomposed. That's all. No kind of seance, no ritual, because I can't bear the thought. I've lived out west most of my life, mostly California and Nevada, bouncing around the edges of the desert like a loose screw on the map. I've always felt more at home where things are dry and cracked and too hot for polite company. Give me cactuses, dirt, and big sky overpacked interstates and suburban sprawl any day. I'm not some crusty old hermit or a gun nut either, just a guy who likes to be alone with the elements. I guess you could say I'm a naturalist, though I never bothered with the title. I like looking up at the stars, poking around rock beds for fossils, memorizing Latin names of desert plants, and of course learning what they could cure if chewed, boiled, or burned. Most people don't get it. You go out there all by yourself. Yeah, I do, and have for years, and I love every single second of it. I've seen weird stuff out there though, for sure. Flashing lights that I couldn't track, hikers who vanished into the hills without saying goodbye. Sometimes it felt like the landscape changed shape between morning and night. One time a few years ago, I came across a perfectly circular patch of charred brush, just black, brittle death in this perfect ring, and not a single clue as to what could have caused it. I personally chalked it up to lightning. You kind of do it a lot out there. Chalk things up, write them off, tell yourself it's the weather or wildlife or maybe even dehydration. But a couple of years back, I saw something that changed how I looked at everything, changed how I sleep, changed how I hiked, changed the way that I looked at the sky. At first, it was a regular trip. I took my truck out past Tacopa, past all the little forgotten towns and half-buried homesteads. I was aiming for a spot that I'd camped out maybe 5 times before this, an old plateau near a dried up spring that still had a few stubborn mesquites clawing through the rock. You could see for miles and miles up there, and you could even hear yourself think, my kind of place. I planned on a long weekend, nothing fancy. I had my usual gear, which included a tent, fold-out chair, single burner stove, some beer, and a bag of trail mix, and of course couldn't forget my notebook. I keep this little journal of plant sightings and oddities, something to thumb through in the evenings, and it calmed my head. First night went pretty smoothly. Cool air around me, good sleep, no wind. I even saw a pair of foxes scurry past the edge of my camp, silent as smoke, like ghosts on patrol. But on that second night, it was different, right from the jump. The air seemed to get thicker somehow, even though the humidity was nothing. The light just felt off, like the desert had slipped on a mask while I wasn't looking at it. And then I looked up, and that's when shit started to get real. It started with the dark, not nighttime, I'm used to all of that, but a kind of hollow, smothering dark that didn't really make sense. No clouds, no wind, no moon, nothing, just black. Even when I looked for familiar constellations, I couldn't pin down more than a few flickers. It was like the sky had swallowed its own light, a black ceiling above. I sat by the fire, chewing on jerky and sipping at a beer, trying not to let it bug me. I've been in isolated places before where the silence gets inside your bones, sure, of course, but this time it really was different. The desert has this rhythm, wind brushing over stone, owls hooting, insects singing. But on that night, there was none of that, no ambient noise. It was almost like I'd gone underwater.
My ears were ringing slightly, like pressure was building up in my head. And that's when I noticed that first light. It blinked into view above the horizon, faint like a slow satellite, but with this weird pulse to it. It didn't track across the sky like a plane or a meteor. It hovered, stuttered, and shifted. Then another light appeared beside it. Then two more. Within a minute, 10 or 12 of them had fanned out in this loose cluster, like a constellation being born right out in front of me. I set my beer down and stood up. The lights were moving like they were underwater, drifting and rising in slow, smooth arcs. Now, I should have been scared right there, but I wasn't. Not yet, just completely fascinated. I've seen weather balloons, military flares, even experimental aircraft buzzing around out here. But this was not like any of those. They moved so organically, it felt like they were watching me too, looking for something. I grabbed my binoculars and aimed them at the nearest one. What I saw made me drop them right into the dirt below. Each light had this central body, round and metallic, but soft looking, almost like jelly or smoked glass. Hanging beneath it were these tendrils, long and flickering like seaweed in a current. But they sparked too. Flickers of blue and green light ran up and down them, like veins pumping electricity. Honestly, it looked like a jellyfish, massive ones, floating in a formation, hunting even. And they were moving closer by the second. I backed up to my fire and scanned the sky again. The cluster was definitely angling toward me, not fast, but steady. I felt it in my gut first, like static building up in my skin. That's when the fear totally kicked in. That lizard brain panic came full force. I slapped out that fire, tossing the rest of my beer into the coals, and kicked dirt over it. I ducked into my tent and scrambled for the little LED lanterns that I kept clipped inside. I turned them off and killed everything. The only thing still throwing light was my truck, a tiny green glow from the dashboard. I debated on staying in the tent, but I felt too exposed, like waiting to be zipped up and carried off. I slowly crawled out, careful not to make any noise, jogged low and quick to my truck. I threw myself inside the cab and locked the doors, and laid flat across the bench with my pistol in one hand and phone in the other. No bars, of course, just this big red X where the service icon should have been. I don't know if that meant a dead zone or if something up there was blocking out the signal. I hadn't had service since I've been out here, but I also hadn't seen that X until just now. I put some papers over the dash to block out that security light and waited to see what would happen next. The lights continued to descend. I watched them through the front windshield, my face half covered with my jacket. One of them peeled off from the rest, smooth and slow, and started spiraling directly above me. I could see the tendrils now glowing steadily at the ends, brushing at the air like they were tasting it. The silence swallowed everything. I swear I couldn't even hear my own breathing. Then came this sound, a low humming vibration. It wasn't mechanical, it felt alive, like a giant throat clearing its voice across the sky. It started deep, almost too low to hear, then began to rise in pitch, climbing and climbing until my teeth hurt from the pressure itself. And that's when everything shook. Not like an earthquake, just a single violent jolt. The ground trembled, my truck bounced on its shocks, my ears popped, and the pressure dropped so fast I thought my head might split open. And then just like that, they stopped. All the lights, all at once, froze in the sky. No movement, no more pulsing, just hovering. I blinked twice and then they were gone. And I mean gone, like somebody pulled the plug on reality. No slow fade, no streaking trails. 1 second they're there, the next, that just endless blank sky again. I sat up in my truck panting and sweating through my clothes. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely even hold the pistol. I stayed just like that until dawn, never left the cab, and every single tiny sound, the wind shifting a tarp, metal creaking, pebbles settling, it sent my pulse through the roof. By the time the sun had cracked the horizon, the desert looked normal again. Too normal, if you ask me. Like it was pretending, putting on a show, and I'm not buying it. Eventually, I found the nerve and stepped out of my truck slowly. The fire pit was still there, half covered. Tent still stood untouched. Everything looked exactly how I left it. I broke camp like a man getting rid of evidence. No coffee, no breakfast, just stuffed everything into the bed of my truck, half-assed and dusty. Almost like I was trying to outrun something that might be still circling overhead. The whole time I never looked up. I couldn't. Have you seen that movie Nope? When that came out a few years later, I was fucking horrified because that's exactly what I felt like a predator was in the sky above me. That whole drive back to town felt like I was being followed. Every shimmer in the heat haze, every glint in the horizon, I thought, there they are again. I kept checking my mirrors, waiting for one of those jellyfish things to rise out of the ground or drop from the sky, but nothing came. Just me in the desert and the long empty road ahead of me. When I got back home, I showered twice and slept for nearly 16 hours. No dreams, just black. I woke up feeling different. Not sick exactly, just not right. Like the edges of things were off, colors were too bright, food too bland. And I couldn't shake this constant low-grade buzz in the back of my head, like a warning tone that never shut off. For days, I couldn't stop checking the sky, even during the daylight. Something inside me kept me waiting for another flicker, a return. I didn't tell anyone because who the hell would believe me? I barely believed it, and I was there. I started to second guess myself, going back over those details like I was building a court case against my own brain. But there was no alcohol poisoning, no signs of heat stroke, no drugs involved. But then something happened that sealed it all for me. About 5 days after I got back, I saw a piece in the paper, just a throwaway blurb near the back. It said something to the effect of, "Strange lights over the Mojave." Some truckers had reported glowing objects hovering near 127, near, get this, Tacoma. One guy said it looked like floating sea creatures. Another claimed his GPS shorted out and his hair stood on end. They all said the lights just vanished. And that was the confirmation I really didn't want. I cut my trips down after that, stopped going solo. I'll still hike and camp, but not the way I'm used to. Not way out there. Not where help's more than a scream away. I keep my gear light and my radio on and my phone charged. And I never let the fire go out. Not anymore. Sometimes I'll be walking just out past the hills behind my place and feel it again. That pressure, that stillness. I'll look up and scan the clouds and scan the blue, scan the night. And nothing ever shows. Still, I know what I saw, and I know something else is out there, watching, testing, maybe even waiting for something or maybe for someone. Every now and again, I think about beaming a flashlight up into the sky, just to see what happens, just to prove that it wasn't all in my head. I got into solo camping during one of the worst stretches of my life. It was right after COVID lockdowns had started to ease up slowly, when people were still jumpy inside grocery stores, still sanitizing their mail, still wearing masks even in their own cars. I had just lost my job, a marketing gig that I had a few years invested in, and then, of course, and a week after that, my boyfriend of 3 years decided it was time for him to quote-unquote reevaluate his path and dumped me over Thai takeout on my own goddamn couch. So there I was, unemployed, heartbroken, and stuck inside with a sour stomach and far too much time to think. I couldn't handle those walls closing in on me anymore, so one night I packed a bag, tossed my old hiking boots in the trunk, and drove until the lights disappeared behind me. I didn't even have a real plan. Just found this half-empty campsite up in Big Bear, then set up a borrowed tent inside the dark. That first trip was clumsy, cold, and kind of pathetic, but it was also the first time that I'd felt quiet inside months. I sat by the fire with no Wi-Fi, no texting, no bullshit, and I felt like maybe I hadn't completely dissolved into nothing after all. So I kept going after that. Something about having to take care of myself out there, about being the only person I could rely on. It just lit up something inside of me. I got better at it. I started learning real bushcraft. I bought a better tent, picked up a propane grill and some cooking gadgets. I brought friends sometimes, but most of the time I like going all by myself. There's just something sacred about it, like pressing a reset button that nobody else could reach. So when I decided to take this solo trip a few months ago, it felt like no big deal. I'd already done this dozens of times. This time I chose a new area, a state park about 3 hours from my house, somewhere I had not camped before. It was remote but not dangerous. There were trails, streams, and even some emergency outposts along the perimeter. I told my sister where I was going. I checked the weather, and I brought everything that I always bring. It literally just felt like another outing. But this time, it wasn't. I noticed it that first night, something was already off, but at the time I didn't quite realize it. I didn't feel it until later on, but looking back now, I think the woods knew I was alone, and I think somebody else knew that I was alone too. I set up my camp the way I always do, efficiently, borderline obsessive. My little one-person tent went up in a flat patch between two trees, and I strung a thin paracord perimeter around it, which was also clipped with tiny tripwire alerts that let out a soft chime if anything crossed the line, just enough to wake me up if a raccoon or maybe something bigger wandered a little too close. I brought my usual gear: propane grill, folding chair, med kit, fire starter kit, my Kindle, and a water canister that I could refill from the nearby spring. It was so beautiful out there. The air had that stillness that makes you breathe a little slower, helps you appreciate the entire process just a little more. I spent that whole afternoon hiking a loop trail that dipped through a gulch and then ran alongside a wide, clear stream. I soaked my feet in the water, read a book about fungi, even found some edible slippery jacks along the trail. It was good, peaceful. When I got back to camp, I cracked open my little wine bottle and fired up the grill. I brought a ribeye and some cut up squash and an onion inside foil. I always eat really good when I camp. Maybe because I'm actually hungry, or maybe because there's nobody to rush me. The sun had dipped below the trees while I was eating, and the sky lit up in this orange and purple. I sat there with the warm food in my belly and wine in my hand, staring at the stars starting to peek out. And then, like an idiot, I decided to go take a leak before I got cozy inside my sleeping bag. I walked maybe 40-50 yards from camp, more than I meant to. There was a little ridge that looked like it had a nice view, and I guess I wanted to soak in some of the moonlight. The top of the hill gave me a shot of the treetops and a sliver of the moon on the stream. I did my business behind a rock, zipped up and wiped my hands with a sanitizing cloth. That's when I realized I had no idea which way I'd come from. I turned around and stared at the trees, trying to remember which path I'd taken through the brush, but everything looked the same to me. I didn't panic, at least not right away. I picked a direction that felt right and started walking with what I thought was confidence. But after 10 minutes, the trees did not look familiar. The slope of the land felt different. My tripwires would have chimed by now. And that's when it sank in that I was lost. I tried backtracking, but that didn't help. I turned off my flashlight a few times and tried to see if the dim glow of my lanterns would lead me back. Nothing though, no light, no sound, just a long lonely hush hanging around in the trees. That buzz from the wine had evaporated. My stomach clenched up and I knew I couldn't risk wandering in circles all night long. So I started looking for shelter. It had been an hour or so at this point, and I needed rest if I wanted to find my way back in the morning. I found this rock outcrop with just enough room to curl up behind. I pulled some brush around me like a blanket and tucked myself away. I didn't sleep much. Every twig that snapped would make my pulse spike. At one point, I thought what I heard was a coyote in the distance, and I almost started crying, but I swallowed it down. All I could do was wait for morning. When the sun finally rose, it was like somebody cracked open the world again. The light made me feel braver, sharper. I stood up and stretched and dusted myself off. I took a slow, careful walk through the woods, trying to move in a straight line, scanning for my tracks or anything familiar. After an hour or so, I stumbled onto a trail. Not a road, just a narrow, packed earth hiking path. I didn't know exactly where it led, but at least it felt like progress, I guess. And that's when I noticed him. A tall, lean, maybe 40-something with gray beard and one of those sun-bleached hats with a flap in the back. He had a hiking pack on and a water bladder strapped to his chest. He was moving with real confidence. I flagged him down fast and explained what had happened, how I gotten turned around after dark and slept in the woods. He listened to me, nodding patiently. "I've done that once or twice," he said. "You're lucky it wasn't colder. People freeze to death out here all the time." I responded back with laughing nervously and said something like, "Yeah, no kidding." He offered to walk with me, said he was doing a through hike of the park's back trails and knew them better than the staff did. I didn't love the idea of being somebody's charity case, but I also didn't want to get turned around again, so I accepted and we started walking together. At first it was easy talk, where we were from, what gear we used, even a little about the food trails. I told him I was headed back towards my camp and I thought it was southwest. He said he was going that way anyway. Then he asked me if I was out here all alone. I hesitated. Yeah, I said, but I check in with my people every day, just in case, you know? That made him laugh. Smart, he said. So, nobody would even know you're missing yet, huh? I stopped walking. So, I'm sorry, he said, smiling like he was joking. I didn't mean it like that. But he kept talking. Continued to say weird stuff too. Out here, people disappear. There's old caves, mine shafts, drop-offs. They wouldn't even find your body. I tried to pivot the conversation, but he would not drop it. He started asking what kind of knife I carried, if I had a whistle, if I knew how to scream loud enough to carry through the trees, if I had a gun, or if anybody would miss me back home. Then, after that, he stopped walking and just stood there. He looked at me like something had shut off behind his eyes. "You ever heard a bobcat scream?" he asked me. Before I could answer, he dropped his pack and lunged at me. I didn't have a weapon, he just tried to grab me, swinging his arms, snarling like a damn animal. I screamed and ducked sideways, scrambling over rocks and kicking dirt onto his face. He howled, literally howled, like he was part dog. And that's when I bolted. I didn't look back, I just ran, hard and stupid, ducking through the trees, weaving back and forth to try to throw him off. I heard him thrashing behind me, but the noise got softer and softer. I had the advantage. No pack, no gear, just pure terror and speed. And I think that's what saved me. I didn't stop running until my lungs were burning and my legs gave out beneath me. I collapsed behind a tree, half hidden in a mess of ferns and thorny brush, listening for the sounds of branches breaking or that sick barking laugh. But there was nothing. Just the sound of my own heavy breathing and the buzz of blood in my ears. I think I stayed there for maybe 5 minutes, maybe 20. It's hard to tell when your entire body is locked into panic mode. Eventually I heard water, a trickle, a steady one. I pushed the trees toward it, hoping it was the same stream that I'd soaked my feet in the day before. And when I saw the bend in the trail, wide and flat with a little rock cairn that I'd made in the edge, I nearly collapsed again. I was back. I recognized that hill slope to my left, and sure enough, 100 yards ahead, partially hidden by the trees, was my tent. My stupid little orange tent, still zipped up like it'd been waiting for me this whole time. I looped around wide just to be safe. I didn't hear him anymore. I didn't see anything moving behind me, but I'm not taking any chances. When I got back to camp, I didn't cry, I didn't scream, I just went straight for my stove, fired it up with shaking hands and made some coffee. I needed that ritual back, the normalcy. I stirred powdered creamer into that tin mug like it was some kind of exorcism. Then I sat in my chair with the hot metal against my palms and waited to feel human again. He never came. No footsteps, no distant yelling, nothing. I half expected to find the tripwire alarms tripped or some sign that he'd been inside my camp and messed with something. Torn up gear, footprints, anything. But there was nothing. If it wasn't for the ache in my thighs and the scratches up and down my arms, I might have believed that I imagined the whole thing, but I know I didn't. I know what I saw, and I know what I ran from. I wonder pretty often if that guy actually meant to hurt me, or if he was trying to scare me or give me a dose of reality, I don't know. Either way, he knew the trail systems better than I did. If he wanted to find me, I think he could have pretty easily. Although, I try not to dwell on that fact. I took my first and only trip to Japan during a summer break from college. It was supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing, and I really treated it that way. I spent the better part of my year saving up for it, planning every detail, and double-checking my itinerary. Flights, train passes, museum tickets, lodging, translation apps. I even made laminate cards with common phrases just in case my phone had died. The trip was my reward after a brutal semester and a nasty breakup, and I wasn't gonna waste a second of it. Tokyo was exactly as overwhelming and electric as I hoped it to be. Osaka was food heaven. I took a bullet train to Hiroshima and stood in the Peace Park in total silence for almost an hour. I toured some temples, shrines, battle sites, animation studios even, and drank a coffee inside a cafe where this robot took my order and then bowed. I even made it out to the coast one of those days and stared at the Pacific from the other side, feeling like I just walked through the screen of a dream that I'd had since I was 12 years old. It was all completely unreal in the best possible way. Now, the camping trip though, that was the part I should have left out. It was meant to be this kind of palate cleanser before I flew back home. A single night off-grid in a forest that I'd read about online, famous for its untouched beauty and welcoming attitude towards foreign travelers. There were local businesses that rented gear and even helped transport visitors to the park's trailhead. I booked a set through this reputable-looking company, picked up a small backpack of equipment, which was a tent, sleeping bag, propane burner, mess kit, and then rode this small shuttle van out toward the hills. It was cheap, cheerful, and seemed just rugged enough to feel authentic. The driver dropped me off at a signpost that said in broken English, "Path goes right, no forget trail." I nodded and then thanked him. The trail was well worn at first, wide and pleasant, dotted with these little carved statues and hand-painted markers. I'd say about 2 hours in, the crowds started to thin. I passed fewer and fewer hikers, most of them being older couples or university kids on group outings. When I reached the ridge that split into 3 separate trails, I went left, away from the groups, deeper and further into the green. And I think that was my mistake. I went too far. There was a stillness out there that I wasn't quite ready for. The air smelled thick with moss and ocean mist. The trees were ancient, knotted and spindly, with branches that looked like fingers groping through the fog. Everything out here felt muted. I found this small clearing with the remnants of an old fire pit. Somebody had definitely camped here before, though probably not anytime recently. It felt super remote, but not impossible. So for me, it felt perfect. But the longer I stayed there, the more I had this overwhelming sensation that I'd wandered into some place that I should not have. I set up camp like I'd done back home, tent facing the trees in case it rained, fire pit cleared, small folding stool set out for dinner prep. The rental gear was well worn but functional. I boiled some noodles on that little propane burner, dumped a vacuum-sealed bag of curry, and sat there eating while the light disappeared into the trees. The deeper the night went, the less I liked how the place just sounded, or I guess a better way to describe it is it didn't. Back home, even in the remote forests, you hear wind and birds and insects, maybe frogs or owls. Here it was just dead air. There was a fog in the trees that was pale and low, rolling between trunks like smoke that wouldn't rise. My fire crackled, but it felt like the noise didn't go too far, like it was being swallowed up before it could even echo. Still, I told myself I'm just unfamiliar with the place. It's new, a new country, different wildlife, and a different climate. Maybe the silence out here is normal. Maybe the humidity dampened the sound. Maybe I'm just being soft. But not long after this, I started hearing things. At first, it was distant, a rustling, quick and light. Not like deer or anything heavy. It sounded like footsteps, human ones, but they were far too erratic. Too fast and then too slow, and then there would be nothing. I stood up with my flashlight in hand and scanned the woods. I didn't see anything. I clicked the beam off and listened once more. Silence responded, and then, moments later, laughter. It echoed faintly through the trees. A man's laugh, sharp and clipped. Then, a second voice, maybe a woman's. It was higher pitched and giggling like somebody trying not to get caught. It didn't make any sense to me. There were no other campers out here. I pushed at least 2 miles beyond the last posted trailhead, and I hadn't seen a single tent on the way in. So I found myself calling out, just a quick, "Hello?" More instinct than with any confidence. And of course, I got no answer back. I walked a slow circle around the camp, flashlight scanning every branch, every rock, but there was nothing. I was finally about to write it off as a distant sound travel when I saw movement on the edge of the clearing. A shadow, upright, human-shaped. It stood just far enough into the trees that I couldn't make out every detail. Just a silhouette, darker than the dark around it. Then it stepped back and vanished. No sound, no crunch of leaves, just gone. I backed up towards the tent, flashlight jittering across the brush. Another shape flicked through the beam, this one crossing from the right to the left and lower to the ground. Too fast to see it clearly. My heart thumped so loud I could feel it in my gums. More laughter, and this time it was closer, but I couldn't place the direction. Then came the voices, not English, Japanese maybe, but not casual conversation. Chanting, reciting something. I even heard clapping. Whispers layered over one another, too fast and rhythmic to follow. It felt like I was now being surrounded, but whenever I turned on the light, there was nothing there. And then I heard cars. Not actual engines, more like the illusion itself of traffic. I could hear horns, muffled conversations, even a pedestrian crosswalk chime that you hear in Tokyo. All of it sounded somewhere just beyond the trees, where I knew no road existed. My hands are shaking, and I killed the fire with my water canteen, grabbed what I could and dove into my tent. I zipped it shut like that thin nylon could do anything to protect me. Inside, I sat with my back to the pole just listening. Those voices didn't fade. If anything, it got weirder. Children laughing, somebody singing off key, then some angry yelling, violent and guttural, and silence following that. Long stretches of it, then sudden rustling, quick footfalls circling the tent, or someone or something grabbing at the fabric, tugging it. A finger tapped the nylon near my head and I yelped and jerked away. When I shone my flashlight through it, nothing was showing on the other side. No shadows. I stayed frozen like that for hours, flashlight dying in my hand, sweat running cold down my back. I think eventually I nodded off from just pure exhaustion because the next thing I knew, a dim glow was seeping in through the tent walls. Dawn. I waited another 15 minutes just to be sure before I unzipped the tent and peeked outside. There was nothing around me, no footprints, no signs of anybody. The fire pit was a ring of cold ash. My camp looked undisturbed, ordinary, like the night hadn't even happened at all. I wasted zero time. I packed my gear, half folded into my pack, left the noodles and curry packets behind, and relit the fire just long enough to burn off the chill and chase those shadows away. I clipped my 2 LED lanterns to my chest straps, one to my belt, and kept a flashlight in my hand. The fog was thinner now. I could see a little clearer, so I picked a direction and hoped it was east and then started walking. I'd say 40 minutes in, I came across a trail that I don't remember. It looked very well worn, maybe a maintenance path, but I followed it, and after a while I saw 2 other hikers approaching me from the far end. Locals, older, dressed in layered gear and carrying walking sticks. They smiled when they saw me, clearly surprised. One of them said something in Japanese, and I tried to explain in broken phrases and hand gestures that I was lost, that I camped out here the night before. They looked at one another, clearly confused, and one of them said something that made my stomach drop, even through the language barrier. He pointed into the forest and said something like "Shori no shi akuma." The other one translated with the word I did not understand. Spirits. He made this waving gesture like people drifting through the trees. They said nobody camps there this deep anymore. Not here. Too many souls. They offered to walk me back to the main trail and I didn't hesitate. As we climbed along the narrow hillside, I started to feel steadier. They chatted softly amongst themselves, occasionally glancing my way like they were making sure I didn't wander off again. Eventually, we reached the junction, where a big signpost pointed back towards the parking lot. I turned to thank them, but I was alone. I stood there staring at the empty trail behind me, waiting for one of them to pop back out of the brush or something. Maybe they just stepped off for a bathroom break. Maybe they'd taken a shortcut back to the woods. I even called out this quiet, awkward, hey? Like I could summon them with a single word, like they just hadn't vanished seconds before. But they were gone. I waited another minute, but nothing. Just that silence again, just like last night, thick and dead. I could have gone back to look for them, but I didn't. Not after everything I'd seen, not after what they'd said. Spirits. That was the word. I hadn't imagined that part. That was very real. The man's face had gone serious when he said it, and even if I didn't understand the full sentence, that warning was very clear. So I just turned around and walked. I followed that wider trail for what must have been another 45 minutes, maybe an hour. It looped through dense brush and then eventually opened up to a gravel parking lot lined with vending machines and a visitor's map. My rental car sat right where I left it, untouched and unbothered. I climbed in, locked the doors, and sat there in the driver's seat for quite some time, trying to shake off that leftover adrenaline. I checked my phone, no messages, no missed calls. I had full bars again, which felt like a miracle. I pulled up that trail map, double-checked the route, and sure enough, there was a note in tiny red lettering at the bottom of the map near the area that I'd camped in. It didn't say haunted exactly, but it mentioned something about local legends, spiritual activity, and advised visitors not to camp off the trail inside that region. Kinda wish I saw that earlier. Back in Tokyo, the rest of my trip went smoothly. I didn't tell anybody about the forest, at least not then. It didn't feel real enough to share with anybody, and I didn't want to sound like another dumb tourist who got spooked by trees and shadows. But even now, all these years later, I still think about those voices and that laughter, the impossible traffic sounds in the middle of the woods. I try to rationalize it all, try to chalk it up to nerves or bad sleep or some weird environmental illusion, but I can't. Not completely. I have no clue what I stumbled into that night. I don't know who or what was circling my tent, but I do know that I wasn't alone for any part of that trip. I don't really think I was ever cut out for patrol duty. Never had that slick shine badge kind of ambition or craving for adrenaline spikes on city pavement. What I liked, or at least what I was good at, was control, routine, authority wrapped up in razor wire. And I guess maybe that's why I ended up becoming a corrections officer. Not because I couldn't hack it on the street, but because prison was honest. There weren't really any games in there, just power and the people who understood how to keep it. I worked graveyard and early swing shifts at one of the bigger prisons inside the state. We housed everybody from tweakers with petty thefts to full-on predators who should have been buried instead of getting sentenced. There was always something happening too, whether it be fights, lockdowns, smuggling in contraband, riots in the yard, never truly a dull moment. I kind of liked it, honestly, in this weird, twisted way. You never stopped moving, you never let your guard down, because if you did, somebody would carve a smile across your throat just to get a better cell. Over the years, I saw a lot. Fights that made my stomach turn, suicides, mutilations. I saw a guy rip out his own ear just to get out of general pop. There were famous ones too, the kind of inmates whose names you don't say out loud in a bar if you want to keep your friends. But one morning, one that I've never spoken again about, one of those stories that doesn't quite fit neatly on a report or in some kind of midnight anecdote over whiskey. It happened during shift change, just before dawn. Nobody outside that prison has ever heard about what went down. And I've only ever told the truth once, right now, to you. It was a Tuesday morning, or maybe it was Thursday. Early hours kind of blur together after a while, you know? I was clocking in, 5 a.m. sharp, clipboard in one hand and coffee in the other, shaking off that crusty eye burn that you get from waking up far too fast. The air was thick with bleach and piss, per usual. One of the tier blocks was already moving, which was kind of odd. Showers don't usually start till later in the rotation. I checked the roster. B block, full house, 30-some inmates. The kind of block that hums like a hornet's nest even on a good day. I figured maybe there'd been a schedule change. That does happen sometimes. Warden likes to shuffle routines to keep people guessing. Still, it didn't sit right with me. I couldn't hear the usual sounds that you'd expect to hear. No yelling, no soap bubbles slapping the tile, no catcalling or trash talk. Just this low thumping rhythm, wet and steady. It wasn't water pressure, and it wasn't a mop. I keyed into the hallway that led down to the showers and found 3 COs posted outside. Connolly, Jace, and that twitchy bastard Lupo, who always looked like he was 5 seconds from cracking somebody's skull in just for fun. They weren't guarding, they were just lingering, arms crossed, nobody saying anything. "What's going on?" I asked, pausing at the edge of the hallway. Connolly gave me a look and the smallest of shakes of his head. "Don't," he responded back. "That's it, just don't." Lupo was leaned up against the wall, eyes on the floor. I stepped forward anyway because I'm not built for obedience. I had to know what was going on. And I heard it, through that thick steel door, echoing off the tile, the real reason they didn't want me poking around. Screaming. Not loud or wild, just raw and gurgled. The 3 of them didn't stop me, they didn't even flinch. "The fuck is going on in there?" I asked. Jace finally spoke. "Chuck," he said. "New guy, block favorite." It clicked immediately. Charles something went by Chuck. Brought in 3 days prior. His file came with his thick black tab and a note from the warden. High risk, protective custody not recommended. I'd read the charges. Child assault, kidnapping. The kind of stuff that makes your stomach turn and your knuckles itch. Even in prison, there's a food chain, and guys like Chuck, they're the worms rotting at the bottom. "He went to shower early?" I asked. "Volunteered," Lupo said, smirking. "So did the rest of B Block." They let that hang there like I was supposed to connect the dots myself, and quickly I did. "You're telling me—" "We didn't tell you anything," Connolly cut in. "You're just here early, right? First on shift? Nothing more." The scream then came again, this time louder, wet and wailing, like a man being born in reverse. I moved toward the door and hand on my keys, but Jay stepped right in front of me. "Let it happen," he said. "This is justice because, well, you know it and I know it." "Jesus fucking Christ," I muttered. "Jesus ain't in there," Lupo said, still grinning. I stood there frozen and the sounds built into this symphony of horror. Fists slapping flesh, bones cracking, something sizzling or burning. The smell hit next. Charred skin, piss, blood. Somebody vomited behind the door. Then more laughter, real laughter, like this was a joke to them, a party even. One of the inmates shouted something about reminding him how it feels, and another roared back, "Don't let him pass out yet." There was no cameras in the showers, not after all those budget cuts, and no CO would admit to hearing anything if it went to court. And the ones stationed there, they were the worst kind of complicit. "Why?" I asked, not even sure who I was talking to anymore. "Why not stop it?" Connolly answered me like he was explaining policy. "They want it, and the good thing about it is we get good behavior in return. Everybody wins, except for that sick piece of shit in there." "What if he dies?" I asked. Lupo snorted at my response. "Then we call it a suicide, just like the other times." I felt my chest seize up. I didn't like Chuck. I didn't pity him. But what was happening inside that room wasn't justice. It was ritual, an offering to keep the animals calm, you know? Eventually, that screaming subsided, and what followed was worse. The sound of somebody sobbing, soft and high-pitched, almost like a child. That was Chuck, grown man, 240 pounds, broken into pieces and whimpering like a dog hit by a car. One of the inmates shouted after this, "That's enough! He's shitting himself now." And another said, "Nah, not yet." And then came the part I'll never forget, the silence. Then a roar of cheers. Then a voice cold and steady said, "Cut him." The screaming started up again. This time it was so sharp it punched through the steel door, high-pitched and desperate. Then more silence, no crying, no laughing, just the steady drip, drip, drip of water and blood mixing on the tile below. I wanted to puke. My legs wouldn't move, my keys felt glued to my hip. I think I dissociated, slid right into autopilot while the world burned behind that door. I'd seen stabbings, burnings, even a hanging once, but this was organized. This was sanctioned, and I was part of it all, just standing there and doing absolutely nothing. Eventually, 3 COs slipped into the showers. Somebody called for a stretcher on the internal channel. No sirens, no rush, just cleanup. They wheeled Chuck out. He was still alive, barely, naked, face swollen like rotten fruit, blood caked between his thighs. They'd castrated him, burned his legs with hot water or maybe bleach, busted out half his teeth. There was so much blood they said it clogged the drain for a week. He didn't even say a word on the way to medical, just stared at the ceiling, blinking. Like, I don't even think he understood what his body had now become. Chuck didn't die, and that's the part that kind of still screws with me. He lived. Not well, not whole, but enough to crawl back into a hospital bed with tubes in his arms and a diaper strapped to what was left. The doc stitched him up and sent him to the infirmary. From there, he got tossed back in a gen pop like nothing had happened. They gave him a new cell in protective custody, but even that didn't save him from the rumors. Word spreads fast in places where time doesn't move. For the next 10 years, he was the ghost of the block. He walked slow, barely talked, flinched at everything. Guys pissed in his food. Nurses whispered behind clipboards. Sometimes when he was alone in medical, he'd sob quietly like something inside him forgot to shut off. And yet, nobody ever laid a finger on him again. He wasn't feared. He was finished. A walking trophy of what could happen if you ended up at the bottom of the food chain. And me? I continued to show up. I walked the same tiers, nodded at the same guards, pretending like I didn't know what we'd done. I buried it under shift reports and years of dead-eyed routines. That's what working corrections kind of does to you. It teaches you to carry rot in your chest. Call it professionalism. One night 5 years after the quote-unquote shower incident, I found a note on my locker. No name, no handwriting that I recognized. Just this scrap of toilet paper with the words, "You watched it happen." I didn't sleep well that night, or the next. A week later, I caught Lupo in the break room, stirring his coffee with a plastic fork. He looked me right in the eye and said, "What we did to Chuck, that wasn't punishment. That was theater, for them and for us." I told him to shut the fuck up. He laughed and walked off, humming some old country tune like it was just another Tuesday. Connolly got fired 2 years after that, caught sneaking cell phones into Lifer's block for side cash. Jace ended up dying in a car wreck, drunk off his ass. Only Lupo's still around, still stalking the halls, still grinning like he's in on the joke that nobody else can get. Eventually, I transferred out, took a job in county intake. Less blood and more paperwork, but it didn't wash off. Some nights I still dream about that morning, the way the steam clung to the windows, the way Chuck's eyes looked when they wheeled him past me, swollen shut but still crying. I heard he died in his sleep about a year before I left the system, heart failure. Honestly, it could have been anything. I've never told anybody this story, not the warden, not my wife, not the therapist they made us see after the tier lockdown turned into a hostage situation. This is the first time I've said it out loud or even typed it for that matter. And now, I wonder if somebody's listening, somebody who remembers, somebody with a badge and no moral compass left to spin. People think prisons are about justice. Well, they're not. They're about balance. and once in a while, when the scale tips just enough, the guards take their hands off and let the devil do all the work. God help the ones that we let through the cracks. I worked for the Forest Service for nearly 20 years. 10 of those were spent as a warden for game and fish. And if you ever meet somebody who tells you it's an easy gig, you tell them to kick rocks. The hours are long, the land is vast, and no two people you meet out there are ever the same. You see the best and the worst of humanity the further you get from the pavement. Before that, I logged. Same forest actually, same roads, same bullshit really. But those early years gave me this edge. I had to track tire grooves, how to spot a camp somebody didn't want found, how to tell the difference between a hunter with a license and one hoping that nobody would check. Most of the time, I liked the work. My beat covered a chunk of protected backcountry that straddled state and federal lines. Pretty wild place. No cell service, no hand-holding. The kind of woods where everything feels a little older than you can comprehend. Truly ancient. Plenty of guys in this job chase elk tags and write speeding tickets. Me, I've learned to listen. You pick up more from a piece of trash or a cigarette butt than you do from somebody's actual story. Strange things? Yeah, they do happen. Lights in the tree line, voices at night, sightings of a man who walks barefoot with one hand missing. You laugh when you hear it, but when you've had a few beers around the campfire and remember what you saw that one time out past Shale Bend, well, the laughter quickly dies off. I've had my fair share of creepy run-ins, empty tents in the middle of nowhere, fresh blood on the path with no sign of a carcass, hunters who swore they'd been followed at night. I personally don't scare easy though. It comes with a badge, I guess. There's a calm that takes over when you're the one people expect to have it all under control. But there's one day I don't talk about. Not often, that is. And not because it was weird, but because it was really, really dangerous. That day shook me. It made me understand just how quick a man can go from fine to completely gone. You'd think you've seen all the ways somebody can get violent. Try cornering a drunk asshole with a rifle with nothing to lose, miles away from help. This was late spring, a few years ago now. The melt-off had finished and everything was green. It was nice and blooming like some kind of prehistoric painting. It was a beautiful time to be out here. That day, I was assigned to check remote fishing access points. It was along this stretch of highland terrain. Creeks, lakes, and a little glacial pond that barely showed up on the maps. The job was pretty routine. Drive in, hike out, check passes and licenses, mark any violations, and then move on. I had my SIG holstered, as usual, and my radio slug tied against my chest. Always kept this printed map in the truck too, just in case the GPS got squirrely. Out here you need to plan for problems before they actually happen, because once they do, you're already behind. There was this one lake I always hated checking though. Nothing wrong with the water itself, it was just the terrain. Thorn brush, loose shale, rattlers in the rocks. It sat in a bowl of old volcanic earth and was shielded on all sides by tall pines and scrub oak. It took an extra 30 minutes to get there. It always felt like the place was hiding something too. I really don't know how else to explain that. It just felt wrong. But that's my job. You don't skip out just because your gut gets tight. You lace your boots and press on. I parked my truck at the trailhead around noon, ate a sandwich on the tailgate while the forest hummed around me. Birds, bugs, wind, same sounds you hear every single day. But that afternoon they felt different. Like everything was a little too perfect, if that makes sense. Scripted even. Maybe I was just tired, so that's what I thought to myself. I geared up, loaded a fresh round into the chamber, and started off down the trail. It was mostly game tracks and erosion along the way. Then, halfway up the ridge, I passed the creek, clear water tumbling over flat stones. Too cold for anything but trout and bone. And then checked the usual hidey holes for litter or poachers. Nothing. Signed off on the log sheet, radioed in a quick status report, and kept on climbing. I hit the lake around 2 p.m. It sat there like it always does, glassy and still, ringed by pine needles and brambles so thick that you had to fight your way through it. Most folks would not bother coming this far up, and I really don't blame them. Hell, I wouldn't have been out there for myself if it wasn't for the badge. I made this slow loop around the north edge, looking for any signs of campers or squatters, and didn't see anything. At least not at first. Then I saw a color, a glint of something bright, too bright for that to rain, down on the far side of it. It was hard to tell at first what it was through the brush, but I could make out a couple of figures, sitting low, maybe crouched even. No movement. Just hunched in the brushes like they were waiting for something, and that's never a good sign in my line of work. I gave them a quick wave, friendly-like, no reason to escalate anything. One of them raised their hands back, lazy and half mocking, and the other didn't move. I circled the lake careful on those loose stones. As I got closer, I started to smell them. Beer sweat and that musty human odor that comes from being outside too long without rinsing off. I saw the cooler, the empty cans, and then them. Two guys, maybe mid-20s. One had a long beard and sunburnt neck, mirrored sunglasses. The other one was wiry, shirtless, with lots of tattoos. Bad ones, prison style, done with a paper clip and some kind of ink. They both looked cooked, drunk, high, or maybe both. And between them, tangled in the grass, were busted up tackle boxes and this little .22 rifle leaning up against the cooler. "Afternoon, fellas," I said, handing her my belt. "Y'all have your fishing licenses handy?" Beard guy looked up and laughed like I told him a joke. "Fuck off," he said. Tattoo guy spat something near the bushes and grinned. "You serious, man? Ain't nobody checking up here." I kept my voice even. "Well, I am and I will. This really isn't worth a citation, let alone worse. If you've got paperwork, we're good. If not, I'll write you up, then head on out." Beard guy stood up slowly. "We've been fishing out here since we were kids, alright? You don't get to tell us shit. You and your damn clipboard can turn around and hike right back down." Tattoo guy rose then too, cracking his neck like it was go time. "Ain't no government own this water. This is ours." I took one step back, not enough to show fear, but just enough to give myself a read on their hands, you know? "Look, this doesn't have to be a big deal, but you put hands on me, that's assault of a federal officer. I don't care how drunk you are, you'll be waking up in county." They glanced at one another, one of those unspoken exchanges you learn to recognize right before shit hits the fan. Next thing I knew, beard guy lunged at me and shoved. I stumbled back over a rock and caught my footing and shouted, "That's enough! Don't be stupid!" Tattoo guy grabbed my shirt and yanked me forward, hard. I twisted, lost my balance, and in the next second I was airborne, smashing into the lake like a thrown rock. My gear hit the water with a slap. My sidearm yanked hard against my hip and dragged me to the bottom immediately. I came back up coughing, blinking through water in panic, already imagining a bullet tearing through my back. I wiped my eyes and treaded water and looked up to see both of them howling with laughter. Beard guy was doubled over, tattoo guy perched on the cooler kicking his feet. They used my lack of balance to shove me right into the water. That .22 was right next to him, glinting in the sunlight. I pulled myself out of the water and started to edge backward, slow and careful. I kept my voice calm this time. "Look, I'm walking away. You've had your fun. Don't make this any worse." Tattoo guy picked up the rifle and leveled it, not aiming, just waving it like a toy. "You swim like a bitch, officer." Then he fired. Crack, a bullet zipped overhead and slapped the water near my boots. Way too close. Beard guy cheered on. "Hoo-hoo-hoo! Get that badge wet." Another shot. This one hit further off. I dove under the brush for cover, and when I knew they didn't have a clear line of sight, I bolted for the trailhead. Bullets were whizzing past, most of them hitting the water, but few scattered rounds found their way through the pines. I hiked back fast, soaking wet, boots sloshing, heart hammering. I called it in on the radio the second I hit the high-rise enough to get a signal. Unit 4 to base. I've been assaulted. 2 suspects male, armed and intoxicated. Last seen at Devil's Basin. Request backup and enforcement unit. Multiple shots fired. There was static, and then...
Copy Unit 4, stand by. Support inbound.
I collapsed next to the trail, drew my sidearm and waited. And that was the longest hour of my life. The response team showed up like cavalry. 4 rangers and 2 trucks and a sheriff's deputy named Carson, who I'd actually worked with before during a backcountry poaching sting. He had that quiet kind of fury, the sort of guy who never yelled because he never really needed to. One look from him and men would immediately rethink their decisions. He was also built like an old country barn. They met me at the lower ridge. I was still soaked, chafed raw under my vest, and boots felt like cement. I gave them a quick rundown, showed them where the assault actually happened, then led the group up the trail again. Sheriff Carson asked if I thought the rifle was loaded. I know it was, I said. They fired at least a dozen times. I don't know if they got any more rounds, but I didn't stick around to find out. He nodded once, then unclipped his sidearm in the holster. We made the push together. Tight formation, radio chatter kept to a minimum. Nobody talked about how this could easily go bad because we all knew. It wasn't just a couple of punks fishing without permits anymore. This was aggravated assault with a firearm on federal property. When we crested the ridge near the lake, we split up. Carson went wide with one of the rangers and I cut around the basin with the others. We moved slow and quiet. I could smell the fire pit before I saw them. Charcoal smoke, cheap beer, and piss. Same damn cooler, same sloppy mess of gear, same 2 bastards just sitting there like nothing even happened. Tattoo guy was holding a line in the water. Beard guy had his shirt off now, lounging on a flat rock, his boots off and eyes half shut. I felt that rage boil up in my chest. Cold and sharp, the kind that makes your vision narrow in the moment. Carson stepped out from the brush behind them, gun drawn. Hands up! Do it now! They both jumped. Tattoo guy reached, probably just for balance, but it was too late. Me and the other rangers moved in quickly. Guns out, voices raised. On your stomach! Hands where I can see him, don't move! Tattoo guy bolted, and beer guy froze. I tackled the runner, put a shoulder in his back and drove him to the ground. He squirmed, cussed, and tried to elbow me. I pinned him by the neck until another ranger helped zip tie his wrist. Beard guy didn't resist, just sat there blinking, stupid as a pasture cow, till somebody finally dragged him to the dirt. That rifle still sat by the cooler, loaded, 5 rounds in the tube. We cuffed them both and walked them back down the trail. That whole time they ran their mouths, claimed that we were jackboot fascists, that the forest belonged to the people, that we were just the government thugs trying to steal their heritage. Same garbage you hear every time you arrest a guy who's too dumb to see past his own boots. They sobered up quickly in holding. The sheriff ran their names and called me 2 days later. Both of them had warrants, assault, weapon charges, resisting, even a prior for domestic violence apiece. Real winners. Turns out they've been drifting between counties, skipping court, and ducking probation. They weren't locals, not really. The "since we were kids" bit was just noise. One had a fake ID from Nevada, and the other had his plates registered to an ex-girlfriend in Flagstaff. The charges stuck, and they did real time. I heard the tattoo one mouthed off in court, and the judge tacked on an extra 6 months, just to teach him what silence actually costs. But here's a part that it sticks with me to this day, I guess. I've been in worse terrain. I've run into mountain lions, been chased by a moose, even pulled a guy's leg out of a bear trap once. But on that day at Devil's Basin was the first real time I looked into a man's eyes and knew he might actually kill me. Not because he hated me or even feared me, but because he thought it would be funny. And to me, that's a different type of danger, a real one. I went back to that lake once, maybe a year later, part of the routine check, but I didn't walk the whole loop. I sat there on the edge and listened to the silence and left after 15 minutes. Some of these places just hold on to things, you know? Energy, memory, fear. Call it whatever the hell you want to. I still wear the badge, I still check permits, but I don't go to Devil's Basin without backup. I never planned to be a cop. Not really. I was just looking for something steady after the army, something that paid decent and had some benefits. I figured I'd work a couple of years, tuck some money away, maybe go back to school or get a job fixing trucks, but Denver had a way of pulling you back in and then chewing you up slowly. 1 year would become 2, then 5, and by the time I blinked, I've been walking a beat in the metro for nearly a decade. This was around the mid-2010s, when things in the city started to slide from weird to full-blown chaos. Some folks blame the housing market, others point to fentanyl, or the revolving door of court systems, but honestly, I think everything just broke all at once. Tent cities started popping up behind every single fast food joint. You'd find needles in park sandboxes. The alleys stank of piss and rage. And the people, they were just boiling over, angry and twitchy, looking to take it out on somebody. And that somebody was usually us. Now don't get me wrong, there were pretty good nights. Fitz, my partner, and I had this system down. He was big and slow, smart as hell though, and I was quicker on my feet, better with talking with people, talking them down, so we kind of covered each other's blind spots. You learn to do that when the job feels like war with paperwork. Most of the time we were down near 5 Points or Lodo, patrolling liquor stores and subway stations, sometimes even chasing fights out of the 7-Eleven on Blake Street. Sometimes, every so often, you'd get a night that just didn't quite fit the mold. A night that would stick in your ribs long after the bruises would heal. Something that reminded you the job isn't just dangerous, it's goddamn unpredictable. I remember that night like a photograph. The sky was orange with the wildfire haze, sirens already blaring off in the distance before the shift had even started. Fitz was sipping at some gas station coffee, and I was thumbing through a stack of unpaid parking tickets, trying to keep my eyes open. We just finished checking on a noise complaint down by Alameda. Nothing major, when a call came through.
207 in progress. Robbery, multiple suspects. Corner of Vine and 18th. Units respond.
I looked at Fitz. He looked at me. We tossed the cups to the floorboard and flipped on the lights. I remember thinking to myself, please be nothing. Please be a drunk with a knife or some idiot stealing beef jerky. But on that night, I would have no such luck. What we rolled into wasn't a robbery in progress. It was a goddamn war zone. A busted up laundromat with glass already gone, and the next door, a mini-mart that looked like it had been turned inside out. One clerk had a head wound, the other was screaming into a phone. And there, right in the middle of it, were 2 masked men, one with a crowbar and the other gripping a butcher knife like he knew how to use it. Fritz grabbed his radio, and I drew my weapon. And just like that, the night got real dark, real fast. Fitz took to the left and I moved right, weapons drawn, steady grip, heart jackhammering in my chest. The suspects were in mid-scream, jabbing the air with their weapons like they were trying to hold the entire block hostage with nothing but rage and sweat. One had a ski mask, the other just a bandana wrapped around his nose and mouth, eyes wild like some kind of caged raccoon. "Denver PD!" I yelled, voice sharp as broken glass. "Drop the weapons, get on the ground, now!" The one with the crowbar held his stance, feet spread, eyes fixed right on me. The other, the one with the knife, flicked his gaze toward the alley behind them. I could see the gears turning in the moment, fight or flight. People always think they'll freeze. They don't. They run, or they're gonna try to kill you. "Do it now!" Fitz roared, sidearm leveled like a jackhammer. That's when Knife Guy cracked off. He pivoted and sprinted towards the alley like his shoes were on fire. I saw Fritz charge the other suspect, tackle him into a busted snack rack, metal clattering everywhere. I didn't think, I just ran. My boots were pounding the pavement, lungs seizing on the wildfire smoke and adrenaline. The alley was very narrow, fenced in with rusted chain link and tagged with years and years of gang graffiti and, of course, piss. He was fast, too fast, but I was slowly closing the distance, 20 feet, 15, 10. He glanced back and saw me gaining and pushed harder. We turned a corner and then another, trash bins, crates, a ripped out mattress soaked with filth. I shouted for him to stop, hand tied on my pistol, but he didn't even look back. Then he cut between 2 buildings, a really tight squeeze. I followed without thinking. And that's when that whole night went completely sideways. I cleared the gap and slammed to a stop. 3 of them. Not 1, 3. The guy had been chasing skedaddled to a halt right in front of his friends. All of them were masked. One with a baseball bat, the other with what looked like a length of iron pipe. They weren't expecting me. Panic flashed in their body language, but I didn't have time to use any of that. I raised my sidearm and opened my mouth. Too slow though. The pipe had caught me across the forearm before I could even squeeze the trigger. Pain detonated down my arm, white and electric. The gun hit the ground and skidded away into the shadows. I staggered back, arms up, instinct from old bar fights quickly kicking in. The guy with the bat stepped forward and drove it into my ribs. Something cracked immediately, and I collapsed to my knees. They didn't say anything, and I don't know why, but that's really what freaked me out. Not a single fucking word, just grunts and impact and the sound of bones taking damage time after time. One kicked me in the stomach, another stomped on my thigh. I curled up tight and protected my head. I figured, well, I'm gonna die here, execution style, shot in the face with my own weapon while a gang of street punks laughed over my corpse. But that shot never came, and eventually they took off. I'm not even sure how long I laid there curled up like an animal, heart thudding, blood soaking into my uniform. My left arm felt disconnected, like it belonged to somebody else. My ribs burned every time I took a breath. I rolled onto my side and looked up at the empty sky between the rooftops. Somewhere close, a siren was wailing off in the distance, but I don't think it was for me. I heard footsteps then, and forced myself to sit up, blinking through the tears and blood. I saw Fitz come around the corner with another officer behind. Their guns were out, sweeping the area. They went that way, I croaked out, pointing with my good arm. 3 of them. One's got my gun. Fritz then crouched next to me. His face had that look of half horror, half cold calculation. You're gonna be okay, man. EMT's already on the way. Then we heard another sound, a gunshot. Close, maybe a quarter mile out. One sharp crack followed by 2 more. We all froze. The other officer radioed it in, voice tight with panic. Fitz stood up like he was ready to sprint again, but paused just long enough to squeeze my shoulder. Stay down, he said to me. Then they disappeared into the shadows. I laid there shaking, every nerve screaming, trying not to puke. Somewhere in the distance, more sirens then screamed to life, overlapping like a chorus. Cars tearing through intersections, boots hitting pavement. The whole district was waking up, it seemed. My beating had kicked a hornet's nest. EMT showed up 5 minutes later, a young guy with eyes too wide for this kind of work. He crouched beside me and muttered a string of curses under his breath as he checked my vitals. Then he pulled out a roll of gauze and a splint, like duct tape was really gonna hold me together. My ribs are pretty fucking busted, I told him, teeth clacking from the adrenaline come down. Arm's gone to hell too. He nodded, saying something I didn't catch, and then kept working. I heard every siren echoing off of the streets like they were inside my skull. More shots fired, then nothing. Then a call on the EMT's radio.
Officer involved in shooting. Vine and 20th. 1 suspect down.
I closed my eyes. The EMT froze a second before grabbing his radio and relaying our position once more. There was some shouting behind us now. More cops sweeping through the alley, barking orders, boots thudding past like thunder. I sat there useless, just another bloodied piece of meat while the whole world spun around me. Eventually, Fitz came back. He had blood on his sleeve that wasn't his. His jaw was set hard enough to crack teeth, and his eyes locked on mine like he was trying to transmit something without actually saying it. I didn't ask, and he didn't offer. He just knelt down beside me and said, "He fired your weapon at us, got 1 round off, but missed." "And?" Fitz nodded once. I put him down. I didn't feel relief in the moment. I didn't feel anything, at least not right away. Just this hollow, numb cold in my chest, like something had been scraped out. I wasn't angry, I wasn't proud, I was just over it, done. The rest of the crew rounded up the others with 2 more arrests. Weapons recovered, charges stacked like poker chips. Turns out they were part of some local gang, trying to flex by knocking over corner stores and claiming turf. They didn't think they'd run into cops that fast, and definitely not two who are willing to sprint into hell without a second thought. It took a few weeks to recover. The doctors patched up my ribs and set my arm back, told me that I was lucky. I nodded and thanked him, then walked out with this big bag of painkillers and a piece of paper that said, "Fit for duty." Duty. I stared at that paper for 2 days before I tore it in half. And I never went back on patrol. Took my retirement early, turned in the badge, the uniform, the trauma, and the city, of course, didn't blink. A few months later, another officer got jumped 2 blocks from where I got hit. He wasn't as lucky as me. His name was barely even in the paper. Just another casualty inside a city that eats its own. People ask occasionally if I miss it. The action, the adrenaline, the purpose. And the truth is, I miss knowing who I was, but I don't miss looking over my shoulder every day. I don't miss that metallic taste of panic when a suspect twitches wrong. I don't miss hearing gunshots and wondering if that's the sound of one of my friends dying. What happened that night didn't end a shift, it ended something inside me. I still have my badge inside a drawer, and sometimes I'll take it out and hold it, like I'm trying to remember why I even wore it in the first place. But the badge is cold now, a relic, just like everything else that we left in the alleys of Denver. I love being a cop. It's not just a job, it's something I actually care deeply about. The reason I chose this career is pretty simple. When I was a kid, a police officer saved my life, and that moment stuck with me all the way until now. I knew even then that one day I wanted to wear this same badge, return the favor to somebody else, and I always hoped that maybe I could inspire somebody younger to take that same path that I did. Every time I complete a task, no matter how small, I feel this sense of pride. It means something to serve and protect your community. But there was one time, I guess just one, that made me question everything in all my decisions. A night that really made me love my job a little bit less. This happened just after midnight on November 29th, 2015, inside Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. I was dispatched to respond to a noise complaint. It seemed routine, and I was the only officer assigned to check it out. When I arrived, I stepped out of my cruiser and walked toward a vehicle parked on the curb, the one the 911 call had been about, loud music blaring from inside. The man in the car was later identified as Lance Carr, 25 years old at the time. I ran a quick background check and learned he had a felony warrant out for his arrest. That changed the tone immediately. I ordered him to step out of the vehicle and place his hands behind his back. And what happened next completely caught me off guard. I expected compliance, maybe some back-talking or stalling, but nothing this extreme. Instead, Lance spun around and took a wild swing at me. I ducked and avoided the hit, but before I could react again, he lunged forward, grabbed me, and then drove both of us to the ground. I impacted the ground and the wind got knocked out of me. I fumbled for my radio and managed to call for immediate backup, and that's when Lance leaned in close and said, "Clear as day, I'm gonna fucking kill you." He was bigger than me, well, a lot stronger too. He got on top and started swinging, elbows, fists, whatever he could land. I fought back, but he was overpowering me very quickly. We rolled around in the street, grappling and struggling, and it went on for what felt like forever. I think maybe 3 minutes total, but when you're fighting for your life, time really stops meaning much. During the struggle, I could hear a woman, one of the neighbors, yelling from her front porch. She was shouting at Lance to stop, telling him the police were already on their way. She said she called for help, but it didn't faze him. He kept punching, and I remember thinking clearly inside my head, "Lady, if you're gonna scream, scream. But if you really want to help, get over here and pull this fucking guy off me." At one point, I managed to wrestle my sidearm from the holster and fired a shot. It missed, but the bullet cracked off the pavement and shards of debris flew into the air. That shot didn't stop him either. He kept strangling me, and I was seeing stars. Backup arrived just in time. Other officers swarmed the scene and yanked Lance off of me and wrestled him into cuffs. I tried to help, I really did, but I remember grabbing one of the officer's sleeves trying to stand up, maybe throw in a hand to assist, but I couldn't. My body had completely given out. I hit the pavement again and everything went black. They say I was loaded onto a stretcher and rushed to the hospital. I spent 2 nights there, under observation, getting treatment for my injuries. The doctors told me I had a mild concussion, some bruised ribs, and a torn ligament in my shoulder. I missed the next 2 weeks of work, not because of the physical recovery, but because I just needed a little time. Time to breathe, time to process everything that happened. Lance Carr was later convicted of first-degree assault on a police officer. The court handed down a sentence of 10 years. When I heard that, I had kind of mixed feelings. On one hand, I was glad the court had taken it seriously. What happened to me was nearly fatal, and I wouldn't wish that experience on anybody. On the other hand, 10 years felt long. Most assault charges land people behind bars for a year or two. I couldn't help but think, is 10 too much? And I guess maybe that's not really for me to say. I'm not a judge, I just lived through it. I still work as a cop today, but that night has definitely changed me. It's the closest I've ever come to actually dying. And it was a reminder that the job isn't always about pride and service. Sometimes it's about survival. Lance gets out next year. I don't harbor any hate towards him, not anymore. I don't want revenge. What I truly hope, is that he turns his life around. I hope he finds some work and finds people to be around, and learns how to be a person who builds something, not somebody who breaks everything he touches. But if he doesn't change, next time there might not be backup fast enough. Not for him, and not for whoever's unlucky enough to stand in front of him. October 9th, 2024 was absolutely the worst moment of my life. Around 1 a.m. inside a quiet neighborhood in Bridgeport, Connecticut, I responded with several other officers to a call about a man acting unstable, aggressive, erratic, and possibly dangerous. Dispatch flagged it as a mental health crisis, but the caller had also mentioned screaming and banging, so we approached the scene ready for really anything. We rolled up to the address, standard 2-story house, dark porch, no lights inside. One of the officers knocked on the front door while I stood behind him, scanning the windows. After a few seconds, 2 men appeared in the doorway. One wore a round hat pulled low. The other was bald, looking really nervous. Neither of them said a word, just stood there staring at us. We knocked again, harder this time, and I stepped forward and told the man with the hat to unlock the door. He didn't answer me. Instead, he turned around slowly and acted as if he didn't hear us, or maybe he didn't care, then positioned himself between us and that bald man, blocking the entry. That move raised every red flag that I had, so I told him again, unlock the door. He still didn't move. Figuring we weren't going to wait all night while somebody inside possibly hurt themselves or somebody else, I pulled out the small pocket knife that I always carry on duty, started working on the door latch. I'd done it before on welfare checks, nothing unusual, but this time, no luck. The lock was not giving. While I struggled, the bald guy slipped past the man in the hat, then managed to undo the deadbolt from inside. Once that second door cracked open, all hell broke loose. The man with the hat stepped out fast and right in my space, and before I could say a word, he leaned in close and told me that he was gonna fucking kill me. He pulled out something from his coat pocket, and at first I didn't see what it was, but I guess I didn't really need to. My instincts screamed knife, but before I could move, he was already lunging. The blade hit my shoulder first, a deep burning stab in and out. I tried to backpedal, but didn't make it a step before he came back in again, this time to my neck. The pain was white hot and immediate. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't speak. My airway collapsed, and it felt like my body was trying to scream, but no sound was coming out. And then he stabbed me in the side of the head. There's no way to describe that kind of pain. It wasn't even pain after a second, it was static. Everything in my body started shutting down all at once. I used every ounce of strength that I had left and shoved him backward. My vision blurred, my balance went. I stumbled off the porch and into the grass. Everything in front of me went sideways. I was still upright, but my eyes were staring straight down, green blades of grass swaying in the breeze. For some reason, that detail burned into my mind. Not the blood, not the chaos, the grass. It's all I could see. Then came the gunshots, 2 of them, loud and sharp. Officers then yelling to drop the knife, put the knife down, over and over, like this mantra. I couldn't see anything anymore, but I could still hear. I heard boots and I heard commands. I heard medics rushing in and radios crackling. The world kept moving around me all the while I lay there, waiting to die. I was loaded into an ambulance within minutes, barely holding on. I spent the next 4 days in the hospital, ICU for 2, regular room after that. They had to open up my airway manually, do surgery, stitch the head wound, pump me full of antibiotics to keep the stab sites from getting infected. I've recovered since then, physically anyway, but as I sit here writing this, I've got full range and motion back, no permanent nerve damage. Lucky doesn't really begin to cover it. The man who attacked me, he took 2 bullets to the spine. He'll never walk again. And last I heard, he was still in county jail, awaiting trial. He doesn't talk much, doesn't move much, just sits in a wheelchair, silent and staring. I think back about that night often. Not with hatred, not with anger, but with this kind of cold awareness. I was hours, maybe even minutes from dying. And that's not a brush with death. That's shaking hands with it and then living to tell the story itself. I'm still on the force. I didn't quit, and I don't plan to. This job is in my blood. And yeah, I'll never forget about what happened on that porch in Bridgeport. But I also know why I wear the badge. It's not about being invincible. It's about being willing. Because the moment you stop being willing, somebody else will pay the price. It was a hot summer day in 2019 when everything changed for me. I was patrolling a side road just off the highway in Seminole County, Florida. That's when I noticed this black SUV with windows that were far too dark, tinted way beyond what's actually legal. I flipped on my lights and pulled the vehicle over. I got out and approached the driver's side. I saw a male behind the wheel. He cracked the window down about a quarter, barely enough to see his face. I asked him politely to roll it down further, and he did. I introduced myself and explained the stop. The tints were too dark. I needed to inspect them, and he listened calmly. I asked him to raise the window halfway back up so I could take a measurement. As I took that reading, I walked him through the legal limits on window tint inside the state of Florida. He nodded along as I spoke. Then I asked him for his license, registration, and proof of insurance. And that's when things started to shift. He rolled the window down again, handed over his license, still laughing and still calm, but now I noticed he was smoking a blunt. He asked how my morning was going. I gave a half a smile and said, "Living the dream." His license read Rocky Money Rudolph Jr. I laughed aloud. "That's one hell of a name," I told him. He laughed too, and for a moment it felt like this would be one of those easy traffic stops, maybe a ticket and some small talk. I told Rocky his registration had expired, and he explained he hadn't renewed it because he was working on this community project for homeless. Ultimately, I gave him the benefit of the doubt, said, "All right," and figured we'd be wrapping this up soon. And then I asked him a simple question. I asked if he or anybody else inside the vehicle had been smoking marijuana, or if there was any in the car. His demeanor changed. He suddenly got quiet and tense. "No, sir," he responded. I followed up asking if he had a Florida medical marijuana card, and he said no again. The smell of weed was heavy in the air, and I could tell he was lying. His speech started to slip. He was rambling, laughing at nothing, and saying things that made no sense. I told him to shut off the car, and that's when he got visibly nervous. "Why?" he asked, voice raising. I told him again, this time firmer. "Look, man, you're smoking illegally. You don't have a medical exemption. Shut the car off." He got defensive, gave me attitude, throwing questions back at me. As I explained what he was doing wrong, he reached forward and turned the ignition back on. I reached into the car trying to shut it off myself. "Turn the car off now," I said. But before I could finish that sentence, everything went south. He snapped. Rocky suddenly shoved the gear into drive and floored it. I grabbed the edge of the window and held on, trying not to fall off. My gun was out, and I was yelling at him over and over to stop the car. Stop the car. He didn't. He drove 20 feet with me hanging on the side of the vehicle. I was shouting commands, trying to control the situation, but my adrenaline was gone, replaced with rage and survival instinct. "Put your hands up," I screamed at him. And then he proceeded to start crying and whining, pleading like he knew he was done for. "I didn't do anything," he yelled back. I kept repeating myself like a broken record. "Hands up, hands up." But instead of complying, he started driving again. And then I reached for my gun. And this is when my story turns a little dark, and if you hate cops, I guess maybe this is your cue to turn the story off. I still had my weapon in hand and I fired a shot. Missed. I fired again, and I missed again. Third shot, another miss, and I couldn't believe it. Rocky lunged forward and slapped the gun clean out of my hand, and just like that, I was disarmed. Still hanging on for dear life. He kept driving. I held on until he made a hard turn onto the interstate, and that's when I lost grip and went flying, hitting the pavement and rolling into the median. As I tumbled, a red sedan swerved over to avoid me and then spun into a ditch. I laid there, staring up at the sky, everything spinning around me. The red car stopped, a man jumped out and ran over to me, asking if I was okay. "Not really, my back's killing me." The driver from the car in the ditch climbed out too, miraculously unhurt. He checked on me while I called out for assistance. I could not move on my own. EMS arrived 15 minutes later. I was loaded up into an ambulance and taken to the hospital. Both civilians followed behind to make sure I was okay. At the hospital, they gave me a steroid injection and prescribed some pain meds. Luckily, it was only a minor back injury. I went home the same day and the pain faded after a few. But my story doesn't end there. Over the next few days, a full-scale manhunt was launched. Rocky Rudolph was eventually found, arrested, and then booked into a correctional facility. In January of 2024, Rocky was sentenced to 30 years in prison. The charges were long at attempted manslaughter, aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, resisting arrest, fleeing and eluding, depriving an officer of communication, and possession of cannabis. At sentencing, he gave a short statement, saying he was sorry, claimed he panicked because of my actions, said he never wanted to hurt me, and that he respected law enforcement. I'm gonna be completely honest, the man did not deserve 30 years. Yes, he committed a crime, but 30? That's a life ender for most people. If he'd taken my life, sure, maybe, but he didn't. He panicked, he ran. That was stupid and dangerous, but not evil. Still, that day showed me something I'll never forget. A routine traffic stop, a little bit of laughter, a funny name, and a few minutes later, I was nearly dead. Just because someone didn't want to face the consequences of a bad decision. This job does not give you warnings. It doesn't care if the day starts slow, it just flips on you, fast. And if you're not ready, you might not get the chance to tell your story at all. I went to summer camp a few times as a kid, 3 years in a row actually, 2000, 2001, and 2002. Back then, I was just this scrawny elementary schooler with a bad haircut and one pair of sneakers that I was terrified of ruining. The place I'm gonna talk to you about is called Rosethorn Retreat, and in the flyers they sent to my parents, it looked like a paradise because they always do, don't they? Mountains, rivers, smiling kids with fishing poles, counselors in matching shirts, and giving piggyback rides to all the kids. The slogan was something cheesy like, "The best outdoor experience in the state." Other kids from school would go too. It was one of those things that if you didn't go, you really felt like you were missing out. That first year, I didn't really want to go, but I ended up loving it. I made a lot of friends, got poison ivy, saw a moose. That usual kid stuff, you know? And the next year I begged my parents to go back. But it was the third year, 2002, where things shifted. I was 9. My parents signed me up along with my best friend Michaela. We were both excited in the way only little girls can be buzzing about. We packed our swimsuits, flashlights, keychains, promised to share a sleeping bag if it got cold, whispered about the s'mores and our secret crushes. I thought it was going to be the best 2 weeks of our lives. But the minute the bus pulled up that summer, something felt off. The air was still hot and piney, but it was quieter somehow. The camp didn't look like how I remembered it from last year. The flowers were dead. The signs were all weathered and crooked. And when we got to our cabin, the door was hanging open, swaying slightly. And inside was barren. No bunks, just a few raggedy blankets and stained pillows thrown in a pile on the floor. It smelled like wet wood and mildew. I remember Michaela wrinkling her nose and whispering to me, "This doesn't feel right, does it?" So at first I told myself, okay, maybe they're remodeling. Maybe something happened to the original buildings, but it wasn't just the cabins. The counselors were different too, harsher even, short-tempered. One of them I remember from the year before, but these new ones looked older and tired. One of them barely even spoke at all. Another had a scar across her jaw. They did not smile, not even once. And I remember thinking to myself, this place doesn't want us here. That first full day was not much better. The food was cold eggs and gray sausage links. They literally tasted like rubber. The milk was warm. We tried not to complain, but everybody at the table was making faces, trying to choke it all down. When one of the boys gagged, a counselor quickly snapped at him, told him to eat it or go hungry. And just like that, no joke, no wink, I remember Michaela glancing up at me like, "Did you hear that?" Oh, I heard it. Everybody did. After breakfast, they sent us out for our nature hike, which turned out to be an hour of walking in circles on an overgrown trail just behind the mess hall. It was led by a counselor who didn't speak the entire time, not one word, just walked ahead of us, in fact, fast like he was mad, snapping branches out of the way with jerky, angry movements. Michaela made the mistake of asking a question, just a simple, "Hey, where are we going?" And the guy stopped dead in his tracks, turned around and said, "You don't get to ask questions at this camp, kid. Just keep walking." That was the moment I think we both knew for sure that something was indeed very wrong. We spent most of that day sitting around the cabin. No crafts, no lake time, just sitting on the hard floor while the heat poured in through the broken screens. One girl from another cabin came by crying because she'd gotten stung by something, couldn't find a counselor. We tried to help her, gave her some ice from our canteen, but when a staff member finally showed up and saw her in our cabin, he yanked her off by the arm, dragged her back outside without a word. And I don't remember seeing her again. On the third day, everybody was really on edge. Nobody was smiling anymore. Nobody was excited. Kids were whispering about being hungry or scared or wanting to go home. It was like the whole camp had turned into some kind of punishment, like we were all being punished for something we'd never done. That morning, they served us a bowl of plain rice for breakfast, and that's when Michaela snapped, and not in a dramatic way. She just stood up and said, "This is ridiculous. We're not doing anything fun. We're not learning anything. What is this?" Her voice was actually calm and reasonable, and I still remember the way the nearest counselor, this woman named Jerry, with short red hair and real bitchy tone, froze in her place, her lips curled into a smile that did not reach her eyes. "You think this is for fun?" Jerry asked. Michaela didn't answer. Nobody did. Jerry reached across the table, picked up Michaela's bowl of rice and dumped it in the trash. "Well, no breakfast for you then," she said. "Put on your swimsuit. Now." Michaela looked down at me, stunned. "Why?" But the counselor was no longer listening. She grabbed Michaela by the arm and led her away. We watched them go, nobody saying a word. When we saw Michaela again 10 minutes later, she was in her swimsuit now, sitting cross-legged on the flagpole slab in the center of the camp. Just concrete and sun, no shade, no water. And the heat that day was brutal. 95 degrees. The air was barely even moving around us. She sat there for hours. I watched her through the window of the cabin, waiting for somebody to step in, a counselor, another adult, anybody, but nobody did. At one point, I tried to walk over to her and was stopped immediately. Another counselor, a tall guy with gray stubble and mirrored sunglasses, stepped in front of me and said, "Go back inside unless you want to sit next to her." Michaela didn't make it back to the cabin until sundown. She was beet red, shaking. Her lips were cracked too. She didn't even cry, she just made these short little gasps, like her breathing hurt. When she laid down beside me on the floor, I saw the backs of her legs. They were blistered. Her swimsuit had fused slightly to her skin. All she said was, "Don't say anything, just don't." So I didn't. From then on, every kid kept their head down. Nobody complained. Nobody asked for seconds. Nobody asked where the other missing kids had gone. We all just went where we were told and did what we were told and tried not to be noticed. And even then, some of us did. One boy, Jacob, had his sneakers taken away from him for talking back. They made him walk barefoot everywhere, even on the gravel trails. His feet were cut up and filthy by the end of the week. He was limping around. Another girl got caught sneaking crackers into her bedroll. They made her go without food for a day and a half, and I remember she passed out during the afternoon free time. One of the counselors dragged her under a tree and just left her there like trash. The worst were the kids who actually would push back, and they would get these quote-unquote work assignments, stacking firewood, digging ditches, cleaning toilets with rags and no gloves. One boy from cabin 3 was made to carry rocks from one end of the field to the other for hours, back and forth, while a counselor watched with this stopwatch. I remember him muttering, "This isn't camp, this is a prison." And he wasn't wrong. I started crying at night, quiet at first, just this little whimper into my pillow, but one night I completely broke down harder than I meant to, couldn't stop shaking. I buried my face in the blanket, but I must have been louder than I thought I was. A shadow passed by one of the cabin windows, and a second later the door creaked open. Footsteps quickly came across that wooden floor. I went limp, still holding my breath. I thought maybe they'd check on me, tell me it's okay, that I was going home soon, but instead I felt this sharp jab into my ribs, a foot, and then another. "Shut up," a counselor whispered, and I recognized the voice immediately. It was Jerry. "You want everybody else to suffer because you can't control yourself, kid? Go ahead, keep crying. Find out what happens tomorrow." I stayed quiet and didn't make another sound. Not that night, and not for the rest of the trip. It all blurred into this one long, quiet nightmare. Nobody talked unless they had to. Nobody smiled. We kept our heads down and did exactly what we were told to do. We watched the counselors closely, like prisoners watching guards, waiting for the slightest shift in the mood. The fun parts of camp never came. No s'mores, no campfire songs, just chores, punishment, and fear. Michaela's skin was peeling off in sheets. Her shoulders were raw. She couldn't even lift her arms without wincing. And they never gave her any cream, any bandages, just more rice and more threats. I tried to just remain invisible, and that became my goal. Be invisible, make no noise. Don't flinch when the counselors bark at somebody else. Don't stare too long at the ones who don't come back. I think we lost 5 kids by the end of it, quietly just disappearing. Cabin beds left empty, their names never spoken of again. Nobody knew if they ran or were taken somewhere else because nobody dared ask. On the last day, I was really half convinced they weren't going to let us leave, that they'd say the buses broke down, that we had to stay for another week or something. I was already imagining which one of us would vanish next, but thank God the buses came. And when they did, it was like every kid's body deflated all at once. This quiet collapse, like our bones had been barely holding us upright. Parents stood by the gate smiling, waving, completely clueless. Michaela's mom ran straight to her and gasped out loud when she saw her arms. My mom grabbed me and said, "You look like you've lost weight." I nodded. I didn't respond. I couldn't talk. My throat hurt from holding everything in for so long. Then the other kids started talking, right there, while we waited to load up our bags. One kid shouted about how they hadn't eaten in 2 days. Another said a counselor hit him with a broom. Somebody else screamed, pointing at one of the staff members. "That's her! She made me sleep outside!" It all came spilling out, raw, loud, and messy. I remember the counselors looking pale for the first time, like they just realized the bus wasn't the end, that our parents had eyes, and that their time was up. Rosethorn Retreat was shut down later that summer, but that doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that we lived through it, that we actually survived. I don't care what anybody says, that camp was not a camp anymore. It was a prison. I only went to summer camp once, and if I had it my way, I would have never gone at all. I really wasn't one of those kids who would get all hyped up over bunk beds and bug juice. I grew up doing the real thing, camping with my folks, way out in the sticks, far enough from anything or anyone, plumbing or even pavement. We would pitch our tents on the bare ground, fish in creeks nobody had even named, and cook meat over fires that left our clothes stinking of smoke for days upon days. Summer camp with its scheduled hikes and cafeteria food always sounded like some watered-down version of the real deal. Wimpy stuff, little kids camping. But that summer, all my buddies were actually going to go. Zach, Marcus, Theo, guys I'd known since kindergarten, and they'd been going to Camp Kettlebrook almost every July for years. They wouldn't shut up about it either, kept saying it was the best week of the year, canoeing, archery, night games, the works. So, they pushed hard that year, practically guilt-tripping me into tagging along. "Come on, dude," Zach said. "When else are we gonna have fun? Hang out for a whole week with no parents?" And I guess that's the part that stuck with me. A week with my crew before high school swallowed us whole. That was worth something. So I caved, packed a duffel, and rode out with them on that rickety yellow bus, halfway convinced that I was gonna immediately regret this. But when we rolled through those pine-lined gates, I saw the cabins tucked into the trees, smelled the smoke of the campfire already going in the center ring, and I felt something within me shift. Not awe exactly, but just curiosity. I really expected some kind of lame crafts and counselors with these fake smiles, but what I got was something else. The air smelled a lot cleaner, the lake looked bigger than I expected it to, and the staff weren't half as annoying as I thought they would be. Some of them were ex-military, lean and sharp-eyed, while the others looked like they'd come straight from some kind of Nirvana concert. It was this weird blend that seemed to be working. So I remember thinking to myself, alright, well, maybe this won't be that bad after all. I didn't know it then, but that week was going to be the best time of my life, but it was going to end with the worst nights that I've ever lived through. The first few days were a blur of dirt, sweat, and nonstop energy. We woke up to bugle calls, scarfed down snacks and pancakes, and then scattered across the camp like we'd been shot from slingshots. I got way into archery. Turns out I had a decent eye, and we spent afternoons paddling old canoes across the lake, tipping each other over like idiots. At night, we would cram into our cabins, 12 kids to a room, whispering and laughing until one of the counselors stomped in to tell us to shut up. And the food, I expected slop, but damn, it was good. Chili one night, pulled pork the next, cooked over wood fires, just smoky enough to feel like something out of the wilderness that I was used to. Maybe summer camp wasn't the real deal camping, but it had its own charm. Thursday night, though, was when things started to turn. The campfire burned hot and bright, surrounded by benches full of sticky mosquito-bitten kids. Somebody passed around s'mores and somebody else pulled out a guitar. Classic scene, I know, right? Then one of the counselors, Matt, this lanky guy with a beard, stood up and said, "Alright guys, I got one for you, a local one, and it's not some made-up ghost crap. This one's actually real." The kids got quiet. Even most of the counselors seemed to be leaning in. Matt stepped forward, firelight flicking across his face. "Back in '92, not too far from here, there was a guy. Prisoner transport gone wrong type of thing. Bus tipped over on one of those back roads. 2 guards dead, 1 guy missing. The name was Mason Keene. Life sentence for stabbing a woman to death in her driveway inside Springfield. Real sicko. They say he ran straight into these woods and was never seen again." Some of the kids snorted and others froze. "No, I'm being serious," Matt went on. "Every few years, somebody swears they saw a shadow moving just through the trees, past the camp perimeter. Tents slashed open, food stolen, strange footprints. And once, He leaned in close. A counselor swore he saw a man crouching outside the cabin windows during lights out, just watching. For some reason, that last sentence got under my skin. I've heard plenty of campfire bullshit before, but Matt wasn't smiling. He wasn't even blinking. Then he just walked off after that. No punchline, no just kidding. And then left the fire to burn and the kids to stew inside their sleeping bags. The next morning, we were up early for this long hike out to the series of swimming holes along a stream nearby. It was supposed to be this grand finale of the week. Miles of trail through some of the oldest forest I'd ever seen, ending in a deep cold water pool between these ancient rocks. It took hours to get there, winding through switchbacks and pine groves that felt almost untouched. We dropped our packs and dove in like maniacs, screaming from the shock of the cold, tossing each other around in the water. I remember the sunlight filtering through the trees, dappling the surface of the pool like a kaleidoscope. Later in the afternoon, most of the kids started packing up to head back with the counselors, but I wasn't ready. I found this shady spot behind a fallen log, half submerged in the water, and just wanted a few more minutes to myself. I told Zach I'd catch up with them. He gave me this look, but didn't argue. They were moving slow anyway. I figured I'll just trail behind and find them eventually. So that was my plan. I stayed maybe 20 minutes longer, soaking in the silence. Then I climbed out and dried off with a camp towel. Started back the way that I thought we came. The sun was now dipping below the tree line, throwing long shadows across the trail in front of me. I walked for about 10 minutes before something started to feel really off. The trail forked, and I didn't remember that. I stood there barefoot and dripping, staring down two dirt paths that looked like damn near identical to one another. No signs, no markers. So I guessed, picked a left one. I don't know why, I just felt right at the time. I kept walking, but the trail continued to narrow, overgrown in places like nobody had used this in years. Bugs in the air around me, and every step felt heavier and heavier. Another 15 minutes went by, and I came around a bend and the trail just collapsed. It dropped off suddenly, like an old drainage cut. I tipped straight into it before I could stop myself. I landed hard and scraped my forearm, rolled down a short slope into a shallow ravine, choked up with dead wood and leaves. I groaned and tried to get up. I froze. Everything was covered in webs. And not the kind you brush off your face in the woods either. These were thick, sticky, layered across the ground in sheets. Logs and logs were wrapped around in them. The air shimmered with thick threads hanging between branches. And that's when I felt them. Spiders everywhere, big ones. Some of the size of quarters, others even larger than that. Crawling up my arms and my legs and my hair. I swatted, kicked, thrashed. But it only made things worse. They poured out of the logs like black ink, swarming toward the movement, curious or maybe just hungry. I clenched my teeth, trying not to scream. And that's when I heard footsteps above me on the edge of the ravine. I froze, but those spiders didn't. They kept crawling. My skin crawled with all of them. I looked up, heart pounding so loud that I thought it was about to burst. A man stood there, silhouetted against the darkening sky. He wasn't a counselor, and I don't know how I didn't know that, but I just did. He was far too still and quiet, just standing there, arms at his side, looking down at me like he found something interesting all about me. He didn't move, and neither did I. Spiders crept across my face. One paused on my lip, and I didn't breathe. Then he laughed. Yeah, he laughed. Low and creepy as hell, just this soft chuckle that barely even made it past the wind. He then turned and walked away, disappearing into the trees like smoke. I waited until the sounds of steps had vanished. Then I clawed my way out of that web-choked ravine, lungs burning, spiders still clinging to my skin. I didn't care which direction I ran, I just wanted out. I didn't stop running until my legs gave out. Somewhere along the way, I finally hit the trail again, the real one. I picked the other fork, praying it would take me back. The trees now looked familiar, but I couldn't be too sure. Everything blurred past me in green and brown streaks. I was scraped up, soaked in sweat, face covered in sticky strands and dried blood from where I must have scratched myself too hard. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain that I'd see that man again, just casually walking behind me, hands in his pockets like it was nothing. But he never came. I finally burst out of the woods near the edge of the camp, stumbling into a clearing like something half dead. The place looked like a war zone. All the campers were lined up in front of the cabins, some crying, others just pale and quiet. Counselors were running around with flashlights and radios, their voices all panicked. As soon as somebody saw me, they shouted my name and people rushed over. A counselor grabbed me by the shoulders and started looking me over for injuries, asking me what the hell happened. I couldn't get the words out fast enough. I took the wrong trail, I got lost, I slipped. There were spiders, I didn't know where. My mouth went dry. I wanted to say more. There was a man, I wanted to say it, but I stopped myself. The counselors ushered me toward the fire pit, wrapped me up in a blanket, and somebody handed me a bottle of water. Zach was standing nearby staring at me like he was looking at a ghost. One of the staff, a woman named Jenny, knelt down beside me. "You took the left fork?" I nodded. "That goes deep into the eastern woods, way off camp property. It's hardly maintained. You're lucky you didn't run into a bear, kid." I almost laughed. A bear would have been relief to what I saw and felt. I never said anything about the man, not even when my parents came to pick me up the following day, because what would I say? "Hey, remember that escaped prisoner from that campfire story? I think I saw him last night. He watched me get eaten alive by spiders and then just casually wandered off." No one would ever believe me, because hell, I barely even did. And that was my first and my last summer at Camp Kettlebrook. My story happened to me in the summer of 2018 when I was transitioning into 8th grade. I went to this sleepaway camp deep inside the Appalachian Mountains. I considered it a second home for me. This is one of the main reasons why I really loved summer, and it's my favorite season. I got along with everybody at camp. Well, except for this one person that made me see how dangerous others can really be. That summer, there was this new counselor whose name was Art. He looked to be about in his 50s due to his white hair and wrinkled skin. Being a camp counselor in your 50s does not really seem right to me, but I don't know how you guys feel about it. It just gives me kind of creepy vibes. When me and my bunk first met him, he seemed like a trustworthy person. For the first week of camp, he'd help us clean our bunks when it was dirty and talk to us whenever we were feeling down. Me and my bunkie wouldn't have a problem with him at first, but the girls around camp slowly started to talk about Art behind his back, and they said things like, "He's just a creepy old man that probably preys on children." After all, he was way older than all the other counselors, so I guess I can kind of see where they're coming from. But one night, things got a little intense. We had this recess night where we got to do whatever we wanted. Me and my fellow bunkies played tennis with each other. During that game, Art would watch us the whole time, giving off this big grin that looked a lot like Pennywise. This was really creepy. Why was he smiling at us like that? Part of me tried to rationalize that he was just admiring how much fun we were having, but my story doesn't end there. One night I came out of the shower and saw this shaving cream bottle. Now, just so you know, this is when I was starting to go through my puberty phase, but I didn't have any facial hair yet. I walked over to the bottle where it was in the bathroom sink, grabbed it and examined it. As soon as I did that, I felt this tense hand touch my arm. I turned around to see who it was, and of course it was Art. His facial expression as he looked at me was just giving off these super creepy vibes, and that's when he spoke. "Listen to me, you little shit. I'm not gonna have you touch my belongings, ever. You got that?" I honestly had no idea what was going on. It came out of nowhere and so fast, and I was really scared, so I just immediately responded with, Yeah, I'm sorry." "Good. You better not do it again, or I'll kill you." He threatened me, and then I walked out of the bathroom with my bathrobe still on. I was surprised nobody else in the bunk had heard that whole encounter. I no longer felt comfortable being around him or even telling anybody about this. I was just embarrassed. I let it cool off, but from there, I just tried my best to avoid Art as much as I could. Fast forward to the end of the first week of camp. One last thing happened that almost made me want to go home and never return. I think it was like a Tuesday or a Wednesday night on the second week of camp, and me and my bunkie were just heading back from movie night. And just so happened to be Art's night off. This made me happy because I didn't feel safe around him, knowing he just threatened me just a few days prior. We got back to the cabin, and I'd say around 15 minutes inside the building, I heard this screaming coming from a far distance. There was definitely like 10 little girls screaming at the same time. It was hard to miss and hard not to hear. This went on for another minute or so, then it stopped abruptly. Me and my other bunkmates looked at each other in total confusion. What the hell's going on out there? We had 3 counselors present with us that night, and 2 counselors told us to stay there and they were going to investigate. We all stayed and just listened. I think an hour and a half passed and those 2 counselors were still gone. Something big and major had to have happened. Not long after, it was time for lights out, so the counselor who was still with us turned the lights off and we all got in bed. I guess maybe we would find out what happened the next morning. So, morning comes. We were eating breakfast at the dining hall. We were allowed to sit wherever we wanted to, so that's what we did. I sat down with a few of my bunkmates and some older girls sat down with us. As we were eating, one of the girls finally told us the whole story about what took place last night. One of the younger girls' cabin had some noises coming from the bathroom. While the other counselors were outside talking to each other, the girls went to see what the noise was, and they reached the bathroom stall where it was coming from. They opened up the door and saw a 50-year-old counselor, Art, sitting on the toilet with his pants down, revealing his genitals. All he did was smile and say, "Hey, pretty girls," and that's when chaos ensued. All the girls started screaming and ran back to the cabin. They ran so far into the woods shrieking while one of the other 2 counselors followed behind. Art was still inside the bathroom while the 2 counselors remained at the cabin, and the others, including 2 of mine, went inside. They all saw Art sitting on the toilet with his pants down. That's when 3 male counselors wrestled Art to the ground and held him there. Another called the police on his walkie-talkie. Once they arrived, Art was still down in that same position, and that's when he was taken away in a police car. He was still in custody that morning, and a group of young girls had to sleep in a couple of other cabins because they clearly were no longer comfortable being left alone. Everybody at my table just stopped eating. Everybody's jaw was on the floor. My heart goes out to those little girls who saw true evil and terror that night. I think I did one more summer after that, and Art obviously never returned to the camp again. I hope to God he's in some sort of institution or prison, far away from children. Monsters like him should be held there for a very long time, even life. I hope he's getting everything he deserves in there, because child predators like him don't belong in this world. I worked as a summer counselor for 3 years during college. It was definitely the job that just made sense at the time. It lined up with my class schedule, kept me outside, and best of all, came with room and board. The camp was right on the Oklahoma border. I was going to school in Texas, so every summer I'd pack up my beat-up Corolla and make that 2.5-hour drive north, windows down, sipping on some gas station coffee, while the roads would get narrower and narrower and the trees get thicker. Camp Galloway, that's the name. And most people haven't heard of it. It's not flashy or commercial, but it had a good reputation, especially with parents who wanted their kids off their screens for a while. It's tucked between a couple of ridgelines, with a river nearby and just enough cell service to maybe get a text out if you stood on a hill and prayed hard enough. The camp had been around forever, like 1920s forever, and every cabin looked like it. Wooden structures with creaky floors, no air conditioning, and showers that never seemed to have any kind of warm water, but it worked. The kids loved it, and most of the time, so did I. The job itself was usually pretty chill. Morning flagpole, meals in the mess hall, organized hikers, arts and crafts, and lakeside swimming. There was always this kind of rhythm to it, a controlled chaos that made the days go by pretty fast. The nights were even better. Once the kids were down, us counselors had maybe an hour to breathe, sit out by the fire pit, sip something non-alcoholic out of beat-up old mugs, tell some kind of dumb story, and just decompress. Then crash in our shared bunks, dead tired, sounds of the forest humming us deeply into sleep. And that's the part I really liked, the quiet, the calm. But on this summer, that routine shattered. One night where everything flipped on its head, and I saw something that I still can't explain, so I guess I'm gonna tell you about it. That night changed how I looked at the woods, and it made me wonder just how close danger can sit right on your door before it actually decides to knock. It happened on the first week of the season. We just finished onboarding a new batch of kids. I think 100 in total, ages 7 to 12. The first week is smooth. The kids are still nervous and on their best behavior. The weather had actually been perfect. Sunny days, cool nights, and just enough breeze to keep the mosquitoes moving around you. That particular day had been textbook: swimming, a mountain hike, killer dinner, and fireside ghost stories. Classic summer camp stuff. By lights out, every kid was wiped. They dropped like dominoes in their bunks. Even the loud ones got quiet for once. I was in my cabin, top bunk, sharing the space with 3 other counselors. I think it was close to 1 a.m. I remember vaguely drifting in and out, listening to the night sounds around me. The usual crickets, the occasional owl. Somebody's fan was humming near one of the windows, and I could hear a kid a cabin over talking in his sleep. It was peaceful, the kind of peace you really only get when you're in the middle of nowhere. And then the siren hit. It started out like a slow mechanical whine, escalated fast into this full-blown scream, loud and super jarring, echoing through the trees. We didn't even have a moment to be confused. All 4 of us counselors bolted upright. My heart was in my throat. That siren was only supposed to go off for one reason: tornado protocol. I grabbed my shoes and ran out barefoot, half dressed and into the open. It was total chaos. Kids were everywhere, screaming and running, pushing past each other in this blind panic. Some were crying, others were yelling for their siblings. A couple of the counselors were already out there trying to wrangle people, but it was like trying to put a lid on a boiling pot. The sky was turning, clouds churning fast, trees whipping in the wind. You could feel the storm before you even saw it. "All right, get them inside now," our camp lead Tim was yelling out. "Open the windows and get them down, now!" That was procedure. Get the kids into the cabins, open all the windows to equalize the pressure, then hunker down away from the glass. It was basic safety, but none of that works when kids scatter like rats in a flood. I started yelling out names, grabbing the ones that I recognized, guiding them quickly toward their bunks. Some listened, but most of them didn't. The storm hadn't hit yet, but the panic had. You could see it in their faces. And the worst part was the forest. That tree line, the usually peaceful and distant, was suddenly full of movement. Kids were running straight into it, away from camp and into the black. I didn't think, I just sprinted after them, my flashlight barely cutting through the darkness. The beam was bouncing off trees, roots, and brush. I shouted myself hoarse, calling out names, begging them all to come back to me. I must have ran for 10 minutes before I found the first one. A small boy named Eli crouched behind a log, crying and holding his ankle. I lifted him up and carried him on my back until we made it to the edge of camp, where another counselor took him from me, and I went back in. I found another girl sitting on a rock, too scared to move. Another kid running in circles, confused, screaming for his brother. Bit by bit, slowly, I started to gather them all, at least a dozen. I kept rounding them all up, pointing them toward the camp lights, shouting, "Go! Just run towards the building, kids, go, now!" The wind was picking up, branches were falling. The siren had stopped, but the sky was darker now, swollen with something that felt almost alive. I was soaked in sweat and breath burning, when I heard something else. A scream, high-pitched and sharp, but it was a different kind of scream. Not panic, not fear, but one of pain. I followed that sound cutting through the thick brush until I found them, 2 shapes on the ground, and I froze. I lifted the flashlight, hit them both with the beam. An older boy, maybe 15 or 16, was on top of a much smaller girl, pinning her down. His hands were clamped around her wrist. She was kicking and trying to twist away. Her face was red and streaked with tears. "Hey, what the f—" I bellowed, charging forward. "Get off of her!" The boy's head snapped up and his eyes caught the light, wild, confused, and angry. Then just like that, he shoved off her and then sprinted off into the woods. Gone. I swiped the flashlight beam left and right, trying to catch him again, but there was nothing. Not a sound, not even a snapped twig as he ran off. I then turned back to the girl. She was curled up now, shaking and crying, arms over her head. Hey. You're okay now, you're okay. I knelt down beside her, did my best to speak over the rising wind. Come on, let's get you back to camp. She didn't even talk, didn't say a word, just nodded while her whole body was trembling. I walked her back myself, one hand on her shoulder, the other gripping that flashlight like a weapon. When we stepped out of the trees, I saw the other counselors finishing the head count. Kids were filing back into their cabins. The storm had shifted directions or passed, I'm not sure. Either way, it never touched down and we lucked out that night. I pulled Sim aside immediately, told him about what happened, the scream, the boy, and what I just witnessed. We did another head count. Every camper was accounted for, so were all the staff. I checked the faces, every kid, every boy. I did not recognize the one that I just saw out there, and I didn't see him again because he hadn't come back. And that girl, she couldn't give us much. She said she was running, thought somebody was helping her, then he tackled her, and that was that. I kept thinking about it though, how he looked, about his size, his build, his face, shadowed and vacant. He didn't look like one of our campers. He looked older, too old to be a camper, but not old enough to be out here all alone. Once the weather cleared and the sirens stayed quiet, the forest went still again, but nobody really slept, not really. The kids were rattled, sure, but it was the counselors. We were the ones looking over our shoulders now, checking the locks twice, taking turns walking the perimeter in shifts like we were guarding something, or waiting for something to come back, I guess. That poor girl never changed her story. She never saw his face clearly, just felt somebody grab her. She thought maybe it was a counselor trying to help her back to camp until, well, it wasn't. She said he was whispering to her, just one word, but she couldn't really say what it was. She just shook her head and cried harder as she remembered it. We filed a report with the local law enforcement, told them a stranger might have slipped into the property. They sent a deputy out the next morning, did this basic kind of sweep over the grounds. But of course nothing turned up, no footprints, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of anybody who didn't belong there. I asked about surveillance, but there wasn't any. Camp Galloway was too remote for that kind of infrastructure. So officially, nothing happened. But unofficially, I think about that night more than I really want to admit it to you. I think about the way that kid ran, fast and sure-footed, like he knew those woods. I think about the weird silence that followed, the way he disappeared like smoke, and I think about how calm he looked when the flashlight hit him, not scared or even surprised. He wasn't some panicked teenager. I know what I saw. I keep wondering how long he'd been out there, watching and waiting. Not if he would find somebody, but when. It wasn't like he was hunting the camp, he was just close enough, hovering at the edge, hoping for a crack in the routine, for an opportunity. That storm, that siren, that was his window. Talk about going from bad to worse. I used to travel all the time for work. Not the glamorous kind of travel either that you'd see in ads with rooftop lounges, white tablecloth steak dinners. No, this was the corporate grind. 4 cities in 6 days kind of grind. I worked in a business development for this software company, so my life was pitching enterprise contracts and onboarding C-suits who didn't understand half of the product I was showing them. But I liked it. The routine had its perks. Airline points, hotel upgrades, an excuse to drink an airport whiskey before noon. I made the most of it. If I had a meeting in Denver, I spent Saturday in the Rockies. If I was in Miami, I'd hit the beach with a cigar and my tie loosened up around me. This particular trip was a little different from the start though. It was mid-fall. I was flying into New Jersey for a meeting that could have possibly landed me a promotion, a big fish client. Everybody at the office was watching. The flight was out of O'Hare, mid-afternoon, basic 737 in Newark. I put on my best blazer, and I even shaved that morning, something I rarely did for a flight. The air at the terminal was buzzing a little differently that day. You ever get that weird hum in your bones? like the world knows something that you don't. Well, that was me in gate 18A, feeling like my bones were vibrating from the inside. I chalked it up to nerves, first impressions and all that. This was a big deal after all. But there's this kid at the gate, maybe 10, 11, who wouldn't stop staring at me, just standing there behind his dad's leg, eyes big and unblinking, like he could see something on me that I didn't, or I guess maybe behind me. I should have listened to my gut right then, and I should have never got on that flight later. We boarded like normal, one of those smaller domestic jets with 2 seats on each side, narrow aisles, stale air already smelling faintly like sweat and coffee. I had an aisle seat near the back, which I liked. Faster exit, easier to stretch. Most of the other passengers looked just like me, business travelers, laptops half open, scrolling PowerPoint decks or typing out last-minute emails. One woman across the aisle had a Bluetooth in her ear and whispered rapid Spanish into it without stopping. A couple near the front argued quietly over a neck pillow. All of this was normal until he got on. He wasn't loud and he didn't do anything dramatic, and I guess maybe that might have been worse. He was around mid-30s, long brown hair, sweaty forehead, dressed in jeans and a windbreaker. Nothing flashy, but everything he carried was crammed into this torn black trash bag. And I mean torn, split at the seams, patched with what looked like duct tape, sagging from the weight. The way he held it, it made his whole body lean to one side, like he was dragging something heavy and very personal. I didn't catch the smell at first, but when he passed my row, I did. Rot, like wet meat soaked and left out for far too long, maybe even a little vinegar. My nose curled and I turned towards the window holding my breath. A few other people noticed it too. The lady behind me actually muttered aloud, "Jesus Christ," under her breath, but nobody said anything, because I guess in those moments, what do you say? It would be super rude to say something. Maybe he's homeless or mentally ill. We're all just taught to ignore it. He sat 2 rows up ahead of me, stuffed his bag in the overhead bin with these weird bizarro movements, then slumped down into his seat. He kept his head down and I assumed that was that. I think 10 minutes passed, maybe more, and the plane still hadn't moved. No announcements either, no taxi, just dead on the tarmac. People started shifting. The kids started crying up front. Somebody hit the flight attendant button, but nobody came. Then I heard the sound of a seatbelt unclicking, and that same guy stood up. Not slowly or hesitantly, just up, like the switch had flipped now, go time. He reached overhead and yanked down his garbage bag. Everybody turned to look as he did so, and he didn't say a word, just grabbed it and then shoved it against his chest and started moving forward. The flight attendant up front stepped into the aisle and tried to intercept him. I could hear her say something, but the words didn't come out clearly. She had both hands up and was trying to turn him around. Brushed past her without looking and just kept moving. She reached out maybe to try to guide him back to the seat, but he shoved her hard against the wall, and that's when the real panic started. People stood up, phones came out. A man near the front tried to block the exit, but the guy pushed past him too. Now he was at the door, banging on it like he didn't understand where he was, yelling something about how they needed to let him out. The flight's over. "We landed! Open up this goddamn thing!" The second flight attendant ran up and tried to get between him and the cockpit. She was younger, I think in her late 20s, and clearly terrified. She kept repeating the same thing over and over. "Sir, we haven't taken off. Sir, we haven't taken off. We're still on the ground. You need to sit down." But he didn't listen. He dropped the trash bag right there in the aisle, spun around and started yelling at the rest of us. His voice was cracking in places, high-pitched and full of static. Somebody screamed when he grabbed a woman's phone and threw it full force against the window. It cracked the plastic casing, then bounced off the floor. Another phone flew, then a tablet. He started picking up somebody's laptop, smashed it across an armrest. Pieces of it scattered down the aisle. People were scrambling now, trying to get away. A man tried to rush past him and got punched straight in the mouth. Then the guy turned and ran for the cockpit, and that's when the panic really locked into place. There's this certain kind of stillness when that hits and things truly become dangerous. The kind where nobody moves, where their brains are trying to reboot. I saw the cockpit door close, then rattle as something hit it from the inside. The flight attendants were shouting now, calling over for help over the intercom, but no one could hear what they were saying. The pilot didn't respond, or maybe he couldn't. We just sat there. A long minute passed, then 2. The door to the cockpit opened up again, but only part way. The man was inside now, crouched behind the controls. He was bleeding from his mouth and had some kind of cloth wrapped around one hand. His eyes were scanning the cabin, then he ducked again, and I couldn't see exactly what he was doing. Finally, security showed up outside the plane. I saw them through the windows, men in tactical gear with rifles slung across their chests, pacing near the jet bridge, talking in radios. They weren't coming in yet, and we weren't allowed off. A flight attendant tried to herd people forward, away from the cockpit. Most followed, but they wouldn't let us all go. 5 of us stayed behind. And I don't know exactly why we were chosen, maybe proximity, maybe just bad luck. I was stuck 3 rows back, frozen in my seat, sweating through my blazer. All of us were in view of the lunatic up front. The man continued to shout from inside the cockpit. "They don't get it. They can't see what's coming." Then he started pressing buttons. The plane lurched with power, lights flickered. People began to scream. One of the flight attendants literally passed out. A passenger started praying. I just sat there, watching the cockpit door throb with motion, half open, half closed. Then he said this clear as day. "I'll take it to the White House. They'll listen there." My stomach dropped. One of the flight attendants looked like she was going to faint now too. And that's when the real lockdown started. This guy clearly was crazier than a fly in a shit shack, and he was geared to make that airport's problem. They brought in the heavy team next, 2 guys in full tactical gear, helmets and vests and black gloves, rifles also shouldered. They moved down the jet bridge in silence while the rest of us sat motionless, hearts inside our throats. The windows were fogging up from the difference in the temperature, or maybe that was just the sweat and breath of 200 panicked people inside this huge sealed metal tube. We heard nothing for about 30 seconds, then yelling and a loud sharp noise. The cockpit lit up briefly from the inside, shadows shifting, limbs moving. A crack of something slamming, then a scream. Not rage this time, but fear, pure cracked open terror. Then silence. I didn't realize I'd been gripping the armrest until my fingers started to cramp. The lights came on full overhead. A voice, calm and female, came over the intercom and told us to remain seated. The cockpit door was wide open now, and they dragged him out feet first. His arms and legs thrashed, but the officers had him locked down. One hand behind the neck, the other hooked under his knee. His trash bag was gone, probably cut open and tossed aside. Whatever had been inside no longer of interest. But he was still shouting, rasping more like it, I guess. His face was soaked with sweat and snot, maybe tears and maybe blood. His eyes were wide and bloodshot too, like he hadn't slept in days. He screamed as they passed, locking eyes with each of us, like he was pleading for somebody or anybody to understand him. "They already know. They're in the clouds, they're waiting. The sky's full of them." And then just like that, he was gone, dragged out of sight. A few people clapped, strange enough, but I didn't. I just sat there. It didn't feel like a real ending. They let the rest of us off in batches. They made us leave our bags behind, and I stumbled out with the others, blinking into the sunlight like a mole. Cops were everywhere, paramedics, TSA. Some woman in a suit tried to take my name and statement, but I couldn't really focus in the moment. Everything was buzzing. Everything felt like it was happening to somebody else. I went back to my hotel and dry heaved in the shower, then turned on the TV. He was already on the news. It was just the local outlets first. Disrupted flight at O'Hare. Then, quickly it went national. They showed the man's mugshot, blurry and overexposed. His name was something forgettable. Jason, Jeremy, something similar, I don't know. Either way, they said he tried to hijack the plane before takeoff, that he made threats against government officials, that he'd now been taken into custody under psychiatric review. I never found out what was in that trash bag, and they never said how he got through security in the first place either. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing his voice inside the static between the radio stations. I saw his face almost every time I blinked. Not angry, afraid. Like he really believed what he was saying, like he was trying to save us. I tried to follow up weeks later, searching his name. Nothing could be found though. No charges filed, no trial date, no hospital records, almost like the man just straight up disappeared. like he'd been erased from the system, or like somebody decided his warning shouldn't be heard. Funny enough, I don't fly much anymore. I quit that job almost 6 months later and could no longer handle any airports. Couldn't sit still in a plane without breaking into a sweat. I drive now mostly, take the long way when I can, watch the sky a little more than I used to. There seem to be planes falling out of the sky left and right nowadays, and I wonder how long until one of them is due to an unruly passenger. I've never been afraid of flying. I'm not saying I love it, because nobody loves crawling through security barefoot or eating microwave pasta beside a stranger who smells like beef jerky. But it never really rattled me. You get in and you get out. Boring is good when you're 30,000 feet up. I've been flying in and out of Toronto Pearson every 8 to 10 months for the last few years, mostly for just personal trips. Visiting my cousin in Vancouver, my dad out in Nova Scotia. Same routine every time though. Pack light, grab a Tim's before the gate, zone out into a podcast until wheels up. This was in February of 2025 though. If you remember that stretch, you know what I'm talking about. Every other week there was some kind of headline about planes veering off course, landing gear collapsing, even one story where a cockpit window just fell out. Nobody wanted to talk about it, but we all felt it. That weird tension at every single gate. That pause when the pilot's voice came over the speaker. Everybody holding their breath just a little too long, you know? So I'll go ahead and say it. There were several airline accidents leading up to my flights, and there had been a shitload more since. There's a pattern at play for anybody who's paying attention. I almost canceled this time, had the email written out and everything, but I hadn't seen my friend Sarah in nearly 2 years, and she just had her second kid, so I pushed that fear down, went into my routine, and told myself that everything would be okay. I got to the airport early. The snow was starting to fall in soft sheets, and the whole place had that late winter dimness to it. I got a seat near the window with the view of the tarmac and settled in, just a couple hours to kill before boarding. But that's when things started to get weird. At first, everything was normal, that usual shuffle of planes taxiing in and out, their blinking lights cutting through the fog. I was sitting near gate D23, eating an egg salad sandwich, half listening to a woman on the phone next to me complain about her hotel reward points. Background noise, you know? My flight was delayed 30 minutes and nobody seemed too surprised. It's February in Toronto. Weather delays were just part of the game. But then this one plane came in, and right away I knew something was wrong. It wasn't like the others. You watch enough of these things, you start to recognize all the patterns. How they descend, how the nose lifts just before landing, that smooth glide in like it's skimming across a pond. But this one came out of the clouds hot, really fast. It dropped in like a stone, barely correcting. I could hear the engine straining, that high-pitched whine, even through that thick airport glass. And it wasn't just me either. Around me, people started leaning forward. A few even stood up and walked closer to the window, as if proximity might help it make sense. The plane touched down hard, not in a bumpy, oh that was rough way. No, it was violent. The wheels hit and buckled all at once. The landing gear looked like it exploded inward. Sparks flew, the whole aircraft bounced. Then the right wing clipped the tarmac. Just clipped it, but it was enough. The entire plane twisted sideways, tipped and then flipped over completely. We watched it all happen. No screams, no gasps, just dead silence inside the terminal as the 737 rolled like a crushing soda can, belly up, smoke puffing from the far engine. The tail section was cracked like a wishbone. Snow scattered in all directions. White had turned gray by the debris. I couldn't look away. Emergency lights came on instantly. Little yellow trucks shot out from the hangars, swarming the plane like bees. Some people in the terminal started filming because, of course they would. One guy whispered next to me, "Jesus fucking Christ." We all sat there. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke after witnessing such an event. And after what felt like forever, a huge emergency truck with the battering ram attachment pulled up to the wreckage. They started working on the main cabin door. You could see people inside now, pressed up against the windows, some holding up their phones, some just blank-faced and stunned. I think Out of everything, that seemed to be the part that got me. Not the crash itself, but the expressions on their faces. I didn't see anybody crying, no banging on the windows, just this numb and hollow look, like they'd yet to realize that they were still alive. Eventually, they pried open the door and the passengers began sliding out one by one. Slowly at first, like they couldn't believe they were really free to leave, to escape that plane. Some crawled, some limped, a few ran a few steps ahead, then collapsed onto the ice. They weren't even trying to avoid the snow, they just wanted out. Many of them whipped out their phones and immediately started making calls and texts, recording the wreckage that it had just escaped from. One woman in a red coat stepped down and just stood there in the middle of the runway, arms hanging loose at her sides. Her hair was matted to her face, and she didn't even try to fix it. Her mouth was still hanging wide open, not screaming, just open. Pure, unfiltered shock. I've never seen anything like it. I counted them as they came out, 20, 40, 70, and I think I stopped counting around 80. Thankfully, all of them survived. They should have made the terminal erupt into applause or cheers or something, but nobody said a word. We just watched, everybody frozen, all the while the survivors clustered together on the ice, shivering and wide-eyed, surrounded by EMTs and airport security. Some passengers took their kids by the hand and walked them to the windows. Some just sat down right there where they stood. I remember this one guy, maybe in his mid-30s, who sat cross-legged by the vending machines, just staring at the floor. Eventually, an announcement came over the intercom, calm and robotic.
Attention all passengers at gates D20 through D28. All departures have been delayed due to an ongoing incident. Please remain in the terminal. Additional updates will follow.
Ongoing incident. That's what they called it. Like it was a plumbing issue or something, Like a goddamn aircraft hadn't just pirouetted down the tarmac. I started to sweat, and I don't even think it was because of the crash. I think my body was reacting late to it all. When your brain tries to keep things normal and then suddenly it says, actually, nope, this isn't normal at all. That was happening. My palms were sweaty, my knees were weak, my arms were heavy, and there was vomit on my sweater already. I texted Sarah just to hear a reply from somebody outside the bubble. I wrote to her, "Hey, I'm still at Pearson. I just saw a crash. I'm okay, everybody made it." She called me immediately, but I couldn't bring myself to answer, not yet. I didn't know how to explain what I just saw without sounding like I was completely falling apart in the moment, because I was falling apart. My flight got bumped to indefinite delay, not even a time estimate, just wait. I looked around and realized nobody was getting ready to board either. Half the people at the gates were gone. The other half were glued to their seats like prisoners waiting for a sentence. I checked the time. 4 hours had gone by. No one had left the window. We all just kept watching the runway, waiting to see what would happen next. Time went on, but nobody really moved. The crash site was still lit up like a stage. Ambulances, fire crews running back and forth, hauling gear and stretching tarps. The passengers who'd been pulled off the plane were now hurtled near the hangars, wrapped in those metallic blankets that looked like candy wrappers. I kept watching that same woman in the red coat. She had yet to sit down. She was just standing there, waiting for somebody to tell her what to do next. Eventually, they moved her behind a line of trucks, and I didn't see her again. Inside, the announcements kept rolling one after the other. Flight XYZ to Halifax, delayed. Flight to Montreal, canceled. Flight to Vancouver, awaiting update. Nobody argued, nobody stormed the counter. It was all like we silently agreed that nobody's getting on a plane today, not after that. I walked around for a bit, mostly to try to shake the feeling out of my legs. I heard bits and pieces of conversation, nervous laughter, people trying to rationalize it. One guy near the Starbucks said, "He must have lost hydraulic pressure," almost like he was reading from a manual or something. And another person thought the pilot had a heart attack. Somebody, of course, blamed the snow. But nobody had any real answers, not the crew, not the desk agent. It was like they were all coached to keep everything super vague. Unforeseen descent pattern, emergency landing maneuver. Call it whatever you want. I watched a plane fall out of the sky and crack open like an egg, and we were all supposed to just keep sipping our coffee like a normal Tuesday. I tried calling Sarah again around 10 p.m., then finally answered when she called me back. and I couldn't even get through the first sentence without choking up. "Yeah, I'm not coming," I told her. "I was going to, but I can't. Look, I just can't." She didn't push me, she just told me to get home safely. So that's what I did. I ended up canceling the trip and got a cab back to my place. The driver didn't talk much, and neither did I. When I got home, I just kept refreshing the news, waiting for something bigger to break. A deeper investigation, a full press conference, something to explain what happened out there. But it barely even made the ticker. Aviation incident at Pearson, no fatalities, likely due to the weather. And that was that. The big miracle headline, 80 people survive, praise the pilot, praise the crew, and I guess, yeah, that part was incredible, but nobody talked about the speed, or how fast it came down out of the sky, or the way the plane flipped like it'd been yanked onto something unseen. Nobody mentioned how quiet the people looked when they stepped out. For obvious reasons, I haven't flown since, and I don't know if I ever will. I can't tell you exactly where this happened, not because I don't remember, I do, every single detail, but because I'm not stupid. You work jobs like mine long enough, you learn how to just keep your mouth shut. But I'll tell you this, it was Western Afghanistan, somewhere between the mountains and the sand, not far from a major American FOB. I was working private security, which I guess is a nice way of saying we were guns for hire. Paid to keep supply lines open and heads from getting chopped. I used to be military, infantry, army. Got out after 2 deployments, honorably discharged. And it didn't take me long to realize civilian life didn't really have much for me. Not the kind of quiet that I wanted anyway, so I signed on with this private contracting firm and went right back overseas. Better pay, same war, different name, but the game really doesn't ever change, does it? This particular gig was simple on paper, escort mission, guard duty. Make sure the trucks got in, got out, and nobody lost their thumbs or their life. We were running overwatch for a small agency compound that sat a mile outside the FOB. The area was mostly quiet because of how close it was to the US base. Drones in the sky, wall full of eyes. Kilos moving in and out every other hour. Nothing got close without somebody spotting it first. But quiet in this part of the world does not mean safe. It means waiting. Because when it goes loud, it doesn't build, it snaps. We were in a convoy that morning, 4 armed SUVs, clean white with black tinted windows, contractors inside, rifles locked and loaded. I rode shotgun in the lead vehicle, scanning rooftops, open doors, shadows behind the low walls. I remember it being cold, surprisingly cold. Dust in the air, sun high, but the chill ran straight through your gear anyway. Winter light, sharp as a blade. The radios were clean, no chatter, no static, just the steady hum of the engines and the crunch of the gravel under our tires. We were heading back to the compound after a routine sweep when I heard it. A helicopter, somewhere near the FOB. You definitely get used to that sound, it's background noise, and you really don't ever think twice about it, at least until you do. I glanced halfway toward the base, half a mile out, when I saw that Black Hawk rise right above the wall. I remember noting the angle of the ascent, the way it banked slightly left, textbook stuff, you know? Like I said, we were private security, so we weren't quote-unquote technically affiliated with the Army FOB. We were on the same side, speak the same language, but they were totally different jobs. Just because they were around doesn't mean they were covering us. Only when we were under threat of death did they really ever get involved. The chopper continued to glide upward. And then something happened. The sound I can only describe as hair splitting. A whistle so sharp it felt like it passed through my teeth. My head turned and I saw it. Just for a second, a missile streaking low and fast from God knows where. And then I watched the Black Hawk explode. Not just a puff of smoke or a shudder, a full detonation. Fire burst in all directions. The chopper disintegrated into the air, and bodies, human bodies, were flung out like burning confetti. One of them hit the outer wall of the fob and just stuck. And just like that, shit popped off. The second Black Hawk went up. The radios lit up with screams. No structure, no commands, just screaming. Some American, probably in the tower, shouting about direct impact, multiple down. My driver hit the brakes hard and I damn near broke my nose on the dashboard. We were exposed, stuck out in the open, halfway between the compound and the base perimeter. I unclipped and threw open the door, rifle in hand, scanning the terrain around us. My throat was dry. There were ditches on all sides along the roadside, culverts, places you could hide 2 or 3 men without even lifting your head. And then it happened. At least 3 dozen of them poured out from the ditches, like they'd been waiting for the starting gun, dressed in scarves, robes, ammo vests, running fast with AKs up. They weren't shooting yet. They were spreading out, pushing toward us, toward the fob, toward the compound behind us. I lifted my rifle and dropped the first one in my sights. After that, everything went full speed. Rounds cracked all around us. Our guys dismounted. Some got clipped before they even hit the ground. The driver of our second SUV took one through the neck and slumped out the door. I dropped behind a low wall and started returning fire. The dirt kicked up beside me, a reminder to keep my head down or lose it. I shouted into the radio.
Contact front, multiple hostiles. Can anybody contact that fob?
Nothing but chaos. You could hear it in the background. Gunfire, shouting, something heavy slamming into metal. Then the feed cut out entirely. They were jamming us. I have no idea how the fuck they were doing it, but the lines were dead. Another round smacked the wall inches from my head. I turned and saw Dan, one of the other contractors, crawling toward a flip crate near the vehicle. He was bleeding from his leg, but still had his weapon. He yelled for me to cover him, and I laid down suppressive fire as he pulled himself into cover. Bullets tore through the air. One of the insurgents ran straight through our fire zone and tossed a grenade. It hit the hood of our vehicle and bounced once. I didn't think. I dove. The blast went off behind me, lifted up the rear end of the SUV, and showered the air with dirt and glass. I remember my ears ringing like a bell struck underwater. I rolled over, looked up and saw this burning piece of tire tumbling across the ground. We were getting flanked. More fighters had come in from the east, and I could see them rushing the fob wall, tossing grenades over the top like they were lobbing baseballs. There were shouts and short bursts of rifle fire from inside the compound. Then a plume of smoke, rising. I heard screaming. It was pure chaos. Nothing clean about it, no order, just blood, fire, and noise. Dan and I linked up with the 2 others, fell back to a half-collapsed shop building on the edge of the road. We ducked inside, checked ammo, and I only had 1 mag left. Dan was far worse, maybe 15 rounds, and that would only carry him maybe 5 or 6 steps. I peeked through a cracked window. There were bodies everywhere. Some were ours, some weren't. Didn't matter. The whole scene looked like something hell would shit out. I thought this area was fucking cleared, one of the guys muttered. He was new, younger, maybe 22. His face was pale. Yeah, well, it fucking was, and now it isn't. Dan slapped another mag into his rifle. They're trying to overrun the fob. We shouldn't have ever gotten involved. I shrugged. The firing slowed slightly outside. You could hear the wind now a little, howling through the broken slats in the roof. My heartbeat slowed down, but my stomach stayed tight. The silence was way worse than a noise for some reason. It meant they were repositioning, planning something else. And that's when we heard it faint at first and then slowly getting louder. Rotor blades, 2 of them. Heavy military choppers inbound from the south. The cavalry. Dan stood up and leaned out the doorway. "Eyes on birds!" he shouted. "They're dropping in heavy!" The sound of gunships cut through everything. The insurgents tried to scatter, but the birds didn't even give them time. The first one unleashed a stream of 50 cal fire into the eastern trench line. Dirt and blood sprayed up into a cloud. The second circled wide and let off 2 rockets, hitting the far edge of the road, right where that largest group had been huddled near our vehicles. The ground literally shook beneath us. I grabbed my rifle and kicked open the door. "All right, let's fucking go, boys," I said.
Push with the birds, clear the road.
We moved out, low and slow, picking up mags as we went. I took shots as I ran, 2 to the left, 1 through the eye. I didn't think, just pointed and pulled. My body moved on memory. Dan covered the right, the other two watched near the road. By the time we actually reached the road again, the insurgents were either dead or running off. No one stood their ground. The air now reeked of gunpowder and something else, burnt meat. And if you know what I'm talking about, you just learn that smell. And you also don't forget it. The fob gates opened up just enough to let out a fire team. American soldiers rushed in behind us, sweeping the remaining threats out with cold, precise bursts. Everything was over in minutes, but it felt like it took a lot longer. We regrouped behind the lead SUV, or at least what was left of it. One of the rear tires was still spinning. It was unbelievable. I quickly took a head count. We were down one. Belcher, quiet guy from Arizona. He'd taken shrapnel to the face during that first blast. Gone before he even hit the ground. 3 soldiers dead inside the fob, 2 more wounded, 2 dead outside the base, 21 insurgents dead on the field, probably more unaccounted for out in the desert. And the helicopter crew, the Black Hawk, all of them gone. Pilot, co-pilot, support, 8 men in total. The birds that saved us circled once more and then hovered near the fob. Somebody said that we were getting lifted out, and nobody moved. We just stood there for a while, nobody saying anything. The rotors of the evac birds beat overhead like war drums, loud enough to rattle your ribs. Dan looked over at me, blood crusted along his temple, and asked the questions that we were all thinking. You trust that thing? I didn't answer right away. My rifle was still tight in my hands, barrel pointing down, but I wasn't ready to sling it yet, not even close. I looked at the chopper hovering above us. Same shape, same paint job as the one we'd watched get turned into a fireball 10 minutes ago. Only difference was the direction that it came from. The door gunner waved us over, motioning for us to go. And we started toward it, slow, every one of us glancing up like we were expecting another missile to streak out of the horizon. I think we all knew it could happen. The only reason we weren't dead was timing and dumb luck. Maybe the insurgents only had 1 launcher. Maybe the others were old, rusted, and out of range. No way to know for sure. The ladder lowered and the chief crew leaned out, yelling something I couldn't quite hear. I climbed up first and felt the deck vibrate beneath my boots. Dan climbed in behind me, then the other 2. We sat in silence, weapons between our knees, backs pressed tightly to the walls. I would have done anything for a cold glass of water in that moment. The bird lifted, the compound shrank beneath us. Smoke curled from the impact site, and I could see other contractors moving bodies, ours and theirs, lining them up with tarps. A few soldiers were dragging wreckage into a burn pile. Just another fucking cleanup job. I closed my eyes, but sleep never came. Not with the memory of that first whistle in my head, the way the Black Hawk just vanished. You train for combat, yeah. You might even get good at it. But nothing prepares you for watching a machine full of people, men who had families at home, kids, plans for their future, all to get erased in the space of a breath. When we touched down at the forward station 20 miles out, nobody spoke during the debrief, not even the guy who had always something to say. I gave my report and kept it short, stuck to what matters: location, time, contact numbers, names of the dead. They thanked me and told me that I could bunk there for a night and catch a bird to Kandahar in the morning. I told them I'd wait. I didn't want another flight right then, maybe not even ever. That night, Dan and I sat on sandbags near the wire and smoked in silence. He passed me a lighter and said, "You think they knew?" "Knew what?" I asked him. "That the chopper was coming, that they had people in it, that they were ready for it." I glanced out and looked at the darkness, past the walls, off into nothing. "They were ready," I said. "It was all timed to the second. There's no fucking doubt about it." He nodded. We didn't say a word after that. Eventually I took another job, same region, just different valley. Same war, different uniforms, but I never looked at a helicopter the same way again, or really any aircraft for that matter. You see one fall like that, you see people inside turn into pieces, and you stop believing in routine. You stop trusting the sky itself. And when it comes time to board another bird, you sit and you wait, and you listen real close for that whistle. Back before everybody's life was tied to an algorithm and thousands of filtered selfies, I downloaded Plenty of Fish. That was the app of the moment. Janky interface, weird bios, lots of lonely people swimming in the same dirty water. I'd been living in the same town for 15 years by then. I dated off and on, nothing too serious. Most of my other friends were already settling down, but I personally wasn't in a hurry. I wasn't the guy with the commitment issues, I just didn't feel like going backwards, you know? The town was too small for second chances. I've gone through most of the local matches over a few months' time. Teachers, waitresses, baristas, single moms, gym rats, you name it. Nothing really stuck for me. Some first dates, a couple of second ones, and a lot of awkward goodbyes in dim-lighted parking lots. But I kept at it. I liked that novelty, the idea that maybe the right person was only a few clicks away. Then, one night, after a long shift at my shop, I opened the app out of boredom and damn near dropped my phone. Lisa. I hadn't seen her name before, let alone her face, in over 3 years. When we dated, she was different, softer, shy, never wore makeup, never partied much, always talking about getting out of town. We fizzled naturally, no big drama, just time. But this Lisa, she looked wild. Her hair was cut short, dyed some kind of blood red with black accents. Hot stuff to me. She had a half-sleeve tattoo on her right arm, piercings through her nose and lip, and a new look in her eyes. Confidence, maybe? Either way, she did not look like the girl who used to sit in my passenger seat, humming along to old Matchbox 20 songs. I almost didn't swipe, but curiosity got the better of me. I matched her. Within 5 minutes, she'd messaged me. "Didn't expect to see you here," she wrote, followed by a laughing emoji and then, "You look good." We caught up really quickly. She said she was back in town just for a little while. Wouldn't say where she'd been, but hinted at big changes, new energy, a new reinvented self. I didn't pry too much, and she asked if I wanted to grab a drink at the mill yard, our old haunt. I agreed before I could even second guess it. We set the date for Thursday, gave me 3 days to get my head on straight. I should have known something wasn't right when she only messaged me between midnight and 4 a.m., but honestly, I just thought she worked maybe this odd job that kept her free time at these odd hours. Maybe nursing or something. So Thursday night came quicker than I really expected it to. I pulled into the mill yard's parking lot at 7:45, 10 minutes early. Heart thudding in this way that honestly surprised me. It had been years since I saw Lisa, and despite the strangeness of our messages, I was curious. I'd thrown on a clean button-up and nice jeans, even cloned myself up, which I hadn't done for a date in ages now. Part of me wanted this to be good. The other part, the one that I was ignoring, was already uneasy. Part of me really didn't care how the day went, I just wanted Lisa to be impressed. Remember? No going backwards for me. She was already there when I walked in, seated at the far end of the bar. Same red hair as the photos, though now it looked a little brittle, fried at the ends like she had dyed it far too much. Her black eyeliner was smeared, and though she'd clearly dressed up with tight jeans, combat boots, and some kind of mesh top, there was a grime to her? Something you could almost smell from across the room. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. But when she saw me, she smiled, lit up like nothing was wrong, big toothy grin, jumped up and hugged me. Her skin felt clammy against mine, and her breath hit my neck like mildew. I forced a grin and sat down. "You look the same," she said, eyes scanning me like she was reading headlines off my face. "But better. Look at you all grown up." She pinched my cheek like a grandmother. Thanks," I said, unsure how to really take that. "You look different, but in a good way." She laughed. It was loud and sharp and out of place. "Yeah, I've been through a few things, new cities, new friends. I'm on a whole new frequency now." So then we ordered some drinks. She got a tequila soda double, and I just got a beer. We started talking, but it wasn't long before sentences started kind of fraying at the ends. One second she'd be telling me a story about a trip to Austin, and then the next she'd be murmuring something about the moon being some kind of surveillance device. I laughed at first, thought she was joking with me, but she wasn't. She kept scratching at her arms, her neck, even the sides of her face. Not like an itch though, like she was trying to peel something off. Her eyes would immediately dart toward every person that walked in, watching them like a cat watching birds. Twice she leaned in close and asked if I recognized anybody in the bar, like we were being watched, and I just kind of played dumb. You work nights or something? I asked her, trying to shift things back to normal. You only messaged me like in the middle of the night. She leaned closer, eyes wide, pupils huge. Sleep is only a tool. You can opt out. I only rest when I black out. That's how they stop watching. I nodded slowly and took a long drink from my beer. By the second round, she excused herself to the bathroom. 10 minutes passed, then 15. I figured she was doing something in there, probably snorting something based on the way her jaw kept twitching and how her nose had started to drip. Moments later, she came back like nothing had happened, sat down, finished her drink in one pull, then immediately ordered another. I was not about to match her pace. You don't trust me, do you? She asked suddenly out of nowhere, grinning wide. You think I'm just some spun out, cooked up girl, huh? Don't worry, I'm not using the bad stuff anymore, just maintenance stuff. Stuff to keep my aura clean. Lisa, are you doing okay? Her face froze for a second, then twisted. What kind of question is that? I just mean, are you all right? You've changed a lot, and I'm just wondering if you're in a good place. She didn't answer. Instead, she got up and went straight to the bathroom again. I sat there staring at my half-drained pint, wondering how the hell to leave without making a scene. The bartender, who looked maybe 22 and clearly tired of our table, shot me this look like, good luck, buddy. When Lisa came back, she was grinning again, but her lipstick was smeared and there was a little blood on her nose. I missed you, you know? She said now. Her voice was a little slow and syrupy, like she was underwater. They didn't want me to contact you though. Said you were on their side. Who's they? She laughed. You know, the handlers, the agents, everybody from back then. Lisa, what are you talking about? She didn't answer me. Instead, she reached out and touched my hand. Her skin was freezing and there was dirt caked underneath her nails. I pulled away trying to remain calm, but my brain was already shifting into escape mode. I think I'm gonna head out soon. I got work early in the morning. No, she said, eyes wide. We just got started, come on. Let's go back to your place. I haven't seen it in forever. Maybe I'll spend the night. Lisa, I don't think that's a good idea. Her smile quickly evaporated. Why? It just doesn't feel right to me. She blinked, her head tilted with genuine confusion. Then, without warning, she grabbed her drink and hurled it into my face. Cold liquid splashed over my shirt, into my eyes, and the glass bounced off my forehead before it shattered on the bar beside me. Gasps erupted from nearby tables. You're one of them, she screamed at me. You set me up. This was a trap, wasn't it? You motherfucker. Before I could say anything or react again, she lunged at me, scratching my face, her nails catching skin. I shoved her off instinctively and stood up, blood now dripping down my cheek. She was still screaming in my face, still pointing, accusing me of things I didn't even understand. Spying, bugging her phone, poisoning her drinks. People were staring. The bartender grabbed the phone and Lisa stumbled back, knocking over the bar stool. I dug in my wallet and threw down cash for the bill and said, I'm really sorry, to the staff before bolting out the door. I heard her behind me screaming something about drones, about light beams, about betrayal, but her voice grew faint as I hit the parking lot running. I got in my truck and slammed the door, locking it immediately out of reflex. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped my keys. Lisa burst out of the bar not 10 seconds later, barefoot now, one boot missing, mascara streaming down her face like war paint. She was screaming my name, pounding at the air, and ran straight at the vehicle, then stumbled, caught her foot on the curb, and face planted in the gravel. She didn't get up. I fired up the engine, backed out fast, and sprayed gravel behind me. I watched her roll over and try to sit up, reaching out toward the red glow of my brake lights. I watched her for one beat longer, just to be sure she wasn't seriously hurt, then peeled off down the road, eyes on my rear view. The next hour was a complete blur. I went straight home, locked the door behind me, and turned off every light in my house. My heart had not slowed down. The scratches on my face stung, and there was still tequila in my eyes. But it wasn't the pain that kept me pacing the living room. It was fear, the weirdness, the dread. That wasn't some just bad date. That was somebody who'd gone off the rails completely. That was somebody I used to love, hollowed out and filled with something else entirely. And she knew where I lived. I blocked her number, deleted the app, and logged out of everything. That night, I left the lights on, slept with my pocket knife next to the bed. Not because I thought she would come back, but because for a while I wasn't sure what she was really capable of. When I woke up the next morning, there were no calls, no messages, no weird notes taped to the door, just met with silence. And thank fucking God I never saw her again. Sometimes I'll think back to that night, try to figure out exactly where she went wrong. It had to be drugs, obviously, paranoia too, but there was something else behind her eyes, something that looked practiced, predatory even. She knew how to act normal, but didn't remember why it mattered. Made me wonder how much of it was an actual act to what her true intentions were. I don't date anymore, not from the apps and not from setups. If I can't look somebody in the eye and feel a pulse of something real, something human, I just walk the other way. Because, well, Lisa taught me that monsters don't live under your bed. Sometimes they click on you and match with you. Dating apps ruined my life, and I know that sounds dramatic, but there's not a better way to say it. I used to laugh when people said stuff like, "Oh, you're just bad at picking women," or "You're looking in the wrong place, man." Maybe I was, or maybe I just got super unlucky. Either way, if I'd never downloaded that app, I wouldn't be where I am now. I used to walk, I used to run, I used to lift my goddamn arms. I grew up in a mid-sized town in the Midwest, nothing fancy. A working class place with hard winters and the same people cycling through the same bars every single weekend. I had a solid group of friends, the guys I'd met in high school or at the job site. Over the years, some drifted, others joined, and our group turned into this weird little family of misfits who just stuck together. We got each other jobs, celebrated one another's birthdays, sat around fires and bitched about everything under the sun. The type of friendships that really make you feel safe even when nothing else in life really is. A few of us even hooked up with the same women at different times. Messy, yeah I know, but that's the small town life. Eventually, a few people got married, had kids, and that's how I ended up with Sherry. We saw one another through a lot of mutual social circles, but didn't actually connect until we linked on a dating app. She was around a lot, quiet at first, but funny when she loosened up. Had a kid, a little girl named Emma, 5 years old when we met. I never thought I'd end up dating somebody with a kid, but Sherry just had this sweetness to her, and Emma was easy to love too. We clicked, started slow, just meeting for drinks, then weekends together. A few months in, I started staying over, and by the end of the year, I was living there full time. We weren't perfect by any means. Sherry had her demons. Everybody knew she used to have a problem, pills mostly, but there were stories about the harder stuff too. But when we got together, she was clean, and I saw the effort that she was putting in. I saw the way she tried, so I threw myself in, tried to be the man that she needed. I didn't know back then how fast it could all fall apart though. Things got real between me and Sherry quickly. It wasn't just the honeymoon phase or the kid needing a male role model. I genuinely felt like I belonged there. I'd wake up early, get Emma ready for school when Sherry was dragging, pick up extra shifts to help cover rent, groceries, daycare, whatever. We weren't rich, but we had enough. Enough love, enough laughter, enough hope to make it feel like we really had a future together. Sherry would have good days. On those, she'd clean the whole place, cook dinner from scratch, read to Emma until they both would nod off. But when the bad days hit, it was like a switch got flipped immediately. She'd disappear in the bathroom for an hour, come out with glassy eyes and slurred words. I wasn't stupid. I knew the signs, I just didn't want to believe it. I confronted her a few times and she'd swear up and down she wasn't using. Said she was tired, overwhelmed, depressed. And I wanted to believe her. Emma loved her mother more than anything, and I wasn't ready to break the only stable thing that poor little girl had. But when she stopped going to her support meetings and started running errands for hours and hours, then lost weight that she didn't have to lose. I got worried, real worried. Our friends even noticed it too, the tight-knit group that I told you about. Some of them distanced themselves and some of them didn't. One in particular didn't, Kevin. Kev was around the group for years, never really close, always kind of like on the fringe of it. Greasy hair, twitchy hands, that hollow attic look that you get when you burn through everything but the nerve endings. We all knew what he was into, heroin mostly, sometimes crack too. The kind of guy who'd show up uninvited and stay for far too long. I told Sherry to keep her distance. She agreed, which was a lie. One Thursday, I got off work early. Long day, I just wanted to get home, maybe take Emma out for some ice cream. When I turned onto our street, I saw cars in the driveway, ones that I didn't recognize. An old Civic with one door, primer gray, some beat up old truck with cracked windshields, and my stomach dropped immediately. I walked in, and the living room smelled like burnt plastic and body odor. Kev was there, and this other guy that I didn't know, tall, lanky, pale as hell, looked like a walking staph infection. They were posted up on the couch, eyes low and scratching at their arms. Sherry slumped between them. Her pupils were blown out, mouth hanging open like she didn't even know where she was. "Are you fucking kidding me?" I said, standing in the doorway. Kev looked up at me like I interrupted some kind of game. "Yo, chill, she called us." "She called you. You know she's trying to stay clean. You know there's a fucking kid here." "She wanted a party, man. Ain't my job to babysit." I turned to Sherry, who looked up at me with that empty smile. "I just needed a hit," she whispered, and I snapped. I didn't give a fuck if they were high. I didn't care if they got violent with me. I started shouting, pacing, grabbing my shit. I went into Emma's room, and thank God she wasn't there. She was at her dad's that night. I packed her clothes anyway, mine too. I didn't know where I was going, I just knew I had to get away. I stepped into our bedroom, found the blankets torn up, clothes on the floor and wrappers, condoms. 2 of them. I stood there staring at them like they might dissolve if I looked long enough, but they didn't. They were real. I smelled the room again, a mix of sweat and chemicals, and I knew what had happened in there. I walked back into the living room. My hands were shaking. "You let them fuck you while you were high? In our bed? While your daughter's toys are 5 feet away?" Kevin laughed. The other guy didn't even look up. Sherry just started crying. Her face was twitching. It was a real sight to behold, one that was now burned in my memory. I lost it. I walked straight over and punched Kevin's friend in the face, dropped him right there on the couch. He hit the floor hard and started moaning. Kevin immediately stood up. "You sure you want to do this?" I didn't say anything. I swung again. Kev ducked and landed a hook to my jaw that spun me halfway around, then another hit to the gut. Then he grabbed me, some weird wrestler grip, lifted me clean off the ground. I couldn't even scream before my back hit the floor. I heard a crack and saw white, and that's it. No pain at first, just the sound of something giving in, then everything went cold and distant. I tried to move my legs, nothing. I tried to speak, nothing. My mouth wouldn't even work. I could only cry and groan. I laid there on the living room floor while those 3 losers huddled up in the corner whispering to each other. "She's gonna call someone, dude," the tall one said. Kev shook his head. "Nah, we're getting him out of here." The next thing I know, I'm being dragged by my armpits, slammed into the back seat of one of the cars. My head bounced off the door frame and I couldn't even flinch. I thought they were gonna kill me, but they didn't. They dumped me in the middle of nowhere, a stretch of road out by the quarry with nothing but dirt and silence. And then they just left. The stars above me looked like they were behind glass. Everything else was dirt, cold darkness. It felt like I was inside my body. I couldn't move, I couldn't shout, I just laid there. Every breath a scratch in my throat, every minute a new level of terror. I pissed myself at some point after midnight, multiple times. I couldn't feel it, but I smelled it. I cried even without making a sound. I don't know why Sherry called the ambulance. Maybe the high wore off and reality kicked in. Maybe she thought I was already dead and panicked. Whatever the reason, I heard the tires on gravel hours later, saw red and blue lights flickering through the trees. That sound, the door slamming, boots on dirt, someone shouting, "I got a pulse." I still hear all that in my dreams. I spent 3 months inside this trauma center, 2 years in a rehab facility. I had to learn how to swallow again, how to sit up, how to make a fist. I still can't walk. My legs are meat with bones inside. I have a caregiver who wipes my ass and adjusts my feeding tube, but I'm too weak to eat solid food. I'm 38. I never saw Sherry again, never saw Kev, never got to say goodbye to Emma. I know some people might hear this and think I'm blaming the apps. I'm not entirely at least. But I do blame them for what they gave me access to. I blame how easy it is to mistake a person's profile for who they really are. I blame the illusion of connection. I thought I was building a life. What I built was a house on gasoline, then handed the matches to anybody who walked right by. So yeah, dating apps ruined my life, and not because I used them wrong, but because I used them at all. If I just waited, if I just let life happen the old-fashioned way, if I hadn't already swiped right on somebody I knew far too well, I wouldn't be sitting here, looking out this window, praying every night that that little girl, the only true innocent part of this whole fucking thing, made it out okay. I'd be able to stand and walk and go back to work. But that will never happen for me. I don't think I'll even live to see the age of 40. We've been married 25 years now, me and Addison. Most days I still love her, and I mean that the way people who've been through some shit together say it because, well, love gets heavier with time and sometimes it will leave a mark. We were different back then, not wild exactly, but curious. Still young enough to want more and still stupid enough to go looking for it in places that we clearly didn't belong. The apps were just starting to get big around 2010, not the slick corporate ones that you see today. These were rough around the edges, anonymous, half the profiles fake, half the people worse than that. But we weren't looking for true love, we were looking for somebody to, well, join us. Just a third, a little excitement, a little spark, something to shake loose the dust that had settled over the bedroom. We'd talked about it now for months before we even downloaded anything. Hell, Addie was the one who first said it out loud. What if we tried inviting somebody in? She said to me one night while folding laundry. Just once. It scared the hell out of me, but it also kind of excited me too. She looked good back then, real good. And we still had that heat. We just wanted to aim it somewhere new, I guess. We went slow, made shared profiles, sent messages together, set rules, talked through every little thing. We weren't the only ones doing it either. It turns out there's a whole damn world of people looking for what we're looking for. We met few folks, some couples, some singles, but most fizzled out pretty quickly. Bad chemistry, too pushy, too weird. And a couple of times we came close, but we always backed off at the last minute. And then came Chris. He wasn't like the rest, he was calm and confident, didn't push. He made Addie laugh, which was rare. He had these dimples where he smiled and this easy way of talking to you, like everything he said had already been thought through. Addie told me he seemed safe, and I guess I did agree with her. He messaged a lot, but never too much, knew how to flirt, but not in a way that made it feel cheap or copy and pasted. So we ended up making a plan. Friday night, cheap motel off the highway, one drink and then see where the night goes. Looking back now, I wish to hell we would have never messaged that man back. We spent the whole week thinking about it. Addie bought this new lingerie set online and some strappy black thing that came in a box small enough that I thought we might lose it. She giggled when she opened it up, held it up to the light like she was 20 years old again. I haven't seen her that excited in a long time. I tried to match her mood, but deep down, I had this knot in my stomach that never fully went away. I chalked it up to nerves. First always feel like that, right? Chris messaged us the night before, just a quick check-in. He asked us what motel we'd pick so we could plan for his arrival time. Said he'd had a last-minute schedule shift but wanted to make sure that everything lined up. We planned to meet at the Sandview Inn. I told him no hesitation and didn't think twice. I just texted it to him. Friday came, we dropped off the kids at my brother's place, told him that we were taking a little staycation just to unwind. He laughed and wished us luck. We got to the motel around 7. It wasn't a dump, but it wasn't nice either. Beige walls, floral bedspread, dim bathroom light that was buzzing. We brought down our drinks and a Bluetooth speaker and candles to set the mood. Addie disappeared into the bathroom to change and do her makeup. I sat on the edge of the bed, sipping whiskey, trying to calm my nerves. When she came out, I forgot how to breathe. That lingerie didn't hide a damn thing, and she looked better than she had in years. Her eyes were sparkling and she looked alive. By 8:30, we started to wonder if he'd flaked. That's how most of these stories go, we figured. Big plans, then cold feet. We were about to start our own party without him, and then there was a knock. 3 short raps. Addie froze mid-laugh. I stood up and looked through the peephole. It was him. Black leather jacket, clean shaven, that same calm face. I opened the door and he smiled at me. Hope I'm not too late. We let him in, poured a few drinks. He complimented Addie and said she looked amazing. She blushed, and for a few minutes it felt like a real date. We talked about some music, movies, even shared a few dumb stories of our first few months of marriage. Chris was pretty smooth and not sleazy. He laughed in the right places, made eye contact, leaned in when he talked, but not too close, you know? About 30 minutes in, he made this strange request. Hey, he said, swirling the ice in his glass. This might be a little weird, but would you guys mind getting undressed first? I'm a little shy and it helps me feel comfortable if I'm not the first one. Addie looked over at me, and I gave her the tiniest shrug. We talked about this before. We knew things could get awkward, especially that first time. I said, sure, that's not a problem. We stood up, a little drunk by then, and started stripping down. Nothing sexy about it, just quick and casual. Addie unhooked her bra and tossed it onto the chair. I kicked my pants aside. We were now both naked, standing by the foot of the bed, grinning like teenagers caught doing something bad. Chris stood up, and then for a second I thought he was going to undress too. Instead, he reached into the inside of his jacket and pulled out a handgun. It didn't look like a movie gun. It looked real and it looked heavy. All right, he said, voice super steady. Toss everything into that pillowcase. I froze. Addie screamed once like she was trying to hold it in and couldn't help it. Chris didn't even flinch. He gestured with the gun. Jewelry, phones, wallet, whatever the fuck you've got, put it in that pillowcase. Addie started crying and whispering, oh my God, over and over like a chant. I reached for the pillowcase and started filling it. Her necklace, her wedding ring, the bracelet she got from her mother, my wallet, my watch, my phone, her phone, $200 in cash, even her shoes, designer heels that she bought for this night in particular. He stayed calm the whole time, didn't shout, didn't rush me, and for some reason that scared me more than anything. He had obviously done this before, or thought about it long enough that he looked like he had. When the pillowcase was full, he backed up towards the door. I really liked you guys, he said. You seem cool, but this is just easier than working for it. He opened up the door, stepped into the hall, and was gone. Addie collapsed onto the bed, curling up, shaking. I stood there, still naked, still holding that empty whiskey glass. My heart was slamming so hard I thought it was going to burst. I ran to the door, looked out, and of course, the hall was empty. He was gone. I went to the window to see if I could catch his car, watching the dark parking lot and almost half expecting him to come back and shoot us both for fun. Addie was still crying. She'd wrapped herself up in that comforter, sitting against the headboard with her knees pulled up, shaking like she was freezing. I didn't know what to do. I felt like I'd been skinned alive. Our phone was gone, everything was gone. I pulled the motel phone off the cradle and tried the front desk. Nobody answered. I called again. Nothing. Finally, I got somebody. Some half-asleep kid who barely even knew what to say when I told him we'd been robbed. He said he'd look around the lot and then hung up on me. I didn't wait. I threw on what little I had, wrapped Addie in a robe, and we left with nothing but car keys and shame. She didn't speak that whole ride home, just stared out the window. When we got to the house, she went straight to the bedroom and locked the door. I heard the shower running for at least an hour. We never called the cops. I wanted to. I thought about it daily, but how do you tell someone that you willingly got naked in a motel room with a man that you met online, then handed him every valuable you own because he asked you to, because you wanted something different and something fun? It wasn't just the embarrassment, it was the look on her face that night. Addie and I never talked about it again. We deleted the apps, shut down the accounts, and threw away the burner phones. We told our friends that we got robbed on vacation and left the rest of the story to be super vague. But it continued to follow us. You don't really bounce back from something like that, you just kind of absorb it. like a crack in the drywall you cover with a picture frame. We, for obvious reasons, don't mess around with drastic lifestyle changes anymore. We're just happy we still have one another. I've been on the dating apps for over a decade now, off and on. Mostly Tinder, sometimes Bumble, but I've even dipped into the weirder stuff when the mood struck. I wouldn't say I was ever chasing love, I guess I was really just chasing chaos. And if you've been in the game long enough, you know what I mean. The apps are just front row seats to the wildest theater you could ever watch. Drama, desperation, cheating, thirst traps, people looking for hookups, fights, revenge, stalkers, setups. There's no rules, no referees, just profiles and swipes. And honestly, I live for it. I've always been a social guy, fast talker, decent looking, played ball in high school, knew how to keep a girl laughing over drinks. I've never had trouble getting dates, but something about the apps made it all more electric. You could go from matching with a girl to seeing her in a bathroom in under an hour. And if it didn't work out, you just started over. Swipe, match, message, repeat. The thrill of it wasn't just in the dates itself, it was the stories that came with it. And man, I love the stories. You'd see all kinds, girls you haven't thought about since high school, now divorced and back on the scene. Coworkers pretending they didn't recognize you. Even wives of guys you know, using fake names and different hair colors, trying to keep things quiet. And that's what really pulled me in, not the chase but the mystery behind each and every match. Who were they really? And because I'm writing this and you're hearing it, that's what got me in trouble. I wasn't trying to be a hero, I wasn't snooping, I wasn't setting out to destroy anything or anyone, but when I saw my buddy's girlfriend pop up on Tinder, it was like watching a car drift into oncoming traffic. Her name was different, Katie or something dumb like that, but her photos were full face, clear as day taken around town. Her dog, her car, same smile. I've been over to their apartment before, I've eaten dinner with them. And now here she was, looking for side action while my friend sat at home probably playing Call of Duty. I should have swiped left, but I didn't. I matched with her. I didn't expect to match back, but it did within the hour, and that's when I started wondering if this was really her. Maybe it was one of those fake accounts, right? A stolen photo dump, some dude catfishing horny guys in town for laughs or PayPal scams. But I kept staring at the profile. The details added up too well. The car in one photo, I'd seen her driving it. The dog, that was her mutt. The apartment wall in the background, same paint job that I'd seen when I helped my buddy move in a couch last summer. Still, I couldn't believe it. It was easier to think that it was some copycat. I scrolled through the rest of her pics, trying to convince myself the nose looked different, the jawline didn't quite look the same, but deep down, I knew. The first message was simply just hey with a smiley face. I stared for a long time. I almost unmatched right then and there, but something in me, I guess it wasn't pride or anger, it was curiosity, wanted to know who this really was. So I messaged back saying, hey, do we know each other? You look kind of familiar. She replied a quick, LOL, no, I don't think so. New account, smiley face. She played dumb like I was a stranger, and it was eerie reading that. I knew she knew who I was. I'd sat across the table from her on double dates. We were in some photos together, for Christ's sake. So I told myself maybe it was her friend using her phone, or maybe her profile got hacked. But her typing style, the emojis, it really felt like her. We talked on and off for 2 days, just basic stuff. What do you do? What kind of music do you like? I kind of wanted to test how far she'd actually take this act, so I pushed a little, said I'd love to meet up, maybe grab coffee or something casual, and she agreed instantly. Want to meet up at the food court Wednesday? She said. There's a spot by the pretzel stand. So I agreed. That whole day I felt off, like I'd eaten something that didn't sit right with me. I didn't tell anybody, not my roommates, not my coworkers. I wanted the truth, but I didn't want the fallout until I had it in my hand. I drove to the mall, parked in the back lot, walked through the sliding glass doors and into the food court, and just waited. I was early, she wasn't. I sat down, ordered a drink just to have something in front of me and watched the crowd. Families, teens, workers on break. A few familiar faces that I hoped didn't see me. Then she came in from the JCPenney side, and it was her. Jeans, cropped hoodie, no makeup, just walking like nothing was out of the ordinary. Her hair was in a messy ponytail. She spotted me, and I watched her face change in real time and went from casual to dangerous, like, how dare I be in public? I stood up and said her name, and she turned red. "Hey," I said, "so what the hell is going on?" She blinked hard and then crossed her arms. "What are you doing here? You matched with me. Was this a setup? I thought you were somebody else at first, but it's obviously you." Her eyes darted around. "This is a setup," she said. "You're making moves on me. You followed me here." "What?" I stepped back like she slapped me. "Are you serious right now? You're the one with a profile. I thought it was fake, so I matched it just to see. Then you started messaging me like you didn't even know who I was." "You're harassing me," she said louder. "You're stalking me." Heads turned. People in line at Panda Express looked over at us. A mall cop on the other end of the food court had already leaned off his post watching us now. I shook my head, laughing once because I didn't know what else to do. "You're the one cheating on my friend," I said. "You're on Tinder while you're living with him. I thought this was a scam, but it's actually you. You brought me here." She pulled out her phone, hand trembling. "I'm calling him, right now." I raised my hands. "Good, call him. Let's talk this out." She swiped through her apps fast, did something that caught me completely off guard. She deleted Tinder right there. Just held the icon, clicked the little X, and poof, it was gone. Then she put the phone to her ear. "Hey," she said, voice suddenly soft. "You need to come down here. He's here. Yeah, Greg, he followed me. He's saying weird stuff to me." That was the start of the avalanche. 20 minutes later, I had 5 or 6 guys surrounding me, half of them I'd known for years, guys I'd played poker with, drank with, gone to parties with. They shoved me around a little, puffed up, throwing out stuff like, "Why you stalking people for, Greg?" And, "Bro, this ain't right." I tried to explain, but the more I talked, the crazier it sounded. "She matched with me," I said. "I thought it was fake at first. I wanted to find out who it actually was. She agreed to meet. I didn't stalk anybody. I just wanted to figure out if this was actually real." Nobody listened though. She stood back, arms folded, doing this wounded act like I was some predator who'd climbed out of a storm drain to follow her to the food court itself. I wanted to scream. Then one guy, a quieter friend, pulled me aside. He waited till the others were occupied and leaned in and said, "She's lying." "What?" "She's got a real Tinder account. I matched with her last week. So did a few of the other guys here. Everybody knows she cheats. It's kind of this running joke." I stared back at him. "You didn't do anything wrong, man," he said. "You just exposed it in public." And then after that, everybody just kind of drifted off. The tension dissolved the way it does after a fight and never really kicks up. Guys backed away, all puffed up but clearly unsure now. She stormed off with 2 of them trailing behind her, still playing that victim card, phone to her ear. I stood there in the middle of the food court, sweating through my shirt, staring at half-melted smoothies that I didn't even want anymore. The guy who pulled me aside gave me this look like, "Sorry, man," then turned and followed the group away. And that was that. I didn't talk to my friend, the boyfriend, after that. Still haven't. I don't know if he even heard the full story. Maybe she spun it into something uglier. Maybe he didn't want to believe that what was right in front of him. Or maybe he knew along and just didn't want it to be confirmed. Denial's one hell of a drug when you're in love with somebody who's using everybody else around her. I ended up deleting my dating apps that night too, all of them. Not because I was ashamed, but because the thrill was now gone. Whatever fun I used to have in the drama and the hookups had now been drained out into one humiliating afternoon. I'd spent years watching the chaos, swimming in it like it was a game to me, but I never thought I'd get pulled in by somebody I actually knew, somebody who knew me. I'm still tight with most of the friend group. None of them blamed me once the dust had actually settled. In fact, more than a few reached out afterwards to say they had similar run-ins with her. Hookups behind their buddies' backs, secret accounts, weird accusations when things got too real. It turns out I hadn't stumbled into anything new. I'd just been the dumb one enough to shine a light on it, especially in public. I think the worst part, if I could go back, I wouldn't really change much. Curiosity got me here, yeah, but it also told me a lot about who people really are. I met Terrence in a hiking group out of Eugene. He wasn't the loud type or the know-it-all type. He just put in the miles, kept pace with whoever was next to him, and also carried more in his pack than he actually needed. And that last part is really what caught my eye. Only serious backpackers carry extra gear for others. It turns out we only lived a few blocks apart and had crossed paths without ever even meeting before. After that, it was maps and mileage and morning coffee before long trailheads. By the end of the year, we were together. No dramatic Instagram proposal or anything like that, just two people who could split weight evenly, walk in silence, and agree on when to set up camp. That kind of compatibility is rarer than love itself. Our usual thing was 1 or maybe 2 nighters, load up our packs, pick a loop with some decent gain, and then get off trail for a night, then hike back out. No hotels, no showers, no phones. Oregon's got plenty of land for that sort of thing, especially when you get off the main highways. There's just this quiet to it that presses in around you, and I like that pressure, and I know Terrence did too. The trip that went bad was supposed to be one of the good ones. We'd both talked about hitting the backwoods east of Mount Washington for quite a while now. Mid-fall, just enough chill to keep the bugs down, but not so much snow that we'd be post-holing. We found a trailhead that connected to some remote spurs, and we figured we'd bushwhack a little if we had to. Spent the week before double-checking our gear, 2-person tent, fuel, headlamps, bear bag, beans, hot dogs, whiskey, the works. We parked at the lot on Wednesday morning, shouldered up, and then stepped off into the woods. It was quiet, real quiet. The dry leaf crunch kind of quiet. No other cars in the lot, which felt like an added bonus. Those first few miles were perfect. Mossy trunks, a little breeze, nothing but the sounds of our boots and the birds in the canopy. Around the 3-mile mark, we stopped for a snack and to orient ourselves. The GPS was still good, battery strong, and the sun hadn't really moved far enough to cause any kind of concern. We had another 3, maybe 4 miles into our intended campsite for the night. Terrence found a boulder to sit on and wolfed down a protein bar, while I filtered water from a nearby spring pool. "Feels like we're the only 2 people left on Earth," he said. I nodded. "Yeah, kinda wish we were." It was one of those days that makes you feel smug about not having kids or mortgages or dinner reservations. Just 2 people and 1,000 trees around them. We pushed on, boots biting into the soft pine needle trail, heads down against the slope. Terrence had this habit of counting out loud once the incline picked up, like he could will himself forward with the numbers. I let him. I liked hearing his voice out there, liked knowing he was still a few steps ahead, even if he never looked back to check on me. By our 6th mile, we figured we were within a half mile of our marked camp. The sun had dropped a little bit, spilling amber light through the branches, but we weren't losing it fast. Still had time to settle in. "Hey, I gotta take a leak," Terrence said, slowing up. "All right, don't get lost," I half choked. He nodded at me, then peeled off the trail and disappeared into the undergrowth. I dropped my pack and stretched my back a little, listening to the birds. 5 minutes went by, then 10. I called out once, figuring he was just taking his time, but I got no answer. And that's when the scream hit. It wasn't a startled yelp or panicked shout. It was a scream, full-throated, punched out of the gut. It was Terrence, crying out for help. "Help me, help, help me." The words bounced off the trees and came from somewhere lower. I grabbed both packs, mine and his, then tore off through the woods in the direction I heard his voice, heart thudding, ducking branches and sliding over loose dirt. I found him about 60 yards out, down inside this narrow ravine, maybe 12 foot deep, tangled in brush and rock. He was on his back, face pale, one leg bent, all wrong. His ankle was lodged between 2 hunks of stone. It's stuck," he said, teeth grit against the pain. "I slipped. It fucking popped." I climbed down carefully, trying to not make it worse. The rocks were slick, covered in a thin sheen of moss. I braced his leg and talked him through it, and when I twisted just right, the ankle came free. He howled out in pain, nearly passing out. We sat there for a while, breathing hard, his arms looped around my shoulder. Eventually, he could limp, barely. It took him nearly an hour to get him back out of that ravine and back up to the trail. We were not going to make it that last half mile, not before nightfall. The slope was bad, the footing was worse, and Terrence couldn't even walk straight. We found a flat patch just off the trail, uneven but serviceable, and pitched the tarp right there. I got a small fire going, split a can of beans between us, and used his pack as a footrest. The ankle was swelling up like a balloon, but it wasn't broken. He could still move the toes. Still, we weren't hiking out tonight. There's no way. "Tomorrow," he said. "Rest tonight. I'll wrap it, take it slow. We'll be okay." I nodded, though my nerves had started whispering by then. Something about how quiet it was around us, and not that good kind of quiet. The fire gave off this soft pop and a hiss, and we leaned into the warmth, keeping ears peeled for rustles or snaps of twigs, signs of other hikers, signs that we weren't all alone. If somebody came through, we wanted to flag them down for help and pray to God that they had supplies of some kind. And just like that, we weren't alone. A stranger stepped out of the dark just as we finished our food. One moment, nothing. Then, all of a sudden, something moved at the edge of the firelight, just enough shadow to make us both freeze, and I honestly pissed a little. "Evening, folks," the man said, raising one hand. He was tall and lean, wearing a hooded jacket and trail-worn pants. His boots were really dirty, crusted up with mud on the sides. "Didn't mean to scare you all, I saw the firelight." Terrence spoke first. "You're hiking at night?" The man smiled. "Through hiking. Got a quota to make. Gotta push some mileage in the dark if I want to keep up with my plan." He stepped a little closer, not quite into the circle of the firelight, but close enough for me to see his face. Long nose, sharp chin, thick eyebrows like caterpillars, greasy hair sticking out of his hood. He looked around our camp like he was casing it. "You guys mind if I sit for a minute?" he asked. Terrence and I exchanged a glance. We weren't armed, and I didn't really like the idea of saying yes to the stranger. I just shrugged because we didn't really have a good option here. Telling him no might just piss him off. We nodded, and he took a seat from across us. "So, you're just passing through, huh?" I asked. "Yep, name's Kale," he said, sitting cross-legged. "Notice your man here is kind of hobbling. That a sprain?" "Twist," Terrence said. "Caught it in a ravine." Kale leaned over and stared at the ankle like it was dead. "That's pretty bad. Well, you're stuck out here now." I didn't like the way he said that. No pity, just an observation, like a man watching a mouse stuck in a trap. Are you able to call anybody?" I asked. "You got a phone, right?" Kale then smiled, wider than he should have. "Nah, there's no service for miles, but I do have a satellite phone." My chest loosened a little. "Would you be willing to let us use it, just to call search and rescue?" He tilted his head like he was thinking about it. Then he said, "Sure, I can do that. All you gotta do is take your shirt off." The air cracked. Just like that, no hesitation, no humor. He was dead serious. Terrence sat up with his eyes narrow. "What the fuck did you just say?" Kale didn't move. "You want the phone, that's the trade. I get to look. Or maybe more if you're feeling generous. Could save you a whole lot of pain. Maybe your girl's into that, huh?" I stood up. "Get the fuck out of our camp." He then stood too, brushing dirt off his knees. "Suit yourself, but you're helpless out here. He can't walk and you're 6 miles from the road. I'll come back later. Maybe you're feeling a little different." He turned and then disappeared in the trees like he lived out there. Terrence was breathing hard, adrenaline dumping. "What the fuck was that?" "Psycho," I said. "A fucking psycho." We didn't sleep much. Every twig snap would make me jump. And somewhere around midnight, a rock landed near the fire, just rolling past the tent. Then another, and I heard laughter. Not loud, but not close, but it was definitely there. Then nothing for a while. I stayed up while Terrence dozed. When it was my turn to sleep, he kept his eyes open and knife in hand. We didn't see Kale again that night, but we never stopped listening. The sun came up slow on us. The fire was long dead and our limbs were stiff from fear more than the actual cold. Terrence hadn't said much during the night, just grunted occasionally or shifted the knife in his hand. I stayed half curled inside the tent, one boot on, eyes scanning the tree line until the black finally bled into the gray. We didn't see Kale again, not that morning, but that only made it worse, honestly, not knowing where he'd gone to or if he even really ever left. I dozed off maybe for an hour just before dawn, and when I woke up, Terrence had already tested out his ankle. "All right, it holds," he said, forcing this smile. "It hurts like hell, but it holds." We packed up in silence. Every clink of a can or zip of a bag sounded titanically loud. The woods felt different now in the daylight. It was the same trees and same slope, but it was almost like they were leaning in a little more now, waiting to see what was about to happen to us. I kept checking the shadows for movement, but there really wasn't anything. No sign of Kale, no tracks, no proof he was ever even there. It made me feel completely crazy. The hike out was slow and agonizing. Terrence moved like a man on glass floor, testing each step. I offered to carry his pack, but he refused, said it kept him balanced. Every time I turned around to check on him, I expected to see something or someone behind us, a flicker of a hood, a pale, unexpected face. But it didn't happen. We made it 3 miles in before we saw him again. He was on a ridge line maybe 100 yards up, just standing there, backlit by the sun. He raised a hand and waved at us like we were old friends parting ways after a barbecue. Then he turned and walked out of sight, over the crest. And I never saw him again after that. The rest of the hike was a complete blur. Each mile felt like 5. And I don't remember what we talked about during the process, if we even did. I just remember the ache, the silence, the pressure between my shoulder blades like a crosshair. When we hit the trailhead and saw our car, I nearly burst into tears. I didn't even realize until then that I'd been holding my breath until the key turned in the ignition and the engine roared up to life. We didn't call the cops because what would we say? Some weirdo propositioned us in the woods, threw rocks at our tent, then disappeared. He didn't assault us. He didn't lay a hand on either of us. All we had were bad vibes and a name that we couldn't verify. Kale. Could have easily been fake, and it probably was. Still, we ended up telling our hiking group what had happened. One of the organizers said he heard of a guy like that before. Someone doing weird trail encounters up north, a few hours from where we'd actually been. It made some women very uncomfortable near Crater Lake. Another story, unconfirmed, but was about a man with a satellite phone who offered favors in exchange for help. But nothing ever really came of it. The guy was a ghost, a drifter. And out there in the forest, that's all it takes to vanish. Just step off the trail. After that, Terrence and I took a break from hiking. A long one, actually. Months passed before we even talked about doing another one. When we finally did, it was car camping inside a well-populated area, 10 minutes from the ranger station. I don't think either of us really wanted to say it out loud, but we felt like we'd lost something out there in the woods that night. The trust, maybe? And not in one another, but in the idea of nature being safe. That silence used to mean peace. And the worst part, I still think about that night all the time. I'll be in the shower or doing dishes and suddenly I'm right back there, staring into the trees, wondering if Kale was out there watching us, even after he left. Wondering if he made a fire of his own, or if he just stood beyond the rise with his hands in his coat pockets, smiling to himself, watching us panic. Listening to us whisper about him like he was a monster under our bed. I don't know what would have happened if we would have said yes, if we would have taken that deal. And I think about that sometimes too. If we wouldn't have gotten out of there faster, if he would have actually let us use the phone, or if that was just bait to see what he could get. The way he stared at me, it was like he didn't even see a person, just an opportunity, a transactional thing. And it makes me sick to my stomach. But we didn't take the bait. We toughed it out. And we got out of there. Still, I carry bear spray now, even on the short hikes, and I never camp without a sidearm anymore either. I know what's out there. And funny enough, it's not the bears or the weather that gets you. It's the fucking people. I'm the kind of guy who needs the woods like other people need coffee in the morning. Some folks unwind with a beer and a recliner, but me, I lace up my boots and load my pack, hit the dirt before sunrise. I like being out where the cell signal cuts out and the only company is the sound of wind inside the pine needles. No bosses, no bills, the kind of quiet you can really feel in your bones. On one summer, I made a project out of knocking out every trail on a map that I'd pinned above my garage workbench. I'd circled them with a red Sharpie as I went. Local day hikes mostly, stuff within 2 hours of home that I'd never gotten around to. It gave me this rhythm: wake up early, toss together a lunch, fill up the hydration bladder, double check the weather, then head out before the sun had fully even gotten it started for itself. I got so used to the routine that I stopped thinking about it, went on autopilot, muscle memory. And I think that's what bit me in the ass. It was mid-July, already warm by the time I pulled into the parking lot, dust kicking up behind my truck. I did a few donuts, no other vehicles, so it was perfect. I stepped out, locked the cab, stretched, and hit the trail with a grin on my face. Something about that morning light through the trees just made me feel like a kid again. I moved fast, burning off my breakfast. Eager legs, good weather, not another soul in sight. Around 3 miles in, I went to grab my binoculars, and I spotted something up the slope. A hawk maybe, or a turkey vulture. I reached for the strap behind my shoulder and got nothing. My fingers just brushed my shirt. I stopped and patted my sides, and turned in this slow circle. No pack. It was still sitting in the back seat of my truck. My water, my food, my phone charger, everything I needed for the full day out. I'd walked 3 miles without noticing. I stood there like an idiot, listening to the trees creak and the birds chatter, feeling dumber and dumber by the second. I thought about heading back right then. 3 miles isn't really that bad. I wasn't thirsty yet, and the trail wasn't technical. Plus, I'd already committed the morning to this hike, you know? What's 1 more mile? I told myself I'd turn around before 5 max. Just make the loop, head home, drink a gallon of water, and maybe even eat a pizza. It didn't seem really that reckless at the time. I wasn't hurt, I wasn't lost. I knew these woods, or at least so I told myself. I'd logged hours and hours looking at them on the map anyway. And that was my mistake. I didn't know shit about where I was or the situation itself. The trail started to zigzag uphill, switchback after switchback through a patch of scrub pine and brittle. I kept at a steady pace, chest pumping, trying not to think about the water sitting in the cab of my truck. By mile 4, I was really feeling it. The dry mouth, that little knot in my gut that comes from hunger, but it hadn't turned to a grumble yet. Still, I'd made it this far, and the loop was just a little further. From the elevation and terrain, I knew where the trail was going to double back. I figured I could save some time and distance by cutting straight across one of those wider turns. I've done things like this before, tons of times, but I don't really recommend it unless you know what you're doing. But I did it, or at least I thought that I did. I stepped off the trail into a patch of dense trees where I could see the other leg of the trail, maybe 300 yards below. Just a quick off-road hop, nothing too wild. About halfway through that thicket though, the ground dipped sharply. I slowed down, took careful steps around the brambles and half-dead limbs that had twisted like bones in the dirt. And that's when I saw it, something laid out for display. Climbing gear, real stuff, ropes, harnesses, carabiners, all of it weather-beaten and splayed over this flat slab of rock like somebody set it up and then just walked away mid-project. And then I saw the hole. It was just a head, maybe 15 feet wide, almost perfectly rectangular. The mouth of the thing looked like it had been carved into the earth with purpose and went straight down, maybe 15 feet at the opening, before darkness swallowed up the rest. What really caught my eye though were the anchors, bolted into the boulders around the rim, old but solid. A few still had webbing and rope tied off, like they'd been used not that long ago. There were even a pair of climbing boots lying near the side of a beat-up old haul bag. And a shitload of bloody gauze and medical tape. I stepped closer, looking around for somebody, anybody, but the woods remained quiet and still, overwhelmingly so. "Hello?" I called out, my voice bouncing off the trees and then disappeared. I got no response. I crouched next to one of the harnesses. It was sun-faded and dry, but the wear didn't look ancient. A year old, maybe, 2 at most. Same with the ropes, weathered but not rotted, and they were still deployed into the pit. Someone had gone down there. I stood over the edge and looked in. The light didn't go far, just a few feet below the lip, and the interior opened up into layers of rock plates, like a jagged stairwell spiraling off into the darkness. It was climbable if you had the guts and the gear, and I had neither, but I did have a phone. I pulled it from my pocket, flipped on the flashlight, and shined it off into the void. The beam bounced off the nearest rock shelf, then the one below, then vanished off into the blackness. I didn't like the way the hole seemed to breathe. Not literally, of course, but standing near it gave me that same feeling that you get on the edge of tall cliffs, like something that wants to pull you in. But still, curiosity's a fucking bastard. I sat and lowered myself onto the first plate and climbed down. The rocks were dry and flat, like the inside of a mine that hadn't seen water in years. I moved slowly, testing each ledge before actually trusting it. 30 feet down, the light from above started to thin out. The trees were now a distant memory, just a jagged ring of blue sky above me. There were more ropes down here, anchors too, wedged into cracks, bolted into natural seams. Somebody had been here, worked their way down just like I was doing now. I figured maybe it's some forgotten cave system, maybe used by climbers years ago until it fell out of rotation, and that made sense mostly. As I'm thinking all this to myself, I hear a sound, and not an echo of my own movement, not the wind and not shifting rocks. A voice. It was soft and close, and all I heard was one word. Hey. My spine immediately went stiff. The word was flat and casual, like a greeting between two people passing on the sidewalk. It hadn't come from above, and it hadn't come from below. It came from somewhere right beside me. I spun, jerking with my hand, sweeping rock and rope and emptiness. Nothing. Just the walls around me, just the anchor bolts, just the breath in my lungs, now going shallow. Hello? I said again, but I didn't get a response. I turned the light below me, still nothing but black. But my legs were not responding, my fingers were slick, and I don't know how long I stood there heart pounding, trying to convince myself that I imagined that. A trick of the acoustics, my own voice bouncing weird, anything but the thing it really sounded like. Somebody else was down here with me. Hey, it had said. Not help, not hello, just hey, like it had been waiting for me to notice them. I climbed, fast and sloppy. My foot even slipped once, scraping the side of a ledge, but I didn't stop. I didn't look down. I just clawed my way up until daylight kissed the rim and launched myself out like the earth was trying to suck me back in. I lay on my back for a minute, lungs burning, staring up at the trees, the sunlight, at anything that wasn't a black hole. Then I got up and ran. No trail shortcuts this time. I stuck to the switchbacks all the way down, legs trembling, mouth dry as sand. When I finally reached my truck, I tore the door open and chugged the water from my backpack bottle, and thank God for it. I sat there for a long time breathing, trying to just believe that I imagined it all, that it was nothing. But even then, even as I drove back to town, I could not shake that voice, that one single word. I made the call later that afternoon, once the adrenaline wore off and I stopped second-guessing myself. I didn't mention the voice, I just told the ranger station there was a collection of climbing gear about 4.5 miles up on the East Loop Trail, off a switchback. Told them the ropes were still rigged, there's still a hole in the ground, possibly an open cave. I figured they'd take it seriously, maybe send a couple of guys out, tape it off, haul the stuff out for inspection, whatever their protocol is. The ranger that I spoke to didn't sound too surprised though. He listened, asked a few of his own questions about the location, gear, condition, if there was a smell. Then he gave me this small sigh through the other end of the line.
Yeah,
He said.
we get a call about that setup every once in a while. It's been there a long time.
How long? I asked him.
Not really sure. Been here 9 years and it was old when I started. We leave it there as kind of a warning. Deterrent for amateur climbers, really.
You don't know who it belonged to?
Nope. I think we did at one point, I'm sure. Records get lost though. It's just one of those things, you know? Kind of becomes part of the trail itself.
And that last part really stuck with me. Part of the trail, like moss or rust or the way the wind sounds in certain spots. Just another feature of the land, ignored until somebody stumbles into it. I didn't say anything else, didn't mention the voice or how it was right there, close enough to touch. Didn't mention the way the ropes looked ready to be used, not forgotten. Some part of me knew how that would sound to him though, like I was dehydrated maybe, hallucinating or worse, just trying to spin up some backwoods legend for internet clout. But to me, it wasn't just a story. For days after, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd be at work or in the garage, and I'd hear it again, flat and emotionless, right behind my ear. Hey. It didn't come with fear at the time, but that was the worst part. The voice wasn't desperate or angry or lost. It was casual, patient almost. I stopped hiking solo for quite a while after that, and I'm not even ashamed to admit it. I started double and triple checking my gear before leaving the driveway. Even took a buddy out there a few times with me months later and tried to find the same spot, and I couldn't do it. Not exactly, at least. The trail had grown over in places and none of the switchbacks looked right to me. He thought I was exaggerating, making up shit. Said maybe I wandered further than I remembered. Maybe. But I know what I saw, and more than that, I know what I heard. Something is down there, whether it's a person or a thing or an echo of somebody who went too deep and never came back. I don't know. But what I do know is this. When the earth opens up like that, when rocks make room for something they were never meant to hold, you don't hang around and ask questions. You get the fuck out of there while you still have the chance. I spent the better part of 12 years as a Boy Scout leader in Southern California, Troop 214, based out of a sleepy town wedged between the hills and the desert. We had our fair share of lazy merit badge weekends and gear check-in Tuesdays, but what we really lived for were the backcountry trips, camping, kayaking, night hikes, cooking on a tiny backpacking stove while coyotes howled out in the distance. Those were the moments that made all the other crap worth it. I had two co-leaders, Sam and Carrie, both rock-solid guys, and we really made a hell of a team. Sam had this easygoing way with the younger kids, and Carrie was the detail guy, gear checks, trail permits, maps printed out and laminated like he was prepping for a military op. And me, I was somewhere in the middle of the two. I kept the group moving, kept them motivated. I also foot the bill pretty much all the time, so. Spring trips were our favorite. Warm enough to ditch the thermal bags and cool enough to keep the flies down. Every March or April, we'd take the troop out to explore some lesser used trails and spend a few nights underneath the stars. The year this story takes place, the plan was to do a big loop through the canyon system, about 2 hours from town. A trail I'd even hiked before. Gorgeous place too. Steep red walls, a creek that twisted like ribbons through the rock, little pools where you could cool your feet off. Giant stone formations that looked like open-air amphitheaters. Crystals littering the path like trash. The thing was though, both Sam and Carrie came down with a bug almost the day before. Nothing life-threatening, just enough to knock them out of commission. Honestly, probably should have called it off right then and there, but I didn't. And a chunk of kids had already dropped off from that same flu going around. I figured with only 13 boys making the trip, I could handle it by myself. I'd led hikes before, done solo overnights in tougher places than this. I was cocky, I was also optimistic, which in this case is kind of a dangerous combination. So I packed the boys into our old white activity bus, that lumbering tin can with the peeling troop sticker on the side, rolled out that Friday morning. The trailhead was empty when we pulled in, dirt, dust, and a pit toilet that hadn't seen a cleaning crew in at least a month. The boys were buzzing though, tossing their packs on and adjusting their poles while I double-checked everything else. We had water, maps, radio, head count, all that stuff. I gave our quick safety talk and reminded them to stay on the trail, stay within sight of me. Do not go wandering off just because a shiny rock catches your eye. Then we set off under a cloudless blue sky, and everything felt so right. The boys were loud and happy, the trail was dry and clear, and I kept thinking to myself, this is going to be one for the books. The canyon opened up around the first bend, walls climbing higher on either side like something out of a fantasy novel. The boys were having the time of their lives, joking, snapping pictures, yelling echoes into a rock to hear them bounce back. We were moving at a good clip too, stopping often enough to poke around creek beds and pick out some strange stones. One of the kids, Parker I think, found a small geode and lost his mind completely over it. That sparked that usual rock fever, and before long most of them were walking with their heads down, scanning for crystals themselves. We hiked deep into the canyon, maybe 5 or 6 miles before I called it for lunch break. Found a flat area along a river where they could ditch their packs and soak their feet, eat some peanut butter sandwiches. Spirits were high. I was sweating through my shirt, but otherwise, things were going pretty smooth. No injuries, no whining, no lost gear. All right, boys, I told them. 10-minute break, then we're going to start climbing out to the ridgeline. Stay within earshot. A few of them nodded back to me. One kid, Lucas, raised his hand and said he had to pee. I pointed toward a bushy slope just off the trail and told him again to stay visible. Another kid, Ethan, was already chasing some crystal veins up a dry wash, crouched and humming to himself. I saw him and I should have called him back. I should have made them all stay put as we moved as a group. But I didn't. 2 minutes later, the scream came. Not a yell, not a shout, an honest-to-God, blood-curdling scream, full-throated and panicked. I quickly jumped to my feet. The boys froze mid-bite, heads whipping toward the source of the sound. Ethan came tearing out of the trees, arms flailing, eyes wide and wild. "Coyotes!" he shrieked. "They were everywhere. They came out of the rocks. They're biting at me." He stumbled back into the group, shaking, and then collapsed to his knees. I scanned the tree line, the brush, the slope behind us. At first, I didn't see anything, just stillness. Then I heard that high-pitched yipping, one at first, then three, then what sounded like a full pack joining in on it, echoing through the canyon in waves. Coyotes weren't new, we'd seen them many times before. They usually kept their distance, maybe one or two would show up at camp, see if somebody left a bag of food out or something. They never attacked though, not unless rabid or cornered. But this time, the sound itself was even off. The yips were growing closer, sharper. I saw the first pair of eyes behind the low mesquite, then another behind a scrub oak, then 6, maybe 8. It's hard to count when they were moving and weaving through brush in short bursts. I shouted for the boys to get up. "Sticks!" I yelled. "Everybody grab something, get close together, tight, now!" They obeyed, bless them. I grabbed the branch the size of a baseball bat, dry and thick with knots, and the boys followed suit, holding their makeshift clubs, ready for war. Some were crying, terrified, and rightly so. Others were shaking, far too scared to speak. I stepped in front of them, ready to go at it. I counted at least 15 coyotes then, circling just behind the first trees, way too close for that amount. They were remaining quiet, watching us, ears perked and tails stiff. These weren't scavengers sniffing for scraps. These were pissed off animals looking to settle a score. One of the boys must have stumbled into their den and now they were neutralizing the threat. I waved the branch around, shouting for them to get back. The alpha, or what I assumed was the alpha, stepped closer, teeth bared. A long scar ran across his snout. It growled, long as hell, like a warning to me. And I'd never seen anything like that, not that close, and not with zero hesitation. They were waiting for some kind of weakness, and that much was clear to me. "All right," I said, turning to the boys. "We're gonna move slowly, tight formation, no running. If one of them charges you, swing hard and loud. Do not break any rank." We started backing up step by step, very carefully. The trailhead was 5 miles behind us, but it might as well have been 50 in the moment. My arms ached from keeping that branch raised. Every few yards, a new burst of yips would go up, signaling to one another, almost like they were calling in more. One darted in from the left, fast as a bullet. I swung hard and hit it midair. It yelped and rolled, then limped back to the tree line. The others didn't even flinch. If anything, they moved closer. My heart was hammering like a drum in my throat. "Do not stop," I said. "Keep walking, I'll stay on point." And that's what I did for miles. The trail curved along the canyon wall, forcing us to narrow ledges and rocky incline. The coyotes flanked us that whole way, snapping twigs, kicking up dust. One of the younger boys, Henry, took a nip on the calf. It wasn't deep, but enough to make him scream. I pulled him forward and shouted so loud that my voice cracked. They didn't let up. For 3 solid hours, I led my group of boys like a battered old general marching through enemy territory. I took swipes, yelled, threatened, begged, but I never felt brave. I felt cornered. I felt like prey. By the time we saw the trailhead sign, I almost cried. The parking lot remained empty and silent, sun-baked, not a soul in sight. Those coyotes followed us right to the tree line. The moment the lot came into view, the boys broke. They didn't wait for me to say a word, they just ran. Packs bouncing, sticks forgotten, feet pounding against the gravel. I didn't stop them this time. I was right behind. Limping from a low swipe, one of the coyotes had landed near my shin. It barely tore my pants, but it left a welt like a branding iron. I was bleeding and didn't even notice until now. It did not follow us past the trees. The whole pack just stood there, tail stiff, not retreating, but not advancing either, just watching us. I turned once at the edge of the lot and saw them. I think there was 30 of them by then, lined up between the trunks like spectators, ears flat now. They weren't winded, they weren't afraid, they looked satisfied, like we'd been punished just enough, pushed out of their territory like the varmint that we were. We piled back into the bus in a mess of panic breathing. I slammed the door, turned the key with shaking hands. Not from fear now, but from real exhaustion. The engine roared as we backed out, and the boys remained silent behind me. A few sniffles, a few glances behind. Thankful to get going and leave that hellhole behind us, though. Not one of them even asked what happened to us back there. And we didn't stop until I hit the edge of town. I radioed ahead to meet a few of the parents at the scout hall, helped bandage Henry's leg, and handed out water and granola bars. None of the kids were seriously hurt, thank God. Just scratches and a couple of bruises, one sprained wrist from a bad fall off a slope, but their eyes? My God. I think I gave these children PTSD. I filed a wildlife incident report, same as always, but the ranger that I talked to really just shook his head, like you didn't believe a word I was saying.
Coyotes. Coyotes. That many of them? Are you sure?
I counted more than 20, I said. They surrounded us, they followed us for miles. He tapped the desk with his pen.
We've had sightings, sure, but they're usually scared of humans, especially in groups, especially loud ones.
Well, I responded. Not this time. He continued on with whatever, took down the report, and that was that. Never heard anything else. I still lead meetings, hand out badges, and teach knots, all that stuff, but I haven't taken a troop out solo since then. Not even once. If Sam and Carrie aren't there, we would cancel. No more exceptions. I've got no pride left when it comes to being the guy who thinks he can handle it all himself. That's how people get hurt or worse. Because out in those woods, 13 kids and one idiotic leader were shown the door. We got to come back, but just barely. By the skin of coyote teeth. I've worked in hospitals for most of my life, and if there's one thing that I've learned, it's that nothing good really ever happens in a hospital after dark. It doesn't matter if it's a big facility in Lowville or some backwater clinic in Dothan. Once the sun goes down, you start to see the cracks in everything. People normally think of hospitals like these sterile safe havens full of trained professionals and shiny equipment, but behind those locked doors, underneath those flickering fluorescent lights, there's a different side to them, and one that ain't meant for the public to see. I started off as a floor tech right out of high school, worked my way up to maintenance and then operations over the years. Kentucky, Alabama, Mississippi, wherever the work was, I followed. The pay was decent, the hours were steady if you didn't mind working nights, and you could retire with a pension if you stuck it out long enough. Whose daddy laid bricks and whose granddaddy died fixing power lines. It was honest work. Clean up blood, fix a busted door hinge, make sure the morgue cooler stays cold. No one ever tells you how important these little jobs are, but they do add up and keep the place running. Of course, working nights, I've seen my fair share of strange things. Weird noises inside locked wings, patients that straight up vanish off the ER logs, lights going haywire when nobody else is around. You learn not really to ask any questions. But there's one night that's stuck with me for years now. One night down inside a hospital near Florence, Alabama, 10 to 8 shift. The night started off slow, just how I liked it. 10 to 8 was my usual shift. A skeleton crew of custodians and some late night nurses, a couple of overnight security guards. We all knew the drill, keep to our lanes, don't make trouble, and leave the drama to the ER. I was already done with my sweep through the ICU, mopped up a code brown in post-op. By midnight, most of the building had gone quiet and still. Just the hum of the air ducts and that weird mechanical breathing sound you really only notice when you're standing still in a supply corridor. I wasn't tired, not yet at least, so I decided to head to the first floor storage wing to do the inventory. Nobody asked me to, but I figured I'd just make myself useful and kill some more time. Besides, inventory meant peace and quiet. Maybe even a little music in one earbud if nobody was looking. Now, the first floor of that hospital was half used. A lot of the old wings had been shut down years back due to the budget cuts, but the big bulk storage room was still in play. Kept all the gloves, scrubs, cleaning agents, even some surgical grade stuff in there. It was a secure area, always locked with a badge scanner and reinforced deadbolt. So when I got down there and found the door to the biggest storeroom cracked open, I stopped cold. My first thought, maybe one of the other janitors just forgot to lock it, and my second thought was, we got an intruder. I stepped in, one hand on my keyring just in case I had to swing it. The place was pitch dark. I didn't flip on the overheads, just clicked on the flashlight and swept the beam across the room. Boxes, bins, stainless steel shelving all lined up like tombs. I listened, heard nothing. No footsteps, no voices, just the steady drone of the building's lungs somewhere above me. I started my count, clipboard in one hand, pen in the other, beam of light dancing across labels and part numbers. It's easy to get in a rhythm doing that kind of thing, you know? You count, you write, you move. You count, you write, you move. I must have been in there an hour when I heard something at the far end of the room, a soft clink, like metal brushing against metal. I froze immediately. My first instinct was to clear my throat, make some noise, let whoever it was know that they were not alone in here. Something about that quiet, though, made me feel like I shouldn't say a word. I turned off the flashlight and stood there in the dark, ears straining. Another sound came, this time closer, a shuffle, like somebody trying to move carefully between the shelves. I took another step forward and clicked my light back on. My beam found nothing more than shelves and shadows, though. I moved slowly down that middle row, a heart ticking up a beat for every step I took. I passed some mop buckets, past the surgical masks, past the stack of unopened bedpans, and then I saw her, a nurse, young, maybe in her mid-20s. She was coming around the back of the last shelving unit, moving fast and keeping her head down. She didn't see me right away, but when she did, she stopped dead in her tracks. Her eyes immediately went wide. Pale skin, brown hair pulled back in this frizzy ponytail. Her scrubs were wrinkled, stained at the collar. "Hey," I called, taking a step toward her. "Are you okay? I don't think you're supposed to be in here." She froze like a raccoon in headlights, then turned on her heel to leave. I caught up just as she reached the door. "Miss," I said, "you can't be in here. This area is restricted. Are you hurt? Are you lost?" She turned around and her eyes didn't quite meet mine. She covered her mouth with her hand like she was about to be sick. "I'm fine," she mumbled, voice barely even audible. Her voice wasn't just quiet, it sounded guilty as hell, slurred like her tongue didn't know where to land. I took another look at her face and it hit me all at once. She was high, pupils blown wide, jaw twitching, and her hand was shaking like a leaf. "Look," I said, softening my tone. "You don't gotta run off, but you can't be down here using. It's super dangerous for everybody. Why don't you come back in and just sit for a minute? We'll figure it all out." She stared at me through her fingers and gave this quick little shake of her head, then slipped out the door and disappeared down the corridor. I just stood there dumbfounded for a second. Then I turned back toward the shelves where she'd came from, headed to the rear of the room. And that's when I saw it, tucked behind a stack of gauze boxes. She had tried to hide it in a rush. There was a sheet of foil crumpled up next to a spent lighter. A used syringe lay across the back of a cardboard box, needle bent slightly as if it had been dropped. There was a tiny plastic baggie too, just a smear of powder left in the corner. I didn't touch a thing, backed up slowly, heart sinking and hands sweating. I didn't sleep that day, just went home and sat in my recliner, watching the shadows move across the walls until the sun finally dragged itself up again. I kept thinking about her face though, how she wouldn't meet my eyes, how her voice sounded like she was caught in a fog, and that stash in the back, tucked away, probably had been used more than once. This was not her first time down there, and that was completely obvious to me. I brought it up to my supervisor the next day, showed him exactly where I'd found the stuff. He told me to write a report, so I did. Full details, times, and everything. Maintenance logs backed me up too. The camera in that wing hadn't worked for years, of course, so no footage. I waited 2 days, then asked again. The hospital board said they looked into it, and their answer? No nurse by that description was on staff, no trainee, no floater, not even a visitor with matching clothes. They even brought it up with security logs. Nobody had scanned in on the badge reader for that door all night. Their final word? Open and shut, probably a mix-up or maybe some kind of prank. But I knew that was bullshit. I knew what I saw and I knew what I heard. And I knew what kind of drugs those were. I'd seen the same thing tear through my cousin's life back in '98. Same signs, same eyes. The scariest part was that she got away with it. And the scariest part, again, was that nobody seemed to care. It turns out, hospitals don't like headlines about staff getting high on duty, especially not nurses, and especially not in states already choking on the opioid crisis. So they bury it, and they bury it deep. I finished out my contract there, then moved on to another facility in Montgomery. But I never forgot that woman. The way she slipped through that door like she'd done it 100 times. The way the higher-ups acted like she never even existed. Every now and again, I wonder if she's still out there, caring for people, still wearing scrubs and still walking into dark rooms with a needle in her other hand. I think about the patients she might be treating, alone and at night, and shit, it could be you. I've been working in hospitals since I was 17. My high school had this career prep program where you could get into nursing classes during your senior year. It wasn't glamorous, nothing about mopping blood or wiping somebody's ass while your classmates are out tailgating is really glamorous. But it did get me into the system early, and that's what I wanted. Some kind of future that I could depend on. Most of the weekends, I was at the hospital by 6 in the morning, hair tied up, badge clipped, pretending that I didn't notice how tired I look in the bathroom mirror. I started off doing CNA shifts mostly, generic wings or even rehab. Eventually, they started letting me shadow more complicated departments, and by the time I graduated, I was already stacking clinical hours towards my full nursing degree. That meant more time in the hospital, more experience, but that also meant more of the bad shit too. There was this one guy that I worked with, Evan, same wing, overlapping hours. From the outside, he looked really harmless, quiet, tall, had that slow way of talking like he was always deciding whether something was worth saying to you. But something about him made my stomach knot up. I couldn't really put my finger on it, but he just never stopped staring. He'd show up to shifts early just to hang around wherever I was clocking in at. If I was folding linens or refilling glove boxes, he'd quickly find an excuse to be nearby. I told myself not to overthink it. There's always one guy like this at every job, right? I figured as long as I didn't give him anything to latch onto, he'd quickly lose interest. Then came that Saturday shift that changed everything. Somebody upstairs had botched the CNA schedule, doubled up the coverage on every floor. Our room had at least 2 techs floating around. I was the last one in, so when the nurse saw that I didn't have a station to work, she pulled me aside and offered me a swap, spending the day shadowing ER instead. Full immersion, no breaks, no hand-holding, just jump in and help where you can. I immediately said yes without thinking. It sounded super exciting, real medicine, real stakes, but I didn't know yet how real things were just about to get. The ER was a different beast altogether, loud, cramped, and constantly moving. Everybody talked fast and walked faster, worked like they were trying to keep a sinking ship afloat with duct tape. I was barely through the doors when a nurse named Rachel shoved a rolling vitals cart into my hands, pointed towards a room with a wheezing old man in it. BP and O2, stat, she said, already moving away from me. No orientation, no handshake, just go. It was really scary at first, but after an hour, something about the speed just started to click with me. I found myself carrying fluids, wiping down blood-slick stretchers, grabbing gloves for overworked nurses' teams. There was no time to think, and I liked that. I didn't have to worry about Evan's weird hovering or that endless parade of bedpans upstairs. The ER was chaos, but it did have its purpose. Sometime after lunch, just when I started thinking to myself that I could handle this job full time, a couple came through the double doors. They were in their early 30s, much younger, thin, pale, and both of them super jittery. The man had his hand pressed against his stomach and the woman kept muttering something that I couldn't hear. They looked sick, but not like flu sick. They had that twitchy, wired look that I'd seen so many times during drug lectures in school. Rachel called them walk-ins with drama. They claimed they'd eaten something bad, maybe mushrooms, maybe not. They were put in one of the quieter rooms, far into the hallway, and I didn't think much about it until Rachel flagged me once more. I don't even know if we have a stomach pump available, she said. I need to check. Come with me to room 6, help me get the prelims, just vitals and observation. Don't talk too much, just watch and learn. We went in together. The couple were in mid-argument, trading barbs and hushed tones. The woman had this long red scratch running up her neck, and the guy was cradling his side like it hurt to breathe. They gave fake smiles when we came in the room. "What'd you take?" Rachel asked. The woman smirked. "Something homemade." The guy rolled his eyes. "It was nothing. She's just being dramatic." Rachel then gave me a look. "Take her vitals and I'll do his." I moved toward the woman. Her pulse was up, breathing fast, skin clammy. She didn't flinch when I wrapped the cuff around her arm. She just kept her eyes locked on her boyfriend, like she was wanting to burn holes through him. Meanwhile, the guy kept snapping at Rachel about wasting time and said he didn't need to be here. Rachel stepped out to make a call. She gave me this casual, almost bored smile, like she did this every day and wasn't even fazed. "Keep getting information," she said to me. "Do not let them leave." And then, just like that, she was gone, and the air in the room immediately changed. At first, the couple went quiet. They avoided looking at me, whispering to one another like I wasn't even there. I checked the monitor again. Her blood pressure had spiked, and so had his. That's when they started arguing louder. The woman jabbed her finger into his shoulder, and he shoved her hand away so hard that it made her stumble up against the wall. I said, "I'm gonna call someone," and went to press the nurse alert button on the bed rail. And that's when he screamed at her. "You told me it was clean." And she screamed right back, "You said you boiled it." And just like that, all hell broke loose. He slapped the blood pressure cuff off of his arm and launched himself at her. She ducked and swung a closed fist to his ribs, screaming at him the whole time. They crashed into the side table, knocking over the monitor and sending it clattering to the floor with a shriek of flatline tones. I pressed the alert button again and again and again, but nobody came. That room was small, and they were between me and the door. I tried to edge around the bed, but the woman lunged at the guy and missed, slammed into me instead. My back hit the wall, and I tried to push her off, but the guy grabbed her by the ponytail and yanked her back. She screamed and grabbed the IV pole like it was a weapon. "I'm not going back to detox, you piece of shit," she screeched at him. She swung the IV pole and missed, and he tackled her into the bed. The whole thing flipped sideways. Blood sprayed from his arm, his own IV, and hit my neck, my shirt, and my scrubs. I screamed. I screamed so loud that I thought I'd ruptured something myself. But still, nobody came. And that's how reality began to hit me. I was alone and charged to handle all of this. I tried to crawl under the overturned bed, but the woman grabbed me. Her nails dug into my leg, and that's when I felt that sharp sting. A needle. Somewhere in the chaos, someone's discarded syringe had jabbed right through my thigh. I screamed again, flailing, trying to get away. The couple had rolled off the bed and started kicking each other. I could hear bones hitting bones, and it sounded like dogs fighting in a cage. I finally kicked myself free and crawled toward the door. My knee hit the corner of a cabinet hard enough to bruise. My fingers found the door handle. I yanked. Suddenly, the hallway was right there. Other nurses, normal people, just a few inches away. Rachel was halfway down the corridor with a chart in her hand, just calmly walking. I stumbled into the hall, bloody, shaking, and shouting her name. She dropped the chart. Her face went white, and I collapsed against the wall, crying and clawing at the band of my pants, trying to see where the needle had gone. By the time security showed up, the couple had stopped fighting and were sitting cross-legged on the floor, laughing like it was all just a joke. Like they just hadn't lost their minds, like they didn't just turn me into a pincushion and possibly pass on some kind of infection to me. I don't remember clearly exactly what happened after that. I was taken upstairs, put on a stretcher like a patient, not a staff member. I kept asking if they were going to test the needle, if they were going to run labs on me. I must have asked like 20 times, but nobody gave me any answers, just clipboards, hushed voices, and that slow stare way people talk when they're trying not to spook you. I didn't test positive for anything, at least that's what the doctors told me. They said the wound didn't look deep. They said it could have been just a discarded needle from a supply tray. They said I was lucky. They kept using that word too, lucky, like I should be grateful. But they knew someone had fucked up by putting a training CNA in that room all alone, and they were quickly trying to cover it. I had to take some antivirals for weeks just in case, blood draws, follow-ups, all of it. My body felt like it was at war with itself. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw that woman's hand grabbing my legs. Her nails, her eyes, the way she was smiling when she did all of it too. It wasn't even about him anymore, it was just pure rage looking for a place to go. symptoms of addiction, and I was the scapegoat, baby. They didn't press charges, not the hospital, not the police, nobody. They said there wasn't enough evidence, no witnesses, just me and two junkies in a room that wasn't supposed to be my assignment in the first place. Rachel swore she'd only been gone 5 minutes, and the lead nurse said the call button system was faulty all day. Everybody had their own excuse, and none of it helped me at the end. I went back to class, finished my rotation because what else was I supposed to do? The world doesn't stop because something awful happens to you. You just walk around with it under your skin now, like a shrapnel that you can't quite reach, or a junkie's needle inside your thigh. Evan never even asked me what happened, not once, but he stares even more now. He probably likes the damaged goods. I switched programs not long after and went to a different hospital, changed my hours, changed my hair. I don't even talk about what happens unless I absolutely have to. But I still think about that couple sometimes, and what kind of life they had come from to end up in that room, tearing each other apart like animals. I also think at how easy it was to get stuck between people like that, how fast it all slips from training hours to survival mode. 1 minute, you're a student learning how to take vitals, and then the next, you're bleeding on the floor with a needle in your leg, hoping this isn't your last shift or the end of your career. Working at the hospital was not my dream job. I didn't grow up wanting to answer phones at a desk or even be the person who buzzed in delivery drivers and redirected confused patients. It just lined up. The hours were fairly decent and the pay was better than retail, and it allowed me to keep pace with my final semesters at the university without completely imploding. I worked at the front desk and admin wing of a medium-sized hospital in my hometown. The job was exactly what you'd expect it to be. Monotonous, a little weird, sometimes heavy, and never quite predictable. Officially, I was a front desk administrative clerk, which meant I handled everything from sorting medical mail to redirecting doctors to correct floors. Most of my job was face-to-face contact, rescheduling appointments, issuing visitor badges, answering walk-up questions. I was the person people talked to before they got to the real business of life and death, the barrier between everyday people and everything else. That barrier was literal too. I was behind a tall desk with reinforced glass in front of me. It didn't feel dramatic at the time, just this security measure they all had, and now I see it completely differently. Working that desk could be draining in ways that didn't really make sense. The job itself was fast-paced. I wasn't doing compressions on a dying man or counting surgical gauze, but there was a constant undercurrent to it. Emotions leaking in from the hallways, grief, panic, confusion. People crying before they even know what they were crying about. Angry voices shouting in the ER. Patients cursing in the psych unit. You absorb all of it, even if you're just answering phones. I got screamed at and cried on every single shift. You also will absorb gossip and grudges. People told me things that I probably wasn't meant to hear, and I saw things that didn't want to be remembered. Sometimes they forgot that I was even behind that glass, and I learned more about the staff than I probably should have. One nurse in particular, Laura, was this lightning rod for drama. She didn't really do anything to invite it. She was sharp, competent, and didn't indulge in the office politics, but she had this personal life that just followed her to work. She confided, very off the record, that her ex-husband had been harassing her. They were in the middle of a messy divorce. He was law enforcement, and she didn't really say much more than that, and I didn't pry. I remember what she said though, and I remember when he showed up. It was one of those boring mornings. The building was half empty, phones silent, and then this man walked up, no uniform, no ID, just this stiff posture and eyes that did not blink. Said he needed to get inside, and when I asked who he was there to see, everything in the room changed. He wasn't dressed like a cop, at least that's not the first thing I noticed. Jeans, faded t-shirt, jacket zipped up to the collar, not sloppy but not official. He looked like somebody trying to be inconspicuous, which is ironic considering how noticeable his presence became. He had that thing that some men have, a way of standing still that feels like a warning, like he was barely holding himself back from something, a dog on a leash. "Hi," I said through the glass. "Can I help you?" He didn't smile at me, he didn't nod back. He just looked at me like I was an obstacle that he was already prepared to remove. And then he said, "I'm here to see Laura." And that was it. No last name, no department, just Laura. The way he said it too, just so flat but agitated, it immediately registered to me as off. "Laura," I said, acting as if I needed more clarification. He didn't give it to me, just repeated, "Laura, she's expecting me." I asked him if he had some kind of appointment, and he didn't answer. I asked him if he knew what floor she was working on. Still nothing. He just leaned forward slightly and said, "Can you let me in, please? It's important." I glanced over the security monitor. Just a quiet entry room and some late shift nurses chatting near the elevators. Everything felt pretty normal, and I didn't see any security nearby either. And that's what made me a little nervous. Usually there was at least one guy hung around my station. "I'm sorry, sir," I said carefully. "I need a little bit more information. What's this about? Can you give me a last name?" This was an attempt at me buying time, giving him a chance to rethink whatever the hell he was about to do. He exhaled impatiently. Medical advice," he said. That was the moment my internal alarm flipped on, not like a blaring siren, at least not yet, but something small, a hairline crack across glass. "I understand," I said. "Just a moment." I kept my voice calm and even, like I wasn't talking to a man whose body language clearly said that he didn't like being told no. I called up to the 3rd floor where Laura worked, asked if she was available, and said there was somebody asking for her. I gave this vague description: late 30s, white, buzz dark hair, average height, dark jacket. The nurse on the other end went quiet for a beat, then said,
"That's her ex. He's not supposed to be here. Do not let him in. I'm calling security."
I hung up the phone and then turned back toward the glass. He was watching me like a dog waiting to see if you're going to throw the stick or swing it at him. That's what the alarm was. Laura had mentioned this ex-husband to me, but I didn't put it together right away. "I'm sorry, she's not available right now," I said. "She's working a double and won't be free for some time." His jaw flexed at me. "Tell her I'm not leaving." "I can't do that, sir." Then he punched the glass. It wasn't a tap, it was a full angry swing of his fist. The tempered glass didn't break, but it shook in its frame. I didn't flinch, not because I was brave, but because I went perfectly still. Some kind of primal instinct just kicking in, telling me movement would escalate him. Did I borrow that same logic from Jurassic Park and pretend this guy was a T-Rex with bad eyesight? Guilty. It didn't work because this guy starts screaming. Something about how he's a police officer, this was a public facility, how I had no right to keep him from seeing his wife, how I was violating some kind of civil rights thing. His voice echoed off the walls, drawing attention of a couple nurses down the corridor. One of them ducked around the corner, probably to hide, maybe to get help, and I'm not sure which. He leaned close to the glass. His eyes were now locked onto mine. "This is illegal. You don't know who you're dealing with." I kept my face pretty blank and didn't argue with him. Didn't nod, just said, "Sir, you need to calm down or security's gonna get called." He grinned, but there was nothing behind it, and he lifted his shirt. Tucked into his waistband was, of course, a pistol. Not drawn, not a finger on it, just there, shown to me like a warning. I nodded back at him, and that's all I did. Just one single nod, acknowledging the situation. And while he waited for me to react, I reached down with my left hand underneath the desk and pressed the security buzzer, the silent alarm. He continued to rant, loud enough that a few more staff started to gather further down the hallway, some peeking around the corners, but none of them actually stepping in. He slapped the glass again, pacing in these tight circles, flexing his hands, building up to something far worse. I stayed quiet, kept my eyes on his hands and not his face. That was a decision. His hands were the threat, not his words, not his badge, not his heartbreak, just his hands. Looking at his eyes could encourage him to berate me more. And then finally, the security team arrived. 2 guards, both younger than him, bulkier, in matching navy jackets with the hospital logo on them. They approached from behind, slow and steadily. "Sir," the taller one said, "you need to step away from the desk." The man didn't even turn around. "You have no jurisdiction over me," he shouted. "You think a couple of rent-a-cops are going to stop me? I may as well be God next to you." The guards tried to flank him, but he spun and backed up towards the desk, toward me. My finger stayed near the buzzer, even though I'd already played my hand. "Don't touch me," he barked. "You so much as put a hand on me, I'll sue this whole place into the ground." The smaller guard reached for his shoulder, and that's when everything went to hell. He lashed out, throwing a punch that connected with the other guard's neck, knocking him off balance. The taller one grabbed for his arms, trying to force him backward, but the man twisted and threw his whole weight forward, taking both of them down in a crash of limbs and cursing. The sound was ugly and chaotic. One of the guards was shouting in pain, the other cursed, and for a split second, that man broke free. He glanced up and locked eyes with me again, and that was when the third security guard had arrived, but this one didn't hesitate. The third guard was older, built like he'd been waiting for this exact moment his entire life. He didn't shout warnings or ask questions. He moved fast, arms in place to flatline this clown. The man tried to pivot, probably to reach for the gun still tucked in his waistband, but he didn't get the chance. The guard slammed into him from the side and drove him straight into the tile. The sound his head made when it hit the floor wasn't loud, but man, it was gross. That older guard barked orders. "Wrist restraints, now!" I watched them pin him face down, 3-on-1, bodies tangled up in a tight knot of arms and shouts. One guard sat on his legs while the other held arms behind his back, and the third looped those thick plastic zip ties around his wrists, cinching it tight. The man howled, rage, not pain, and continued to kick until they got his ankles secured too. His face was red and slick with sweat. Spit had now gathered up in the corner of his mouth. I still hadn't moved. He kept screaming that he was law enforcement, that he was on duty, that he was protected. He shouted Laura's name twice, screamed that she was a liar, that she was ruining his life. He said that I was complicit in all of it, that I'd hear from his lawyer, but I never answered him. I didn't speak at all. When the actual police arrived, 4 officers and 2 cruisers, they didn't run. They walked in with professional detachment, took statements, and confirmed his identity. I overheard just enough to know that he really was a cop, or at least he had been. They didn't say which department, but they knew his name and they weren't surprised to now see him in cuffs. I gave my statement to a plainclothes officer in an empty conference room. I kept it clinical. Timeline, descriptions, quotes. I left out how afraid I was though, how I'd already mapped out where to hide and how to escape if he drew that gun. How I thought about I might die without ever even seeing the trigger pulled. He didn't get to see Laura, and I don't think he ever will again. They kept him overnight and then transferred him. I wasn't told where. I wasn't supposed to be told anything technically, just another incident logged into the system. But word will travel fast, people talk. The hospital tightened its visitor protocols, installed new cameras near all the entrances, sent out an all-staff email about hostile individuals, but they never used his name. I ended up staying till the end of the year. I was finishing my last semester and I needed that paycheck. But something definitely changed after that. I was no longer watching chaos unfold. I'd been on the inside of it. Inches of glass had separated me from somebody fully willing to shoot his way into a hospital, and for what? To scream at a woman who'd already left him? People are fucking crazy, so if you're reading this, stay safe out there. I worked part-time at a search and rescue for the better part of a decade, off and on. It started as something to do in the summers during college, some gig that made me feel useful, got me into the hills that I grew up in, and looked pretty damn good on a resume, I'll have to admit. But I stuck with it longer than I ever really meant to, well into my 30s, even after my day job in maintenance took up most of my time. Something about it just kept pulling me back. I liked being needed, liked the challenge of it. Most calls were nothing. Some hiker would twist an ankle a mile off the trail. A teenager would get separated from the family reunion. A dog had accidentally fallen down a wash and wouldn't come back up. But every now and again, you'd get one that would twist your gut in a way that you can't really explain. There's a spot in our county that everybody on the team dreads. I'm not going to name it out of respect for the families and because honestly, I don't want anybody thinking it's some kind of challenge. Let's just say it's a far corner of the national park, a dense stretch of land that doesn't get much foot traffic unless people are lost or looking to be. A tangle of thickets and game trails, nothing marked or cleared. No roads in or out, except for one old maintenance path that's mostly used by deer. Every single time we get a call there, it feels off. And I'm not saying like the place is cursed or something, but I'll say this. When people go missing in that zone, it usually stays that way. We've pulled bodies from cliff sides and riverbeds. We found hikers dehydrated and half mad crawling towards the sun. But that area, that stretch of woods, it's like a mouth that swallows people whole. There's never any clear sign, no trail, no final clue. They just simply vanish. I've seen seasoned guys on our team get turned around out there like greenhorns, GPS glitching, radios going out, even dogs refusing to track. One time we lost contact with a 3-man search team for nearly 6 hours. They were maybe 2 miles out and couldn't explain what happened when we finally found them. They said it felt like time skipped, said they were walking and suddenly it was dark. Now, I used to chalk it up to nerves, terrain fatigue, but after the 2011 incident, the one with the couple, I stopped making all these excuses. That was the last time I volunteered for a call near that zone too. I still think about them far more often than I should, and what we found and what we didn't. You sign up for this job thinking you're going to be a hero, drag some kid out of a ravine, get your name in the paper, shake some grateful father's hand. You don't imagine, however, combing the woods for days only to come back with nothing more than questions, or findings that you can't ever explain. But that's what happened out there, and I personally have never been the same since. The call came in around 6:40 p.m. on a Wednesday in the early fall, 2011. An older couple had been reported missing by their daughter after they failed to return her messages all day long. They'd checked in with her mid-morning before setting out on a hike through the national park. What should have been a casual 3-hour loop, and then she hadn't heard from them since. Rangers located their vehicle parked nearby the west entrance, windows cracked a bit, maps still folded up in the glove box. They'd signed in at the trailhead registry, but they hadn't signed out. By the time we were mobilized and briefed, they'd been unaccounted for nearly 12 hours. We all figured the same thing, a bad fall, a twisted knee, maybe the husband tried to go for help and then got turned around. These weren't kids, and they were in their 70s, and the wife had a replacement knee, if I remember right. The sun was already low when we met up at base, so we planned for a 2-hour sweep, just enough to catch any signs before full dark. I got paired with Marquez, an ex-Army guy who didn't say much but had an eye for the terrain. We were tasked with Sector 5, a winding stretch near the ridgeline. Guess where that was? Right on the border of the bad zone that I told you about. The search started like any other, quiet and focused, headlamps on, radios chirping. We kept to the path at first, calling their names every few minutes, pausing to listen. You can hear a twig snap from a mile off out there. It was dead quiet. No owls, no frogs, not even the wind. An hour or so in, the reports started coming through. No bodies, no sightings, just stuff. Munson and Davis found an old backpack, half covered in leaves. The tags were sun-bleached, zipper rusted. Inside were granola wrappers and a moldy paper bag. Definitely didn't belong to the missing couple. Then, later Jamie called in about a torn flannel jacket tangled up on a branch. Downhill from that, she found a pair of old hiking boots with no laces. Again, not our people, but really weird. Then Marquez and I came across something worse, a campsite. Not the couple's, but this one had clearly been there for a while. Tarp was half rotted, sleeping bag wet and sunken into the earth like it had grown there itself. There was a rusted camping stove still set up, like somebody just got up and walked away. Next to it, half buried under pine needles, was this Polaroid photo. Faded, water damaged, but you could still make out a face, a kid, maybe 16. Big grin, braces, holding up a fish, and on the back in a marker it said, Benny, 1997. Marquez didn't say anything, he just handed it to me and kept walking. But I could tell from the way his flashlight was jittering that he was actually spooked. We reported the site and continued moving on. By the time we rejoined the main trail, nearly everybody else had found something else. Pieces of gear, single gloves, shattered glasses, broken walkie-talkies, but no people, and none of it matching the missing couple. It felt like the woods were coughing up junk from the last decade. We regathered near the North Fork where we heard voices up ahead, low, muttering, not coming from any radio. I thought maybe it was the couple and picked up my pace, calling out, "Hello, search and rescue!" But when we got close, it wasn't them. Two men stood just off the trail, near a bend in the brush. Both were filthy, dressed in layered camo and flannels, skin covered in grime and what looked like soot too. One of them had a gnarled beard full of burrs, and the other was taller, with long gray hair pulled back into a tight ponytail. They watched us approach without moving. "You fellas seen anybody come through here?" Marquez asked, voice calm but clipped. "We're looking for an elderly couple, been gone about a half day." The taller one spoke first. "Ain't seen nobody but you," he said, then glanced up at the trees. "Just some squirrels." "You guys out trapping or what?" I asked, trying to keep things friendly. "Got a permit?" He nodded slowly. "All legal. Trap staked and flagged. You can check." I noticed the smaller man kept shifting behind a tree like he didn't want to be seen clearly. There was a smell too, like meat gone bad in the sun. They didn't look homeless exactly, but something was definitely off about them. Their eyes, I think, they just didn't blink enough. And they weren't carrying any packs, gear, food, no water, just a long curved knife on the belt of the shorter one. "If you do see anybody, alive or otherwise, please let one of the rangers know," I said. The bearded one smiled back. His teeth were yellow and spaced weirdly, like baby teeth that never grew right. "We'll be sure to holler at you," he said. Then they turned and disappeared into the trees without another word. We radioed it in, described them as best we could, but there was no law against being weird, you know? They were gone before anybody else could intercept. I look back and I swear I couldn't hear a single footstep as they move off, just gone like vapor. The mood just clearly shifted after that. We kept at the grid, but everybody got quieter. Nobody wanted to split up again, at least not really. The signs of the couple were nowhere, but more odd things kept turning up. A cracked watch, a half-burned driver's license with no name visible, a blood-stained bandana, just random shit, and too much of it. Eventually, the call came through to pull back for the night. We'd regroup and get the dogs first thing in the morning. Everybody was accounted for, no injuries, but morale was low. Nobody said it out loud, but we were all thinking the same thing. This was not going to end with a warm reunion and a chopper ride out. It was already over. We just didn't know how bad it was yet. As we hiked out, Marquez muttered, "You ever see gear that old out here before?" I shook my head. Not that much of it, and not like that. He didn't say anything else, just kept looking over his shoulder every few minutes like something was following us in the dark. We were back on trail at first light. Fog still hung between the trees like gauze, thick enough to make our headlamps useless for that first hour. The dogs were brought in, but they didn't track well, kept getting distracted and sniffing off in odd directions, then whining and sitting down like they were tired before they'd even started. One of the handlers, this guy named Kenny, muttered something under his breath. "You really don't like this place." And nobody argued with him. Around mid-morning, we pushed into the part of the woods that hadn't been gridded yet. Thick canopy, weirdly quiet. I spotted something shiny ahead and called it out to the others. It turned out to be a metal thermos, still upright like somebody just set it down. Next to it was a fleece jacket, folded neatly. The color and size matched the wife's description. Then came the real horror. 20 yards from there, buried underneath a scatter of ferns and rotted leaves, we found what looked like a blanket until we turned it over. It was a half-torn piece of a rainfly, soaked in blood, still wet at the edges. Nearby were eyeglasses snapped in half, and a hiking pole with a streak of what looked like flesh caught up in the tip. It wasn't just one or two drops, we're talking a pool, sprayed across the brush and trailing towards one of the base of the trees. Immediately we fanned out, calling their names, but nothing, no movement, not even birds. Just that creeping dread that something terrible had gone down here, and it happened recently. Marquez found this shredded pack stuffed into a hollow stump. Inside was a woman's driver's license, her name matching the report. Bits of granola bar still inside the side pocket, water bottle half full. Why leave all that behind? Then came the trap. Kenny stepped too close to a pine and set it off. A spike board, camouflaged and rigged to fall from above. It missed his skull by inches but tore through his arm and embedded into the ground. We got them stabilized and evac'd out quick, but after that, nobody wanted to stay. We were search and rescue operators, not infantry. This was no longer a rescue, it was something else entirely. That night, the operation got scaled back. Rangers swept the area, found 2 more traps, and shut it all down. They never officially said it was the trappers that we met, but we all knew. The problem was, they never found those guys again. There's no cabin, no camp, no names on file. It was like they never existed. The couple was declared and presumed dead after 3 weeks. Their bodies were never found. Just some blood, gear, and that overwhelming feeling that we were being watched that whole damn time out there. Occasionally people will ask why I quit search and rescue, and I don't really say much. I just tell them it was the time. Truth is, those woods took something from me, and I still think about those men, mud covered, staring from behind the trees. Where the hell did they go? I did 1 season of search and rescue back when I thought I wanted to make something more out of my free time. I wasn't just some aimless drifter or even a guy with a death wish. I just like being outside. I like the challenge of hiking through rough country with a pack on my back and a reason to do it. Maybe I like the idea of being the guy who shows up when things go bad, the one people are grateful to see. And at first, it really felt like it was my calling. The gear, the physical grit, the sense of purpose, but that kind of wore off fast. The season hit me harder than I really thought it was going to. I definitely didn't expect the emotional whiplash. 1 minute you're laughing your ass off with your crew on the trail, the next you're bagging a body that's been half-eaten by coyotes. There's no easing into it. No training manual prepares you for the way people look at you when they're at the end of the rope. Lost, injured, starving, screaming. I remember the first time we found somebody barely alive, slumped over a log like a wet rag. We brought him in, got him stable, and he kept crying, sobbing like a kid because he was convinced himself he was gonna die out there. You see somebody like that and you start wondering how thin the line really is between the ones who make it out and the ones who don't. I started having trouble sleeping, not every single night, but often enough that I took notice of it. I lie awake replaying calls in my head, wondering what I missed, what I didn't do right, and what we didn't find. I stopped telling people that I worked at search and rescue after a while too. Didn't want to answer the same questions over and over. Didn't want to give them some kind of hero story. They didn't get it and I didn't blame them. But out of all the calls that we ran into that season, there is one that I still think about a lot more than I should. It was late fall, just before the weather turns into real winter, when the air starts getting mean at night and the wind takes on a different sound. We got a call about a group of climbers stuck up on a high peak. You probably heard about it if you're local. Tallest point in the county, beautiful in the summer, but a bastard when those clouds roll in. I'd been up there before in good weather and it was still a hell of a haul. This wasn't supposed to be anything unusual. Experienced climbers, well prepared, just caught off by a surprise storm. It happens a lot more often than you think it does. We figured that we'd reach them, stabilize whoever needed it, then get them moving downhill. Routine stuff. But that mission did not go the way it was supposed to. Something went very wrong up there, and to this day I'm not sure I understand what we really walked into. We got the call at 12:27 p.m. They'd triggered their emergency beacon and followed it up with a frantic call to dispatch. The woman on the line, Erica, sounded terrified. She said they were trying to descend, that they were cold and lost. One of their teammates had lost his mind. That was the exact phrase she used. He's totally gone off the rails. We don't know what to do. The Rangers pulled a map of the area, gridded out the last known location, and sent us up. The storm had rolled in fast and hard. It hadn't been on any forecast that morning that I saw. It was cold rain at the trailhead, but higher up it was snowing and piling up fast. The highest peak wasn't a technical climb unless you veered off route. But in a whiteout, you may as well have been on Everest. The wind will cut straight through your jacket and you can't even hear yourself breathe. We hiked for a little over 2 hours, switchback after switchback, soaked through despite every single layer I had on. Half my fingers were numb. I had a radio clipped to my chest and kept checking for chatter from the missing climbers. But nothing, just static and wind. We kept moving. The higher we climbed, the more the storm pushed against us though. The mountain almost felt like it was trying to shove us back down. Around the 4-mile mark, we found her, Erica. She was crouched beneath a boulder overhang, arms wrapped around her knees, face crusted over with ice. Her lips were cracked, her eyes were glassy. When we called out, she flinched like we were about to hit her. It took her a second to even realize that we weren't a threat. "Where are the others?" I asked, kneeling beside her. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head and just said, "Reggie," and then started to cry. We gave her water, wrapped her up in an emergency blanket, and slowly pulled the story out of her while the medic checked her vitals. They'd started the climb around 4 in the morning, hoping to summit and descend before dark. Around 10, the storm had slammed them, heavy snow with zero visibility. They turned around and tried to follow their GPS back down, but the cold was setting in too fast. Fingers were stiff, gear was soaked, poor traction. One of them slipped and another started panicking, and Reggie got weird. "He just stopped talking," Erica said. "Wouldn't answer anybody. He kept looking out at nothing like he was listening to something that we couldn't hear. Then, out of nowhere, he just walks away. Not like he was running or scared, like he was following something." We called out, tried to stop him, but he was only 100 yards off, but never turned around, didn't acknowledge us, just kept moving down the slope through the trees like we weren't there. Then, an hour later, he comes back. He no longer had his gloves, he didn't have his hat, his ears were blue, and he was smiling. The others asked where he'd gone, if he was okay, but he never answered. He sat down in the snow and started to pull his boots off. "I told him to stop," she whispered. "I begged him, but he took off his socks and then he lunged at Parker and bit him. Bit him." At that point, Erica said she panicked and took off, ran until her legs gave out. She said she'd rather freeze than wait around to see what Reggie was about to do next. At that point, I looked at my team and nobody said it, but we were all thinking the same thing. We might not be dealing with a rescue anymore. We set up for a signal for an air evac to grab Erica, then pushed higher up the trail. The light was going fast. Snow kept blinding our headlamps. We followed her rough directions, but every few minutes we'd have to stop and orient ourselves again. Our boots were punching through fresh powder and wet shale, very hard terrain. That's when we stumbled upon them. Bare footprints, just feet, no boots, no socks, human toes, frozen and red, peeling deep in the snow, staggered and erratic, like whoever left them was limping or stumbling. There were smears too, dark stains in the snow that we did not want to acknowledge, but it was blood, some of it still wet. One of the guys radioed in. "Tracks heading northwest, not very old." We followed them until they vanished near a slope that dropped into a thick pine belt. No sign of a fall, just gone. Another mile or so up, we finally found the rest of the climbers, huddled under emergency tarp. 2 were conscious. One was unconscious with a nasty head gash. They looked like they'd been through a war. Their cheeks were windburned raw, lips cracked, eyes sunken. Parker had a bandage across his head, duct-taped clumsily. We got them warmed up and stabilized. One of them, Tyler I think his name was, just kept mumbling to himself. He's not right. They told us Reggie had come back one last time, rushed them, swinging a rock and hitting the unconscious guy in the face. Then screaming something nobody could understand, tore off his jacket and sprinted off back into the white. Nobody had seen him since. The rest of the operation was just triage and retrieval. We didn't go chasing him through the blizzard. It was too dark and too cold. We had injured climbers who'd die if we didn't get them down fast. Reggie had gone off into the snow barefoot with no gear, no lights, and a head full of static. It didn't make sense to me though. Hyperthermia makes people act strange, sure, but this wasn't confusion or fatigue. This was something far deeper. It was literally like something inside him broke, clean in half, like he saw or heard something nobody else did, and whatever it was, it took him with him. The climbers got down safely that night somehow. The evac was messy and took hours, but nobody else died. Parker ended up needing surgery on his hand, and the guy with the head wound pulled through, but it took some time, a long time, to get his memory back. None of them ever really gave a straight story about what happened to Reggie either. Not after the first debrief. It got quiet really fast. We did another sweep in the morning after the wind had died down and the sun had made the snow look clean again. Still no sign of Reggie though. The bare footprints didn't really lead anywhere. There was no body, no pack, no gear. Some of the guys joked about mountain spirits, wendigos, cabin fever crap, but none of them really stuck. We all felt something out there. A few weeks later, I left the search and rescue team for good. I told them the on-call stuff was too hard on my work schedule, which wasn't a lie, but really, I just didn't want to be out there anymore. Not in that way. Not with that kind of responsibility. It changes you, seeing somebody break like that. One minute he's helping you tie down ropes and plan elevation shifts, and the next, he's barefoot and bloody, biting his teammate and screaming at the wind. And then, he's dead. They found his body in the spring. A hiker spotted it inside this runoff gully, 3,000 feet down from where we last saw him. Broken in a way that suggested he'd fallen hard and fast. His clothes were mostly gone, just this thermal shirt shredded open. No pants, no boots, and no signs of any animals. Just his body twisted around a boulder like the impact of a dummy, jaw open, eyes sunken, face half gone. The coroner didn't say much in the report. Exposure, blunt force trauma, likely hypothermia-induced psychosis. Standard stuff, I guess. But the guys on our team who saw the scene firsthand said there were footprints around him, like somebody else had stood there just looking at him. No prints leading in or out, just a few in the snowpack, a stride or two long, then nothing else. Sometimes I still think about Reggie, how fast he came apart, and I wonder if it was really the cold or if there was something else up there with them, something that doesn't like being seen. I don't believe in monsters or ghosts, but I do believe the wilderness can eat at a person's mind, especially when they're alone. Whatever it was that took Reggie, I hope it stays up there on the mountain, and I hope I never get another radio call from that peak again, because honestly, I don't think the mountain gave Reggie back. I think he just got full and then let the leftovers tumble down. I've volunteered with search and rescue outside of Flagstaff for years now, covering stretches of the I-40 corridor through places like Seligman. Most calls there involve rollovers, car chases, hikers who just wander off. Nothing super out of the ordinary. We're used to the chaos, but that's chaos with some asphalt underfoot, not the wilderness itself. In February, it changed everything. A call came over the radio that made my stomach go cold. 2-year-old Bowden Allen had vanished from his front yard. A toddler, gone. We mobilized deputies, volunteers, troopers, the full local apparatus. Within hours, over 40 people had fanned out across the valley, back roads, wooded patches, diners, playgrounds, anywhere a child might wander off to. The community's heart pounded with each passing minute as darkness continued to creep in. Families gathered, prayers rising up with every flashlight beam. We called names, Bowden, 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 over and over. Prayers then turned into echoes. Parents cried, searchers said nothing. There was far too much at stake, and as night settled in, 1,000 eyes scanned the rooftops under the porches, only to see nothing. At dawn, we got word of something new, 7 miles away on the Dunton farm. That morning, rancher Scotty Dunton and his massive guard dog Buford unlocked some kind of miracle. Buford emerged from the woods leading little Bowden, haggard and still clutching the dog's fur, for help. The boy repeatedly said he slept under a tree. The entire countryside immediately breathed again. If you know the hills around Seligman, you know just how unlikely this rescue truly was. The boy walked through arroyos, across washes, along abandoned highways on ramps alone. All night long, predators moved too. The Department of Public Safety and helicopters had spotted 2 mountain lions prowling within a mile of that child's path. Now, before you picture this feel-good story, know this. What happened wasn't just miraculous, it was bone-deep frightening. A toddler alone in the high desert with mountain lions circling, And then down to his undies, this kid was walking miles in the cold. And then Buford, a big dog who didn't hesitate to stay with him until help arrived. If those big cats had closed in, Bowden would not be here. Not unless Buford had it in him to walk him down that early morning light. Search parties were combing the other way, helicopters were passing overhead, and they never saw him. This isn't folklore either, it's real. I was there. I remember the panic, the grief, and the dust in our throats as we prayed a child wouldn't be just another body under a juniper tree. I remember the moment somebody radioed in,
"He's alive."
Get ready, next I'll walk you through what we saw during that long night, how the land shifted around us at dawn, and how Buford's instincts cut through the darkness, so buckle up. The call came in just like any other, short, sharp, and no real details. Missing child, 2 years old, last seen on the Allen property near Seligaman. That was it. No car crash, no hike gone sideways, just a boy who was now gone. I rolled out with my gear in the bed of my truck, radio squawking updates every couple of minutes. By the time I hit the edge of Seligaman, the place was already crawling. Deputies flagging intersections, locals organizing by the diner, folks with homemade flyers going door to door like it was a hostage situation. The air was tense and you could feel it in your teeth. The Allens were already outside, mother in a chair with her head in her hands, and the father pacing back and forth, red-eyed, waving at anybody who pulled up. They weren't hysterical, they were completely wrecked. That quiet, exhausted kind of wrecked when you only see people when they realize their worst nightmare might already be happening. We were told Bowden was last seen around 1:30 p.m., just playing near the side of the house, and then nothing. One minute he's there, the next moment he's gone. We started the usual way we do. Concentric circles from the last known point. Drones, dog teams, thermal scopes. Every backyard, every shed, every undercarriage of every car got looked at. And as the hours ticked by, a bad feeling began to settle over all of us. A 2-year-old can't get this far unless something takes him. We were all thinking it, but nobody wanted to actually say it. I took a sector by the train tracks east of town. Scrubby mesquite, gravel, trash piles. You'd be amazed how fast you can lose somebody out here. A kid that small, low to the ground, they disappear between patches of sage like smoke would. We only had 30 volunteers moving as one line, calling his name every 15 seconds. Each time, the wind would answer. Around midnight, we started seeing people break. A woman collapsed by the gas station, sobbing. A teenager dropped his flashlight in a ditch and just stayed there, head in his hands. I've seen some bad outcomes over the years, but something about this one just hit different. Or maybe it was because how quiet everything had become. The land itself now felt wrong, and no one wanted to be out there anymore. We had helicopters in the sky by 2 a.m., looping wide, scanning everything with a 5-mile radius. At one point, one of the pilots radioed down that he saw movement in a ravine northwest of town. We rerouted 3 units. Turned out to be a pair of mountain lions, big ones. They were circling something below, visibly agitated by the noise from the chopper. They split off pretty fast and disappeared into the draw. That was our first real jolt of fear, because if Bowden was still out there, he wasn't just lost, he was now prey. Back at the command tent, a map of the area had pins and red grease pencil loops showing where we'd searched already. Most were tight grids, radiating from the Allen's house. I remember standing there just staring at it, and somebody muttered behind me, "It doesn't make sense, he couldn't have gone this far." And that's when the radio chirped again.
Dutton Ranch just called in, says he might have the kid.
There was this beat of total silence, then pure chaos. People scrambled. I threw myself back in the truck, took off westbound toward the Dutton place. It was 7 miles out, ranchland, brush, flat ground punctuated by low trees and gullies that didn't really look like much until you fell into one. Scotty met us out front, wearing boots and a t-shirt. He looked stunned, said his livestock dog, Buford, had come back round from the trees around 7 a.m., head low, tail stiff, leading somebody, and that somebody was Bowden Allen. He was covered in dirt, shoeless, shivering, but alive. I didn't believe it until I saw him myself. Bowden was so small to begin with, but now he looked like he was barely larger than a shoebox. Dirt was caked under his fingernails, blood on his lip from a split. His eyes weren't wide with fear like I expected them to be. They just looked tired. The kid probably didn't sleep last night. He didn't cry either, just clung to Buford's side, one hand in the dog's fur, like the two had known each other forever. Scotty said the dog was acting strange before dawn, wouldn't sleep, kept growling towards the woods. Around sunrise, he bolted off into the tree line. Scotty was going to go after him, but figured, hell, it's Buford. The dog fended off coyotes, scared off drunk passengers. He could handle himself. Then maybe 40 minutes later, out they came, Buford in front, and behind him this tiny little human in a tattered t-shirt and sagging diaper. We called for medics and wrapped the kid in blankets and gave him water. He said very few things, and none of it made sense when he did, bits and pieces, you know? He said, "I walked far." He also said, "I saw lights in the sky." And finally, the dog found me. Later, we tried to piece together how the hell he made it that far. 7 miles of rough and wild terrain. No shoes, no food, no water. He stopped walking before dark, according to him. Said he laid down by this tree, and that's where Buford found him, under this kind of den made of leaves and brush, likely where a deer had bedded down before him. The weirdest part to me is how close these mountain lions actually were. We went back and tracked their prints. They passed within a mile of where he'd been. Hell, maybe even closer than that. The terrain was full of deep arroyos and hidden folds. They could have been circling all night, quiet as death. But yet, Buford found him first. The medics cleared Bowden right there at the ranch. No hypothermia, no frostbite, no broken bones, just scratches, bruises, and exhaustion. His mom and dad showed up 30 minutes later. I've never seen a woman drop to her knees faster. His dad couldn't speak, just picked the boy up and held him so tight, I thought they both might pass out. People cry a lot in this line of work, but not usually the searchers. I think that morning even some of us were blinking back tears. We hiked that route later that day, starting at the Allens' property, retraced the possible path. It really didn't seem possible. The kid had covered more than 7 miles, some of it through steep gullies and loose rock, cacti, barbed wire fencing, and thorn patches, and then he just stopped, in the middle of nowhere, curled up under a tree like he knew somebody would come. We found Buford's tracks too. The Big Pyrenees had tracks straight through the cold brush, all the way to where Bowden had holed up, then led him home at a walking pace. No hesitation, no noise, just a mission. Back at the command tent, somebody pointed out the satellite flight logs from the helicopter that night. The chopper had circled Bowden's location twice, not directly overhead, but close enough that we should have spotted him, or something. A child out in the open, a warm body, anything. But he was invisible. Either he huddled up deep enough into the brush to avoid the infrared, or something else was watching out for him. And those mountain lions, rangers did confirm they were agitated, ears pinned, tracking something. They were moving toward where Bowden had been found. If Buford hadn't gotten there first, well, that's a version of the story I don't let myself think about for far too long. You spend enough time in search and rescue, you learn that luck and timing are as important as training itself. Sometimes the wilderness wants to keep what it finds, and this time, it let him go. That night I sat in my truck for a long while before heading inside. Still had mud on my boots and dust on my face, staring at the pines along the ranch. I thought about how that little kid had walked straight into the teeth of the desert and somehow came back out. No GPS, no flashlight, just instinct and the heart to keep going. I grew up in a town where you didn't have to lock your bike or your back door. People waved at each other. You knew your neighbors, their dogs, even their routines. My whole elementary school experience was basically lived inside a single hallway. There were maybe 10 or 20 of us per grade, tops, and the same kids stuck around from 1st grade to 8th grade. We knew everything about one another, who got held back, whose parents were splitting up, who still wet the bed, even if nobody dared to say it aloud. We played baseball in the cul-de-sac, rode bikes behind the grocery store, took turns hosting birthday sleepovers with nothing but popcorn, surge, and a rented movie from that dirty old Planet Video. It was the 90s. Our lives revolved around Nintendo 64, Pogs, and who could do the best Jim Carrey impression. My parents trusted me, maybe too much. I was a latchkey kid by the 3rd grade, let myself in, microwaved a Hot Pocket, and watched whatever was on Fox Kids Block until they got home. I didn't get into much trouble. Most of us really didn't, there wasn't much to get into. Sleepovers, though, were how we marked time. Somebody's birthday meant Nerf wars, pizza, and fart jokes until somebody cried and puked. The houses were always safe, clean, and normal. Moms in fuzzy robes, dads who grilled hamburgers, old siblings who left us alone. That's just how it was. So when Mac Wallen invited the whole 6th grade crew over for his birthday sleepover, we all figured it'd be the same deal. A movie, maybe some late night junk food, somebody's hand in a bowl of warm water to see if they'd piss themselves. Because, well, that's just how they always go. Mac was new. He and his older brother Sam had moved into town that summer. Their house was in the dumpier part of the neighborhood where the roads weren't striped and half the lawns were just dirt patches. Sam was in 8th grade, but he didn't seem to like it. He was tall and greasy and had this mullet. All his shirts were missing sleeves and he had this twitch in his jaw like he was chewing something invisible. Even when he wasn't talking, he looked like he was about to spit. He didn't go out of his way to be mean, but nobody wanted to be near him. There was just something off about him. Mac, on the other hand, was different. Kind of funny, kind of crazy. A wild card. He'd say anything, try anything, and he didn't seem to care what people thought about him. That made him exciting in a way, especially to a bunch of bored 12-year-olds. He was like a free pass to mischief. Everybody wanted in on it. So when he handed out invitations, these cheap little printouts with monster trucks on them, we all said yes, of course. Every single last one of us. But of course, because you're listening to my story, we had no idea what we were walking into. We got off the bus late that Friday, backpacks slung over our shoulders, talking loud, acting tough. Mac was leading us onto the porch with that wide grin, crooked front teeth showing. His house, or maybe trailer, it was hard to tell, was sad low and sagging, like it had given up completely. There were 2 busted lawn chairs in the front and crushed beer cans sitting in the windowsill. One of the shutters hung by a single hinge. Sam stood there in the doorway, arms crossed, chewing on a toothpick. He didn't say anything, just watched us file inside, one by one. Inside, the place smelled like wet laundry and burnt grease. The living room carpet was a weird shade of gray that crunched when you stepped on it. Mac's mom came out from the kitchen, smiling at us. She had these sharp cheekbones and was wearing a skimpy pink tank top. No bra, nipples poking through, which made half the boys go red in the face. She handed out paper plates with cake already on them and said, "Y'all have fun tonight, okay?" Then disappeared back down the hall. A minute later, we heard a car door slam and then the rumble of an engine. Mac turned to us and said, "They're going to the bar. We got the whole house to ourselves." And for some reason, that didn't sit right with me. I'd never been left alone at a sleepover before, not without a parent at least within yelling distance. A few of the other boys hesitated too, looking at each other, but nobody said anything. No one wanted to be the baby that called their mom in the moment. And at first it was fine. Loud music, sugar, junk food. We played truth or dare, shot rubber bands at each other, tried to wrestle inside this cramped hallway. Sam hung around, not saying much, just grinning whenever somebody got hurt or fell too hard. Around 9, Max said he had something better than any kind of movie. He led us into the back room where he shared with Sam, pulled open a wooden chest by the bed. Inside that box were stacks of tapes, mostly unlabeled. A few had old porn covers ripped off and taped to the boxes. Everyone immediately started hooting and nudging at each other. He slid a tape into the VCR and turned the little TV on. The screen filled with grainy footage. Somebody was filming in a bedroom, shaky cam style. And right away, I knew it wasn't a movie. It was real. Mac's mom was on the bed, totally naked. Hair longer than, but definitely her. His dad, or somebody who looked like him, was standing behind her. And they weren't alone. There were 2 other couples in the room. Everybody was laughing, drinking, and having sex like it was just a party. A few of the boys laughed nervously, but the room had gone cold. No one was really breathing anymore. Sam stood behind us, arms crossed, and watched us watch the movie. "You like that, huh?" he said. "My dad used to tape everything." I wanted to leave. right then, but I didn't know how to say it. Mac was grinning like it was just a joke. "That's just one of them. You want to see the rest?" He held up another tape in front of us. "No, dude, we're good," somebody muttered, but it was drowned out completely. Next came the toys, pulled out of a drawer in the nightstand inside their parents' room. Rubbery, oily things that smelled faintly of latex and sweat. One looked like a dog toy dipped in Vaseline. Mac tossed it to one of the boys who caught it and dropped it like it was on fire. And just when we thought we'd hit the bottom, Sam pulled out this small wooden box from underneath the bed. He clicked it open and inside was a revolver. Real, heavy, and shiny. The metal looked clean, like it'd been oiled recently. He held it up and said, "This is my dad's. Ain't it beautiful?" He pointed it at the ceiling first and then at one of the boys. "Bang," he said really quickly and loud. Everybody flinched. Mac laughed like we were a bunch of girls. "It's not loaded," he said, but his voice cracked when he said it. Sam walked around the room, slow pressing the barrel against foreheads, one after the other. I could feel my stomach folding in on itself. The boy next to me was shaking. When the gun got to me, I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. Then I felt that cold metal kiss my skin. Sam grinned at me, clicked the hammer back, and then whispered, "What if?" And then he moved on. After that, the night completely had turned. The games stopped being games, and Sam kicked the family dog, a scruffy, sick-looking mutt named Jagger, right in the ribs for barking loud. Mac caught this mouse in a shoebox, then dumped it down the garbage disposal. Somebody said don't, but it was too late. The whir of the machine, the sound it made, was blended alive. We all stood there just watching silently. Sam opened up the microwave and pulled out this small garden snake out of an old fish tank. Mac was laughing, but his eyes didn't match. They looked flat, almost like he wasn't really there. I turned away though. I didn't want to watch this one. The last straw came when they lit the neighbor's trash can on fire. We all crept outside trying to be quiet, but Sam was spraying lighter fluid and giggling to himself. The flame shot up fast, and he danced around it, bare feet on the pavement. I looked at the rest of the boys. One was crying, one looked like he was ready to throw up. The fun was gone, long gone. This wasn't even mischief anymore. This wasn't even rebellion. It was pure madness to me. I slipped back inside and grabbed my backpack, laced up my shoes with my shaking hands. My heart was pounding so loud I couldn't hear anything else. I opened up the front door, stepped off into the dark, and didn't look back. Not even once. The streetlights buzzed overhead. The night felt endless, and I just started walking. I didn't run, even though I wanted to. Every part of me screamed to just get away from there fast, but I didn't. I walked, one foot in front of the other, all the way down that cracked sidewalk, past parked cars and silent houses with normal lives behind the curtains. I think I even whispered the Lord's Prayer at some point, or maybe it was just some song that I'd heard on the radio. My brain didn't feel like it was working right. It felt like the world had shifted slightly now, like everything was tilted, off-center and shameful. My house was 8 blocks away, and each block felt like a mile itself. Every gust of wind made me flinch, and I kept thinking Sam was behind me the whole time, or Mac, or even worse, somebody had followed me out of the TV screen, something from that grainy, grimy tape. Some man with a camera and a mask and a laugh like gravel. I made it home just after 11. My parents were in the living room watching the news. My mom was knitting and my dad was drinking tea. I opened up the door and stepped inside, and they looked up like I was just back from prison. My mom immediately said, "What's wrong?" I didn't answer. I dropped my backpack and just stood there. I must have looked like hell because she was off the couch and at my side in seconds. "Honey, what's wrong?" I started crying, not loud or blubbering, just quiet, whole body. My dad stood up confused, and I couldn't get the words out fast enough. I told him about the gun, about the tapes, about the dog, the snake, the fire. I told him everything except for the parts that I didn't fully understand. The way Sam looked at us, the way Mac laughed without even blinking or thinking twice. My mom held me so tight I could barely breathe. My dad turned the TV off and just said nothing for a really long time. The next morning, everything happened pretty quick. My parents called the school called the police, and a couple of the other boys' parents had already called in too. Apparently, one of the kids ran home in the middle of the night. Another one woke up screaming. It didn't take long for the Wallen place to be crawling with cops. I didn't go to school that day. None of us did, actually. Rumors flew around fast, and Sam got sent away, Mac got suspended. Their parents were under investigation for all kinds of things. The tapes were confiscated, so was the gun. Animal control took the dog, though I doubt he lived much longer after that night. The Wallens didn't stick around as well. A for sale sign went up the next week, and by the time Halloween had rolled around, the house was already boarded up. Nobody moved in after them either. Last I heard, it got condemned a few years later, torn down and then replaced by a strip of gravel and weeds. Nothing grows there now either. Makes me wonder if anything else happened there. My friends and I didn't really talk about it much after this, not really. Everybody who was there that night, me and the other boys, we stayed close for a while after. I guess trauma kind of does that to you. But by the end of the 8th grade, things had changed. A few moved away, a few fell in with rougher crowds, and one kid got picked up for theft his junior year. Saw in the paper. No one was the same after that night. As for me, I turned quiet, still went to school, obviously, still smiled in my pictures, but something in me curled up and died that night. I don't do sleepovers anymore, I don't go to parties, I don't trust anybody who talked way too much shit. I always check my doors, I always listen for the click of a lock. I became a bit of a hermit, and honestly, I kind of prefer it this way. I only ever went to one sleepover in my entire life. One. And that was plenty. It wasn't like my parents were super strict or even religious or anything. They just wanted to know the people that I was staying with, and after what happened that night, they made damn sure I never stayed the night at anybody's house again. It was 5th grade. The kid was Tommy Jurgens. Ooh. Everybody liked Tommy. He was this little wiry dude with a loud mouth and this fake confidence that somehow worked for him. He knew every cheat code for every PlayStation game and could spit like 8 feet straight up in the air, then catch it back with his mouth. That kind of kid. Yeah, baby. We thought he was cool, but we didn't really know Tommy, not the way we thought we did. It turns out most of what made him cool was just him being raised by a pack of absolute lunatics. We'd see hints occasionally, like how he never brought lunch, just dollar bills and scratchers, or how he said these weird grown-up things. Stuff like, "My mom's old man just got out again," or "Uncle Mike's got court in Flagstaff." All that kind of skated over our heads back then, just Tommy being Tommy. He'd been in our class since 2nd grade, and even though he didn't have a ton of close friends, we all wanted to be around him. His life just seemed electric and different. So when he handed out birthday invites on a notebook paper, drawn in Sharpie and riddled with spelling mistakes, I still said yes without even asking my folks first. They weren't thrilled when I showed them, but Tommy's name rang a familiar enough bell that they gave in. I think my mom called his mom and talked for a full 90 seconds before saying it was okay. "All right, but if anything feels off," she said, "you can call us. I mean it." That Friday came. We were all rolled out the bus, hyped out of our minds. Tommy lived on the edge of town in this saggy house with 4 trucks parked out front and 2 boats in the yard. Neither seemed to be seaworthy though. Their garage was open, and I swear to God there was already a drum kit being set up. Real drums. A couple of guys carrying amps inside. We hadn't even taken off our backpacks yet either. Tommy met us on the porch with that usual grin and said, "You guys are gonna lose your freaking minds." And he wasn't lying. I remember walking in and thinking it was more like a party at my uncle's house than a birthday thing. There were adults already there, friends of Tommy's parents, I guess, all drinking and smoking and hanging out in the living room, laughing and didn't take notice of us at all. There were stacks of beer on top of the kitchen table, and the hallway smelled like somebody had burnt popcorn and covered it with weed smoke. Still, in the moment, I think we were just far too young to process what was wrong. At first, it just seemed like chaos. Loud music, cold sodas, big yard. We honestly figured that we stepped into the coolest birthday ever, but we had no idea. The backyard was the size of a football field, or at least it felt like it. There's a rusted trampoline with a bent leg that tilted to one side when more than 2 kids jumped on it, and somebody had duct taped an old dartboard to the trunk of a dying mesquite tree. The ground was patchy dirt and crabgrass, with empty beer cans littering the corners. A cooler full of orange sodas and RC Cola sat in the middle like a prize, and everybody tore into it. Then, the band showed up. And I'm not kidding, an actual local band. 4 dudes in ripped jeans and dark sunglasses, lugging gear across the lawn onto a piece of plywood propped up on cinder blocks. One of them wore a vest with no shirt underneath, called themselves Code 3, and the lead singer yelled, "Let's wake this town up," inside a mic and screeched that made all the dogs in the neighborhood bark immediately. They kicked it off with "You Give Love a Bad Name," and every 5th grader in that backyard lost their minds. Even the shy kids were pogoing like it was a real concert. We were 11 years old, drinking sodas, hurling darts at a tree, and listening to a live Bon Jovi cover band, while a drunk guy that we'd never met grilled hot dogs on the porch. It was insane and also kind of amazing. As the sun dipped and the bug zapper came to life, the mood shifted though. The adults were getting sloppy. They weren't just a few beers deep anymore. There were bottles of liquor going now. I saw a guy pour something clear into a red Solo cup and then stumble into the garage. Inside, a few of the other guys, dudes in their 20s I guess, were playing darts for money, real cash laid out on a washing machine like a poker table. Tommy's dad, or the guy that we thought was his dad, was this thick, sweaty guy in cargo shorts with a big chain around his neck. He was barking at somebody named Shane about cheating. "You crossed the line, you dumb shit, I saw you," he said. Shane was this lanky, red-faced, holding a dart like he was about to throw it into somebody's eye. They had a second dartboard in the garage where the grown-ups were playing. We were all just standing there. I remember one of the kids, Tyler, saying, "Should we get out of here?" Before we could move though, Shane threw the dart at the board and missed it completely. It thunked into the wall, and that's when Tommy's dad shoved him, hard. Shane staggered, knocked over a milk crate of tools, and then came up swinging. The next 10 seconds were pure noise. Metal clattering, fist hitting meat, glass breaking. One guy got slammed into a water heater so hard it sounded like a gunshot. We just stood there, frozen. A few kids even started crying. The fight broke up after Tommy's mom, who'd been chain smoking on the back porch, came in and screamed at both of them to knock it off. She had this voice like salt and vinegar. I watched her dig her nails into Tommy's dad's arm and then drag him out by his very skin. "Party's back on," she slurred, and the band started another song like nothing had even happened. After that, the lines between what was fun and what was wrong began to blur really quickly. They busted out drugs not long after. Not weed in a discreet little joint either, we're talking actual drugs. A coffee table in the living room got cleared off, and Tommy's mom dumped out a sandwich bag full of greenish bud and what looked like a literal pile of white powder. It was almost like watching a movie. I thought it was flour at first, but it definitely wasn't. Some guy named Zeke started chopping it up with a Blockbuster card. I remember him saying, "Don't worry, this ain't coke, it just got some go fast," like it made it okay. Another adult, I think Tommy's aunt, was lighting up a glass pipe and singing along to Panama. Tommy came walking in the garage with this big stupid grin and a joint in his mouth, like it was candy. We all just stared at him and nobody said a word. "Dude, hit this," he said, offering it up to Cody Anderson. Cody shook his head and stepped back like it was a snake. Tommy just shrugged and took another puff. He coughed like a dying animal and laughed until he fell over. At that point, I was still having fun in this weird high-wire way. We'd snuck into an R-rated movie, and now we were holding our breath, hoping to not get caught. It was insane, yeah, but it didn't feel dangerous, at least not yet. We ended up in the backyard, sitting on lawn chairs, drinking warm soda, and watching Code 3 finish their last set. The adults were blitzed, falling over, laughing, forgetting their own kind of name drunk. Somebody was dry heaving in the bushes too. I was telling a ghost story to the other kids when we heard yelling again, same voices as before. Tommy's dad and, of course, Shane. "You shorted me," somebody screamed. "Nah, you just fucking suck at darts, Shane." Then another crash, a scream, and people running. We all stood up. A couple of kids took off toward the side yard. The rest of us crept around the garage, doing our best to be quiet. I could already feel the air shift, the way everything got really quiet really quickly. Shane was on the ground, blood on his shirt. Tommy's dad had a knife in one hand, still open. Not a kitchen knife either, one of those folding ones with a knuckle guard. Shane was moaning and gripping his side. Then somebody screamed. And then, bang, bang, bang. 3 shots, real ones, close and deafening. Screaming erupted everywhere. Tommy's mom was laying on the lawn crying. One of the band guys had tackled the dude with the gun and then got it away from him. No one got hit, thank God, but there were shell casings on the ground. The spell was now broken though. This wasn't a party anymore. It was a war zone. The cops showed up in under 10 minutes, sirens blaring, lights throwing red and blue across the lawn like a crime scene disco. I was still in the backyard, clutching my shoes and shaking so bad I could barely even untie the laces. Cody Anderson was crying and wouldn't stop saying over and over, "Did we just get shot at?" They herded us onto the sidewalk, told us to sit down and not to move. The neighbors were outside now, talking to the officers, pointing at the house like it was all normal. A woman wrapped up in a blanket asked me if I was okay. I just nodded back, but I wasn't, not even close. Parents started showing up, headlights rolling down the street one after another. My mom's face when she spotted me, I'll never forget it. She didn't even ask questions. She just wrapped me up in her arms and held me like I just came back from war. Tommy's dad got cuffed and loaded up into a cruiser. Shane got hauled off into an ambulance, conscious but bleeding through a wad of paper towels somebody had slapped on his ribs. A few other adults were questioned right there in the driveway. One guy took off before the cops could even get his name, just vanished off into the night with a backpack full of God knows what. We didn't end up going back to school on Monday, and neither did Tommy. Rumors, of course, flew around. The gun was stolen, the white powder was meth. One of the band members was an ex-con. I didn't care, I just wanted to forget it all, but honestly, I couldn't. None of us could. My mom told the school I wasn't allowed to sleep over at anybody's house again. "Not until you're out of my house and paying your own bills," she said to me, and that was that. I didn't argue. Last I heard, Tommy and his family had moved down the globe to somewhere near Yuma. He never came back. And just like I said at the beginning, I never stayed the night at another kid's house again. College was messy in the best way possible. At least, that's how I used to remember it. The cheap ramen, the instant coffee, the stolen Wi-Fi from the engineering building. It was all part of the charm. I loved it and I leaned into it hard. There's something about being barely legal, underfed, and surrounded by 3,000 other kids doing the exact same thing that makes every moment feel like it matters. You don't just make friends in college, you graft them into your bones. My dorm was always loud, always chaotic, always open. We crammed into rooms, sat on the floor, ate from the same greasy bag of chips, passed phones back and forth, sharing memes and videos to each other. Sleepovers weren't really planned as much as they just kind of happened. You'd be in somebody's room studying, and the next thing you know, it's 2 a.m. You were 3 hours deep into a YouTube rabbit hole and nobody was going anywhere. Half of us kept a pillow and a toothbrush inside our backpacks just in case. There's one night though I still can't shake, one night I don't really like to talk about. I was 19, a sophomore. It was just a regular Monday. I had class the next morning, a paper due that I hadn't even started, and no business staying up that late. But when Hannah said she was making root beer floats and had an actual DVD copy of Clueless, I shrugged, grabbed my blanket, and shuffled back down the hall. I think there were 6 of us total in that room. Me, Hannah, Casey, Tori, Aaliyah, and Jess. We were all half-dressed in sweatpants and t-shirts, crammed around a laptop with a movie on loop and somebody's Bluetooth speaker playing early 2000s garbage pop in the background. It was cozy, stupid, and perfect. Somebody passed around this tub of cookie dough and nobody said no to it. I don't remember exactly what time it was when things started to feel off, maybe 11, maybe midnight. We were all still awake, still talking, just that dumb loopy kind of tired where everything is really funny. Then, out of nowhere, this sound came from outside, crackle of leaves. Not like the wind moving them, like somebody stepping near them or on them. We paused, laughed, and then quickly forgot about it. A few minutes later, though, we heard that same sound again. Then a whisper of something sliding across the glass. That's when Jess got up, went to the window, and screamed. Like a full body gut scream, not the fake kind girls do at bugs or jump scares. This was real, and it was just the beginning. Obviously, at first, we had no idea what Jess saw. She screamed like somebody had grabbed her, full body frozen against the window, face twisted into something I'd never seen her do before. She wasn't really the dramatic type either. Jess was sarcastic, even when she was scared, but not now. She staggered back like she'd been stabbed. "What? What is it?" Hannah said, rushing over. "What'd you see?" Jess kept pointing. There's a man in the bushes. He's right there." We all scrambled over and crammed our faces up against the window. It was hard to see at first. There was this glare from the ceiling light behind us, but once your eyes adjusted, yeah, there was definitely somebody out there, standing still in the decorative shrubs that curved along the edge of the dorm. Thin build, baggy clothes, pale face in the dark. He wasn't moving either, just watching us. "Holy shit," Aaliyah whispered. Then the man tilted his head slowly and looked right at us. Not at the dorm, not at the building, at us. The way he moved, his body language just shifted. It felt like he was gonna run right through the glass. And then, out of nowhere, he just vanishes. He didn't run, he didn't duck, just vanished. 1 second he's there, the next second he's not. Just leaves rustling where he'd been standing before. That's when we all screamed. One of the girls upstairs opened up her door and called down. "What the hell is going on?" "Some creep was outside," Casey shouted back. "Like right outside our window." More doors opened then. Now girls from all 3 floors were leaning over the rails, coming down the stairs and standing barefoot in pajama pants, looking around. A few rushed over to the common room and stared out the window too. "Was it somebody's ex or something?" a girl muttered. "No," Jess snapped back. "I don't know who the hell it was, but he looked… I don't know." There's now this kind of quiet panic in the building. Half the girls wanted to laugh it off, like it was a drunk dude who just took a wrong turn. But the rest of us could not stop watching those bushes. I think we all felt it in the moment. The tightness in the air, the feeling like something was about to happen. Hannah ran quickly to get the RA, Elise. She was a senior who always wore house slippers in the hallway, usually kept to herself. She showed up quickly, brushing her hair out of her eyes, clearly irritated. "What's going on?" she asked us. "There was somebody outside," I said, "right by the window, a guy." "Like somebody trying to get in?" "No," Hannah said, "just standing there watching and then he disappeared." Elise rolled her eyes, but then I think she saw how serious we looked. She pulled out her phone. "I'll call campus security just in case." As soon as she lifted the phone to her ear, the power went out. Everything, lights, fridge, Wi-Fi router, even the blinking exit signs. The entire dorm dropped into silence in pitch black. Outside, the street lamps in the other dorms stayed lit. It was just our building. "He cut the power," Jess said. "No, we couldn't have," Elise began, but even now she didn't sound so sure. We clustered up fast and phones came out, flashlights turned on. Every beam of light shook in somebody's hand. The group spread into the common room, and nobody wanted to be alone anymore. Hannah whispered, "He's trying to get in." Aaliyah started crying softly. The building groaned in the dark, old plumbing maybe, or somebody pulling up a window. Elise finally gets campus security on the line. "Yeah," she said, pacing by the front entrance. "We've had somebody lurking outside, now we lost power. We think he might be trying to break in." More girls had gathered up by now. Everybody from the dorm was either staring at their phones or the windows. From what we could see, nothing was moving outside. No man, no bushes rustling, just that awful quiet. "Okay, security's on the way," Elise said. "Just sit tight." A couple of minutes later, blue and white lights cut across the front of the building. Security had arrived. 2 guards started sweeping with flashlights, scanning the lawn and the area around that side parking lot. We could see them walking the perimeter. The guy was gone, clearly, and it looked like nothing was wrong now. And then we heard it. A loud noise. A smash. A window toward the back of the building. We all turned at once and saw some of the girls screaming again. We could hear glass clinking on tiles somewhere down the back hallway. Elise yelled for everybody to stay together, but we were already in motion, crowding up into the common room. And that's when we saw him. He stepped out of one of the back rooms, a silhouette at first, thin, hunched, and wild hair hanging down over his face. He looked up, his eyes reflecting on the flashlight beams. Clothes ripped, hands stained with something, and he stared at us for maybe 2 seconds. And then he ran right at us. Total chaos happened. We all panicked. We screamed, shoved, clawed to get to the front door. Hannah fumbled with the latch, but that man was fast, muttering something to himself low and furious underneath his breath. Some kind of nonsense, words full of rage. Something about they buried her. I know they buried her. Aaliyah got knocked down. Jess tried to grab her up, and I felt somebody's hand on my hoodie, yanking me back. He was touching us, grabbing skin, hair, ears, anything he could. My arm burned from where he'd scraped it, and Tori got shoved into a table really hard. Finally, the front door opened and we poured out into the night. Half of us were barefoot. One girl was screaming for help over and over. Elise stayed back trying to hold the door closed as he pushed against it from the inside. The security guards then charged after him. They rushed the building, flashlights yelling, heavy boots slamming against the tile. I think he was caught maybe 5 minutes later, but that was long enough. They dragged him out with his arms pinned behind his back, face bloody from where he'd fought against the floor. He was still talking, muttering, whispering, barking these strange and broken phrases to himself. It left her in the pipes. She's still down there. His eyes didn't meet anything in particular either, not the cops, not us. It was almost like he wasn't even really there, or maybe he was seeing something that none of us were. The security guards tossed a blanket over his shoulders, but it didn't matter. It seemed like a weird thing to do in the moment. The real police showed up a few minutes later, small town guy, thick neck, flashlight sweeping too. He talked quietly with the security guards, then came over and said, "Yeah, we've dealt with this guy before. It's a local homeless guy. He lives near the train yard. We've been trying to get him off the property for months now. He's never broke in before though." Aaliyah was shaking her head. Her knees were scraped raw. Jess had dried blood on her lip, and Hannah's hands were stuck in that curled up position like she couldn't figure out how to unclench them. One of the other girls just sat on the curb, talking to herself quietly. They gave us statements to fill out, asked our names, date of birth, what we saw, and what we felt, whether anybody needed some kind of medical attention too. Somebody from the student health center had come down with blankets and bottled water, and nobody drank them. The rest of that semester was just different after that. The dorm never felt safe again. Girls started going home on the weekends, staying with friends in off-campus housing, skipping classes just to avoid being alone in their rooms. The window that he'd smashed stayed boarded up for weeks, just this piece of plywood hammered into place, almost like a reminder that the building had indeed been breached, that we'd been breached. It did get fixed eventually, but the energy just never came back. And none of us did another sleepover. Hannah transferred next year, Jess dropped out before finals, Elise graduated and never came back to visit. And I guess we all just kind of moved on. I don't even know why my cousin had that board. It was shoved in the back of his closet underneath a pile of old jackets, like he didn't even remember that it was actually there. And I found it during a summer visit when my parents had dumped me off at my aunts and uncles for that weekend. Holy crap, is this a real Ouija board? I yanked it free, holding it up like I just discovered buried treasure. My cousin Zach, who barely was even interested. "Yeah, I guess. I've had it for a while." "Does it work?" "I don't know. We used it once or twice, but nothing really happened." I flipped open the box and ran my fingers along the board's smooth, lacquered surface, the yellowed letters and the planchette tucked neatly inside it. My skin prickled with a thrill that I couldn't explain. This was power, a portal to the other side. Can I have it? Zach snorted. Yeah, I guess if you want. I don't really mess with that stuff, so. My aunt overheard and immediately made a face. Please take it. I hate having that thing in my house. And that only made me want it more. When I got home, I gathered up my friends and showed them my new prize. We all huddled around it, wide-eyed, and whispered about ghosts, spirits, demons, things that we didn't fully understand but were desperate to know about. We decided then and there, we're gonna make contact. At first, it was just a game, you know? We'd take it to different places, abandoned houses, shadowed corners of the woods, an old train yard behind Sam's house, and ask those stupid questions. Is there anybody there? Can you show us a sign? And most of the time, nothing happened. But sometimes the planchette would twitch under our fingers. Sometimes a breath of cold air would snake between us and shiver up our spines. And sometimes the night would feel all wrong. And then there was Brian. Brian was not like the rest of us. He didn't just like the board, he was infatuated with it. He wanted it, needed it, like a starving man staring at a feast in front of him. After I got the thing, he made it his entire identity. It's all he talked about, all his thoughts seemed to be about, and all he wanted to do. So, honestly, I should have seen it then, and I should have never let him play it. It was harmless. Actually, at first, it was hilarious. Brian would really lean into the whole experience and give us this total cringe fest. We'd gather up in the woods after school, huddled up in a circle as the sun would dip low, the Ouija board balanced on somebody's knees. We'd place our fingers on the planchette itself, barely touching it, and ask those same tired old questions that I know you've heard 100 times. Is there anybody here with us? What's your name? How'd you die? Most of it was probably us clearly moving it, feeding off one another's energy, but every now and again the board answered in ways that really didn't make sense, and it knew things that it shouldn't. It would spell out names that we didn't recognize, give us numbers, dates, and stories to go along with it. So we started keeping track of them, our quote-unquote spirits. There was Jacob, who claimed he drowned in the river 20 years ago. Missy, who only ever spelled out "help me" over and over. And then Richard, who swore he was murdered but wouldn't say by who. And then there was Brian. Not a spirit, the real Brian. I don't know how or when it started, but at some point Brian just stopped being part of the group. He became the group. He was the first one to show up and the last one to leave. He needed the board in a way that made us feel really uneasy. He started taking it home himself, which was never originally part of the deal. The board itself was mine, and it stayed at my house, but one day he just begged me. Please, 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 just for the weekend, he said. I swear I'll bring it back to you Monday. I didn't like it, but I agreed. Monday came, and the board didn't follow. Instead, Brian showed up at school looking like hell. His skin was pale and his eyes had rings around him that were dark circles, his fingers twitching like he hadn't slept in days. Dude, what the hell's wrong with you? I asked. He stared at me, dead serious, and said, It came to my house. What? One of them, I don't know who, but I woke up last night and my whole room was trashed. My desk was overturned, my posters were ripped down, my closet door was wide open, and I didn't do any of it, I swear to God. I thought he was messing with me. I even laughed. Yeah, okay there, Brian. Yeah, sure. But his face didn't change. Come see it for yourself then. And so we did. A few of us rode our bikes over after school expecting that lame attempt at a prank, but the second I stepped inside of his room, my stomach immediately dropped. The place was indeed trashed. His mattress was half off the frame, his books were scattered across the floor. His mirror was shattered, not cracked, shattered, glass shards still littering his desk. The worst part, his closet door was now covered in these scratches. And it wasn't claw marks, not something an animal would make. There were words. They were jagged, uneven, but they were there, scrawled deeply into the wood. Missy, Jacob, Richard. the names of our ghosts that we had spoken with. We all stood there in silence, staring until Brian lifted up his shirt, and that's when we saw all the cuts. There were these thin, shallow scratches that ran across his stomach, his ribs, his chest, angry red lines that looked like they'd been carved with a needle. And there, just below his ribs, was another word, Missy. "She did this to me," he whispered. "She came to me last night. She was standing at the foot of my bed just watching me." Nobody knew what to say or how to respond. Even the biggest skeptics in our group couldn't explain it all, and Brian wasn't done. Over the next few weeks, things got even worse for him. He became super paranoid and jumpy. His hands would always be twitching, his eyes darting around like he was waiting for someone or something to jump out at him. And he talked about the board constantly. I'm pretty sure they're following me. I hear voices at night. I wake up and things are different, moved, broken. None of us really wanted to deal with it though. We stopped inviting him to play with us. We stopped using the board altogether. We knew Brian was making all this up for attention, because why else would it only happen to him? We bought it at first, but it all came together. His obsessive nature, the way he acted when we were around, this is all a ruse. But Brian couldn't let it go. One afternoon, he showed up at my house wild-eyed and breathless. "Come with me right now." I didn't want to, but I did. I followed him and biked out of the woods where we usually played. Everybody else was already there, sitting in a circle, the board now in the middle. "One last time," Brian said. "I need to talk to them." We sat down hesitantly, placing our fingers on the planchette. "Who is here with us?" Brian asked aloud, and the planchette moved really quickly. "Missy," came the response. Brian's breath hitched. "What do you want?" "Y-O-U." The air immediately changed, and the woods suddenly felt far too quiet. Brian started shaking. It was subtle at first, his fingers trembling, but then it got worse. His whole body seemed to convulse, jerking violently, and his head snapped back. One of us gasped out loud, and another cursed under their breath. He stopped, went still, and slumped forward. When he looked up, something was different, wrong. His eyes, his expression, it wasn't Brian anymore, or at least that's what he wanted us to think, right? His mouth twisted up into this slow, eerie grin. "She's here," he whispered, but it wasn't his voice. It was low and creepy as hell. And then he pulled out a knife. I don't know where the hell it came from. One second his hands were empty, and the next he's holding this rusty hunting knife. I couldn't believe it. This was like a real nightmare now. This was the last person in the last situation in the worst setting possible you would want to have a knife. We all felt that immediate danger and took a step back. That first slash barely missed Sam's face, and everybody screamed. I scrambled backward and kicked up dirt, pulse hammering as Brian lunged at all of us, the knife swinging wildly. I ran, and we all ran. We left him there. We left the board, straight up went home and told our parents everything. It was over after that. The board, the names, Brian's obsession, how he lost his mind in the woods, and how he tried to attack us. But what more could we do? It wasn't worth bodily harm, and plus, fuck Brian. He was a nerd ass about it the whole time, so finally telling on him almost felt like justice in the moment. And at first, none of our parents really believed us. Then we told him about his house, about the scratches on the closet, the mirror, the cuts on his body. My dad stood there never really saying a word. He just grabbed the phone and rang Brian's house immediately. I could tell his mom answered on the first ring. "Hey, we need to talk," my dad said, and they made plans, and then Brian's parents came over maybe an hour later. They looked like hell too, like they hadn't slept in days either. I sat in the living room while our parents spoke in these hushed, serious voices, and Brian wasn't there. "Grounded," his mom said. "A month, no phone, no TV, no visitors, no nothing." Apparently he denied everything, said that we were lying and making up stories, trying to get him into trouble, but when his parents checked his room, they found that knife in question. There was blood on the blade, and they even found that Ouija board. It wasn't enough to suggest that he seriously hurt himself or us, but enough to scare them, enough to prove that something was indeed very, very wrong. I don't know what happened to Brian after that. We never ended up talking again. And even when his punishment ended, he avoided us at school, acted like we no longer existed to him. But the thing that scared me the most is he never asked for the board. His parents gave it to my parents. History after that, not once. As for the board itself, my parents didn't let me keep it. My dad packed it up in a garbage bag and then drove me back to my cousin's house, dropping it off without saying another word. My aunt didn't argue, she just nodded, took it and shoved it back into the closet. I never saw it again, and I never played again. I watched that board take somebody that I knew and change him into somebody that I didn't. And for years after, he was really strange as hell. I wasn't really friends with him once it was all said and done. I wonder if Brian ever got better. Can you actually recover from pretending to be crazy? I was 10 years old when I found that Ouija board. It was buried inside this cardboard box in the attic, hidden beneath stacks and stacks of old photo albums from my father during his high school years. I wasn't supposed to be up there. The attic was off limits, a place of splinters and forgotten things, but that summer it was really long and I was bored, so I was at that age where rules were starting to lose their meaning to me. I remember peeling back that dust-covered lid and finding it inside. Thick, aged wood with fading letters. The planchette still nestled in its place, almost like it was waiting to be discovered. It kind of reminded me of Jumanji. I traced my fingers over the carved letters. It smelled old and a little like mildew and a little like skunk. It didn't really scare me, not then. I was too young and full of vinegar to be afraid of something I didn't truly understand. I don't know why I thought about Aunt Candace at first, but maybe it was because she'd been gone 2 years now. Maybe it was because she used to tell me stories about ghost and spirit herself when my mother wasn't listening. She always said that she believed in the other side, that death was not the end, that maybe if you listened closely, you could hear the ones who'd gone before you. I missed her. She was the only one who let me stay up late when she babysat, the one who taught me how to braid my hair, the one who never treated me like a little kid. When she died, something inside my mother seemed to go with her too. The whole family just got a little weird without Aunt Candy. I thought maybe the board could bring her back, even for just a moment, even if it was a brief exchange, and that was better than nothing, right? Just long enough to say goodbye. I took it downstairs carefully, like it was fragile, something sacred. I told myself I'd just wait for the perfect moment to open it up and try. I didn't know what I was inviting in, what I was asking for. The fact that I was doing this all alone is completely mind-boggling to me now. I didn't really expect something was going to answer me. It was a hot day, the kind where the air in the house really didn't move, humid, and had the scent of cut grass and sun-baked pavement creeping in through the window screens. My parents had already left for work hours ago. The house was mine until evening. I could do whatever I wanted until that sun went down. I waited until midday, when the sun was high and strong, when the shadows in the house were soft and harmless. It just made sense to do it then. Ghosts like the dark, didn't they? That's what Aunt Candace used to say. They don't like sunlight, my Aunt Candace used to say. I carried that board in my father's office. It was the darkest place in the house that I could think of, even at noon. The blinds were always drawn and the air was always a little stale. I set the board on his desk, pulled out a candle from my mother's stash in the kitchen, and struck a match and lit the wick, watching the flame flicker and stretch as I lowered myself onto the carpet. I placed my fingers lightly on the planchette. It felt cool and smooth, a game piece, nothing more. "Auntie?" I whispered. "Are you here?" Nothing. The candle wavered, but that was probably the air conditioning kicking on. "It's just me. I wanted to talk." Still, the board remained silent, and I kind of felt silly, childish. I was talking to a piece of wood after all. But then the planchette twitched beneath my fingertips. I froze, and my breath now felt alien, like it was a new sensation to me. Slowly, it slid to yes. I quickly swallowed my disbelief. My fingers were barely pressed against the planchette. I was sure about that. But maybe my hands moved without me noticing. Maybe my brain was filling in the blanks. Even in my little brain, I knew it was possible that I might be pulling my own leg. "Is this really you, though?" I whispered. "Yes," was the response. I felt dizzy. I'd imagined this moment so many times. I had 1,000 things that I wanted to say, and now that I had the chance, my tongue felt thick and my mind was empty. "I miss you," I said finally. "I miss you too." A lump now caught in my throat as I read that response. It was real. It's real, and it's happening now. I talked for a while, rambling on and on, telling Aunt Candace about school, about how Mom still cried sometimes, and Dad barely even mentioned her name. I told her about things that she'd miss, how different everything felt without her. The planchette would respond, moving in slow, measured strokes, answering questions and giving me comfort. But I have to admit that something felt wrong. At first, it was small, these little details. I'd say something about my birthday party and the response wouldn't quite line up. I'd mention a book that she used to read me and she wouldn't seem to remember it. I asked her the last birthday present that she'd gotten me before passing, and she had no idea at all. I brushed it off. Maybe in death you forget these kind of things. Maybe memories were different on the other side, so I asked, "Aunt Candace, is this really you?" The planchette then hesitated and responded, "No." The temperature in the room almost seemed to drop in the moment. The candle's flames bent sharply, nearly guttering out. I felt this chill crawl up my spine, an ancient instinct whispering, "This is wrong. You need to stop." My hands trembled. I wanted to move them, to rip them away from the board, but something inside me, something awful, morbid curiosity, whatever you want to call it, kept them where they were. "Who are you?" I asked. The planchette then moved, fast and sharp. It felt almost impatient. "Aunt Tilly," is the response I got back, and that name meant nothing to me. Fingers were so light on the planchette now, I knew that I was not the one moving it. "I don't know you," I whispered. "Yes, you do." I shook my head, bile rising in my throat. I don't," I insisted. "I don't have an Aunt Tilly." "Yes, you do," the board repeated over and over. Then it paused, then responded again. "I died before we met." My stomach turned to ice, and I felt the weight of being home alone now, of being vulnerable and in danger. I didn't want to play anymore. "I have to go," I said quickly, and pushed back from the board. The planchette jerked violently beneath my fingertips, and my breath hitched. It felt like a hand was gripping my own, forcing it to stay where it was. I don't want to talk anymore," I said, voice shaking. The planchette skated over the board, spelling too fast now, letters sharp and frantic. "Stay." I pushed the board away and stumbled to my feet. The candle then snuffed itself out, and the room plunged into this heavy, suffocating darkness. For a moment, I just stood there frozen, pulse hammering in my ears. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch toward me now, curling up at my feet and clinging to my skin. Then, a noise that was soft, almost tender, came from the hallway. A baby's cry. I ran. I didn't clean up the board, I didn't blow out the candle, I just ran. Out of my father's office, down the hall, into the kitchen where the light was bright and warm, and the air still smelled like old coffee and my mother's vanilla candles. I sat there shaking until my mom came home. She barely even set her purse down before I blurted out the board and the name, Aunt Tilly. She froze mid-step like I just smacked her, and for a long moment she didn't say anything. Then slowly she pulled out a chair and sank into it. Her hands then clasped together so tightly I think her knuckles started to go white. "Where did you hear that name?" she asked. "The board," I whispered. "I didn't know her, but she seemed to know me." My mother swallowed, her eyes distant and unfocused. She looked guilty. "Tilly was my sister," she said finally. "She died before I was born." A thick silence stretched between us. "But I never told anyone," she continued, almost talking to herself now. "Not even your father. How did you—" She trailed off, shook her head, and then stood up abruptly. "Put that board away," she said, "and don't ever touch it again." So that's what I did. I shoved it back into the attic, under the boxes, and under dust and time. That night I heard footsteps up and down the hall, far too light to be my parents. They were soft and hesitant, like the way a child walks when they're looking for something. They stopped at my bedroom door. Then, slowly and carefully, they pressed against the wood, and I held my breath the whole time. I never played with that board again, and my mom confided in me later with a bit more of the truth. The Ouija board was something she originally bought at the time of her mother's death. My mom and Aunt Candace wanted to make contact with their mom and find some kind of closure. She claimed it worked a little, but it was very unsettling, so they decided not to mess with it anymore. So there it sat in the attic for years before I discovered it. Thinking back now, I wonder where that board is and who's waiting to say hello on the other side. This is a true story I'll be translating for my mom since she doesn't speak or write English well. But first, in order for the story to make any sense to you, I'll have to shine some light on my childhood and my upbringing. Growing up in Fairfield, California with my sister, mom, and my dad, we definitely weren't the family that you would find at church. You would never see me or my family at all at church unless somebody had died. I'm agnostic now, but I grew up not knowing anything about what the Bible had to say, so when my mom told me this story, and when I found some information through my own research with the Satanic Bible, that's when everything clicked and proved to be true. Here is her story. It was Christmas, December 1989. I had just turned 20 that year. Me and a few of my family members wanted to go over to a friend's house where there would be a Christmas party. After dinner and opening up our Secret Santa gifts, we left for that party. Once there, everything went as usual until we were heading out and getting ready to go back home. Before we headed out the door, my cousin Estella realized that she had lost her expensive watch, the new one that had just been given to her by my niece Martha earlier that night for Secret Santa. She was devastated about losing it already, the same day that she'd already gotten it. That's when Maria's sister Martha claimed that she knew a way to find it. She said that she had a Ouija board out in the vehicle. She told Estella, "Don't worry," and then advised everybody to use the board so that we could find the watch. We went out, grabbed the board, and then went to our friend's house, locking ourselves in a room. It was me, Estella, Maria, Martha, my brother Arthur, and my sister Lupe, and our one other friend who lived in that house. Martha and Maria are my nieces, but both are around the same age as me. We set up some candles, and while the 7 of us sat around the board, one of us also had a notepad and pen. The first question we asked, "Where's the watch that Estella lost?" The board immediately started to spell out something, the make, the model, and the color of a vehicle. So obviously we go back outside and, to our complete surprise, we found that watch on the ground behind the tire of the exact model and color vehicle. This was my introduction to a Ouija board. Nothing evil or negative happened, so I went back inside to the board, and we started asking all those cliche questions that people would always ask. So a few weeks go by, and that's when Martha's mom found out that she indeed had a Ouija board of her own. Her mom immediately made her get rid of it because she believed that the board itself was evil and would bring negative energy into their home and their lives. But instead of throwing it away, I asked if I could keep it. Martha accepted, and that's when I took it home with me. While staying at my mother's house, my sister Lupe and I would secretly stay up late at night, playing with it. When I ended up pregnant later on with my first child, I moved on and got myself my own apartment. And that's when, almost every single day after work, I would stay up, playing it all alone. At that time, I had a niece named Isabel who lived in Sacramento and decided to move in with me. She joined me almost daily in my use of that Ouija board. And honestly, there wasn't a single day that we didn't play it. Every day after work, we would eat, shower, then play on that board for many, many hours. That first couple of weeks playing back to back every day, the spirit involved seemed to claim that it was my father, the one who died when I was 11, and I believed it. I've always missed him since, and he'd been gone for a long time now. The board even verified this with proof that it was indeed my father, and only things that I knew from when I was a child. It spelled out, "Don't kill the bees," because when I was a kid, I used to kill the bees in my dad's honey farm, and nobody knew I did that other than me and my father. He also told my niece that he loved her singing, which turned out to be true. This would continue on, and by the first month of playing every day, that planchette started moving on its own, and then weird stuff would follow. Perfume bottles and other belongings that were left on top of drawers would move to the center of the bed. Almost every single time we stepped outside, crows would fly down in these large groups toward us and try to attack us. We would hear voices of people moaning and groaning as if they were in pain. We would see fireballs float down from the hall, getting smaller and smaller. That's when everything really took a turn. The board then claimed that it could indeed give us the winning numbers to the lottery. It could make us rich, but in return, we'd have to kill someone. At that point, I knew it was no longer my father speaking, and we were honestly starting to get really freaked out. Obviously, we refused to kill somebody for winning numbers, but the board would not drop it. It kept trying to get us to accept the deal. We confronted the board and asked it to tell us who it really is, but it seemed like it didn't want to answer us, never really telling us exactly who it was. Each time we would ask, it would come up with some kind of varied answer. We didn't let up though and asked again and again who we're speaking to. It ended up giving us an answer, but it was a person who drowned many, many years ago inside Lake Berryessa. Now, we didn't trust the board anymore, and obviously with everything that had been happening, we didn't believe anything it told us. So we kept pressing. Who are you? Who is this? Then it said, "If you welcome me into your life, into your home, I'll show you." Refusing to do that as well, that's when it dropped the bomb. It said its name was Mammon. Not being real familiar with any kind of gospel or anything about the Bible in general, I decided to call my sister Maria, who was barely getting into the Christian church. I told her everything, but she didn't believe me. She honestly thought I was playing a trick on her or some kind of game, that it wasn't real. I tried and tried to convince her that this is really happening, this is actually really going on. "If it's real," she said, "ask the board where our brother Raymond is." It was really only something that she and my mom knew. So I did. The board almost immediately responded. Contra Costa County Jail. Now with that proof, my sister Maria called her mother-in-law, who was extremely into the church, and asked who that name was. 5 minutes later, I get a call back, telling me to stop playing on that Ouija board right now, get rid of it. After that, we never played again. I've heard stories about family and friends, their homes burning down due to playing on the Ouija board, cases of people throwing it away only to have it show back up inside their home not long after. So I wrapped it up in a plastic bag, kept it tucked away in my closet. But we still witnessed the moaning, the floating fireballs, the belongings being moved around, and the birds attacking us. 6 months go by, and while I was moving out of my apartment, my sister's brother-in-law was helping me move. He noticed the Ouija board and asked if he could keep it. I didn't tell him all the negative stuff that came with playing that game, and I just told him, "Yeah, go ahead. You can have it." 1999 was really this weird year. Y2K paranoia, Napster downloads that took all night long, a mall culture that hadn't quite realized it was about to die. I was in my junior year of high school. I loved a good soft pretzel and an orange Julius. I lived for being at the mall, wandering through Hot Topic and Spencer's just to laugh at the edgy t-shirts and those weird sex toys. And that's where I stumbled upon my first Ouija board. It was wedged between the racks of a novelty beer bong and blacklight posters, just sitting there almost like it was waiting specifically for me. The box was that cheap cardboard, wrapped up in plastic. It wasn't some antique relic or an old school wooden board. It was mass-produced, the kind that Hasbro probably sold to suburban moms right alongside Monopoly. But I guess that was the charm of it. It was a gag, a party prop, a way to freak people out when the beer ran low and the conversation would get stale, so... Still, it was really odd to see it like that, so sterile, almost like it was a kid's toy. I definitely wasn't the kind of guy who believed in ghosts or demons. Sure, I'd watch my fair share of horror movies, but I was always the one pointing out the bad special effects, rolling my eyes at the obvious jump scares, and most of my friends were the same way. We liked to play with that creepy shit, but didn't really believe in it. We'd gone to abandoned houses on Route 9, told stories about the kid who supposedly burned to death inside his attic, and dared each other to sleep there. Nobody would last more than an hour, but that wasn't because of the ghost, just because it was cold as hell and smelled like mold up there. So this Ouija board was kind of perfect. I bought it with $20 that I had crumpled up in my back pocket, the cashier barely even glancing at me as he bagged it up. It was just another dumb mall purchase, something to throw in the closet with old issues of Fangoria and half-burnt candles from a seance that we tried once in my basement. The first time that we tried to use it, nothing happened. A couple of us sat in my friend Ryan's room. The lights were dim, and 9 Inch Nails was humming low in the background. We placed our fingers on the planchette and asked those typical questions that you do. Is anybody there? What's your name? How'd you die? And we waited. The thing moved, sure, but obviously it was one of us moving it. I called them out, they would laugh, and then we'd move on to something else. But other times, it was weird. One night at a different party, the board spelled out, "No nightcap." We laughed it off, but the girl sitting across from me, Laura, looked kind of pale. "That's what my grandma said to my mom before she died," she whispered. And that weirded us all out for sure. We played it up for drama, but the unease in her voice really struck a chord with me. Another time, it gave us a series of numbers that none of us really recognized. Timmy, my best friend, wrote them all down and looked them up later. It ended up being an address to a house just 2 streets over. Most of the time, again, it was just a fun way to mess with people, a way to break the ice, get the girls to huddle closer to you, and get the guys to act like tough skeptics. It was all bullshit, it was fun. At least, that's what I thought. But at Timmy's party, everything changed. We threw ragers that could only happen in '99, a perfect mix of high school kids and college kids, packed up into a house with 0 adult supervision, fueled of course by cheap beer and whatever liquor somebody could manage to get their hands on. The music was loud, the lights were dim, and the air was thick with cigarette smoke and the faint burn of somebody's shitty weed. It was one of those nights that just felt endless, where every room had its own little chaos happening in itself. So once it started to die down, I brought out the Ouija board, of course. It was almost a tradition at this point. A reliable way to get some laughs, and maybe if you're lucky, a few nervous gasps. I didn't pull it out right away. No, you gotta wait for the right moment. When the initial drinking rush was over and when people had stopped crowding the stereo, arguing over which Limp Bizkit song to blast next. When the energy would dip just enough that people were now open to the suggestion. That moment came around midnight, and a few of us were in the living room, slumped on couches or leaning up against the walls, caught in that strange in-between space where people were either winding down or looking for their next thrill, and that's when I said it. "You guys want to try out the Ouija board?" A couple of people immediately perked up, college kids mostly, drunk enough to be open to anything, but not so far gone that they couldn't focus. Timmy was already slurring his words and clapped me on the back. "Hell yeah, man. Let's freak some people out." Within minutes, we'd set the scene. The big wooden dining room table quickly became our seance space. Somebody turned off most of the lights, leaving only a few flickering candles. Somebody else put on the TV but turned it to static. The low hiss of white noise now buzzed through the room, almost like some kind of angry whisper. It was perfect. We gathered round, maybe 7 or 8 of us, the rest just watching from the edges or too drunk to even care. The planchette sat in the middle of the board, waiting. I put my fingers on it first, along with Timmy and a couple of the other college guys. A girl named Angela, who looked skeptical but excited, joined in last. "All right," I said, grinning. "Let's see if we can piss off some ghosts." We started simple, like you do, those typical usual questions. "Anybody there?" Planchette hesitated, then drifted towards yes. Somebody giggled, but I could feel the tension creeping in now. "What's your name?" Angela asked. The planchette moved, spelling out something jerky and uneven. D-A-N-T-E. Timmy snorted. "Like the poet?" A guy across the table, one of the college girls, muttered, "That's not funny." "What?" I asked. He glanced around, eyes darting. There's an urban legend, man. The building, this house, it used to be an old social office in the 60s. Some dude named Dante offed himself here back in the day." A chill then quickly ran through the group. I even felt my skin prickle. Was that really true, or was he just fucking with us? Angela swallowed. "Dante? How did you die?" The planchette then started jerking, moving faster now than before. R-O-P-E. Okay, I said, forcing a laugh. "That's a little on the nose, don't you think?" But nobody else was laughing. One of the other guys, this heavy-set dude in a flannel, suddenly pushed back from the table. "We should stop." "Why?" Timmy frowned. "This is the best one yet, dude." "Because," the guy said, getting irritated. "You're messing with shit you don't understand, man." "Dude," I sighed. "It's a fucking game, man. I bought it literally from Spencer's." "That doesn't mean it's safe," he snapped back. "You ever hear about intents, of how this stuff really works? It's not the board, it's the people using it. If you open up a door to something that you can't shut..." The candles then flickered. The planchette jerked violently beneath our fingers, and Angela yelped out and pulled her hands away. The board then spelled something else. L-E-A-V-E. "Okay," I said now, more amused than even scared. "That's so cute." But the guy in the flannel was not having it. He was breathing faster now. His hands were gripping the edge of the table so hard his knuckles were turning white. "We have to stop." The guy was turning red at this point, but I couldn't tell if it was from the booze or just the situation. And then, before anybody could react, he shoved the table hard enough to knock the board off and to the ground. "What the fuck, man?" Timmy shot up. It started to occur to me just how drunk we all were in the moment. But the guy was already moving. His eyes were wild now. He stormed off into the kitchen, and for a second I thought he was just gonna go get a drink. Maybe splash some water on his face or something. And then I heard the door slam. He came back with a knife, and everybody immediately went into hysterics, thinking this guy was about to kill everybody. It was a real one, a big kitchen knife, sharp and gleaming in the candlelight. "Whoa, hey man," somebody stammered out. He pointed the blade at the table. His hands were shaking, but his grip was firm. "You don't know what you're fucking doing, man," he hissed. "You don't understand. This shit comes with a price. Now everybody get away from the table." "Dude, put the knife down," Angela said. He ignored her though. His breath was teetering on full panic now. "This demon shit's not a joke. This is very real. You think you're fucking playing the game? You don't mess with this stuff. Now get out of my way." The room was dead silent now. The static from the TV was the only noise, and nobody was moving. Then suddenly, in one swift motion, he lunged for the Ouija board, like it had personally insulted him. The knife came down hard and stabbed straight through the middle of it. The board cracked and the planchette skidded off onto the floor. The knife was lodged in the wood of the table beneath it. Timmy reacted as this was his parents' dining set, and then somebody screamed. That was enough to snap people out of their own trance. A few of the guys rushed him, grabbed his arms, and wrestled the knife away. He fought back wild and thrashing, but he was far too drunk and uncoordinated. Timmy and I managed to push him toward the door, his feet dragging against the carpet as he cursed and spat at us. "You don't understand!" he screamed. "You let something in!" We shoved him outside and slammed the door behind him, and for a long time, nobody said anything. The candles flickered and the static buzzed. The Ouija board, still skewered on the table, sat in the middle of it all, and the word leave still buried in the backs of our mind. Then, from somewhere off deep in the house, something creaked. A long, low, slow groan of old wood shifting under weight. The front door was locked, but it sounded like somebody was walking upstairs. And for a second, nobody moved and nobody said anything. The air in the house had now obviously changed. It was thicker, heavier, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks open in the sky. The only sound was for that soft hum from the TV, blending in with the fading echoes of whatever was creaking upstairs. Angela coughed, breaking the silence and the tension. Then Timmy barked out a nervous laugh. Jesus Christ, what a psycho. That seemed to snap everybody back. Angela pushed away from the table, shaking her head. What the hell was that? Who even is that guy? One of the college guys, the one who told that Dante story, exhaled through his nose and rubbed his temple. His name's Derek. I knew him from my dorm. He is kind of a weird dude. He drinks a lot and gets intense about religious shit. I didn't think he'd do this though. Then he gestured to the knife still stuck in the board. Go that far. Timmy let out a groan and rubbed his face. Well, I guess that's the end of the night, folks. But something was gnawing at me. I looked at the board and that planchette knocked aside, the blade still buried in the cheap plastic. Derek had lost his mind, sure, but what were the odds the board would spell out leave just before he would flip out? What were the odds it would match up with a damn urban legend? I shaked off that thought. Most of the crowd had scattered after that. Some people left entirely, mumbling excuses, while others retreated back to the living room, turning up the music again and trying to shove that weirdness aside. A few diehards stuck around, but the mood had clearly shifted. Angela refused to touch the board. "You're throwing that thing out," she muttered before heading out with her friends, and I figured she was right. But as I pried that knife free and lifted up the board, I noticed something really weird. The blade had gone clean through the plastic and the table underneath, not even a scratch. Honestly, that should have been impossible. The knife was big and sharp. It should have left at least some kind of dent in the wood, but the surface was untouched and pristine, like the blade had only wanted to destroy the board. I shoved it into the trash can and then decided not really to think too hard about it. Eventually, people left or passed out in the living room, and Timmy crashed on the couch, snoring almost immediately. I found an empty recliner, slumped into it, and the exhaustion took over. The house was now quiet, but throughout the night, I could still hear random creaks and footfalls from upstairs, and at one point, I could have swore I heard a window open up and close. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I woke up to this soft creaking noise. I opened up my eyes and my head was pounding from that cheap beer and no sleep. The room was dark now. The TV was finally turned off, but the house just felt wrong. That's when I saw the kitchen trash can. The Ouija board was sitting on the floor next to it, not in the trash where I left it, but beside it. My skin went cold. I told myself, okay, maybe somebody knocked it out or made room for more beer cans and somebody thought it had been thrown away by mistake or something, But as I stared at it, my stomach knotted. It was still split down the middle where Derek's knife had gone through, but the letters were faded, like the thing had suddenly weathered 10 years in a single hour. It looked like it was from the 1950s now or something. Not scratched, nothing like that, just faded. It made me feel really weird, crazy almost, and I didn't want to be around it anymore. I didn't wake up Timmy and I didn't tell anybody. I just picked it up, walked outside, and threw that thing in the dumpster across the street. Then I went home and tried to forget about it. We didn't do the satanic panic parties much really after that. In fact, nobody mentioned the board again. And I think we're all glad to be out from under such a weird drinking game.